Battling Records of the Chosen One, Chapter 1671 to Chapter 1725. Divine Secret Pavilion. When Miao Xian first saw Lin Sun, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. After 3 months, Lin Sun seemed to have completely transformed into a different person, and he had a unique charm that was unique among his peers. Majestic like a mountain, vast like the sea, great and lofty, boundless and immeasurable. Could it be that this kid had already broken through and become an absolute great saint? Miao Xian quickly discovered that Lin Sun hadn't broken through, but there was a charm that belonged to great around him. Especially when he tried to sense it carefully, he found that all the scenes he saw before had disappeared. Lin Sun was still the same Lin Sun, like an unpolished jade, and the charm contained within him was natural. If other cultivators saw this, they would definitely think that Lin Sun was just an ordinary person. Divine objects conceal themselves, and so do people. When they're peerless to the extreme, they're invisible like elephants, and no one can detect them. Miao Xian praised in his heart. Lin Sun didn't stay in the Divine Secret Pavilion, and after a brief conversation with Miao Xian, he intended to leave immediately. 3 months ago, when he intended to head to the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass, he'd met Ao Zhentian and Yin Huan, the 2 geniuses from the ancient path of the starry sky. Ao Zhentian was Zhao Jingshuan's cousin, and he came to the ancient desolation to take Zhao Jingxian to the true dragon bloodline to participate in the 10,000 Dragons Immortal meeting. However, Lin Sun didn't agree at that time, and he said that he would decide on this matter after he returned from the front line. After talking with Miao Xian just now, Lin Sun found out that Ao Zhentian and Yin Huan had left the Divine Secret Pavilion 2 months ago and headed to the Star Chess Sea. This made Lin Sun a little worried. If Ao Zhentian acted rashly and took Zhao Jingxian away by force, then it would be bad. So Lin Sun didn't dare to stay at all. Star Chess Sea. Islands and reefs were scattered all over the vast sea, and they were covered in mist as if they were shrouded in a mysterious veil. On one of the islands and reefs. I'm not bragging, but on the ancient path of the starry sky, who dares to not give me, Ao Zhentian, face? Even the descendants of the 10 great combat clans and the heirs of the 6 great Dao courts, even if their combat strength is stronger than mine and their seniority is higher than mine, they don't dare to slight me. Ao Zhentian's eyes were drowsy and his face was flushed red as he sat there bragging. Boast, you can boast all you want. Since you're so powerful, why haven't you entered the Starry Sky True Sage board yet? The old toad sneered. It didn't believe him at all. Never would I have imagined that not only are the toads fond of blowing their own trumpets, even you people from the true dragon bloodline are fond of boasting. Ha ha ha, Alu's laughter was wild and unrestrained. There were over 10 jars of wine nearby the 3 of them, and all of them were fine wine that Ao Zhentian had brought over and belonged to the true dragon bloodline. It was called the Fallen Immortal. Ignorant. Ao Zhentian said disdainfully, you 2 have been hanging around in a small place like the ancient Desolation Realm. How would you know the vastness of the Starry Sky Ancient Road? When are you going to ask around on the Starry Sky Ancient Path to see if I, Ao Zhentian, am lying or not? In the distance, Yin Huan and Zhao Jingxian were drinking tea. Yin Huan couldn't help but feel slightly helpless when she witnessed all of this. Everything about that cousin of yours is good, but he loves drinking too much. Once he drinks, he gets carried away and blabbers without thinking. This was already the 9th round of drinking that Ao Zhentian had drunk since she and Ao Zhentian arrived at the Star Chess Sea, and he would drink for an entire day and night every single time. Yin Huan couldn't help but feel a slight headache because no woman liked to see her man drink like his life depended on it. Zhao Jingxian smiled and didn't comment. 2 months ago, when Ao Zhentian and Yin Huan arrived, they made their intentions clear, and it allowed Zhao Jingxian to finally meet Ao Zhentian, this cousin that she'd never met before. Ao Zhentian was very cordial. As the 7th prince of the true dragon bloodline, he didn't put on an overbearing attitude. From Ao Zhentian, Zhao Jingxian found out for the first time that her mother was actually a direct descendant of the true dragon bloodline, and the current patriarch of the true dragon bloodline was her mother's older brother. At the same time, Zhao Jingxian understood the specific details of the 10,000 Dragons Immortal meeting. In the end, she confirmed that Ao Zhentian had indeed come with good intentions. The 2 of you really don't intend to head to the ancient starry sky path with me? This is an opportunity that's hard to come by in 1,000 years. You must know that if you want to head to the ancient starry sky path from the ancient desolation region, then you can only wait until you become emperors before you have the ability to head there. Xianxia was obviously drunk, and he spoke arrogantly. But so long as the two of you are willing, I guarantee that I can take the two of you with me when I leave with cousin sister. With the resources and natural talent you possess, even if you go to the ancient starry sky path, you won't be buried. Moreover, with me, Xianxia, protecting you, who would dare bully the two of you? Old Toad smacked his lips as he drank and said, haha, not to mention us, even if you want to take Miss Xianxia away without my big brother's approval, don't even think about it. Right, no way. Alu nodded. Xianxia was furious. I'm taking cousin sister to participate in the 10,000 Dragons Immortal meeting, and I'm not trying to harm her. Why do the two of you look like you're guarding against a thief? Old Toad and Alu spoke in unison. Because Miss Xianxia is my big brother's woman now. Alas. Xianxia heaved a long sigh. You don't understand. The blood of the true dragon flows in her body. If cousin sister wants to get married, it won't be so easy. Just like how I, the 7th prince of my clan, have such an important status. But if I want to marry Miss Xianxia, I must get the consent of the elders in my clan. Alas, you won't understand. Xianxia frowned and couldn't help sighing faintly. She said softly to Zhao Jingxian, sister, if you and Lin Sun really like each other, I will definitely persuade Child Ao to help you more. Perhaps because Zhao Jingxian and Lin Sun's situation was similar to hers and Xianxia's, she couldn't help feeling sympathetic. Zhao Jingxian nodded with a smile. She didn't have so many worries, because even if countless people opposed it, she would be with Lin Sun at all costs. Come on, let's drink. Let's get drunk today. Xianxia shouted to compete in drinking again. When Lin Sun returned, he saw such a scene and couldn't help being stunned. Originally, he was worried that something unexpected would happen to Xianxia and Xianxia. Who would have thought that it would be such a scene? It's okay, Lin Sun relaxed all over. Big brother. Alu and Old Toad found Lin Sun at the first time. They directly left Xianxia and went to greet him. At the same time, Zhao Jingxian also got up, and her beautiful face was full of dazzling brilliance. Seeing this scene, Xianxia finally confirmed that Xianxia's cousin was obviously dead set on Lin Sun. If he wanted to take Zhao Jingxian away this time, he really had to pass Lin Sun first. You're back at last. Xianxia got up with a trace of displeasure on his face. This guy who wanted to be his cousin's husband actually made him wait for 2 months. You seem to be very dissatisfied? Lin Sun came over. When he thought that such an arrogant guy was very likely to be his brother-in-law in the future, he was a little speechless in his heart. Of course I'm dissatisfied. If it weren't for you, I would have left with my cousin. Xianxia became more and more displeased. As his cousin's husband, couldn't this guy respect him a little? Lin Sun said with a fake smile, you're very dissatisfied, and I'm also very unhappy. How about, we have a fight to vent our anger? Okay. Xianxia agreed without hesitation. Last time in the Divine Secret Pavilion, he was suppressed by Lin Sun, and he was quite dissatisfied in his heart. He regarded it as a shame. Every time he thought of it, he felt ashamed and was worried about not having a chance to fight with Lin Sun again. Seeing this, Xianxia and Zhao Jingxian hurriedly came to dissuade them. The brother-in-law and his cousin-in-law didn't like each other. As soon as they met, they were like needles to an awl, which was an eye-opener for Old Toad and Alu. It's okay. I won't be cruel. I just want to fight with the 7th prince again. Lin Sun said with a smile. Yes, you stand aside and don't disturb us. This is a matter between men. You don't understand. Xianxia said in a deep voice. Boom, before his voice died away, he had already soared into the sky and rushed to the top of the clouds. He looked disdainful like a real dragon. Lin Sun, come up and fight. Last time in the Divine Secret Pavilion, I didn't teach you a good lesson for the sake of Miaoshuan. Now, you asked for it. Lin Sun moved in the air and appeared on the top of the clouds in an instant. Boom, there was no suspense at all. The battle broke out. In the sky, the roar of the dragon and the roar of Taoist light burst the void, the clouds collapsed, and the world was shaking. As soon as Ao Zhentian started, he used all his strength without reservation. He knew very well how powerful Lin Sun was. The lesson of the last fiasco was still vivid in his mind, so he wouldn't underestimate Lin Sun at all. But this time, Lin Sun didn't hold back either. He wanted to teach this arrogant guy a good lesson. Otherwise, if Lin Sun really became his brother-in-law, he wouldn't dare to put on airs in front of him again. Boom, soon, Ao Zhentian was beaten by Lin Sun until he couldn't even raise his head. He was ravaged like a live target. Old Toad, Ah Lu, Zhao Jingxian, and Yin Huan were all dumbfounded. Lin Sun didn't hit hard, but he hit Ao Zhentian so hard that his nose was swollen and his hair was disheveled. No matter how Ao Zhentian roared, it didn't help. It's just a skin wound. Don't be angry, sister. Zhao Jingxian comforted her gently. Yin Huan smiled reluctantly and said, it's good to teach him a lesson, so that he won't look down on the heroes of the world in the future. But, your man's combat power is really terrible. Even on the Starry Sky Ancient Path, he can easily enter the ranks of the Starry Sky True Sage list. Zhao Jingxian smiled without saying anything. Ah Lu, do you think Big Brother has completely offended his brother-in-law? Old Toad was a little worried. Ah Lu analyzed, not to the extent of offending him. Big Brother must have done this to teach his brother-in-law a lesson so that he won't dare to neglect Miss Jingxian. Bang, suddenly, Ao Zhentian's figure fell from the sky and hit the reef hard, making a human-shaped hole in the rocky ground. Then, Ao Zhentian's resentful voice came out of the hole, boy, is this how you treat your brother-in-law? Brother-in-law, hearing this title, Lin Sun, who had just landed from the sky and was about to stop, couldn't help but pull out Ao Zhentian again and beat him hard on the ground. The seventh prince of the true dragon bloodline was completely beaten up. His body convulsed as if he was having an epileptic fit. Yin Huan couldn't bear to watch it anymore. She turned her head and complained in her heart. No matter how strong Lin Sun was, he couldn't change the fact that Ao Zhentian would be his brother-in-law in the future. Big Brother is getting more and more powerful. Old Toad sighed with emotion. After 3 months, Lin Sun's combat power and temperament showed a new transformation, which was really amazing. Ah Lu laughed and said, in my opinion, it would be great if Ao Zhentian could change his habit of bragging after this lesson. After half an hour, everyone sat on the ground. Ao Zhentian's bruised nose and swollen face had recovered, but when he looked at Lin Sun, there was still a trace of bitterness in his eyes. It was too cruel, this guy didn't give face to his brother-in-law at all. How could he raise his head in the future, but he only dared to complain in his heart. Ao Zhentian decided to avoid meeting his cousin-in-law as much as possible in the future, lest Lin Sun should fight with him when he was in a bad mood. Child Lin, what's your decision? Yin Huan's words made everyone look at Lin Sun with a serious expression. Everyone knew that Lin Sun's decision would determine Zhao Jingshuan's fate, even Ao Zhentian couldn't help being nervous at this moment. If Lin Sun didn't agree, it was impossible for him to take Zhao Jingxian away with his strength. What do you think, Jingxian? Lin Sun looked at Zhao Jingxian. Zhao Jingxian smiled and said, it's up to you. I'll listen to you. Lin Sun was silent. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said with a smile, let's go. As early as when the Divine Secret Pavilion received Zhao Jingshuan's letter, he knew that Zhao Jingxian was actually very interested in the meeting. However, she cared more about his attitude, so she let him make the decision. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly refuse? Not to mention he'd already discerned that even though Ao Zhentian was slightly arrogant and haughty, Ao Zhentian really did carry goodwill towards Zhao Jingxian. No matter what, the two of them were cousins with the closest bloodline, and blood was thicker than water. Ao Zhentian's eyes lit up, and he said in excitement, that's for the best. During the Myriad Dragons Immortal Gathering, cousin Jingxian will definitely shine brightly and obtain many unexpected great fortunes. Yin Huan heaved a long sigh of relief as well while extraordinary splendor suffused her eyes. She even felt slightly envious of Zhao Jingxian because she was able to find such an understanding and considerate Dao companion. What more could she ask for? Are you really willing? Zhao Jingxian was obviously very surprised, and her beautiful and clear eyes opened wide. She seemed to be complaining yet happy at the same time. Lin Sun smiled, as long as you want it, just do it. Although I'm reluctant, I still hope you can do what you want to do. Didn't you say that if two lovers love each other for a long time, they won't stay together day and night? Old Toad sighed. The air is filled with a sour stench. I can't take it anymore. With that, he got up and left. Lu sighed with emotion. Look, big brother, Old Toad is jealous. I've long known that there's something wrong with this toad. He has never liked women. It turns out that he's worried about you, big brother. Before he finished, Lin Sun felt a chill all over his body and said angrily, don't disgust me. You should also disappear quickly. Lu hurriedly left to appease Old Toad, saying things like it's not wrong to like men, it's wrong to not fight for it. But it was foreseeable that with Old Toad's temper, he would definitely attack him immediately. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Old Toad's angry scream to be heard in the distance. You barbarian. Now you're so F***king perverted. You're the F***king rabbit. You F***king like men. Xianxia couldn't help laughing. Interesting, these two guys are so much to my liking. If they return to the Starry Sky Ancient Road with me, I'll definitely invite them to visit the true dragon bloodline. Huan said coldly, you also like men? Xianxia shivered all over. Well, forget it. I don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Both Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian couldn't help smiling. After making a decision, they got together that night, drinking and talking happily. Xianxia and Huan talked about some things on the Starry Sky Ancient Road, which made Lin Sun fascinated. For example, on the Starry Sky Ancient Road, there were 10 war clans, each of which had a very glorious history of conquest and a long history. There were 6 Tao courts, which controlled many realms. There were realm war alliances, each of which was composed of many emperor realm cultivators, and their power could not be underestimated. For example, Ancient Wasteland War Alliance was composed of emperor realm cultivators from the ancient Desolation territory. For example, the other 8 territories formed their respective war alliances. In this regard, Lin Sun had heard from the young man with golden cicada that when each Emperor Realm cultivator joined Ancient Wasteland War Alliance, he could bring 3 to 5 followers of Quasi-Emperor Realm. Nominally, they were followers, but in fact, if they could join Ancient Wasteland War Alliance and cultivate with Emperor Realm cultivators, it would be relatively easier for them to pass the tribulation and become Emperor Realm cultivators in the future. In addition to these, there were countless starry territories, colorful worlds, and vast continents on the Starry Sky Ancient Road. That night, Lin Sun drank a lot of wine. He knew that Xianxia was about to leave, and he might not have a chance to see her for a long time. At this moment, no matter how open-minded Lin Sun was, he could not help but feel reluctant. Zhao Jingxian silently accompanied Lin Sun and drank with him. In fact, her heart was full of emotions, and she was experiencing all kinds of feelings. By the way, will you still have a chance to enter the Kunlun ruins when you go to the 10,000 Dragons Immortal meeting? Lin Sun suddenly asked. Zhao Jingxian was stunned. After returning from the 9 territories battlefield, Lin Sun had already prepared a flying immortal token for her, Old Toad, Lu, Little Silver, and Little Tian, which meant that they were already qualified to enter the Kunlun ruins. You want to go to the Kunlun ruins? That's one of the 4 great ruins of Tao. On the Starry Sky Ancient Road, even the descendants of the top forces are qualified to go to the Kunlun ruins, Xianxia said in surprise. As far as I know, one has to at least have the foundation of a peerless great saint in order to have the foundation to search for opportunities there. In the end, less than 1/10 of them can walk out of the Kunlun ruins safely. Huan also said, when I came to the ancient Desolation realm, I also heard that the ancient path of stars to the Kunlun ruins is about to reappear in recent years. Many peerless figures on the Starry Sky Great Saint list are already preparing for it. At this point, she looked at Lin Sun and reminded him kindly, Brother Lin, with your current cultivation and realm, you might be able to easily rank on the Starry Sky True Sage list. However, if you go to the Kunlun ruins, I'm afraid you won't be able to compete with those ruthless people on the Starry Sky Great Saint list. The Starry Sky True Sage list and the Starry Sky Great Saint list. The difference of one word represented a world of difference. They were on completely different levels. For example, Xianxia was already a peerless true sage who had created his own method, but he had yet to be ranked on the Starry Sky True Sage list. From this, it could be imagined how harsh and abnormal the ranking of the Starry Sky True Sage list was. Those who could be ranked on it must be peerless figures who could dominate a region. In contrast, the figures on the Starry Sky Great Saint list were definitely more terrifying and powerful. Lin Sun frowned and immediately calmed down. It wasn't easy for him to get a chance to enter the Kunlun ruins, so it was impossible for him to be scared off by a few words. Moreover, he only needed an opportunity to break through to the peerless Great Saint realm, so he was not afraid to compete with others. The Kunlun ruins is regarded as the dragon burial ground by my true dragon bloodline. It's a place of great danger. Especially the descendants of my true dragon bloodline will suffer unimaginably terrible disasters when they enter it. Taking a deep breath, Ao Zhentian said in a deep voice, therefore, a long time ago, my ancestors set a rule that no descendant of my true dragon bloodline is allowed to enter the Kunlun ruins. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and looked at this guy suspiciously. Ao Zhentian immediately said angrily, do you think I'm lying? I'm worried that my cousin won't go back with me and will go to the Kunlun ruins with you. That's gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. I'm not afraid to tell you that my third brother went to the Kunlun ruins without permission a long time ago. In the end, it's been more than 38,000 years, and he still hasn't come out of the Kunlun ruins. The third prince of the true dragon bloodline, Ao Yi, Yin Huan was moved. A long time ago, this third prince, Ao Yi, was ranked third on the Starry Sky Great Saint list. Until now, many old people on the Starry Sky Ancient Path felt it was a pity. If third prince Ao Yi could return from the Kunlun ruins alive, he would at least be a half-step emperor realm existence with the hope of becoming an emperor. Lin Sun's expression flickered. After a while, he sighed, Jingxian, instead of doing this, why don't you go to the ancestral land of the true dragon bloodline with this guy? Zhao Jingxian nodded. She knew that Lin Sun was completely thinking about her safety. Ao Zhentian was unhappy, kid, what do you mean by this guy? Will it kill you to call me brother-in-law? Lin Sun glanced at this guy, who looked uncertain for a while. In the end, he became listless and didn't dare to express his dissatisfaction. This was the fierce prestige that Lin Sun had established after beating Ao Zhentian, his brother-in-law. The effect seemed to be very good so far. One day later, Ao Zhentian and Yin Huan were going to leave today. Of course, Zhao Jingxian would also go with them. My two brothers, are you really not going to consider going with me? That's the Starry Sky Ancient Path, the upper world that countless practitioners dream of going to. If we miss this opportunity, it will be difficult for us to meet again in the future. Before leaving, Ao Zhentian kindly invited Old Toad and Alu to go with him, but they refused without hesitation. This made Ao Zhentian sigh. At this moment, Lin Sun, who had been silent, suddenly looked at Ao Zhentian and said seriously, if anything happens to Jingxian on this trip to the true dragon bloodline, I, Lin Sun, will not spare you. Hearing Lin Sun's undisguised threat, Ao Zhentian's eyebrows trembled and he said angrily, Jingxian is my cousin. How can I let her have an accident? Lin Sun nodded and said, why don't we have another round of practice before we leave? Ao Zhentian's face turned stiff and red. If this guy really became his cousin's husband in the future, it would be a disaster. Lin Sun stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder and said, I believe you, but it's hard for me to believe the whole bloodline of true dragons. Really, if something happens to Jingxian, I won't be able to bear it. At that time I won't care about the bloodline of true dragons. Speaking of this, he sighed softly, although it's a little harsh, it's all from the bottom of my heart. I heard that dragons have reverse scales, and those who touch it will die. Jingxian is my reverse scale. As soon as he finished speaking, he smiled and paid no attention to Ao Zhentian who had an indeterminate expression as he turned around and walked towards Zhao Jingxian. You bullied him too much. Zhao Jingxian saw the scene just now and was moved. Her beautiful eyes were as tender as water. I'm worried about you. Lin Sun said with a smile. He took out a storage bracelet and handed it to Zhao Jingxian, take it. There are some treasures and elixirs in it. Take care of yourself when you go to the bloodline of true dragons. If someone bullies you, keep it in mind first. I'll help you settle accounts later. Also, remember to practice hard. Don't worry about me. Even God dares not accept people like me. You know it best in these years from Xiao Empire to now, At this moment, Lin Sun nagged like an old woman, exhorting, and tirelessly telling. There was nothing more to say. Zhao Jingxian listened with a smile. When she left and soared into the sky with Ao Zhentian and Yin Huan, Zhao Jingshuan's pretty and clear face still had a smile on it. However, 2 streams of tears had flowed down. There was no way to eliminate this feeling. She just frowned, but her heart was filled with sadness. She couldn't help looking back and saw Lin Sun waving his hand with a smile on his lips and his eyes full of encouragement and warmth. Until the figures of Zhao Jingxian, Ao Zhentian and Yin Huan disappeared, Lin Sun still stood on the cliff of the island and stared blankly. After this parting, it should be a good time and beautiful scenery in name only. Even if there were 1,000 kinds of amorous feelings, who would he tell? Lin Sun suddenly wanted to drink. At the edge of the precipitous cliff, the waves lapped against the shore. Lin Sun sat there casually, holding a green wine gourd, drinking and watching the sea. This was already the 9th day since Zhao Jingxian left. He had been like this for the past 9 days. Is Big Brother trapped by love? In the distance, Alu said worriedly, ever since Miss Jingxian left, he seemed to have lost his soul. This situation is very bad. It's not to the extent of being trapped by love, but it's true that he's very melancholy in his heart. Old Toad analyzed seriously. Sigh, the love between a man and a woman is really harmful. Alu sighed. He glanced at Old Toad and reminded him, of course, it's the same for men. Don't get caught up in it. The veins on Old Toad's forehead bulged and it shot to its feet, its eyes spitting fire. Barbarian, say that again if you have the guts. His voice was squeezed out through gritted teeth. Alu grinned and said, as your brother, can't I show you some concern? Rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. Don't do anything to your brother. Boom, Old Toad directly went berserk and punched Alu in the head. Soon after, the 2 of them began to fight, slaughtering their way into the 9 heavens, the battle intense. Lin Sun was speechless. These 2 were really a pair of quarrelsome lovers. He was no longer in the mood to drink. Standing up, he said, when the big black bird, Little Silver and Little Tian come back, tell them not to run around. When I come out of seclusion, I'll go to Sunset Tang Valley. Big Brother, are you going to seclusion? In the sky, Old Toad was surprised. Bang, in a moment of inattention, he was directly punched in the face by Alu. Seeing stars, he immediately flew into a rage and rushed up again. Ha ha ha, Big Brother, go ahead and do your seclusion. As long as I'm here, I won't let. Before Alu's laughter died away, he was kicked away by Old Toad and let out a scream of pain. Lin Sun shook his head and walked down the cliff with his hands clasped behind his back, too lazy to pay attention to these 2 guys who had nothing better to do. In the wooden house, Lin Sun took a deep breath, and a touch of determination flashed through his black eyes. As early as when he was at the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass, he had already comprehended the essence of greatness. He only needed an opportunity to break through the realm and cast the power of the great sage. But this opportunity didn't come for a long time. However, Lin Sun had long been experienced. Since he started his cultivation, what he pursued was the path of my way is the only one in the world, which could be said to be unprecedented and different from the world, whether it was when he stepped into the king's realm in the domain of death or when he became a sage at the peak of the 9 regions battlefield, he had experienced similar things. But he wouldn't be helpless because of this. And this seclusion, Lin Sun didn't seek the opportunity to break through the realm, but to do another thing. With a strange wave, Lin Sun suddenly entered the heaven accessing place again. The familiar green cloud avenue ran through the void as if it was eternal, stretching straight to the end. It was a door to heaven. This door was the real door to heaven, and its height couldn't be seen at a glance. The closed door seemed to be made of gold or iron, and it was branded with strange, twisted, obscure and complicated patterns. Looking at it from a distance, it made people feel small. Lin Sun was familiar with the way. He stepped on the green cloud avenue and came to the door to heaven. I thought you would use up the 3rd chance to ask me for help when you were threatened by the power of the real blood of the Emperor realm. The familiar empty and cold voice of the mysterious woman suddenly sounded. She sat cross-legged in front of the door to heaven, and her figure was surrounded by wisps of obscure Taoist light, which made it impossible to see her face clearly. Even if Lin Sun was now a true sage, he couldn't do it. Even with the improvement of his cultivation, when he faced the mysterious woman again this time, he felt more and more deeply a kind of oppression from the heart, which was beyond his control. "Greetings, Senior." Lin Sun first saluted, and then said, "Gu Liangxiu is not worthy of your help." The mysterious woman opened her eyes. At that moment, Lin Sun was stiff all over, feeling that all his secrets seemed to be exposed. Soon, this uncomfortable feeling disappeared. The mysterious woman said, "If I guess right, you don't plan to use this chance unless there is a disaster in the future, right?" Lin Sun nodded. There was nothing to hide. At that time, he was only a practitioner in the lower 5 realms, which was extremely weak. Now he was at the peak of the true sage realm and was about to break through to the peak of the great sage realm. If it was not necessary, he would rather solve all the problems he encountered by his own strength. "Looks like you've really grown up. No matter if it's mental state or experience, you can already be called a true saint." The mysterious woman's voice was cold. "So you are here to push the door this time?" Lin Sun said, "Senior is right. Now, I don't think about the past or the future, but only fight for the present." "Only fight for the present." The mysterious woman was silent for a moment and said, "Do you know the consequences of failure?" Lin Sun nodded calmly. Of course, he knew that if he failed to push the door, he would lose the heaven accessing place completely. Because of this, he didn't make the decision to push the door before. The mysterious woman stood up. Her figure was graceful and hazy like mist, and she was like an ancient green lotus that swayed in the chaos. She came to Lin Sun and looked at the gate to heaven in the distance, saying, "I hope you can do it. I don't want to wait for the next challenger." Lin Sun said with a smile, "I will try my best." After that, he strode forward and went straight to the front of the gate to heaven. He raised his neck and stared at it for a long time. He couldn't help sighing with emotion. "It's really worthy of the name of gate to heaven." As he said, he pressed his palm on the cold door with obscure and strange patterns. But suddenly, Lin Sun only felt that his eyes were blurred and his mind was in a trance as if he was in another world. The sky was high and the mountains and rivers were picturesque. A majestic figure stood alone on the top of the mountains. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the sky. The mountain wind whistled, blowing his clothes and hair, making him look like an independent man who was about to ride the wind back home. Boom! Suddenly, the figure moved. With a wave of his big sleeve, the divine lights all over the sky transformed into a dazzling beam of light that shot into the sky, broke the sky fiercely, and collided with the vast void outside the universe. The space in the universe was originally completely empty, yet along with this beam of light colliding with it, it actually forcefully split open a door that seemed like a vortex. The vortex was like a great abyss that swallowed the starry sky. It was deep and terrifying, and it rotated madly. The terrifying force it released tore the surrounding void to the point of distorting and collapsing, and it was extremely terrifying. One could clearly see countless stars being drawn over, as if all the stars were worshipping them. As the vortex spun and whistled, it emitted rumbling sounds, and a shocking scene played out in the void above the green sky. With a single strike, it broke the sky, shook the universe, and opened the gate to nothingness. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe that someone in the world could produce such monstrous power with just a wave of the sleeve? Lin Sun was shocked. This was the second time he had seen such a terrifying scene. The first time was when he entered Feiyun village for the first time and opened the heaven accessing place for the first time. However, at that time, he was just a thin boy who had just escaped from the mine prison. Now, he was already a peerless true sage. Boom! Before Lin Sun came back to his senses, he only heard a loud noise in his ears, which shook his whole body, made his mind tremble, and made him almost cough up blood. Then, he saw the familiar scenes from all those years ago. In the depths of the vortex-like door that was opened outside the universe, a huge beast claw suddenly stretched out, tore the void, and plunged down from the sky. The beast claw was so huge that the mountains in the world were like inconspicuous gravel in front of it. The claw was covered with cold scales, releasing fierce and majestic power. "The gate of stars has been opened by me. Who in this world can stop me from setting foot on the eternal star road? Get out!" With a cold snort, the majestic figure standing proudly on the top of the mountains flicked his finger gently, and a flash of light suddenly appeared. After that, the terrifyingly huge beast claw had already vanished into thin air. Only a torrent of blood could be seen pouring down, pouring over the earth, dark red and horrifying. But it was not over yet. It wasn't long before a mighty figure that emanated brilliant golden light suddenly charged out from within the star door that was opened up in the universe. The figure was so dazzling, like the scorching sun, which seemed to be burning and could illuminate the world, appearing extremely sacred and immeasurable. Immortal General of the Star Road? Ha ha ha, in order to stop me from seeking Tao, you even sent an immortal general. What a great deal. On the top of the mountains, the majestic figure let out a long roar, heroic and unruly, with a kind of disdainful spirit that looked down on all the heroes in the world. Even though Lin Sun had been prepared for it, he was still shocked by the sound. His blood and qi were in disorder, and his body couldn't help but tremble violently. Although he tried his best to hold back, his mind was already in chaos, buzzing, and he couldn't see anything. Later, a doomsday scene appeared, which was still so familiar. The sky had fallen, and the fire of destruction came like a tide, making the world fall into the furnace of chaos, full of devastation and misery. Landslides. Tsunamis. Plants turned into ashes. All spirits perished. It seemed that doomsday really came. Only on the top of that mountain, a majestic figure stood alone, looking at all this silently with his hands clasped behind his back, with a sense of desolation and loneliness. After a long time, a long sigh resounded through the world. Time is not with me. At this moment, Lin Sun seemed to be infected with complex emotions of despair, frustration, unwillingness, and disappointment. At this moment, there was a bronze coffin next to the majestic figure. It was about 30 meters long, and its surface was engraved with countless dense and mysterious patterns. The majestic figure stepped forward, opened the bronze coffin, took out a scroll and a pen, and threw them into the bronze coffin. Then he carried the whole bronze coffin on his shoulder and strode away. Lin Sun was not surprised at all, because he had seen all this as early as in the past. The scroll and the pen that the majestic figure took out were the treasures left by Master Lu to him. It was with this scroll and the pen that he triggered a wonderful opportunity by chance and then obtained the heaven accessing place. However, the second time he saw such a scene was when he pushed the door, which inevitably surprised Lin Sun a little. The most incredible thing was that he had just set foot on the path of cultivation at that time, so he couldn't see how high the cultivation of the majestic figure was. Now he was a Jusho true saint, and his state of mind was no longer the same as before. But when he saw these familiar scenes, he still felt a sense of awe and depression. Who was the majestic figure? What were the so-called Gate of Stars and Eternal Star Path? Suddenly, Lin Sun calmed down. The familiar scenes in front of him hadn't ended yet. What came next was the most important thing. If all these familiar scenes didn't change, then the majestic figure would turn back. Whoosh! When Lin Sun just had this idea, the majestic figure who was striding away seemed to notice something. He suddenly stopped and turned back. It was merely a glance, yet that gaze seemed to have traversed the boundless space and time to shoot over from afar. At this moment, Lin, who had prepared for everything and tried his best to keep calm, still felt like being struck by lightning. A rumbling sound rang out from the depths of his soul. The scenes he had just seen shattered like glass and began to be annihilated. At the same time, Lin Sun couldn't help coughing up a mouthful of blood. His entire body shook violently, feeling as if his soul was being torn apart inch by inch. There was an indescribable pain. That feeling was so intense that it felt like he would die in the next moment. A single gaze had caused him to faint the first time he looked at him all those years ago. Now, he was actually going to repeat the scene from all those years ago? No, the scene that was about to unfold was destined to be extraordinary. Last time, because he was too weak, he did not get to witness it. How could he allow the same mistake to happen again? Boom! At this moment, Lin Sun completely broke out. He ran his cultivation to an unprecedented extreme, and his whole body seemed to be burning. Finally, in the various scenes that were suddenly annihilated, Lin Sun once again saw that pair of eyes looking at him from afar. In those eyes, there seemed to be a hint of surprise and a hint of relief. Suddenly, they brightened. They were as bright as two big suns, but for Lin Sun, when he met that gaze, his soul felt the sharp pain of being smelted and incinerated, and his consciousness became blurred. No, there must be more. Lin Sun clenched his teeth, and his expression was almost ferocious. Deep in his heart, he had a strong intuition that the next scene must be related to opening the gate to heaven. How could he give up? What Lin Sun felt, the mysterious woman couldn't feel at all. She only saw that Lin Sun's expression was changing sharply, from the initial surprise to shock, and then to astonishment, as if he had discovered something. But soon, his expression was filled with pain and ferociousness. The blue veins on his forehead bulged, and the breath of his whole body was as turbulent as the sea. Could it be that even he can't? The mysterious woman frowned. For her, time was like an endless river that kept flowing without an end. In these long years, she couldn't remember how many people had entered the heaven accessing place. Each of them had a peerless style that was unprecedented, each of them had great luck, and each of them could be said to be the king of the world. But each of them had returned in failure. There was only one talented sword cultivator who managed to push open a crack in the door to heaven. However, it was only a crack. In the end, the genius swordsman named Xianxia only said, "I can't force it." Then he shook his head and left. However, this was all in the primitive times. The mysterious woman once told Lin Sun that Xianxia was a peerless figure, no matter in talent or talent, who was not inferior to Lin Sun. He was also the only challenger who made her feel sorry for him. At that time, she also told Lin Sun to remember the surname Xian. Because this surname was too extraordinary, mysterious. The Gate of Wonders was not a surname that could be given by any clan. If Lin Sun also failed to open the door this time, the mysterious woman thought for a long time, and finally came to a conclusion that she would feel more sorry for Xianxia than when she saw him leave last time. Soon, the mysterious woman noticed that something was wrong. Strange Taoist patterns suddenly emerged in her eyes, like a pair of light tearing through the darkness of the eternal night, and she looked at Lin Sun. At this time an obscure power emerged from Lin Sun, as unfathomable as the abyss of the great void. In Lin Sun's consciousness, he finally saw a pair of eyes that were like torches and scorching suns. Almost at the same time, he exerted the forbidden passing without hesitation. For a moment, everything in front of him froze. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun's heart stirred up turbulent waves. In the boundless starry sky, empty and cold, a road paved by countless huge stars led to the end of the starry sky. At the end of the road, there was a door. A door closed in the boundless darkness. "Break this door, and you can see eternity." With a bang, a shout resounded in Lin Sun's mind. Then, the road piled up by countless stars burst into pieces, and the closed mysterious door at the end of the starry sky also disappeared. Everything in front of him was gone. But in Lin Sun's heart, a strange star map symbol emerged, looming and flowing, like a key that could unlock the eternal mystery of the dust-laden ages. In the end, this strange star map symbol also turned into a light rain, merged into Lin Sun's heart, and disappeared completely. As if it had never existed. But Lin Sun was very clear that this star map symbol was in his heart, and one day, it would definitely open the mystery of seeing eternity for him. After a long time, Lin Sun calmed down, and his surging mood returned to normal. What he had seen before reappeared in his mind like a glance at flowers on horseback. A majestic figure broke the sky, shook the universe, and opened the gate of stars. When he was about to set foot on the eternal star road, a terrifying huge beast claw stretched out from the gate of stars. A majestic golden figure called Immortal General of the Star Road swept out. Then, the sky and the earth collapsed, and everything collapsed, as if the end of the world had come. The majestic figure sighed, "Time is not with me." Obviously, he failed to set foot on the eternal star road and was dispirited. Carrying a bronze coffin, he was about to leave. But at the moment of leaving, he looked back and left a gaze that seemed to be able to penetrate the eternal time and space. In the gaze, there was a star path paved in the empty starry sky, and at the end of the path was a closed mysterious door. At this time, when he calmly recalled these scenes, Lin Sun found that he still missed a lot of details. For example, where did the majestic figure finally go with the bronze coffin? The only thing he could be sure of was that the majestic figure was the master who created the heaven accessing place. Or he could be called the Lord of Heaven accessing place. That mysterious door that's tightly shut in the boundless darkness should be the door of stars. Breaking through this door will allow one to see eternity. This eternity must be referring to the eternal star road, Lin Sun murmured in his heart. However, what he couldn't figure out was what the star map symbol that appeared in his heart represented. Was this the key left by the Lord of Heaven accessing place? If so, when he had the power to break the gate of stars one day, could he set foot on the eternal star road with this key? Lin Sun was lost in thought. The scenes he had witnessed earlier contained too many inconceivable details, and there were many things that were worth pondering and pondering over. But soon, the mysterious woman's voice sounded in his ears. Actually, you don't have to be so discouraged. You're the most unique challenger I've ever seen. Not only did you win every battle in the challenge, but you've also won every battle. Moreover, you were able to pry into the state of creating something out of nothing while still at the eternal life stage, and you've seen through the trap of seeking truth from the heart. Amongst all the challengers in the past, no one has ever been able to attain such a level. In the future, it is not impossible for you to become an emperor with your current foundation and cultivation. Her voice was still cold and empty, but with a trace of disappointment. It seemed that she didn't expect that Lin Sun didn't succeed in the final challenge of opening the door. Lin Sun woke up from his contemplation, and couldn't help looking a little strange. Did she think he failed? Well, the gate to heaven was still closed, and he didn't make a sound for a long time. It was no wonder that she misunderstood him. Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but smile. Senior, look. His right hand, which was pressed on the gate to heaven, gently pushed forward as his voice fell. More updates. If you want to see more updates from Goldfish, please open WeChat, search for the public account Xiaojinyu233, and add me. Under the shocked eyes of the mysterious woman, the towering gate opened slowly. There was a roar in the empty secret realm. It was like an unknown mystery that had been sealed for thousands of years was gently opened. The sound made the mysterious woman's calm state of mind ripple. It was really opened, a dazzling light poured out of the gate and illuminated the whole secret realm. There was a sacred and solemn atmosphere spreading. The mysterious woman was stunned. She had been waiting for a long time and had seen many challengers who failed, but she didn't expect that Lin Sun succeeded. Just now, she thought that Lin Sun had failed to open the gate, so she comforted him, but she didn't expect that Lin Sun would give her a big surprise. What on earth was hidden in the gate? At this moment, Lin Sun and the mysterious woman both held their breath and concentrated, with rare expectations and excitement in their hearts. The sacred light was flowing like a dense mist. As far as the eye could see, there was a vast expanse of whiteness, like a fairyland. Let's go in and have a look. The mysterious woman was obviously more expectant than Lin Sun. She had been waiting for countless years. As the gatekeeper, how could she not be eager to know the secret inside the gate? Whoosh, uncontrollably, Lin Sun was taken by the mysterious woman and plunged into the vast white world inside the door. This is Chaos Immortal Mist, which contains the supreme power of order. Only the real Emperor Realm practitioners have the power to refine it, and it has a wonderful beneficial effect on the practice of emperors. Your cultivation is too low. You'd better not try to collect this Chaos Immortal Mist. In the white mist, the mysterious woman explained casually. She was obviously in a good mood. Chaos Immortal Mist, Lin Sun remembered this name. What? After 10 minutes, the mysterious woman stopped and showed a surprised look. At the same time, Lin Sun finally saw an ancient cemetery in the mist not far away. Numerous tombs were scattered about like stars in the sky, and there were no less than 1,000 of them. It seemed to be extremely vast. This, Lin Sun couldn't help being stunned. Was there an ancient cemetery behind the gate to heaven? Who dared to believe it? Even the mysterious woman couldn't help falling silent at this moment. Cemetery, thousands of tombs, who was buried in each of these tombs, who was qualified to be buried in the gate to heaven? The mysterious woman strolled into the graveyard and arrived in front of a grave. Lin Sun also followed. In an instant, all the hairs on his body stood on end. As far as the eye could see, it was like walking into a graveyard. Each grave emitted an invisible and terrifying fluctuation. It was as if an ancient god was buried there. Look. The woman pointed in front of a grave. There was a stone table there, and on the stone table was a finger that had dried up a long time ago. After experiencing the passage of countless years, this finger still seemed to be white like jade, slender, and tough. The striations on the skin were like natural markings of the Tao, and they emanated a boundless and mysterious aura. When Lin Sun looked at it, he couldn't help but gasp. It was just a finger, but it gave him a terrible mental pressure. It was as if he had seen a god. At this moment, a heroic voice resonated in the air. 1,600 years of the martial Tao calendar. Duel with the current Great Emperor Xianxia at the chaotic Sky Ridge. Xianxia was the first great emperor to create the great Tao of True Void, and he was the ancestor of a Tao. He was extraordinary and reigned supreme in the world. Unfortunately, he couldn't resist 3 of my attacks. I left his finger here to mourn his Tao of True Void. The voice vanished just like that. Both the mysterious woman and Lin Sun were visibly moved. Who was that heroic voice? Why did it suddenly resound? The most unbelievable thing was that even with the mysterious woman's strength, she was actually unable to locate the source of the voice. Lin Sun pondered and said, "This should be the voice of the Overlord. It's very likely that it's a brand. When our consciousness comes into contact with this finger, the voice will resound along with it." The mysterious woman nodded, and then she stared at the finger and said, "An Imperial Realm expert that created a Grand Tao is equivalent to the ancestor of a Grand Tao. His resources and reserves are so terrifying that it's sufficient to look down upon the world, and his disciples and grand disciples address him as the Tao ancestor." However, he was actually unable to resist 3 moves before losing a finger. Her voice carried a solemn and shocked tone. If that was the case, then how terrifying was the combat strength of the Overlord? While pondering, the mysterious woman came to a nearby tomb. There was also a stone table here, and on it was a broken glass lamp. It was simple and unadorned. Lin Sun walked over to take a look. Even his soul palpitated as if it would break out of his shell and be sucked into the broken glass lamp in the next moment. Buzz, the mysterious woman patted his shoulder lightly, and the terrifying suction force disappeared. Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of treasure was this? In the year 3400 of the martial Tao calendar, the Tao fire of the Glass Palace was at its peak. The palace master of the Glass Palace was highly skilled and was conferred the title Celestial Glaze. He wielded the Emperor's Tao weapon, 3,000 illusionary space lamps. The heroic and unruly voice resounded again. I and Celestial Glaze had a duel in the Fufeng Sea. After 3 days of fierce battle, Celestial Glaze was defeated by me and admitted defeat. I left his treasure, 3,000 illusionary space lamps, as a memento. Lin Sun and the mysterious woman couldn't calm down again. There was no doubt that the broken glass lamp on the stone table in front of the tomb was the 3,000 illusionary space lamps regarded as the Emperor's Tao weapon. How strong was the Overlord? Lin Sun smacked his lips. He tried to pick up the broken glass lamp to observe it, but was stopped by the mysterious woman. This is just an illusion. The real treasure should be buried under this tomb. After a pause, she continued, observe the layout of this cemetery. It's better not to act rashly. Lin Sun nodded with awe in his heart. Soon, the mysterious woman took Lin Sun to the 3rd tomb. On the stone table, there was a bloody picture scroll. On the picture scroll, there were the words, even if I die, I will not regret the great path, written in a bloody and glaring ancient character. Without any surprise, the heroic voice resounded again. Up until now, the most amazing person I've seen is definitely Lu Daozi. This person entered the Tao through painting and became a saint through painting. In just 300 years, he set foot on the great emperor realm and was regarded as the wonderful hand-painting emperor by the world. I couldn't help but want to learn from him. Alas, although Lu Daozi's painting skills were wonderful, he couldn't defeat me. After he was defeated, he wrote a scroll with his emperor's blood as ink and his finger as a brush. He gave it to me and kept it until now. Lin Sun and the mysterious woman looked at each other and remained silent. They continued to move forward. There was a stone table in front of each tomb, on which there were items left. There were broken swords, broken armors, blood-stained horns, white bones, mysterious branches. It was a dazzling array. At the same time, the heroic voice continued to resound. Above the starry sky, in all the heavens, North Black Sword Emperor has the highest realm among those who fought with me. Unfortunately, he is not as good as me. I left his broken sword as a memory. In the 7,400th year of martial Tao calendar, I searched all the heavens, traveled around the starry sky, and entered the land of ultimate. I met a reclusive emperor and fought with him for 300 years. Isn't it great? It is said that there is a Buddhist master living in seclusion in the drunken mountain of the whirling world. I went to visit him, In the 1900th year of martial Dao calendar, every single item possessed an origin that could shock the all heavens, and their owners were great figures that were unprecedented in the all heavens. But in the end, they were all defeated by the Lord of Tongtian. This made the mysterious woman more and more silent, and her heart seemed to be very restless. As for Lin Sun, he had already been shocked to the point of numbness. In Lin Sun's previous understanding, the Lord of Tongtian who broke the Gate of Stars was undoubtedly very strong, but he didn't expect that the Lord of Tongtian was so powerful. For countless years, he searched all the heavens and traveled all over the void, only seeking defeat. How invincible must he be to dare to roam the world like this? When they arrived at the last tomb, Lin Sun and the mysterious woman were stunned. There was nothing on the stone table in front of the tomb. Moreover, the heroic voice didn't ring out again. This was very unusual. Why was there an empty stone table here? There are a total of 1009 tombs here. 1008 of them represent opponents who were defeated by the Lord of Tongtian. Even the weakest of his opponents was a martial emperor. Perhaps the Lord of Tongtian didn't care about those below the martial emperor realm. The mysterious woman was silent for a moment before she said, moreover, as time passed, the strength of the opponents who were defeated by the Lord of Tongtian grew more and more terrifying. But, they all lost in the end. This shows how powerful the Lord of Tongtian was back then. She couldn't help but sigh at the end. She had lost a lot of her memories, and was like a wandering ghost, but her eyesight and judgment hadn't disappeared. Therefore, she knew very well how dazzling the Lord of Tongtian's achievements were. They were enough to shock the world and shock the world. However, such a legendary figure should have left his name in history and be revered by the future generations. Why had his name not been recorded in the annals of history? The mysterious woman had traveled around the ancient desolation realm a long time ago. She had met many peerless figures during her travels. But she had never heard of the Lord of Tongtian's achievements. This was undoubtedly unimaginable. Moreover, the mysterious woman didn't know any of the figures represented by the 1008 tombs in the cemetery. Martial Dao calendar. Martial Dao calendar. Why do I feel vaguely familiar with it, but I can't remember it? The mysterious woman murmured. She was sure that there had never been a method to calculate the year of the martial Dao calendar in the ancient desolation realm. Obviously, what the Lord of Tongtian had experienced didn't happen in the ancient desolation realm, and it was very likely that it had nothing to do with the starry sky ancient path. Lin Sun, who was standing next to her, thought, could it be that the Lord of Tongtian came from the other side of the starry sky? As far as he knew, the heaven-accessing secret area was brought by his mother, Luo Qingxuan, and Master Lu from the other side of the starry sky. Both Lin Sun and the mysterious woman were lost in thought. The graveyard was filled with chaotic immortal mist, and 9 tombs stood erect, as if they had been here since time immemorial. Suddenly, a strange wave spread in the ancient graveyard like a tide. Lin Sun felt the scene in front of him suddenly change, and when his vision cleared up, he couldn't help but be stunned. The ancient graveyard was gone, and so was the mysterious woman. He seemed to have appeared in another strange world. This place was filled with luxuriant grass and luxuriant ancient trees. A thatched hut was located there, and a clear stream flowed around the thatched hut like a jade belt. The air was filled with holy and pure chaotic immortal mist, and it was like a paradise. A majestic figure stood in front of the thatched cottage with his hands clasped behind his back. He wore a wide-sleeved white robe, and his long hair was loose. His appearance was simple and unsophisticated, like a real immortal who didn't eat the food of the mortal world. But there was an invisible momentum around him, as if he was the ruler of the 9 heavens, looking down on all the heavens. It was that majestic figure. No, it was the Skirich master, Lin Sun almost blurted out. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't expect that everything would change in the blink of an eye. As for himself, he had finally met the true Lord of Skyspan. Over the years, there have been many people who have passed the 9 gates of the great path of green clouds, but you are the only one who has been able to open that door. The Skirich master smiled, as if he had been waiting for Lin Sun. His voice also carried a strange calming power, like the morning bell and evening drum, causing people to unconsciously feel close to him upon hearing it. Come here, fated person. The Skirich master sat down at a stone table in front of the thatched cottage, took out a teapot and 2 teacups, and began to brew tea. Lin Sun was stunned for a while, and then he took a deep breath, tried to keep calm, and walked over. Junior Lin Sun greets Senior. Lin Sun cupped his hands. Take a seat. Don't stand on ceremony. You were chosen by the heaven accessing place and successfully arrived here, so you are fated to meet me. As the Skirich Lord spoke, he handed Lin Sun a cup of steaming hot tea that emanated a fragrant aroma. What you see in front of you is only a strand of wool imprint that I left behind. The real me. Haha, perhaps it has already disappeared from this world. When he spoke up to hear, he smiled light-heartedly and spoke in a heroic manner. All those years ago, I'd once seen the eternal star path, and life and death were no different than floating clouds to me. Being able to meet a fated person at this moment is sufficient to comfort my entire life. For a moment, Lin Sun didn't know what to say, and his emotions surged. Even though he was only looking at the wool brand of the Skyspan Lord, he was still shaken to the core. This was a legendary figure that could shake the world. In the past, at least 1,000 emperors and above had lost to him. The Skirich Lord suddenly stopped smiling and said seriously, "Little guy, let me ask you, are you willing to take me as your master?" Lin Sun's fingers trembled, and the teacup in his hand almost fell. His expression became very interesting. He had never expected the Skirich Lord to be so direct. Moreover, the Skirich Lord was offering an opportunity that every cultivator in the world dreamed of, taking him as their master. For a moment, Lin Sun was stunned. The Skirich Lord couldn't help laughing. He seemed to find Lin Sun's reaction amusing. He said, "Boy, you have no idea how difficult it is to enter this place." As he spoke, he told Lin Sun the reason. In this world, those who could obtain the heaven accessing place were all people with great luck. However, after obtaining the heaven accessing place, one must first pass the test of the green cloud path. These tests were aimed at understanding, potential, talent, state of mind, strength, fighting skills, and so on. Passing through these tests was equivalent to going through a series of selections. Those who could stand out were all the most amazing peerless figures in the world. Only then could one truly reach the heaven accessing door. And this door was the most difficult one. For example, Xianxia in primitive times was a peerless swordsman who was so amazing that even the mysterious woman felt sorry for him. However, in the end, he could only push open a small gap. Lin Sun, on the other hand, was the only person who had pushed open this door since the beginning of the heaven accessing place. That was why the Skirich Lord had directly said that he wanted to take Lin Sun as his disciple. Only then did Lin Sun realize that all the tests he had gone through were just a means for the Skirich Lord to take him as his disciple. "If you are willing, you can take me as your master now. As long as you open your mind, I can fuse everything I have learned in this life into a mark and leave it in your heart." The Skirich Lord's voice was gentle and his smile was warm. It was obvious that he was very happy and did not conceal his admiration for Lin Sun. Lin Sun couldn't help but be tempted. After witnessing the scenes in the graveyard, he had long since determined that the Skirich Lord was absolutely an unimaginably powerful existence. In his cultivation career, more than 1,000 experts no weaker than the martial emperor realm had been defeated by him. If he could take the Skirich Lord as his master, which cultivator in the world could refuse? However, after thinking silently for a long time, Lin Sun sighed and said, "To tell you the truth, I already have a master. As for the matter of taking him as my master..." Before Lin Sun could finish speaking, the Skirich Lord couldn't help but throw his head back and burst into laughter. His voice was filled with unparalleled arrogance. "Little fellow, in the world, besides me, who else is qualified to pass on the Tao to you?" The Skirich Lord's words were filled with disdain for all the heroes of the world. Lin Sun thought for a moment, but in the end, he shook his head and said, "This has nothing to do with strength. Moreover, I have cultivated for so long, and I already have my own Tao path." In other words, he did not lack any guidance to pass on the Tao. The Skirich Lord was stunned. He looked at Lin Sun in surprise and said, "Little fellow, are you serious? You should know that you only need to nod your head and you will inherit my mantle. In the future, not to mention becoming an emperor, it will not be difficult for you to surpass the martial emperor realm." To his surprise, Lin Sun shook his head again and said apologetically, "I have disappointed you, senior." The smile on the Skirich Lord's face disappeared. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, "I never thought that there would be such a strange young man like you in the world. Moreover, you just had to come here. Heh, fate makes fools of people. Is my mantle going to end here? His voice was filled with loneliness and desolation. Lin Sun could not bear it, but before he could say anything, the Skirich Lord said, "Little fellow, this strand of my will is about to disappear. Even if you do not take me as your master, can you accept my inheritance? In the future, when you find a fated person, can you help me accept him as my disciple?" At the end of his words, he could not help but laugh at himself. How about? I beg you? How could Lin Sun still refuse when the Skirich Lord had already said so? However, just as he was about to nod his head, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Don't agree to him. This fellow is no longer the true Skirich Lord. The mysterious woman's figure appeared extremely far away. Her face was cold. What? Lin Sun's expression changed drastically. At the same time, the Skirich Lord frowned and said unhappily, How dare you? I want to accept a disciple. How dare you, a little remnant soul, speak such nonsense? You have a death wish. Before the Skirich Lord's voice died away, he waved his sleeve. Boom, the mysterious woman's body seemed to be engulfed by a terrifying force. Before she could react, she suddenly disappeared. Lin Sun was horrified, and his scalp went numb. He knew very well how powerful the mysterious woman was. But now, she could not withstand a single blow from the Skirich Lord. Silence fell. The Skirich Lord sighed softly, I am indeed no longer myself. I am just a strand of my will. Don't be alarmed, little fellow. Open your mind and accept the inheritance. The voice seemed to have a magical power that calmed Lin Sun's mind and made him want to obey. It was as if a family member was nagging at him. But soon, Lin Sun bit the tip of his tongue and sobered up completely. He stared at the Skirich Lord and said, Senior, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I cannot comply. Farewell. With that, he tried to get up. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not move his body. He was completely imprisoned. He could not even lift a finger. His expression immediately changed. At the same time, the Skirich Lord looked disappointed. As he sipped on his tea, he murmured, I just wanted to accept a disciple and pass on my mantle. Then, I would fight my way to the eternal star path. Why did I wait for so many years, only to receive such an idiot? His voice was also filled with disappointment, as if he was extremely disappointed. But now, there was a trace of coldness and awe-inspiring between his eyebrows. He was like a terrifying ancient demon god, completely different from before. Before, he had been heroic and handsome, with his hair and beard fluttering in the wind. He had the aura of an immortal or a god, as if he was above the common populace. His actions were bold and unrestrained, making people feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. But now, his aura was terrifying to the extreme. Lin Sun felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and his whole body went cold. How could he have imagined that what lay behind the Skirich door was not some supreme good fortune or opportunity? Instead, it was a terrifying and treacherous will imprint, or perhaps the mysterious woman was right. The Skirich Lord before him was no longer the real him. Isn't it good that I bestow you with good fortune and pass on my mantle to you? Why do you keep rejecting me? In the past, no one has ever dared to embarrass me like this. The Skirich Lord looked at Lin Sun and said in a low voice, Young man, let me tell you something that you don't like to hear. If I were alive, I wouldn't even take a glance at a person like you. You're too insignificant. Lin Sun's expression was cloudy and uncertain. He forcibly suppressed the throbbing and shock in his heart and said directly, Tell me, what do you want to do? Take me as your disciple, said the Skirich Lord without hesitation. I'll fuse all my wisdom, experience, and knowledge into your body. When that time comes, who in all the heavens can do anything to you? Who would dare to look down on you? At the end of his words, he suddenly stood up, his wide sleeves fluttering in the wind. There was an indescribable fanaticism between his eyebrows. When that time comes, you'll carry on my will and embark on the supreme path of cultivation. You'll break through the gate of stars again, kill your way to the eternal star path, and kill all your enemies. His voice was like thunder, and his killing intent pierced the sky. Of course, there are great opportunities in the Skirich door. However, the Skirich Lord is no longer the real him. This will imprint can be regarded as a dark obsession of the Skirich Lord. The Lord of Skirich's demeanor was wild, as if he had gone mad. Lin Sun suddenly calmed down. How could the Lord of Skirich be such a gloomy, ruthless, and crazy person? The mysterious woman was right. He was no longer the Lord of Skirich, but just a strand of his will that had been waiting here for a long time. If the real Lord of Skirich was still alive, how could he have pinned all his hopes on taking in a disciple? In other words, the Lord of Skirich's original intention was to leave a strand of his will to pass on his mantle. That was why he left the heaven-accessing place, waiting for the destined one to open the door. Of course, the Heavenspan Lord could never have imagined that, after waiting for so many years, the will mark he had left behind would completely change. This strand of will inherited the Lord of Skirich's obsession with the eternal star path, but it did not inherit the Lord of Skirich's state of mind. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun said, "If I don't agree, you won't get what you want even if you kill me." The Lord of Skirich's smile faded, and he stared at Lin Sun coldly. "It doesn't matter whether you agree or not. In a moment, I will integrate my wisdom into your mind, my will into your body, and my inheritance into your cultivation. In short, you will be me, and I will be you. You and I will be master and disciple. We will live together in this world and cultivate together. I will help you kill your enemies, and we will kill my enemies together. In the end, we will reach the extreme of the Great Way, control all Tao, and become the master of all heavens." The Lord of Skirich's expression became fanatical, even crazy. "At that time, if you want to leave me, I will give you another body." Hearing this, Lin Sun felt a chill in his body and mind. Was this possession? No, this was to leave his wisdom, mind, and will behind, and then completely integrate with the other and share a body. But how could he still be himself at that time? Lin Sun said coldly. "I never could have guessed that the mighty Lord of Heavenspan was such a peerless and lofty figure when he was alive. He roamed the many heavens, hoping to be defeated. Who could have guessed that after he died, the wisp of will he left behind would choose to betray him? How sad." The Skyspan Lord's expression was cold and indifferent. "There's no point in trying to goad me into action. You're right. When I was alive, I was indeed different from who I am now. But that doesn't matter anymore. As long as I can reopen the gate of stars and fight my way to the eternal path of stars, so what if I betray everyone in the world? My disciple, this is a supreme fortune that you should have enjoyed. With me fusing into your body, you'll definitely be able to trample the heavens beneath your feet in the future." At this point, the Skirich master smiled faintly. "My dear disciple, once you experience the power I can bring you, you will no longer hate me." Whoosh, his figure suddenly turned into a ray of light and drilled into Lin Sun's eyebrows. At this moment, Lin Sun had no time to react. Coupled with the fact that his body was completely imprisoned, he was destined to be unable to resist. He could only watch everything happen helplessly. Even Lin Sun was sure that even if he resisted, it would be futile in the face of such an unimaginably terrifying existence. A piercing pain came from his soul. Lin Sun had no time to think. It was as if his soul had been torn apart by a sharp awl, and an incomparably terrifying cold current rushed into his soul. At the same time, a similar terrifying power was madly attacking his body and mind. It wanted to occupy his body and seize his Taoist heart. The most frightening thing was that from beginning to end, Lin Sun was unable to resist at all. He could only quietly feel everything happening. While his mind was still clear, Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh at himself. The mysterious woman had bitterly waited for a big secret for countless years, an opportunity that he himself had been looking forward to. In the end, it turned out to be a great disaster. Who could have thought of it? Gradually, an incomparably painful feeling of tearing apart surged from his soul, body, and mind. Lin Sun's consciousness began to blur. It was an indescribable feeling of powerlessness and helplessness. Buzz, suddenly, a strange, blazing, obscure torrent of energy was produced in the spiritual vein in Lin Sun's chest, and it spread out. Almost at the same time, the Lord of Skirich's shocked, confused, and angry roar rang out. "The great abyss devours the sky. No, how is this possible? How is this possible?" Lin Sun's originally blurry consciousness suddenly became a little clearer, and he saw a glimmer of hope again. Could it be that his talent was enough to make the Lord of Skirich, a wisp of willpower, afraid? All the terrifying attacks came to an abrupt end at this moment. The Lord of Skirich's voice trembled as if he had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. He seemed to be in disbelief and unwilling to accept it. Impossible, impossible. This boy, he's actually my descendant. Boom, in an instant, Lin Sun felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Luo Tongtian, descendant, could the Lord of Skirich be an ancestor of his mother Luo Qingxuan's bloodline? This was so sudden that Lin Sun, whose consciousness was already blurry, felt completely blank and at a loss. This guy who wanted to take everything from him was actually his relative. The absurdity of the world and the tricks of fate were nothing more than this. Damn heaven. You caused me to suffer a crushing defeat in the eternal star path, and now you want to destroy my last hope of revenge. How cruel. The Lord of Skirich's voice was filled with incomparable anger, sorrow, and hatred. Perhaps even he did not expect that the young man whom he had waited for countless years to finally push open the door to have in his body, the blood of his bloodline flowed in his body. Is this the consequence of opening the path of stars? Is this revenge against me? Otherwise, why would you arrange for this boy to push open the door? Why? Damn it, I don't believe it. I'm no longer Luo Tongtian. I'm just a wisp of obsession. Moreover, I'm passing on my teachings to my descendants. Yes, I'm passing on my teachings. Only my descendants are worthy of fighting on the eternal star path with me. Lord Skyspan held, gasping for breath. He seemed to be on the verge of going berserk. Boom, almost at the same time, the terrible pain erupted again, and Lin Sun almost fainted. He was shocked and angry, and he completely understood. Even though the Lord of Skirich was related to him by blood, the Lord of Skirich in front of him was no longer the Lord of Skirich in the past. In order to fight on the eternal star path again, this wisp of obsession, which had completely betrayed the Lord of Skirich, was clearly going to attack him at all costs. Whoosh, the origin spirit vein glowed, and strange and obscure fluctuations flowed through it. However, it was no longer able to resist the invasion of that terrible power. Helplessness and unwillingness welled up in Lin Sun's heart again. The most absurd and cruel thing in the world was actually happening to him. Lin Sun did not know how to describe his feelings at this moment. Kid, since you are my descendant, you should know that I'm only doing this for your own good. I won't harm you. In the future, when I become the sole ruler of all heavens, I will return everything to you, and let you enjoy eternity with me. The Lord of Skirich's voice was hoarse and low. Obviously, he had regained his composure. There was a touch of guilt in his words, as well as a kind of determination that he would not give up until he achieved his goal. I'm not your descendant. You are just a wisp of obsession that betrayed me, a mad dog that is worse than trash. Lin Sun gritted his teeth and cursed. His mind began to show signs of collapse, and his consciousness began to blur. He really could not hold on any longer. Oh, what a strong and unyielding character. You are indeed my descendant. The Lord of Skirich exclaimed. However, his actions became more and more violent. He also had the devouring abyss in those days. It was with this Tao that he plundered all the Tao in the world for his own use, and defeated all the enemies in the heavens, and it was also because he knew the mystery of the devouring abyss that he calmed down at this moment. Another idea came to him. Could it be that God is helping me? It must be. Perhaps God can't bear to see me fail miserably, and wants to give me a hand to fight on the eternal star path again. The power of Lin Sun's origin spirit vein was about to break through and completely occupy his mind, soul, and will. A wisp of tranquil, vast, and bizarre aura suddenly emerged in Lin Sun's body. At this moment, the Lord of Skirich's movements came to an abrupt halt. The power distributed in Lin Sun's body also seemed to be startled, and suddenly gathered in one place. Who is it? The Lord of Skirich roared. At this moment, his power was entrenched in Lin Sun's mind, but no matter how hard he searched, he could not find the source of that bizarre aura. Buzz, but soon, one after another, mysterious ancient characters, which seemed to be cast by the Great Way, emerged in Lin Sun's mind like a dream and illusion. Stepping on the starry Han shoes, I stroll up the Kunlun mountains. Lifting my sleeves to embrace the sun and moon, the heavens enter my palms. I come from the mortal world, and lightly knock on the longevity gate. The wonderful method reveals one's nature, and the Tao is given to the predestined one. This was a Taoist hymn, flowing with sacred and vast light. But in the eyes of the Lord of Skirich, it was as if he was looking at the most terrifying existence in the world. he suddenly roared furiously, "A Taoist hymn of importation! Which bastard dares to leave such a mark in the body of my queen Luo Tongtian?" A Taoist hymn of importation was a kind of mark left behind when imparting knowledge. It represented the master's recognition of his disciple, and the person who possessed this Taoist hymn was the rightful successor of the master of the Taoist hymn. You want to forcibly seize the cultivation of the successor of my mountain of innermost heart with a mere mark of your will? You're overestimating yourself. Back off. An ethereal laughter rang out like a breeze, and the voice was like the Tao, ethereal and traceless. Before the voice had died away, the Taoist hymn that appeared in Lin Sun's mind was like a giant net made of Taoist characters, and it enveloped the power of the Lord of Skirich. Boom, the Lord of Skirich retreated without hesitation. He sensed extreme danger, and if he did not retreat, he would be imprisoned and erased in an instant. Whoosh! The next moment, the figure of the Lord of Skirich appeared outside Lin Sun's body, but his face had already turned livid and incomparably grim. Almost immediately, he saw a pagoda that seemed to be made of glazed divine gold fly out of Lin Sun's body, spinning in the void, and shining brightly. The pagoda was octagonal in shape and exuded a jade-like divine golden light. It was sacred and boundless. It floated in the void as if it could suppress the past and present. The great Tao is endless. The Skyspan Lord narrowed his eyes. With his strength, he could clearly see a line of Tao characters imprinted on the surface of the great Tao's endless pagoda. Each stroke was like a natural convergence of the great Tao. However, there were several ancient characters that were incomplete, making it impossible to read. But the Skyspan Lord could see them. Or rather, he remembered the origin of the pagoda. The great Tao's endless pagoda. You're the old man who sat on the cloud mat of the 9 heavens and held the great Tao's horsetail whisk. You're not a Buddhist, not a Taoist, not a Confucian, and not a demon. There was a hint of surprise in his voice. A dust-laden memory surfaced in the Skyspan Lord's mind. A long, long time ago, he had searched the heavens and traversed the boundless starfields just to find a worthy opponent. He remembered that it was one of the 4 great ancient Tao ruins, the bottomless ruins. He had fought with a martial emperor who lived in seclusion there. Later, although the martial emperor had been defeated by him, the martial emperor had smiled and said, "If that senior in the bottomless ruins were to make a move, you would definitely lose." At that time, the Skyspan Lord had been skeptical. He had searched the bottomless ruins and experienced countless dangers, but in the end, he had come up empty-handed. Just when he thought that the senior the martial emperor had spoken of didn't exist, however, a voice rang in his ears. "I saw everything you did before, but you couldn't even see where I was. How could you even talk about a duel? Even if you fought, you had no chance of winning." That one sentence caused the Skyspan Lord's body to stiffen as if he had suffered the heaviest blow. Just before he left the bottomless ruins, he had caught a glimpse of a figure sitting high above the 9 heavens, holding a horsetail whisk and controlling a pagoda. His power was boundless. In just one glance, the figure had disappeared. But the Skyspan Lord would never forget that experience. He had tried to divine that figure countless times, but in the end, he had come up empty-handed. A very long time later, when he was a practically invincible existence beneath the heavens, he finally understood how terrifying the cultivation of that figure he saw all those years ago was. However, at that time, he'd resolved to enter the eternal star path and search for a great fortune that was truly eternal, so he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to anything else. According to his ambition, if he were to see that figure again in the future, he would definitely have another contest and compete with him. It was a pity that he had failed in the eternal star path. As for the competition, there was no way to talk about it. Never could the Lord of Heavenspan have imagined that, after all these years, his descendant would be carrying the same pagoda. For a time, he was stunned, and an indescribable feeling surged in his heart. After waiting for countless years, he had thought that he had found a hope that would allow him to kill his way back to the Eternal Star Road. In the end, it was the descendant who had the blood of his bloodline flowing in his veins. It was like fate was toying with him, and it seemed like it had been predetermined a long time ago. It caused a figure like him to be unable to help but lose control and find it difficult to control himself. But in the end, he'd still hardened his heart. For the sake of achieving his desire, he didn't care about anything else. But who would have imagined that he would discover a Tao teaching Gatha left behind by the person who had once dealt him the heaviest blow in the past on his descendant? this seemed like an indistinct karma, and it caused the Lord of Heavenspan to be unable to help but wonder if this was a form of revenge. Is it because I've destroyed the door of stars, and that's why the Lord of Heavenspan is unable to tolerate my rise again? Fellow Taoist, karma and retribution aren't difficult for you. You're the one who's making things difficult for yourself. The Grand Tao Tower flowed with a divine glow, and it emanated an ethereal and indistinct voice that sounded like a cool breeze. Bullshit. The Lord of Heavenspan was furious, and his eyes almost split apart from rage. I persisted in pursuing the Tao, yet the damnable heavens refused to allow me to enter the eternal star road again. How could it be that I've taken things too hard? Bang, the Grand Tao Tower glowed, and it emanated a boundless and blazing glow of the Tao that was boundless and heavy as it smashed down. With a thump, the Lord of Heavenspan was directly suppressed, and he knelt on the ground. This peerless figure who had once conquered the heavens and sought only to be defeated was actually unable to withstand a single strike from the Grand Tao Tower, even though he wasn't the Lord of Heavenspan from back then, and was only a strand of will imprint that had turned into madness. Not long ago, he had defeated the mysterious woman with a flick of his sleeve. From this, it could be seen that the power of the Grand Tao Tower wasn't something a strand of will like him could resist. What are you doing? The Lord of Heavenspan was enraged, and he wanted to rise up and attack, but his body was firmly suppressed by the boundless light of the Tao. Moreover, as the light of the Tao poured down, his body was slowly being obliterated. A strand of stubborn will. If the Lord of Heavenspan from back then had seen this, I wouldn't even need to do anything. You would have been wiped out with a flip of your hand. The ethereal and clear voice resounded once more from within the Grand Tao Tower. Just who are you? The Lord of Heavenspan roared, his eyes bloodshot, and he looked incomparably ferocious. I'm just a strand of the aura of a teaching Taohim. If you hadn't tried to steal my legacy, I wouldn't have appeared. So you're the Lord of Minuscule Mountain? Since you're my master, why can't you tolerate me? Is it wrong for me to pass on my Tao to my descendants? The Lord of Heavenspan's body was collapsing, and he was on the verge of disappearing. However, he wasn't willing to accept this, and continued to struggle and howl. You can leave your Tao behind, but your obsession must be eliminated. The ethereal voice sounded like a decree from the highest ruler of the 9 heavens. It was ethereal and calm, but it left no room for doubt. The Lord of Heavenspan laughed mournfully. At the end of the day, you're just like the villainous heavens. You can't tolerate me. Ha ha ha. This dog's hit great Tao made me wait for countless years, but in the end, it was all for naught. Naught. Ha ha ha. His voice was filled with boundless unwillingness and hatred. If your true self were here, you would never say such words. In the end, you're just a strand of obsession. It's laughable that you're lamenting in vain. From the beginning to the end, the indistinct voice was ethereal and peaceful. The Lord of Heavenspan's figure became more and more transparent, blurring more and more. Before he disappeared, he suddenly revealed a mocking smile and said in a hoarse voice, "This pagoda is damaged. It must have suffered a great calamity. I'm just a strand of obsession, but what are you? You're just a strand of the aura of a teaching him. If you're really the Lord of Minuscule Mountain, why did my descendant come to the heaven accessing place to hone his Tao?" At the end of his words, he seemed to realize something and burst out laughing. Let me guess, your true self hasn't died like me, right? Ha ha ha, that must be the case. The villainous heavens haven't let me off, so when will they let you off? The voice stopped abruptly. The Lord of Heavenspan's figure completely collapsed, turning into a rain of light that lingered in the void, sparkling and resplendent. This was the Tao left by the Lord of Heavenspan, and it was where his mantle lay. Whoosh, the Tower of Endless Tao glowed, and the sparkling Tao poured into the body of Lin Sun, who had long been in a coma, and integrated into his mind. Magically, a star atlas emerged in Lin Sun's mind, absorbing all the sparkling Tao, and then disappeared again. Villainous heavens? It doesn't exist at all. You've never understood what Tao is eternal means. The ethereal voice let out a sigh. Vaguely, an ethereal figure seemed to walk out of the Tower of Endless Tao. It came to Lin Sun, who was in a coma, and slightly bowed down. Back then, that man's style was unparalleled. I thought he could succeed, but I never thought he would be defeated by a strand of obsession. Well, let his Tao be inherited by his descendant. As long as the Tao exists, the Tao fire will never die out. Immediately, the ethereal figure disappeared abruptly. The Tower of Endless Tao suddenly turned into a ray of light and returned to Lin Sun's body. Everything that had happened earlier was like an unreal illusion, and it didn't leave a single trace behind. Lin Sun seemed to have had a strange dream. In the dream, he heard the furious roar of the Lord of Tongtian, with unwillingness and despair. Then, there was a burst of crazy laughter. Then, he saw a vast starry sky, in which countless stars circulated, the galaxy reversed, and the vast Zhou void. A stalwart figure was developing Tao in the starry sky. With loose sleeves and a wide belt, his hair was loose, and his appearance was simple and elegant. He was majestic and heroic, like the ruler of all heavens. Every move he made attracted the power of Tao, making the boundless starry sky tremble, the vast Zhou void resonate, and the sound of Tao resound throughout the world. Lin Sun had a strong intuition that it was Luo Tongtian, the real master of Tongtian, and not the stubborn Will imprint, because only the real Lord of Tongtian was qualified to have that kind of peerless style and invincible aura. Gradually, the dream became blurred. The Lord of Tongtian, the boundless Zhou void and the stars in the starry sky, finally turned into a strange star atlas symbol. Then, it suddenly exploded, turning into a dazzling rain of light. Lin Sun, who was in a coma, suddenly woke up. He sat up and looked around, only to find that everything had changed. The thatched hut with lush flowers and trees, the gurgling stream, and the will imprint of the Lord of Tongtian were gone. In all directions, there were tombs one after another. There were a total of 1,009 tombs. Except for the last one, there were all kinds of strange objects placed on the stone tables in front of the other tombs. It was that cemetery. Lin Sun was stunned. Could it be that everything that he had experienced before was all a dream, but it was too real? No, this was definitely not a dream. Lin Sun took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. At this moment, he felt a ripple in his mind. Then, all kinds of mysterious power of inheritance appeared in his mind. In a trance, Lin Sun seemed to see the vast starry sky again, with billions of stars flowing in it, and a peerless figure developing Tao in it. Thanks to 46961842 for the tip. Zhou trembled, and the stars resonated. The Skirich Lord's imposing figure was like the incarnation of the Great Path. Every move he made was filled with the mysterious and unfathomable power of the Great Path. In Lin Sun's mind, all kinds of comprehension of the Great Path surged like a raging torrent. In the end, the Skirich Lord's figure suddenly came to a halt. He stretched out his right arm into the void and gently pointed. Billions of stars suddenly exploded and were annihilated. The vast Zhou void shattered like glass and vanished into thin air. Boom! At the same time, the terrifying power that emerged from the explosion of the Zhou Su and the destruction of the stars was all swallowed into the Skirich Lord's body. His power was suddenly much more terrifying than before. His figure was like a huge black hole in the universe. The place where he stood was already a void, but as he took a step forward, the void was also swallowed up and split open. After that, the mysterious eternal star path appeared. All the comprehension came to an abrupt end. Lin Sun suddenly woke up with a start. An inheritance was clearly imprinted in his mind: devour the heavens and devour the earth, seize the power of the Zhou Su for my use. The Zhou Su is boundless, my power is boundless, my body is boundless, my magic is boundless. All kinds of mysterious and obscure inheritance rippled and turned into the boundless devouring scripture. This was a core inheritance of the Great Path. It was a true scripture of the Great Path that the Skirich Lord had created after countless years of conquest. Moreover, the core of this scripture was the talent devouring the abyss. It could be said that this boundless devouring scripture was a supreme scripture that the Skirich Lord had created specifically for the devouring the abyss. In the past, the Skirich Lord, who had mastered this scripture, had defeated many powerhouses in the heavens. If it were any other cultivator, even if they obtained this scripture, they would not be able to comprehend its mysteries. Because without the talent of the devouring the abyss, everything would be in vain. But for Lin Sun, cultivating this scripture was not difficult at all. His entire body's legacy, his lifetime of experience, all merged into this scripture. When he was alive, the Skirich Lord truly lived up to his reputation as an outstanding existence that could shake both ancient and modern times. After silently comprehending it for a long time, Lin Sun could not help but sigh with emotion. This boundless devouring scripture was not just a simple cultivation technique. It contained the dissection of the grand Tao, the comprehension of the path towards the Tao, the elaboration of Tao arts. It could be said to be extensive, profound, and unprecedentedly rare. But the drawbacks were also obvious. Without the devouring abyss talent, it would be impossible to comprehend it. "You're awake?" A cold voice rang in Lin's ears, awakening him from his contemplation. He raised his head and saw that the mysterious woman had come to his side. The graveyard was empty, and the tomb stood towering like a forest. The mysterious woman's figure was coiled with strands of the light of the Tao. Her figure was slender and graceful, and she was like a celestial that had descended to the mortal world. Her appearance was impossible to see. Even so, it still gave Linson a sense of sacredness. "You've been unconscious for a month," the mysterious woman added. Linson was in a daze. A month had passed when he woke up from a dreamlike experience. "Senior, you weren't killed by the Lord of Heavenspan's obsession?" Linson clearly remembered that it was the mysterious woman's warning that had prevented him from directly agreeing to the Skirich master's proposal to take him in as a disciple. But it was also because of this that the mysterious woman had been blown away by the Skirich master's blow and disappeared. At that time, Linson had thought that the mysterious woman had met with misfortune. This heaven-accessing place is a treasure left by him. Although he's just an obsession, he's like a dominator here. Even I'm destined to be no match for him. But it's also very difficult for him to kill me. The mysterious woman's voice was cold and emotionless, as if she was talking about a trivial matter that had nothing to do with her. Linson breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Senior, is the world behind the gate to heaven disappointing?" The mysterious woman said, "Misfortune and fortune depend on each other. After this disaster, I remember some things that happened a long time ago." She looked at Linson and said, "And you, after going through a great tribulation, didn't you also obtain a great opportunity?" Linson was silent for a moment, and then he nodded with a sigh. Although he had nearly lost his life when he pushed open the gate to heaven, he had also obtained some unexpected benefits. He finally knew that the Skirich master's original name was Luo Tongtian. He was an ancestor of his mother's bloodline and had a close blood relationship with him. The legacy left by the Skirich master was called the Infinite Devouring Scripture, and now he had obtained it. However, no matter how hard Linson thought about it, he couldn't remember how the wisp of the Skirich Lord's will had been erased. Vaguely, he only vaguely remembered that the Taoist hymn inherited from Fengsuan Mountain once resounded in his heart. "Is it the Great Tao Bottomless Tower?" Linson was in a trance. Back in the ultimate ruins, that Taoist hymn, which seemed to be made of the Great Tao, had been kept in the Great Tao Bottomless Tower. Over the years, it had never appeared even once. Even when Linson personally went to investigate, he couldn't find the aura of this Taoist hymn. It seemed to have disappeared in the Great Tao Bottomless Tower. Who would have thought that after so many years, this Taoist hymn would resound in his heart again? This made Linson vaguely feel that his survival might have something to do with this Taoist hymn that had disappeared in the Great Tao Bottomless Tower. Apart from this, Linson also had another most mysterious gain, the Star Atlas symbol that had merged into his heart and disappeared, but now, Linson still didn't know the function of this Star Atlas symbol. He could only roughly infer that this thing might have something to do with the mysterious eternal star path. The secret in this door has been opened, and the power in it is fading. In less than 1,000 years, this heaven-accessing place will disappear. Completely. The mysterious woman said, "During this period, I plan to do closed-door training here." She looked at the nearby graveyard. There were 1,009 graves here. Apart from one that was empty, there was a stone table in front of each grave. There were all sorts of strange objects enshrined on the stone tables. To ordinary cultivators, this ancient graveyard was nothing more than a monument to the Lord of Heavenspan's countless years of battles, and the glory he had accumulated. But in the eyes of the mysterious woman, each grave was full of mystery. Only those above the Emperor realm could see through the mystery. Closed-door training? Linson was surprised. "I told you a long time ago that I'm just a lonely ghost with no memory. I've been waiting in front of this door for a long time, just to get back my memory and know who I am." The mysterious woman said, "The power in this cemetery can help me." Linson suddenly came to understand. "Take this thing." In the future, you can no longer enter and exit the heaven accessing place as before. But you just need to activate this jade hairpin, and I will appear. The mysterious woman threw a jade hairpin to Lin Sun while saying. The jade hairpin was simple and unadorned. It was made of a mysterious pure black jade, with a character she engraved on it. Holding it in his hand, Lin Sun felt warm and cool. I've gained a lot of advantages in opening the gate to heaven this time. Before the gate to heaven disappears, if you encounter a matter of life and death, you can ask me to help you. The mysterious woman said, remember, it's a matter of life and death. You already have the way you want to pursue, and you've also seen through the essence of not being trapped by external things. So you can do whatever you want, but don't go beyond the rules. In short, you can regard me as your Taoist protector. Lin Sun nodded and carefully took the jade hairpin. External things, or external forces, were also a part of one's combat power, such as treasures, the power of one's sect, the power of one's friends. If one blindly insisted on solving all problems with his own strength and despised and rejected external forces, he would fall into a rut and become inferior. As the mysterious woman said, he could do whatever he wanted as long as he didn't go beyond the rules. Next, I'll send you away. Do you have any other questions? The mysterious woman said. Lin Sun glanced at the tombs and suddenly said, Senior, you said before that you've never heard of the Lord of Tongtian in the ancient Desolation realm, and you don't know the big shots behind these tombs who were defeated by the Lord of Tongtian. After a pause, he continued, according to my speculation, the Lord of Tongtian and the figures represented by those tombs should all come from the other side of the starry sky. The mysterious woman was stunned, and a strange look appeared in her eyes. The other side of the starry sky, Lin Sun continued, there's also that empty tomb. I think it was left behind by the Skyspan Master for himself. I saw him with my own eyes, hefting a bronze coffin as he strode off into the distance. As for whether he's dead or alive, no one knows. You suspect that he's still alive? The mysterious woman asked in surprise. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep, I can't say for sure. Then, Lin Sun bid farewell and planned to leave. The mysterious woman didn't ask him to stay. She waved her sleeve, and an invisible force wrapped around Lin Sun and brought him out of this place. Remember, my name is. This was the voice of the mysterious woman that Lin Sun heard before he left the heaven-accessing secret land. Lin Sun remembered the jade hairpin that he had received as a gift. The word she was engraved on it as well. It turned out that this was her name. On an island in the star-chest sea. In a wooden house, Lin Sun opened his eyes slowly. The surroundings were dark, and he could vaguely hear the sound of waves hitting the rocks. Thinking of his experience in the heaven-accessing secret land, it felt like a lifetime had passed. After a long time, Lin Sun calmed down and spread out his divine senses. On the island, Old Toad and Ah Lu were having a drinking contest. Their faces were flushed and they looked drowsy. However, both of them kept their eyes wide open, looking as if they were going to hang in there until the end. Neither of them would admit defeat. Little Silver and Little Tian were watching the battle and cheering for them. Further away, the big black bird was pacing with a big black pot on its back. Its eyes were rolling, and it glanced at Old Toad and Ah Lu from time to time, looking like a thief. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun smiled knowingly. He had no intention of coming out now. Having just obtained the mantle of the Lord of Tongtian, Lin Sun was eager to try out the mysteries of the great endless devouring scripture, which used the star obliteration sky devouring scripture as its core. Several days later, the bored Old Toad was squinting as it lay on a rock in a daze. Next to it, Ah Lu was snoring away. Little Silver was cultivating the way of the sword, and his opponent was the demonic skysplitter butterfly, Little Tian. The big black bird leaned lazily against its black pot, drinking wine. Toad, your big brother has already been in seclusion for more than a month. Why hasn't he woken up yet? I've already planned everything out. When we get to Sunset Tang Valley, the first thing I'll do is chop down that Fusang divine tree. Perhaps it was too bored, the big black bird couldn't help but speak up. This is a divine tree that has been famous since the primeval age. It contains the origin of Samadhi true fire, and its branches and leaves are like fire that can support the heavens. Every leaf is comparable to a real sun and has miraculous uses. There's also the crow nest aqua. This treasure is a specialty of Sunset Tang Valley and is regarded as one of the 9 waters of the world. If one's soul is injured, a single drop of the crow nest aqua will immediately heal the injury. It's too wonderful for words. Let me think. In the territory of that flock of golden crows, there seems to be a type of blazing sun divine stone, which is an excellent material for crafting saint-grade armor. During the primeval times, when the devil crow great emperor hadn't attained his Tao, the scorching sun divine armor he wore was refined from this item. It's capable of blocking the full-forced strike of an eminent saint stage expert, and its defensive ability is so strong that it can be said to be rare in the world. As it spoke, the big black bird's saliva almost flowed out, and its eyes were full of desire. All in all, the golden crow's heritage is extremely ancient. Over the eons, the amount of treasures accumulated by the clan is absolutely beyond imagination. The old toad cast a sidelong glance at the big black bird and sneered. Look at your face. You haven't even gone to Sunset Tang Valley yet, but you're already planning to take everything from them. You're simply too black-hearted. In cultivation, wealth, companions, techniques, and land are the most important. In the future, you'll understand what it means to regret having too little money when you need it. The big black bird heaved a long sigh. In ancient times, there was a powerful figure who had the qualifications, the foundation, and the ability to step into the emperor realm. But because his family was too poor, he didn't even have a decent tribulation treasure. In the end, when the emperor tribulation came, he was struck to death. Don't you think it was tragic? At that time, if he had a powerful treasure to protect himself, how could he have died? I'm afraid he has already become an emperor and is laughing at the heavens. Old Toad was skeptical. Really? The large black bird revealed a disdainful expression. You're ignorant, aren't you? Presently, all of you've already become saints, and the resources you require for cultivation can be said to be top-rate precious treasures in the world. Ordinary medicinal pills and spirit materials are utterly unable to satisfy your needs. Moreover, the more precious a treasure is, the rarer it is. If you don't have money in your hands, then why seek the Tao? I'm afraid you won't even be able to maintain your cultivation. Right now, you still don't have a deep understanding because you have obtained a huge amount of cultivation resources from the 9 regions battlefield, enough for you to squander and consume. However, as your cultivation increases in the future, sooner or later, there will be a time when you will be unable to make ends meet and be troubled by money. Do you know why people in the Emperor realm like you rarely stay in the Ancient Desolation realm? The key is that the cultivation resources in the Ancient Desolation realm can't meet their needs at all. The large black bird spoke with fervor and assurance, spittle flying everywhere. Old Toad laughed. In the end, it's nothing more than the wealth of the golden crow branch. But it's no use for you to be anxious now. My elder brother is still in closed-door cultivation. The large black bird complained. Your elder brother said that he wanted to go to the Sunset Tang Valley, but he hasn't taken any action yet. It's so torturous for me. Boom! At this moment, a horrible aura suddenly rushed out of the wooden house where Lin Sun was in closed-door cultivation and rushed straight to the sky. Vaguely, it was like a big abyss across the sky, covering the sky. For a moment, the spiritual energy in the nearby sea began to gather here crazily and was devoured by the vision of the big abyss. Bang, 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 in the end, the devouring power became more and more terrifying. The sea exploded, the void collapsed and twisted, and the clouds in all directions collapsed. Old Toad and the large blackbird were both shocked. Alu, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly jumped up. Little Silver and Little Tian stopped what they were doing. Both of them were shocked. Their clothes were fluttering and they could hardly keep their eyes open. They exerted all their strength to prevent themselves from being swept away by the terrible devouring power. This, Old Toad and the others all changed their expressions. This aura was too overbearing, as if it could swallow the sky and the earth, devour everything, and seize the momentum of Zhou Su for its own use. Even for them, their bodies and minds could feel a sense of oppression assaulting them. At the same time, in the wooden house, Lin Sun's figure was flowing with Taoist light and turned into the image of the big abyss. His whole body was like a black hole rotating in the depths of Zhou Su, crazily devouring all the power from all directions. A heart-palpitating, overbearing and disdainful aura spread out from his body. But soon, all this vision disappeared without a trace. Lin Sun stopped practicing and fell into deep thought. These days, he had mastered the mystery of the infinite devouring scripture preliminarily, and there was only one feeling in his heart. This inheritance was overbearing and boundless. It regarded the power of heaven and earth as its prey and devoured it for its own use. My body is endless, my Tao is endless, and so is my Dharma. This was completely different from the great path furnace scripture that Lin Sun had exhausted all his cultivation to create. The great path furnace scripture could contain all kinds of Tao and develop all kinds of Dharma. It was just like an ocean, enough to make all kinds of streams return to their origin, and not actively devour it. It was a kind of qi that could contain all ages and encompass the four seas. It had the charm of when my flower blossoms, fragrance wafts. But the infinite devouring scripture was different. The core meaning of this scripture lay in devouring, and it was a kind of overbearing invasion and plunder. As long as the power existed in the heavens, it could be devoured and refined into one's own power, thereby releasing a terrifying and boundless divine power. In terms of power and battle alone, the infinite devouring scripture was clearly superior. After all, this was a supreme inheritance that had accompanied the master of Tong Tian in his campaigns for countless years, and had defeated many emperor realm giants in the heavens. As for the great path furnace scripture, it was just a method that Lin Sun had created, a kind of foundation for cultivation. Its profound meaning hadn't been deduced to the extreme yet. However, in terms of structure and atmosphere, the great path furnace scripture was superior. This technique relied on the word tolerance. Tolerance was great. The great Tao of the heavens, all types of methods, could be merged into a single furnace. Back then, when he crossed the void and headed towards Imperial Pass Great Wall, Elder Yin had previously specially reminded Lin Sun not to reveal his own method. It was because this method had never existed since ancient times, too taboo and powerful. Even if he was targeted by an Emperor realm-old monster, they would still develop malicious intent. The most crucial thing was that Lin Sun understood extremely clearly that the great path furnace scripture's birth had previously encountered a strange and terrifying tribulation. On this point, it was something the infinite devouring scripture couldn't compare to. To put it simply, the great path furnace scripture, when it was born, already possessed an unprecedented atmosphere. However, right now, it was only in its embryonic form, and it was limited to the Saint realm, not possessing the Emperor realm's profound mysteries. Meanwhile, the infinite devouring scripture was a true perfect unmatched inheritance. Its power was terrifying, unrivaled. Moreover, the mysteries within touched upon many of the Emperor realm's mysteries. This was a true Emperor Tao precious scripture. Meanwhile, at this time, after realizing these differences, Lin Sun couldn't help but produce a bold idea. Since the great path furnace scripture could contain all Tao under the heavens, could he try to merge the infinite devouring scripture's profound mysteries within it? If this was the case, would the great path furnace scripture's power and charm undergo a world-shaking transformation? When he thought of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. He even had a powerful urge to give it a try, but in the end, he endured it. Right now, the great path furnace scripture contained the Taishan sword scripture, Calamity Dragon 9 transformations, Heavenly Origin severing, Heaven shaking 9 strikes, Void shattering finger, and other inheritances mysteries. He hadn't even completely comprehended these things yet. If he tried to contain an unmatched inheritance like the infinite devouring scripture, he would clearly be overestimating himself. Moreover, his current comprehension of the infinite devouring scripture was only at the initial stage. There were still many mysteries he hadn't truly comprehended. At this time, it really wasn't easy to try and merge this inheritance into his own method. The great sage realm is vast and boundless, which is somewhat similar to my great path furnace scripture. Perhaps it's not too late to try when I reach this realm. Lin Sun took a deep breath and finally abandoned the strong impulse in his heart. Big brother, are you going to finish your closed-door training? Outside the wooden house, the voice of Old Toad rang. Almost at the same time, the big blackbird's anxious voice came. Boy, if you don't go to Sunset Tang Valley, I will really be tortured crazy. Lin Sun was speechless. He immediately stood up and pushed the door open. Before the closed-door training, he had said that he would go to Sunset Tang Valley when he finished his closed-door training. Now it was almost the right time. Ha ha ha, boy, you finally came out. The big blackbird's eyes lit up with ecstasy. Now it's easy. Let's go and cut down the Fusang divine tree of those golden crows and let them know how powerful we are. Old Toad was a little worried. Big brother, can we really do it with our strength? Sunset Tang Valley is a sacred place. The bloodline of golden crows can survive from ancient times to the present. It's by no means easy to provoke them. Lin Sun looked calm and nodded. Don't worry, I already have a plan in mind. I don't care about other things. I only listen to Big Brother's decision. Alu strode over and grinned. In the distance, Silver and Tian also looked over from afar. These days, they had been waiting for Lin Sun's final decision. Seeing this, Lin Sun waved his hand happily. Let's go. There was no need to say any more nonsense, whether it was to save the spirit of insignificant Bao or to revenge. This time, Lin Sun was bound to go to Sunset Tang Valley. Apart from other things, Lin Sun had completely become enemies with the bloodline of golden crows in the Absolute Summit domain alone. On this day, Lin Sun and his companions, who had been silent for a long time, left Star Chess Sea and went to the territory of golden crows. Half a year had passed since the end of the Nine Regions battlefield. During this time, there was a great sensation in the ancient Desolation realm, and many people were shocked by Lin Sun's achievements in the Nine Regions battlefield. The first in the Nine Regions battlefield, this title was as dazzling as the sun in the sky. Who in the ancient Desolation realm didn't know Lin Sun's name? The winds and clouds of the world come from our generation, and he is the peak of our generation. He was Lin Sun. Whether it was the orthodoxies that hated Lin Sun or the big forces that were afraid of Lin Sun, everyone knew that in the ancient Desolation realm, Lin Sun's power was so strong that no one could suppress him. However, this didn't mean that those orthodoxies that hated Lin Sun would be afraid and lower their heads. After all, they were ancient forces with a long history. How could they lack the foundation to be fearless of a peerless saint? However, as long as they were not stupid, no big force dared to attack Lin Sun again. Lin Sun alone might not be worth too much fear, but there were already many terrifying forces standing behind him. For example, the Sun Moon Hall, the Origin Sect, the Xianwen Sword House, the Yi clan of Crepe Myrtle Mountain, and so on. It was all because Lin Sun had defended the entire ancient Desolation realm in the Nine Regions battlefield and made friends with a large number of young peerless saints. Almost all of these young peerless saints had a big force behind them. If Lin Sun was in trouble, how could those peers who had fought side by side with him in the Nine Regions battlefield remain indifferent? This was the most frightening thing for the orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation realm. Even because of this, many big forces that had been hostile to Lin Sun still had to worry about whether Lin Sun would take the initiative to retaliate. This was the influence, it was the power that Lin Sun had built up by fighting alone for many years. However, to the surprise of everyone in the ancient Desolation realm, in the 6 months after the Nine Regions battlefield came to an end, Lin Sun, such a dazzling figure in the world, seemed to have vanished into thin air, and there was no news about him. Some people said that he was meditating in seclusion. Others said that he was very likely to have left the ancient Desolation realm and returned to the mortal world, because this kind of thing had happened before. Some people even said that Lin Sun knew that he was too strong and was easily envied by God, so he chose to hide his name and live in seclusion. This was, of course, absurd. However, there were also news that Lin Sun previously borrowed Divine Secret Pavilion's power to head to Imperial Pass Great Wall, turning that place upside down. However, when this news, which was close to the truth, spread to the ancient Desolation realm, most people thought it was absurd. The reason was extremely simple. Who didn't understand that Imperial Pass Great Wall was the world of half-emperor old monsters, not to mention a peak true sage? Even if a king sage were to go, he would only be a side character, much less cause a huge ruckus. Sometimes, the truth and rumors were always so confusing. In short, half a year had passed, and the discussion about Lin Sun gradually calmed down. During this period of time, the big forces, who had been worried about Lin Sun's revenge, gradually forgot about these things. Against this background, Lin Sun and his team started their journey to Sunset Tang Valley. Sunset Tang Valley. It was the territory of the Golden Crows, and one of the famous sacred retreat lands in the ancient Desolation realm. In the sky above a magnificent palace made of golden bricks, many small golden crows spread their wings and flew. Their feathers emitted streams of flames, making them look divine and extraordinary. In the palace, Wu Hingtian sat on the central seat, alone in a daze, a trace of disappointment between his brows. He was dressed in a golden robe, his hair was gray, and his face was haggard. He was the current clan leader of the Golden Crows, a terrifying character who had shaken the world for thousands of years. However, in recent years, Wu Hingtian rarely paid attention to clan affairs. Little 7, Little 13. I will definitely avenge you in the future, Wu Hingtian murmured, a trace of grief on his face. An old servant beside him couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. Many years ago, in the absolute nightmare domain, the 7th Golden Crow Crown Prince Wu Lingdao and the 13th Crown Prince Wu Lingfei were both killed by Lin Sun. Who knew how many experts of the Golden Crow bloodline were slaughtered? Suffering the heavy blow of losing his son, every time the clan leader thought of this matter, he felt so much pain that he wanted to die. The old servant knew very well how much the clan leader wanted to kill Lin Sun, but he couldn't seize the opportunity, especially in the past 6 months. With the rise of Lin Sun as the number 1 in the 9 regions battlefield, his name shook the entire ancient desolation. This was no less than a heavy blow to the Golden Crow bloodline. At this time, no matter how much they hated Lin Sun, the Golden Crow bloodline didn't dare to act rashly. Because of this, Wu Hingtian had never been in a good mood in the past 6 months. He would often be in a daze, immersed in a mixture of hatred and sorrow. His son was killed, but he couldn't avenge it. This was simply the cruelest torture. When the absolute nightmare domain ended, the priest elder Wu Luqi attacked, but he was shot dead by this kid with 1 arrow. Outside Snow Mulberry City, all the saints gathered to besiege this kid. Priest Wu Shoutong also participated, but all the saints were killed by this kid alone. The heavens mourned for 10 days, and the entire Snow Mulberry City was dyed red with blood. Now, this kid has already become an absolute true saint, and his reputation is like the sun in the sky. Which orthodoxy dares to deal with him? Wu Hingtian sat there in a daze, his expression uncertain. And as his father, how long do I have to wait to avenge Little 7 and Little 13? The old servant consoled, my condolences, Patriarch. Wu Hingtian took a deep breath and stood up. His eyes were exquisite, and his aura was terrifying. There was no longer a trace of sorrow on his face. At this moment, he fully displayed the dignity of a patriarch. The old servant suddenly said, Patriarch, a while ago, there was news that Lin Sun appeared at the Great Wall of Imperial Pass, and even killed the number 1 person there, Gu Liangxiu. Wu Hingtian was stunned at first. And then he couldn't help but laugh loudly. If this kid really has such ability, wouldn't the entire ancient desolation respect him? Such a ridiculous rumor, I wonder which idiot spread it. It's too ridiculous. As he spoke, he strode out of the palace. A divine tree stood towering in the sky, its branches strong and sturdy, and its entire body emitted a golden flame divine radiance, as if it was burning, illuminating the entire Sunset Valley. Fusang Divine Tree, a divine tree that had been famous since ancient times, born from the source of the Samadhi true fire. Its tree reached the sky, and its leaves burned like fire. It was rumored that the place where the sun set was on this Fusang Divine Tree. Fusang Divine Tree was the clan treasure of the Golden Crow bloodline. The core mystery of the Sun scripture cultivated by the descendants of the Golden Crow bloodline came from the Tao patterns of the Fusang Divine Tree. At the same time, the leaves and roots of the Fusang Divine Tree were all rare divine materials in the world, and they were of great help to the cultivation of the Golden Crow bloodline. At the same time, the Samadhi true fire could be extracted from the Fusang Divine Tree, which was one of the most domineering divine flames in the world. Since ancient times, the Fusang Divine Tree had become the forbidden area of the Golden Crow bloodline. Very few people knew that under this tree, there was a prison that was sealed by the power of countless divine restrictions. Very few people knew that an extremely ferocious existence was imprisoned in that prison. No matter what methods the ancestors of the Golden Crow bloodline used to attack, torture, and refine him, they were unable to kill him. In the prison, it was incomparably dark and deathly silent. Wu Hingtian came with a cold expression. He stood outside the Fusang Divine Tree and looked at the bottom of the Divine Tree. Bao Spawn, are you still waiting for that little bastard to come and save you? Unfortunately, he doesn't dare to come at all. I've been waiting here bitterly for half a year, and I still haven't seen that little bastard. He spoke, and his voice was transmitted into the dark prison that was sealed. Boom! Suddenly, a monstrous ferocious aura surged out from the deathly silent prison. It was as if a demonic god that had been silent for thousands of years had awakened at this moment. At this moment, the towering Fusang divine tree trembled violently. Golden light flowed, and divine flames surged. Vaguely, a figure sat up in the dark prison. His eyes were filled with endless ferociousness and hatred. But very soon, he laughed loudly. As long as this kid doesn't die, he will definitely come. Wu Hengtian's expression was cold, and his heart moved. Whoosh streaks of golden whips formed by the power of the restrictions lashed down fiercely, causing the skin of the figure to split open. But he still laughed loudly, and his voice was filled with disdain and pleasure. Old bastard, when I get out of here, I will definitely return all the blood and hatred that has accumulated since the ancient times. At that time, the Sunset Tang Valley will be removed from the ancient desolation region. Pa. 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 Every lash of the whips formed by the power of the restrictions was enough to make a sage suffer from bone-deep pain. But the figure was still laughing wildly. I will remember how many times you hit me. After I kill you little bastards, I will go to the starry ancient path and continue to settle the score with that old bastard Mo Wu. Mo Wu was the Demon Crow Emperor. He was the most outstanding and dazzling ancestor in the history of the Golden Crow bloodline, and he was seen as the greatest pride of the Golden Crow bloodline. But at the same time, the Demon Crow Emperor was also an enemy that the figure would not forget until he died. Wu Hengtian's expression became colder and colder, and even a little livid. Originally, he had come here to vent the emotions in his heart. However, the words spoken by that figure had caused him to become even more furious. However, when Wu Hengtian was about to continue to whip the figure, suddenly, an old servant hurriedly teleported to him from the void. Patriarch, Lin Sun has appeared. A cold light burst out of Wu Hengtian's eyes, and his breathing became a little rapid. Where is he? The little bastard who killed little 7 and little 13 finally appeared after half a year. This made him almost lose control of the long-suppressed hatred in his heart. Just outside our Sunset Tang Valley. The old servant answered quickly. Wu Hengtian was stunned, and his face suddenly changed slightly. He realized that something was wrong. Could it be that this little bastard is here too? Ha ha ha, he's here, he's finally here. I knew that this day was not far away, but I didn't expect that he would really come today. In the dark prison, the figure's maniacal laughter rang out. It was a huge canyon that was filled with a divine luster. The clouds in the sky were dyed a magnificent golden color. As far as the eye could see, only the golden canyon stood in the middle, which was quite spectacular. Sunset Tang Valley, in the distance, Lin Sun's black eyes were cold, and his expression was calm. Next to him, the big black bird was quickly introducing, there are a total of 36 heaven priests in the Golden Crow clan, and every one of them is a true sage. There are 12 divine elders, who have the combat strength of at least the great sage realm. For example, Wu Hengtian, the current patriarch of the Golden Crow branch, is a great sage. In addition, there are about 3,000 clansmen of the Golden Crow branch. It's not a large number, but each of them is a tough character. Of course, for us, the Flaymen are of no value at all. The only thing we need to guard against is the divine elders. Compared to the other ancient orthodoxies in the ancient desolation realm, the Golden Crow bloodline's foundation is not inferior, or even better. And Sunset Tang Valley, which has existed since ancient times, is the nest of the Golden Crow branch. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. If we go there rashly, it's very easy to encounter unexpected dangers. By the way, as the sacred place, these are only the visible forces of the Golden Crow branch. According to the rumors, even if there are no quasi-emperors in the Golden Crow branch, there should at least be terrifying existences at the Saint King level. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but look at the big black bird in surprise. You seem to know a lot about it. The big black bird said proudly, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. This time, I am sharpening my knife to cut down the Fusang divine tree and get some other treasures. How can I not try to find out the enemy's actual situation? Lin Sun also remembered that Mr. Shen once said that the quasi-emperors of the Golden Crow branch were now serving in the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass, but this didn't mean that there were no old monsters in the Sunset Tang Valley. At least, the Saint King level was destined to exist, and in the ancient desolation domain, if there was a Saint King in an ancient orthodoxy, it was already a supreme existence, enough to deter the world. But now, Lin Sun didn't care about this. Lu rubbed his fists and asked, "Big brother, should we make a sneak attack or wait for them to come out and kill them?" Sneak attack? The big black bird immediately shook its head. There are many restrictions in the Sunset Soup Valley. It's impossible for us to sneak an attack. It's not good to wait here. We are here for revenge. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing if we don't chop down the Fusang divine tree? This thieving bird was only thinking about the propping mulberry tree. Then what do you think we should do? Lu glared at him. The big black bird rolled its eyes and glanced at Lin Sun. "Boy, I'm asking you." It was also curious why Lin Sun dared to be so fearless. It should be known that even the king of sages had to weigh the consequences if he wanted to deal with the Golden Crow branch. "What should we do?" "Of course, we'll pay them a visit first," Lin Sun said with a smile. As they conversed, they'd already arrived a few kilometers away from Sunset Tang Valley, and in the distance was an enormous entrance to the gorge that was suffused with dazzling golden light, causing it to emanate a divine aura. "What are you doing here?" Suddenly, a golden crow descended from the sky, and it transformed into a thin young man with an arrogant expression and an icy cold gaze. "If you're here to visit, take out your name card. If you don't have one, then disappear immediately. This is not a place where you can come and go at will." At the same time, numerous figures appeared in the vicinity of the gorge, and all of them gazed at this group of uninvited guests. "Lin Sun is here to pay a visit to the Golden Crow branch." Lin Sun's voice was not loud, but it resounded clearly in everyone's heart and spread into the Sunset Tang Valley. "What? You're Lin Sun? Oh no, this guy is here for revenge. No, this is the territory of our Golden Crow branch. If he comes for revenge, what's the difference between courting death?" There was a commotion in the field. The overmatches of the Golden Crow branch were stunned and their expressions changed. Lin Sun, the most powerful man in the Nine Regions battlefield, was the most dazzling sage in the ancient Desolation realm. But no one had expected that after disappearing for half a year, Lin Sun would appear in front of the nest of the Golden Crow branch. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Sun with surprise, hatred, and fear. Lin Sun didn't bother to pay attention to them. He just stood there in silence and blocked the Sunset Tang Valley in a dignified manner. Is he going to destroy this place with a dignified army? The big black bird's eyes widened in disbelief. Since when did this kid dare to be so arrogant that he didn't even care about the Golden Crow branch, an ancient clan of the sacred retreat place? Let's use peaceful means before resorting to force. I'm going to test the depth of the Golden Crow branch, Lin Sun said casually. After all, the Sunset Tang Valley had once produced a true Emperor Realm cultivator. How could it not have left behind a backup plan? Soon, figures with terrifying auras swept out from the huge golden gorge. There were old and young, men and women. Their leader was Wu Hengtian. Wu Hengtian's heart tightened when he heard that Lin Sun had come. He thought that Lin Sun had found a powerful backer to be so bold. Who would have thought that when they arrived, they would see such a scene? Lin Sun, the old toad, Lu, the big black bird, a few people and a bird stood there in a dignified manner. There was no one else except them. Standing near Wu Hengtian were the higher-ups of the Golden Crow branch. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but be stunned. Was Lin Sun crazy? How dare he come and provoke them like this? Haha, interesting. This is too interesting. The biggest enemy of the Golden Crow bloodline, a mere true sage, dares to come to us. Is he tired of living, or does he think that the Golden Crow bloodline is a pushover? Wu Hengtian laughed, but he didn't hide his murderous intent. He hadn't even sought revenge on this kid, but this kid had come to his door. This made him feel that even the heavens were helping him. The others also sneered. This was indeed ridiculous. This was the Sunset Tang Valley, the nest of the Golden Crow branch. How dare Lin Sun and the others appear like this? Was he fearless, or did he not know the immensity of heaven and earth? In the face of these cold and mocking gazes, Lin Sun's expression was calm. He only stretched out a finger and said indifferently, "I only came here for one thing. If you know what's good for you, hand over Senior Tian Ke, who has been suppressed by you for countless years. Otherwise, bear the consequences." His words caused an uproar. The Golden Crow powerhouses felt as if they had heard it wrong. Now, he actually dared to threaten their clan. Who did he think he was? A great emperor, even a quasi-emperor wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. However, he, an absolute true sage, had said such a thing. This gave others a feeling that it was ridiculous and ridiculous. Some people couldn't help but ask, who is Tian Ke? He's the evil creature that was suppressed under the Fusang divine tree. He was suppressed by our ancestor, the Dark Crow Great Emperor. This kid is obviously here to save this evil creature. He doesn't come with good intentions. Someone explained quickly. Wu Hengtian's expression was extremely cold. His eyes locked on Lin Sun like a sharp knife. Little bastard, I haven't taken revenge on you yet, but you came to provoke me. Don't you know how to write the word death? So what if you're a true saint? You're still not worth mentioning in front of the Golden Crow branch. The crowd of Golden Crow powerhouses agreed with him. True Saint Juxiu was indeed terrifying. But if he wanted to provoke the Golden Crow branch with such strength, it was no different from courting death. Big brother, it seems that these bastards are looking down on us. Alu's eyes were full of killing intent. He couldn't help but want to fight. This only proves that they are ignorant. But these old things aren't stupid at all. It's obvious that they can't see through us. That's why they don't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, do you think these old things would still talk so much nonsense? Old Toad grinned. That's right. These crows only know how to make noise. Alu also grinned, his face full of sarcasm. After experiencing the storms in the Nine Regions battlefield, why would they care about such a scene? As long as Lin Sun was here, they wouldn't be afraid even if they had to fight with the emperor. For a moment, the faces of Wu Hengtian and the other big shots of the Golden Crow branch darkened. They indeed couldn't see through Lin Sun, which was why they didn't act immediately. Even though they despised Lin Sun on the surface, they didn't dare to underestimate him in their hearts. After all, he was a ruthless character who killed his way to the top with his own strength. He was known as the #1 cultivator in the Nine Regions battlefield. How could he be a reckless person? Since he dared to come here so openly, he might have something to rely on. That was why Wu Hengtian and the others didn't act immediately. If it was any other cultivator who dared to provoke them in front of their nest, they would have been swatted to death like a fly. At this moment, Lin Sun sighed, it seems that we can only use force this time. I'm afraid it's far from enough. Wu Hengtian snorted coldly. He was already on the verge of exploding. His whole body was full of killing intent. The other old monsters also looked unfriendly. The atmosphere was oppressive. Seeing this, Lin Sun smiled and was about to act. At this moment, a heroic laughter came from afar. Breeze Valley, laughing at the heavens is here. Boom, a majestic figure broke through the air and landed on the ground. An ostentatious and frightening aura also spread out along with it. This man carried a long saber on his shoulder, unruly and unruly. It was laughing at the heavens. Wu Hengtian and the others narrowed their eyes. Perhaps very few people in the world knew the name of the cool Breeze Valley. However, almost all of the old monsters who had stepped into the Saint State knew that this was a mysterious and frightening place to hide, at least in terms of foundation. It was not inferior to the Golden Crow branch at all. Was this what Lin Sun was relying on? Wu Hengtian and the others sneered in their hearts. Only one person from Breeze Valley wanted to wrestle with the Golden Crow branch, overestimating himself. However, the next moment, a voice sounded again, with a kind of sharp murderous spirit like the cry of a sword. Thanks to friend of the book 46961842, Xingling Ghost, Wishing Bottle, friend of the book 44196713, and other children's shoes. How can I, Yi Chen, be absent from such a grand event? Yi Chen, clad in a purple robe and carrying a longsword on his back, appeared. His purple hair fluttered in the wind. His face was full of sharpness. The young master of Crepe Myrtle Mountain. Many Golden Crow cultivators' expressions changed again. A long time ago, the Yi clan of Crepe Myrtle had produced a world-shaking emperor who was called Sword Emperor of Crepe Myrtle. In terms of prestige, he was even better than the Dark Demon Emperor. A descendant of the Breeze Valley might not be worth paying too much attention to. But with the addition of Crepe Myrtle Mountain that was not inferior to the Breeze Valley, the situation was different. Most importantly, Yi Chen and Laughing at the Heavens were not ordinary juniors. They were peerless sages who were famous throughout the ancient Desolation realm. Who dared to underestimate them? In the entire ancient Desolation realm, there were only dozens of peerless true sages in the 9 regions battlefield. When Chen and Laughing at the Heavens returned to the ancient Desolation realm, they might not be as famous as Lin Sun, but ordinary true sages had to lower their heads in front of them to show respect, not to mention that they had the support of the 2 ancient forces, the Breeze Valley and Crepe Myrtle Mountain. Who wouldn't be afraid of them? Lin Sun was slightly startled. He hadn't told anyone about his trip. But Old Toad grinned and said, "Big brother, while you were in seclusion, Alu and I were bored, so we casually mentioned it to our old friends." Lin Sun finally understood and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But he also knew that Old Toad and Alu must have done this because they were worried about him. "Are you going to go against the Golden Crow clan? Can you bear the consequences?" Wu Hingtian shouted with a gloomy face. "Haha, so what if we are?" Laughing at the Heavens sneered. "No matter how serious the consequences are, it's nothing compared to fighting side by side with our brothers," Yichen said lazily. Their attitude caused the faces of the Golden Crow clan's experts to darken even more. An old monster said coldly, "They're just 2 juniors who don't know their place. We'll just capture them later and teach them a lesson on behalf of their elders, so that they won't meddle in things they shouldn't meddle in the future." Wu Hingtian took a deep breath and said, "That's all we can do." "Really?" Laughing at the Heavens and Ye Chen had strange expressions on their faces. Whoosh, at this moment, there was a ripple in the air. Mi Heng, who was dressed in a jade robe and had a broad forehead and a determined expression, appeared. With clear eyebrows, he nodded slightly to Lin Sun. Then he looked at Sunset Tang Valley in the distance and introduced himself. "Sun Moon Shrine's Mi Hengzhen is here to teach you." Soon after, Yi Mok, who was dressed in a black robe with wide sleeves and had sharp, narrow eyes, also appeared on the scene. He glanced around and said with a smile, "Fortunately, I'm not too late." Then, with his hands clasped behind his back, he stood side by side with Lin Sun and said calmly, "I, Yi Moha of the Origin Sect, swear to go in and out with you today." At this moment, the atmosphere in the surroundings became oppressive, deathly silent, and perfectly silent. The group of Golden Crows stared at Nye Tian, their expressions changing rapidly. Some juniors of the Golden Crow clan were dumbfounded. In an instant, the most outstanding saints of the ancient orthodoxies came one after another to fight side by side with Lin Sun, who dared to believe it. What a group of arrogant juniors. "Do you really think our Golden Crow clan is easy to bully?" Wu Hingtian's face was livid with anger. He never thought that such an incredible thing would happen. Was this what Lin Sun was relying on? But if Lin Sun thought that he could make Wu Hingtian bow his head and let Tian Ke go under pressure, then it would be a big mistake. The Golden Crow clan had existed since the primeval age, and they'd experienced countless dangers, but they'd never been afraid. Did a group of top saints want to turn the world upside down? Wishful thinking. "Today, we will bully you." "So what? Tell me, do you want to do it yourself, or do you want us to do it?" Alu shouted. "Don't worry, wait for me." Whoosh! A dazzling sword chi cut through the sky and turned into Yu Jianming, who suddenly landed on the ground. "Brother Lin, we finally meet again." Yu Jianming cupped his hands. Lin Sun nodded and said with emotion, "I didn't expect that you would come. If I didn't come, I would regret it for the rest of my life." Yu Jianming showed his snow-white teeth and laughed heartily. "It's so lively. Brother Lin, if there is such a grand event next time, you must inform me as soon as possible. Look, many people came before me." In a clear and melodious voice, Ji Xingyao, dressed in white, floated over. She was as beautiful as an immortal and had a peerless appearance. There was a trace of complaint in her tone, which made Lin Sun smile bitterly and touch his nose. This time, he didn't intend to tell anyone. Miss Ji is right. I also hate to be late than others. Boom, a golden rainbow circled the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The golden light spilled out and reflected a dignified and strong figure. His whole body was golden and emitted a terrible and violent aura. It was Yuan Fatian, a descendant of Yu Yang. "Monkey, you are also here?" Alu was surprised. Yuan Fatian said coldly, "Why can't I come?" Alu said, "Then, the little golden-winged rock is also here?" "Yes." What answered him was a proud and aloof voice. A strong wind blew in the sky, and a golden-winged roc suddenly arrived. Its wings were like clouds in the sky, flowing with golden light and boundless divine power. Suddenly, he'd transformed into a young man with an ordinary appearance, and only his eyes were golden and blazing like the scorching sun. The little golden-winged roc, in the distance, all the people of the Golden Crow bloodline were stunned. They felt that their eyes were blurred, and their expressions changed countless times. In the past, it was difficult to see a peerless sage. But now, the most famous peerless sages in the ancient Desolation realm had come one after another, who wouldn't be shocked and trembling. What shocked Wu Hengtian and the others the most was that these peerless sages had all come for Lin Sun. For Lin Sun, these young figures dared to shed all pretenses of cordiality with the Golden Crow bloodline. "Patriarch, what should we do? It's a bit tricky." An old monster sent a voice transmission worriedly. Looking at the peerless sages who came to support Lin Sun, which one of them didn't have a terrifying ancient force behind them? Which one of them wasn't a peerless figure in the true sage realm? This is the territory of the Golden Crow bloodline. They deserve to die for daring to come here. Wu Hengtian gritted his teeth and said coldly. Today, if the Golden Crow bloodline bowed to a group of juniors, they would definitely become the laughingstock of the ancient Desolation realm. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Lin Sun, is this all you have? Do you have more?" His voice was like thunder. "Yes." What answered him was a sonorous voice that sounded like swords clashing. A mighty young man bathed in divine flames tore through the void and arrived with an unbridled aura. It was Qi Lingxiao, Wu. Hengtian's face darkened. The powerhouses of the Golden Crow bloodline were speechless, and their expressions were unsettled. When had the Golden Crow bloodline ever been treated like this? Without a doubt, the current situation was terrible, and Wu Hengtian and the others were caught unprepared. No matter how angry they were, they didn't dare to act rashly. They couldn't help but be fearful of this situation. However, just when they thought it was all over, there was another fluctuation in the void nearby. "Looks like we're not too late. That's for the best. It feels like we're back in the 9 regions battlefield. How great it was when we fought side by side." Amidst the chatter, a man and a woman walked out of the scene. The man was tall and imposing, and the woman was beautiful and slender, like a fairy walking out of the rosy clouds. They were Emperor Xiaohao and Ruo Wu. For a moment, Wu Hengtian was dumbfounded. As for the other powerhouses of the Golden Crow bloodline, they were also silent, their minds numb. Was this the power of Lin Sun, the #1 cultivator in the 9 regions battlefield? In the distance, Lin Sun, Old Toad, Ah Lu, the big black bird, laughing at the heavens, Yechen, Yu Jianming, Mi Hingzhen, Yi Mo, a group of peerless sages stood side by side. Each of them could be called a peerless genius, and they were as elegant as the brightest stars in the sky. Now, they were all gathered around Lin Sun. Such a scene was enough to be recorded in the history of the ancient Desolation realm and become a story that would be talked about by future generations. After all, it was bound to be very, very difficult to gather these most brilliant young people who represented the best path of cultivation in the ancient Desolation realm. At this moment, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a surge of blood and pride. Lin Sun had fought alone until now. Although he had made countless enemies, he also had a group of friends who treated him with sincerity. Now, they came one after another and chose to fight side by side with him again. Old Toad, Ah Lu, and the others were also excited at this moment. In a trance, they recalled the bloody fighting days in the 9 regions battlefield. At that time, they laughed and talked about drinking the enemy's blood and killing to their heart's content, but now, their opponents had changed to the Golden Crow bloodline. In front of the Sunset Valley, the atmosphere became more and more oppressive. The expressions of all the experts of the Sun Crow clan were extremely gloomy and unsightly to the extreme. Such a scene caused them to feel that it was extremely difficult to deal with, and they had the feeling that they were in a dilemma and had no way to stop. Forget it. Suddenly, Wu Hengtian let out a long sigh. Even if we don't care about the monks, we should care about the Buddha. You juniors all come from different forces. Although my Golden Crow bloodline is not afraid of you, as fellow cultivators of the ancient Desolation region, we can't be too ruthless. The powerhouses of the Golden Crow bloodline were all stunned. Did the patriarch change his mind? Lin Sun and the others looked on coldly. No one believed that an old monster like Wu Hingtian would bow his head so easily. Sure enough, the next moment, Wu Hingtian said, "In order to avoid hurting the innocent, I can give you a chance to take Tian Ke away. The premise is that you have to fight with the powerhouses of the Golden Crow bloodline for 3 rounds. If you win all 3 rounds, I will fulfill your wish and let you take Tian Ke away." After a pause, a glint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He looked directly at Lin Sun and said, "If you lose 1 round. Haha, I'm afraid you will lose your life here, not to mention taking Tian Ke away." Old Toad and Ah Lu couldn't help frowning as soon as he finished. What a shameless old thing. Realizing that the situation was not right, he came up with another plan and only targeted Lin Sun. It seemed like he was taking a step back, but in fact, he wanted to kill Lin Sun at the lowest cost. The eyes of the Golden Crows lit up when they heard this. "Lin Sun, do you agree?" Wu Hingtian asked in a low voice. Before Lin Sun could speak, Ah Lu couldn't help cursing, "Old thing, you're the patriarch of the Golden Crows. Don't you feel shameless?" Old Toad asked straightforwardly, "Big brother, as long as you say the word, we brothers will kill our way into the Golden Crows with you. There's no need to pay attention to this old bastard." Xiaohao and Yechen nodded. "Humph, kill our way in? You're too arrogant. Even if you're an emperor-to-be, you have to consider the consequences of breaking into my Sunset Tang Valley." Wu Hingtian's expression was cold. "If it weren't for the power behind you, do you really think I would make such a concession?" Old Toad wanted to say something but was stopped by Lin Sun. Lin Sun looked at Wu Hingtian coldly and said, "You'll hand over Senior Tian Ke if we win all 3 battles?" Wu Hingtian answered without hesitation, "Yes. But remember, you have to fight alone, and you have to die." Old Toad and the others frowned even more. This old bastard wasn't making a concession, he was clearly planning to kill Lin Sun. But Lin Sun looked very calm and said, "What if you go back on your word?" Wu Hingtian couldn't help laughing. "Little thing, you underestimate me too much. Everyone here can bear witness to what happens today. Lin Sun, are you really going to agree?" Xiaohao frowned and asked, "The Golden Crows have been fierce for a long time. They won't care about face in the 3 battles. In order to kill you, they'll probably send out some Saint Kings." "It's okay. I know what I'm doing." Lin Sun smiled. "But what if they go back on their word?" Xiaohao was still worried. Lin Sun said calmly, "It doesn't matter. Brother Xiaohao, you don't think I'm here just to save people, do you?" Xiaohao was shocked. A bold idea came to his mind and he looked at Lin Sun in a different way. Where did this guy get his confidence from? "I agree. Let's begin." Lin Sun didn't want to talk nonsense. He rose into the air and stood in the void. His figure was lonely and his eyebrows were calm. If he could rescue Tian Ke, that would be even better. It didn't matter if the other party went back on his word. Wu Hingtian couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't think that Lin Sun would agree so readily. Not only him, even the other powerful warriors of the Golden Crow clan were slightly stunned. Is this kid really fearless, or is he acting recklessly? If he didn't have the help of those peerless sages from the major forces, how could he rely on these 3 battles to save people? What wishful thinking. After that, Wu Hingtian couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. He waved his hand and said, "Hang Hai, go deal with this brat. Remember, don't show any mercy." A robust man with hair that was like a halberd and a fierce and dignified bearing walked out. His eyes were terrifying like surging lightning. From afar, he was like a towering mountain, unattainable and unshakable. Wu Hingtai, a great sage and one of the holy elders of the Golden Crow clan, had a high status and was extremely famous in the ancient Desolation realm. He was known as the first butcher of the Great Sage realm in the past 800 years. This person's battle prowess might not be the strongest among the Great Sage realm experts in the world. However, the number of opponents who had died at his hands was so many that no one would dare to claim to be the strongest among the Great Sage realm experts. This was the origin of the name Butcher. Ye Chen, Mi Hingzhen and others couldn't help but narrow their eyes, and a touch of anger appeared between their eyebrows. "Wu Hingtian, you are too shameless. You sent a great sage whose hands are stained with blood to deal with a young man of the true sage realm. Don't you have any shame?" Yi Mo shouted. Wu Hingtian smiled leisurely and said, "There is no restriction on the level of cultivation in this battle. If you think that Lin Sun is not a match for him, you can ask him to admit defeat and kill himself." The patriarch of an ancient clan, the master of the Sunset Tang Valley in the Saint Hermit Land, said such shameless words. Yi Mo and the others couldn't help but widen their horizons. "I've never seen such a shameless person." The big black bird was angry. It thought that it was shameless enough, but compared to Wu Hingtian, it was nothing. Even the powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan felt uncomfortable. It seemed that even they didn't expect the patriarch to send such a terrifying existence like Wu Henghai in the first battle. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Lin Sun as soon as possible with an absolute attitude. Of course, this arrangement was indeed a little dishonorable, but as long as they could kill Lin Sun, it wasn't a bad thing. Unexpectedly, Lin Sun was still very calm despite being treated like this. He only uttered 4 words lightly. "Come up and fight." His words shook the universe and drowned out all the voices in the field. Old Toad, Alu, and the others wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. They knew that Lin Sun had made up his mind, so they couldn't help but worry. An ordinary great saint was indeed not qualified to be taken seriously by true Saint Ju Xiu. But Wu Henghai wasn't an ordinary great saint. Even if he hadn't embarked on the path of Ju Xiu, he had already firmly suppressed Lin Sun in terms of realm. This also meant that the first battle was destined to be very unfair before it even began, but it was too late for the crowd to dissuade him because Lin Sun had already made his decision. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Wu Henghai stepped into the void, and the void cracked under his feet. His figure was like an infinitely tall mountain, becoming more and more majestic. This was a kind of greatness and momentum, this was a kind of power that belonged to the great saint realm. If it was any other true saint here, they would only feel a sense of helplessness like an insignificant ant. Not to mention fighting, even their fighting spirit would be shaken. Rumble, the clouds in all directions collapsed, and the sky darkened. Wu Henghai's body was surrounded by blazing golden divine flames, and his aura was so strong that it covered the sky and covered the earth, causing many people in the field to hold their breath. This was the real power of a great saint. It was vast and immeasurable, like a curtain covering the sky, and mountains, rivers, and all things seemed extremely small in front of it. However, all this couldn't affect Lin Sun's mind. He had already comprehended the mystery of greatness, and even had a deeper understanding of greatness than some strong people who had stepped into the great saint realm. The reason why he hadn't stepped into the great saint realm was that he lacked an opportunity. The atmosphere was oppressive, and the air seemed to be condensed. The chilling atmosphere changed the color of the world. In the field, all eyes were nervously watching. This was an unfair duel, and it was also a battle that was rarely seen throughout the ages. One was the number 1 person in the 9 regions battlefield, a peerless figure who had become a true saint at the great saint realm, and the other was Wu Henghai, who was named the first butcher of the great saint realm in 800 years. Looking at the entire ancient desolation realm, this could be called a shocking battle. Lin Sun's clothes were fluttering, and his black eyes were cold. The terrifying power in his body, like lava, had long been running. "Die." Without any nonsense, Wu Henghai attacked without hesitation. As he waved his hand, it was as if he had picked up a fierce burning sun. He looked like an ancient god of death, and his momentum was violent and had the power to incinerate the universe. So strong, Xiao Hao and the others all narrowed their eyes. They could tell with one strike that Wu Henghai was a top figure even in the great saint realm. He was extremely terrifying. Wu Hingtian couldn't help but reveal a hint of admiration. He could tell that Wu Henghai didn't underestimate or hold back. Instead, Wu Hingtian did as Wu Henghai had instructed, intending to kill Lin Sun with a thunderous force. Many strong people of the Golden Crow bloodline were also shocked. In the ancient desolation realm, it was extremely rare to see a battle between great saints. Even though they were of the same clan, most of them had never seen Wu Henghai's means, so they were shocked at first sight. Boom! In the face of this attack, a big abyss suddenly appeared around Lin Sun, swallowing the sky and the earth, covering all directions. The void suddenly exploded, and the power of the nearby Zhou Su was drawn and swallowed, turning the place where Lin Sun stood into a black hole. When Wu Henghai's palm slammed down, the palm energy that was as dazzling as the sun suddenly exploded along with a deafening roar of collision. It turned into a rolling rain of fire and light, and was devoured by the abyss around Lin's sun until not a single drop was left. Boundless devouring scripture, the supreme Taoist scripture that the master of Tongtian relied on to dominate the heavens and conquer the Zhou Su. It was an ancient supreme skill that was based on the big abyss devouring the sky. At this moment, in front of Sunset Tang Valley, a terrifying and boundless power burst out. This, Xiaohao and the others were all shocked. They hadn't seen Lin Sun for half a year, and he was much stronger than they had expected. It was like he was a completely different person. Wu Hengtian's expression changed slightly. How could the absolute power of the true Saint realm be so heaven-defying? One should know that Wu Henghai didn't hold back and used the true power of the great Saint realm, but he was still defeated like a piece of paper. As for the powerhouses of the Golden Crow branch, their eyeballs almost fell out. They had long heard that Lin Sun's combat power was heaven-defying, like a peerless monster. Today, they realized that this guy was even stronger than the rumors said. It was simply beyond their imagination. Kill. Wu Henghai's expression also changed slightly, but he was experienced in killing. Without hesitation, he pressed his palm again. Buzz, in an instant, thousands of suns rose into the sky, wanting to burn the heaven and earth. The nearby mountains and rivers instantly evaporated, turning into ashes and disappearing. The void was melted and full of holes. The supreme inheritance of the Golden Crow branch, thousand suns burning sky. At this moment, Lin Sun moved like a big abyss moving horizontally. The heaven and earth twisted and collapsed with his steps, producing a terrible explosion. That domineering and boundless power was like the god of destruction coming out. In the blink of an eye, thousands of suns exploded in front of Lin Sun one by one. The power contained in each of the suns was enough to kill any true saint. But in front of Lin Sun, they were like broken bubbles. They looked so weak and fragile. For a moment, the suns between heaven and earth exploded, and the roar was endless. The blazing torrent of flames raged, showing a shocking scene. And Lin Sun was like a black hole in the painting, swallowing all the divine flame turbulence along the way. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled as the surging torrent of flames was swallowed by Lin Sun, who was moving through the void like a black hole. Exclamations rang out incessantly. Many people's expressions changed. What kind of terrifying Taoist technique was this? It was too domineering. Ridiculous. Isn't he afraid of exploding with such a technique? In the void, Wu Henghai's expression changed. Then he sneered and charged forward with all his might. Flames surged all over his body as if he wanted to burn the sky. Golden divine flames turned into palm force and fist prints that crushed forward. But no matter how he attacked, they were all swallowed by the abyss around Lin Sun. From afar, Lin Sun's figure was like a bottomless pit. Such a shocking scene left Old Toad, Ah Lu, and the others dumbfounded. They had seen Lin Sun use the star-engulfing way before, but it was a furnace that contained tens of thousands of Taoists and developed tens of thousands of techniques. It was upright and had the power to suppress the past and present. But now, Lin Sun was completely domineering. No matter how many techniques you used, you couldn't escape the fate of being crushed, plundered, and devoured. The abyss blotted out the sky and swallowed everything. Wu Hengtian's expression was uncertain as he transmitted his voice. Do you know what kind of inheritance this is? How can it be so domineering? The higher-ups of the Golden Crow branch nearby were silent. They were also trembling because they couldn't tell the origin of such a technique. But there was no doubt that such an inheritance was extremely terrifying. Wu Henghai was a great saint, a ruthless character like a butcher. A casual attack was enough to kill a true saint. But now, all his attacks were devoured. This was too unbelievable. Who wouldn't be shocked? Suddenly, Wu Henghai let out a roar. I'd like to see how long you can last after devouring so much energy. His expression was cold. His body circulated with monstrous divine flames as he performed the Golden Crow's unique technique. Sky-burning ember. In an instant, an endless rain of flames fell like comets from the ninth heaven. It was dazzling and blazing, burning fiercely and covering the sky. Every wisp of flame had the power to burn mountains and boil seas. Everyone in the field was horrified. The full power of a great saint was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. Rumble. But as Lin Sun moved his body, the sky collapsed and was swallowed by the black hole. The boundless rain of fire was also swept away with a rumble. Looking at Lin Sun again, he was unscathed, but his breath was more terrifying than before, like an ancient wild beast that had eaten its fill, giving off an overbearing aura that could devour the ages. Wu Henghai's eyes widened, and he almost couldn't believe his eyes. Was this really the power that a true Saint Realm expert could possess? Could there really be a boundless black hole within this kid's body? If it was any other cultivator that dared to forcefully seize another's attack, that cultivator would have probably been instantly blasted into bits a long time ago. But Lin Sun, safe and sound, at this moment, it wasn't just Wu Henghai. All the experts of the Golden Crow bloodline were stunned. Their bodies and minds trembled in disbelief. Continue. Lin Sun seemed to want to continue as he stared at Wu Henghai with deep eyes. Within his body, all of the attacks that he had devoured earlier had turned into a boiling power that surged violently within the abyss created by the great endless devouring scripture. That feeling was indescribably wonderful. It seemed as if the abyss was boundless, and it could devour all the energy in the universe. This was the Tao left behind by the master of Skirich: devour the heavens and devour the earth, seize the momentum of the universe, and use it for myself. My body is immeasurable, and my techniques are boundless. It was precisely this cultivation that allowed the master of Skirich to sweep through the 9 heavens and defeat an unknown number of Emperor Realm experts. Now, Lin Sun could only be considered to have touched the threshold. Otherwise, he could instantly tear Wu Henghai, a great saint, apart and devour him with a single thought. Die. Wu Henghai was furious, and he couldn't keep his face any longer. He let out a shrill howl, and in a flash, he displayed his trump card. Rumble, an enormous golden crow dharma idol that was tens of thousands of meters long appeared behind Wu Henghai, causing its might to be much stronger than before. He attacked once more without holding back, however, it was destined to be in vain. In merely a moment, his expression had become extremely ugly and solemn. Because no matter how strong his strength was, and how powerful his momentum was, he couldn't shake Lin Sun in the slightest. Instead, Lin Sun operated the abyss and devoured all of his attacks. That unparalleled and domineering attitude caused the scene to fall into a deathly silence. Countless people were dumbfounded and gasped. Was he still human? This is impossible. Wu Henghai roared. His eyes were about to split open, and he found it difficult to accept. Since he started cultivating, he had never encountered such a setback, and it made him feel cold. Do you know what is called the absolute peak? Lin Sun finally started to take the initiative. He stepped forward in the void, and his aura was terrifying like the abyss, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble. Wu Henghai's expression was gloomy. Even true Saint Juxiu can't have such means. Then do you know what is called creating an invincible technique at the absolute peak? Lin Sun was calm, and with every step he took, the aura around him rose steadily. It seemed to be slow, but in fact, all of his essence, qi, and spirit had already enveloped the surroundings and firmly locked onto Wu Henghai. Creating an invincible technique at the absolute peak. Wu Henghai was stunned. Although he was a great saint, he had never come into contact with the path of the absolute peak, let alone know the secrets of the invincible technique. You don't know anything, and yet you're shouting. Don't you think that you're very stupid and ignorant? Lin Sun's voice was cold, and it carried undisguised mockery. There were some things that he didn't say that involved some of his own secrets. Otherwise, it would only bring more damage to Wu Henghai. Even so, his 3 questions had already made Wu Henghai feel humiliated. He was almost unable to keep his face after being taught a lesson by a junior. You're courting death. Blue veins popped on Wu Henghai's forehead. He let out a roar and charged at Lin Sun with all his might. It wasn't that he was flustered and exasperated, but as Lin Sun approached, he felt a suffocating pressure, as if there was nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Under such pressure, the only thing he could do was to take the initiative to attack and disintegrate Lin Sun's continuously rising power. Bang! At this moment, Lin Sun made his move. He pressed out a finger. Boom! The power of the abyss, which had already devoured an unknown amount of power, was all gathered in this finger and suddenly exploded. It was impossible to describe the terror of this finger. Wherever the finger passed, the sky fell, the earth cracked, and the void shattered. Everything showed signs of annihilation. Wu Henghai, who was charging at Lin Sun, was pierced through by the finger, then, his head, neck, limbs, and torso, exploded inch by inch. Blood and bones were all annihilated by the terrifying finger force. From afar, it gave people the feeling that Lin Sun had erased a terrifying figure of the great saint realm like Wu Henghai from the world with a single finger. His body and soul were destroyed, and his soul scattered, rumbled the finger force crushed the void for 90,000 feet before disappearing. The 90,000 feet of the void was a scene of annihilation. Dead silence. Old Toad, Alu, Xiaohao, and the others all widened their eyes. They were shocked by the power of this blow, and their scalps went numb. This kind of power was so overbearing that it was appalling. Wu Hengtian and the other experts of the Golden Crow lineage trembled as they cried out involuntarily in shock. How is this possible? No. How could he be so powerful? Wu Henghai, the holy elder of the Golden Crows, the first butcher of the great saint realm in the past 800 years, had an extremely high status in the clan. At first, before the battle, they all thought that the arrangement of the patriarch was a bully. They thought that it was not worth the trouble to deal with a top true saint like Wu Henghai. But who would have thought that Wu Henghai would be obliterated in just one finger? How could these powerful warriors of the Golden Crow clan accept such a bloody scene that had suddenly happened? There was an uproar in the field, and everyone looked at Lin Sun in a different way. This guy crossed a great realm and killed a great saint with one finger. Even in the long history of the ancient Desolation realm, such an earth-shattering thing had rarely happened. Wu Hengtian, I won the first round. Lin Sun said indifferently in the void. At the same time, he was experiencing the battle just now, and finally realized how terrifying the infinite devouring scripture was when used in battle. Humph. Wu Hengtian snorted coldly, his face livid, and his eyes full of deep-seated hatred. Lin Sun's victory also caught him off guard. Especially when Wu Henghai was killed, it was like a stick hitting his head, and Wu Hengtian was stunned. At this moment, he suddenly took a few deep breaths and said, "Little bastard, don't be complacent too early. There are still 2 more battles. Cut the crap, just bring it on." Lin Sun put his hands behind his back, his expression calm. "Go and call Elder Zhou here." Wu Hengtian shouted. There was a commotion among the Golden Crows. Elder Zhou Hengzhen, an existence at the consummation of the Great Saint Realm, had been in seclusion for the past 1,000 years, concentrating on breaking through to the King Saint Realm. Among the 13 Saint Elders of the Golden Crows, Wu Hengzhen was undoubtedly the strongest. Even Wu Hengtian, the patriarch, was not as powerful as Wu Hengzhen. If it wasn't for Lin Sun's overwhelming strength, Wu Hengtian would not have disturbed Wu Hengzhen, because the latter was at the critical moment of breaking through to the King Saint Realm. Big brother. Suddenly, there was a ripple in the void, and a handsome man in a black robe appeared in the field. With his appearance, a terrifying and invisible power spread out, disturbing the wind and clouds. This man was Wu Hengzhen. There is a faint aura of the realm of Tao on this person. It is very likely that he has touched the threshold of the King Saint Realm. Even if he hasn't broken through, his combat strength can be said to be the peak of the Great Saint Realm. The big black bird revealed a shocked expression. Old Toad, Alu, and Xiaohao were also awestruck, revealing a solemn expression. The Great Saint Realm was also divided into 3 levels, initial, middle, and late. Wu Henghai, for example, belonged to the middle of the Great Saint Realm. But compared with Wu Hengzhen, Wu Henghai was nothing. Because Wu Hengzhen was already at the peak of the consummation of the Great Saint Realm, only one step away from stepping into the King Saint Realm, Wu Hengtian actually sent such a terrifying character to fight. It was obvious that he was stimulated by Lin Sun's previous performance. Thanks to book friend 469618842 for your generous reward, which made me the 29th leader of the Heavenly Sons. Thanks to book friend 374405253 and everyone for their rewards and monthly tickets. Goldfish. Thanks everyone. The moment Wu Hengzhen appeared, the morale of the Golden Crow clan was boosted. Old Toad and the others had grave expressions on their faces. One was at the Great Perfection True Saint Realm, while the other was at the Great Perfection Eminent Saint Realm. However, the difference between them was not as simple as a realm. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of cultivation even though he had the unique power of absolute peak. Who wouldn't be worried? Ninth brother, this kid just killed your sixth brother, Hanghai. Wu Hengtian quickly sent a sound transmission, informing Wu Hengzhen of the situation of the battle. Hearing this, Wu Hengzhen's eyes suddenly shot out a frightening killing intent. His cold face was filled with indifference as he said, I will make you pay with your life. Boom, his voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when he'd already charged up explosively into the sky, and his god figure revealed a boundlessly large, perfect, and boundless aura. Strands of violet divine flames coiled around his body, and they caused him to emanate a dignified, divine, and lofty imposing aura. Clang, immediately, a pitch-black spear appeared in his hand. He pointed the tip of the spear at Lin Sun in the distance and said expressionlessly, in my eyes, there is no difference between the strong and the weak. I will never show mercy to such a character. His voice was sonorous, and his killing intent surged into the 9 heavens. The expressions of Old Toad and the others couldn't help but change. A great sage at the peak of the great perfection realm caused even true sages like them to feel a suffocating pressure. Just from this point alone, it was enough to prove that Wu Hengzhen was much stronger than Wu Henghai. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, he felt a stinging pain on his skin, and at the same time, he felt an oppressive force pressing down on his face. He realized just how terrifying Wu Hengzhen was. Whoosh, without the slightest hesitation, and as if he couldn't be bothered to waste his breath, Wu Hengzhen attacked, and he seemed to be incomparably direct, fierce, and powerful. His figure flashed and disappeared out of thin air. The next moment, a pitch-black spear appeared in front of Lin out of thin air. It was a simple spear, but it was as if it was held in the hands of the god of death, and it was unparalleled. Rumble, the void exploded. Lin Sun punched out, and the fist energy was like a vast abyss, colliding with the spear. With a bang, Lin Sun's body was shaken and staggered back. Whoosh, without the slightest hesitation, Wu Hengzhen was cold like a god of death as he seized the opportunity to attack once more. The shadows of his spear flickered and covered the heavens and the earth. Every single spear's shadow contained the terrifying energy of the great Saint Laws, and it was profound, unfathomable, and swift and fierce to the extreme. Bang, soon, Lin Sun was shaken back again, with his blood and qi surging all over his body. As expected, he's not simple. Wu Hengzhen's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. But he didn't slow down at all. Holding the spear horizontally, he didn't give Lin any chance to breathe at all. Rumble, at this time, Lin Sun had already operated all his cultivation to the extreme. His body was like a furnace of the Great Way, integrating all the mysteries of Battle Saint technique, Fury of Yazi, Leakless Eternity, and so on. This was the origin of the Tao. Inheritances such as the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon, the Profound Sword Sutra, the 9 strikes of the heaven-shaking Tao, and the first slash of the heavenly origin were also being displayed within his cauldron. This was the origin of the law. One Tao and one Dharma, deduced to an unprecedented level and released with the Great Furnace scripture, could be regarded as the most powerful means Lin Sun had mastered now. In the face of such a terrifying opponent as Wu Hengzhen, Lin Sun didn't dare to hold back. For a time, there was a turbulence above the sky, divine light swept across, and Tao light danced wildly. In just a moment, the two had fought hundreds of times, until the sky was dark, the sun and the moon were dim, and the terrible aftermath swept across, roaring incessantly. However, Lin Sun had been at a disadvantage, constantly being shaken back and suppressed. After all, the power controlled by the Great Saint Realm was too strong. Even though Lin Sun was invincible in the peerless True Saint Realm. But in the face of Wu Hengzhen, who was at the peak of the Great Saint Realm, he still suffered a great loss in terms of cultivation. Kill. Wu Hengzhen pressed forward step by step, as if he was unstoppable. His fierce and domineering bearing caused all the experts of the Golden Crow clan to be dazzled, and they were extremely excited. Even some of the older generation were amazed and sighed with emotion. My 9th brother has been regarded as a natural cultivation seed since he was young. His talent is outstanding, and his physique is excellent. What's more rare is that his temperament is calm and cold. He is obsessed with cultivation and doesn't care about worldly affairs. In this way, he can far surpass his brothers on the road of cultivation. Wu Hengtian had a relaxed expression as he sighed with emotion. If it wasn't for this little bastard being troublesome, even I wouldn't be willing to disturb 9th brother's cultivation. After all, he's only a step away from stepping foot into the Saint King realm. His voice was full of pride. The nearby Golden Crow experts nodded in agreement. Wu Hengzhen was indeed an anomaly among the old monsters of the Golden Crow branch. His foundation and combat strength could be called the peak of the Great Saint realm. The situation is not good. At the same time, Old Toad, Alu, and Xiaohao couldn't help but worry. The gap was too obvious. The peerless true saint realm could kill ordinary great saints across realms, which was already shocking. For example, Lin Sun's killing of Wu Henghai just now seemed very heaven-defying. But this time, his opponents were all at the peak of the great saint realm, and it was almost impossible to kill them across realms. In fact, Lin Sun had also discovered this fact at this point in the battle. His combat strength could be said to be invincible in the true saint realm, and he could kill a great saint like Wu Henghai across realms. But to kill someone like Wu Hengzhen across realms, it was already impossible. Kill! Wu Hengzhen swept his spear and attacked again. From the beginning to the end, he had been chasing Lin Sun relentlessly, pressing him step by step, and this time was no exception. He looked cold and emotionless, but in his heart, he could not believe it. Normally, a true saint would not be taken seriously at all. But now, Lin Sun was actually able to withstand his attacks until now. This greatly surprised and shocked him. And when he attacked, he became more and more impolite, full of killing intent. If such a heaven-defying little monster was allowed to survive, it went without saying that he was bound to become a great threat to the Golden Crow branch. Boom! Wu Hengzhen's spear was like lightning, thunder, wind, and fire, wantonly attacking. Faintly, there was an extremely vague aura of the realm of Tao. Lin Sun's pressure doubled. In a moment, this boy will die without a doubt. Wu Zhentian, who was watching the battle in the distance, made an inference and bowed. Many people nodded. Everyone could see that Lin Sun was just a cornered beast fighting, not far from death. Bang! When he was shaken back again, Lin Sun's black eyes were filled with coldness. He suddenly looked up at the sky, and a voice came out from his lips, "Tribulation is coming." It was just 2 words, but it seemed to have a strange power that shook people's hearts, surging above the 9th heaven. Wu Hengzhen, who was originally rushing to kill Lin Sun, seemed to be aware of something. His body suddenly stopped moving, and he suddenly retreated far away. He also looked up at the sky, revealing a look of disbelief. Almost at the same time, all the people present felt a throb in their hearts, and looked up at the sky in unison. Then, the azure sky suddenly darkened, and ink-like tribulation clouds gathered at an incredible speed. The daytime seemed to fall into an eternal night. The tribulation clouds were as heavy as lead, funnel-shaped, rotating slowly in the sky, silent, but with a supreme breath of the way of heaven. All the people present, regardless of their cultivation, were frightened, and there was a sign of restlessness and disorder in their state of mind. Moreover, the higher one's cultivation was, the more terrifying the feeling was. "Retreat, get away from here!" Wu Hengtian roared. There was no need to remind everyone present to avoid this area. Even Old Toad, Alu, and the others were shocked and doubtful, and stayed far away. The breath of this tribulation made them feel frightened and uneasy. Boom! In the depths of the tribulation clouds, a muffled thunder sounded, rumbling and surging, and all things were chilling. Many strong practitioners only felt a buzzing sound in their ears, and saw stars in front of their eyes. The sound of the tribulation thunder almost made them lose control of their Taoist heart. Even old monsters like Wu Hengtian were terrified, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. What kind of tribulation was this? Why was the breath so heaven-defying? It was even like the gathering of taboo force. Xiaohao's eyes were shining, and he looked shocked. He murmured, "Brother Lin is walking on the road of integration of 3 paths. He broke the killing of the forbidden Tao long ago and became a saint in the 3 paths of qi refining, body refining, and spirit refining. This path once existed during the primeval times of the ancient Desolation region, yet it was severed after that. Until now, only Brother Lin has stepped foot onto such a heaven-defying path towards the Tao in the entire ancient Desolation region. What he is facing now must be the Great Saint Tribulation, which is naturally far from being comparable to ordinary people. Even a saint who has reached the end of the path can't trigger such a rare Great Tribulation. But why does Brother Lin suddenly want to cross the tribulation at this time? Doesn't he know that once he is disturbed by external forces, he is very likely to fail the tribulation and end up in ashes? Xiaohao frowned. He couldn't understand Lin Sun more and more. Others were also surprised and doubtful. Boom, in the sky, the tribulation clouds became darker and darker. In the depths of the black clouds, dazzling tribulation thunder as thick as pythons and dragons rolled and surged. Strangely, these tribulation thunder sometimes turned into palaces, sacred trees, fierce birds, beasts, and sometimes into sabers, spears, swords, halberds, seals, pagodas, and cauldrons. In the end, illusory figures emerged, like the thunder spirits in myths and legends, patrolling in the tribulation clouds. The shocking scenes caused everyone present to gasp and feel a chill run down their spines. They had never heard of such a great tribulation, not to mention knowing it. There was almost no similar record in the historical books. Wu Hengzhen had to give up the plan of continuing to attack Lin Sun and stay far away. His expression was uncertain, with surprise and coldness. He didn't expect that Lin Sun would cross the Great Saint Tribulation at this time and attract such an incredible tribulation. Did this guy want to kill himself with the power of the Thunder Tribulation? Wu Hengzhen couldn't help sneering at the thought of this. The trick of killing people with the help of the Thunder Tribulation had existed since ancient times, but most strong people underestimated the horror of the Thunder Tribulation and eventually killed themselves. If Lin Sun dared to do so, Wu Hengzhen absolutely wouldn't mind adding oil to the fire and interfering with it, so that Lin Sun would be completely killed by the Thunder Tribulation. In the distant sky, Lin Sun stood in the void. His expression was neither sad nor happy, like an ancient well without ripples, as if he was unaware of all this. This tribulation of breaking the realm was originally within his control, and it was one of the reasons why he came to the branch of Golden Crow. Fourth update, please ask for monthly votes from the children. The Thunder Tribulation became more and more terrifying. The vast sky had already turned dark, as if it had fallen into the eternal night. The oppressive aura of the tribulation made many cultivators feel like their minds were about to collapse. If possible, Wu Hengtian and all the other Golden Crow powerhouses, of course, hoped that this peerless tribulation would kill Lin Sun in one fell swoop. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly moved. Everyone who was paying attention to this scene couldn't help but be stunned. The Thunder Tribulation hadn't descended yet, but Lin Sun moved first. What was he going to do? Swish, Lin Sun suddenly stretched his body and looked up at the sky. His black hair fluttered, and a great abyss appeared in his tall figure. Devouring the sky, at this moment, everyone was stunned. Was he going to devour this peerless tribulation? Wu Hengtian couldn't help but gasp. After living for so many years, this was the first time he saw such a bold and even crazy young man. This was a peerless tribulation that had never been recorded in the ancient books. It was unprecedented and terrifying to the point that even a great saint like him was terrified. But Lin Sun actually regarded this Thunder Tribulation as his prey, and he wanted to devour it. This, Xiaohao, Ruo Wu, Yu Jianming, Mi Hengzhen, and the others were also dumbfounded. Wasn't Lin Sun too cruel? This was no different from throwing his life away. As for the powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan, a thought emerged in their minds at the same time. Was this guy crazy? Boom, in the sky, the tribulation cloud surged, and the tribulation thunder surged, emitting a supreme aura of order, as if it was infuriated. But at this moment, in Lin Sun's eyes, this vast and incomparable thunder tribulation was nothing more than this, and in his mind, the profound meaning of big surged like a tide. Great Saint, big and immeasurable, the beauty of heaven and earth is unspoken, the great Tao in the heart is immeasurable. This big, can accommodate all rivers into the sea, can accommodate all things. The great saint realm is comprehending, size at will, I am immeasurable. The heart is bigger than the sky, and the strength can surpass the sky, cover the sky, look down on all the heavens. Is the great wall of Imperial Pass smaller? No, it is you who have become big. 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 Expand. Sershin's deafening voice seemed to still be lingering by his ears. The scenes he saw in Imperial Pass seemed to have appeared before his eyes one after another. In Lin Sun's eyes, the vast and peerless thunder tribulation that covered the sky seemed so small. Did the lightning tribulation become smaller? No, this was because Lin Sun had comprehended the essence of nature. At the moment of passing the tribulation, his state of mind, strength, experience, and cultivation all changed accordingly. To put it simply, he had become bigger. Boom, the great abyss anomaly swallowed up the heavens, and in that instant, it seemed to have become limitless. Then, this great catastrophe was completely engulfed by Lin Sun's power of the abyss before it came, covering the sky and covering the sun, devouring the great calamity. All the experts who witnessed such a shocking scene were dumbfounded. He actually, really swallowed it? Rumble. The abyss revolved and produced terrifying rumbling sounds. Obviously, this was a tribulation that represented the heavenly Tao, and it was unwilling to be resolved in such a shocking manner. It was struggling to kill Lin Sun, the heretic. Instead of retreating, Lin Sun suddenly stepped up into the air and shouted. His figure seemed to have become infinitely tall in an instant, with matchless divine courage and boundless disdain. The abyss that swallowed the tribulation was instantly absorbed into Lin Sun's body. It gave people the feeling that Lin Sun had opened his mouth and swallowed a peerless tribulation that belonged to the great saint realm. It was shocking. If such a scene was spread out, it would probably drive all the practitioners in the ancient desolation territory crazy. After all, it was too shocking. In the sky, Lin Sun's body was shining with incomparable brilliance. Every inch of his pores was flowing with brilliant Taoist light, and bursts of surging thunder came out of his body and spread in all directions. There was no doubt that the terrible power of this thunder tribulation was colliding in his body, and it hadn't been completely refined. This made old Toad, Alu, and the others tense up. They had never heard of such an incredible thing as swallowing a peerless tribulation and absorbing it into his own body. But they were very clear that once Lin Sun was a little careless and let this tribulation explode in his body, there was absolutely no chance for him to survive. Far away, Wu Hengzhen's eyes flickered with killing intent, as if he was about to make a move. This was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. However, he gave up in the end. It was very simple. Once Lin Sun died, the power of the tribulation in his body would suddenly disperse. Once he was affected, the consequences would be so serious that Wu Hengzhen couldn't bear it. Little bastard, if you can't hold on, just give up. You want to swallow the tribulation and refine it? I've never seen a person like you who seeks death. Wu Hengtian sneered and shouted, using his voice to interfere with Lin Sun. So what if you're the number one in the 9 regions battlefield? In front of my Golden Crow bloodline, you'll inevitably be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Someone sneered. Lin Sun, I heard that you have a lot of female confidants. When you die, we'll help you take care of those poor women, ha ha ha. Someone's words were insidious and obscene. For a moment, all kinds of voices resounded, and their purpose was the same. They wanted to disturb Lin Sun's state of mind, distract his experience, and make him die tragically in the tribulation. None of these old bastards and little bastards are good things. Old Toad swore angrily. Xiaohao, Ruo Wu, and the others also revealed a cold expression. This method was really too despicable and shameless. Boom, suddenly, a dazzling tribulation thunder flew out from Lin Sun's body in the sky. It evolved into a sharp axe and descended at an incredible speed. A strong practitioner of the Golden Crow bloodline couldn't dodge in time and was directly killed. His body was blown to pieces and his soul scattered. This person was the guy who had just spoken in an insidious and obscene manner. This sudden scene caused everyone to be shocked. Looking at the sky again, Lin Sun's sleeves fluttered in the wind. His body was as clear and pure as colored glass. He stood there casually, but he gave people a feeling of boundless greatness. He was as lofty as a mountain leading to the sky, and as vast as a boundless ocean. He was obviously completely different from before. No matter if it was his aura, or aura, all of them had a type of boundless majesty to him. This was the breath of the great sage. Moreover, it was the unique charm of the great sage. His every move was like an invisible elephant, which was incomparable to the great sage. Did he succeed in passing the tribulation? Wu Hengtian's eyeballs almost fell out, and he almost jumped up. How could this be possible? Such an earth-shattering calamity was swallowed and refined in one gulp just like that. Countless people in the surroundings were shocked by this scene. Kill. Wu Hengzhen reacted the fastest, and he acted almost immediately. A strong practitioner who had just passed the tribulation was also the weakest time. If Lin Sun recovered, there were bound to be a lot of variables. He moved in the void with the spear in his hand, and his means were unparalleled. Lin Sun showed a touch of sarcasm. He waved his sleeve. Boom, the power of the tribulation that had been swallowed by him suddenly rushed out like a flood, turning into palaces, plants, mountains, and rivers. Lightning flashed, dazzling. Wu Hengzhen's face changed abruptly. This guy obviously didn't refine the power of the tribulation, but used it at this moment. In a deafening roar, Wu Hengzhen, who couldn't dodge in time, was struck by the tribulation thunder. His body trembled, and his flesh was charred, emitting wisps of green smoke. Ha ha ha, roasting the great sage Golden Crow. I like it. Alu laughed. You're courting death. Wu Hengzhen was furious. His spear transformed into millions of golden threads of flame, each of which was hazy, but emitted a terrifying aura of incineration. I was just using you as a whetstone to practice my skills. Now, I'll send you on your way. Lin Sun didn't retreat, but advanced. He took a step forward, and the abyss emerged, evolving into layers of tribulation thunder, and spread out in an overwhelming manner. In an instant, the tribulation thunder rolled in the sky, as if it had returned to the beginning of the tribulation. However, the power of the tribulation thunder was completely controlled by Lin Sun, making its power extremely terrifying. Boom! 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 Under the bombardment of the tribulation thunder, Wu Hengzhen soon couldn't hold on any longer. His body was cracked, dripping with blood, and his bones could be seen. He roared angrily and attacked crazily. But in the end, it was all in vain. Even if he was at the peak of the great sage realm, how could he withstand the power of such a peerless tribulation? It should be known that this tribulation was prepared for Lin Sun, and it was far from ordinary. It involved the forbidden road of peerless Tao, and the power of the tribulation was beyond imagination. Not to mention Wu Hengzhen, even if another peerless great sage was here, it would be difficult for him to withstand the power of the way of heaven. Finally, Wu Hengzhen, who sensed the fatal threat, wanted to escape without hesitation. This battle was too depressing. His opponent was no longer Lin Sun, but a peerless tribulation. How could he defeat it? Die. But just as he was about to escape, Lin Sun came through the void, and a big abyss, like a curtain covering the sky, enveloped Wu Hengzhen. No! Wu Hengzhen screamed in shock and anger, but with a bang, his whole body was crushed into powder by the tribulation thunder and swallowed in the big abyss. His body and soul were both destroyed. An old monster who was about to set foot on the Saint King realm, the most powerful person in the great sage realm with a high reputation in the Golden Crow clan. He was killed just like that. He was unable to struggle even at the moment of death. For a moment, the world was dead silent, and everyone was shocked. Wu Hengtian's hands and feet were cold, and his eyes were full of disbelief. The other Golden Crow clan strongmen were also horrified, and almost all of them were scared out of their wits. Probably no one had expected that even a figure like Wu Hengzhen would end up in ashes in the end. Cruel, Big Brother is too cruel. I suspect that he had planned to do this a long time ago. Otherwise, how could he so skillfully play with a peerless tribulation in the palm of his hand? Old Toad clicked his tongue. Everyone else agreed. Those who had fought side by side with Lin Sun in the Nine Regions battlefield knew that this guy never fought a battle without preparation. The death of Wu Hengzhen in front of them was the best proof. However, when they thought that Lin Sun would kill the enemy in such an incredible way, they couldn't help but feel dazzled and confused. At this point, after Wu Hengzhen was also killed, and Lin Sun was only one battle away from rescuing the spirit of the insignificant spiritual Bao, Tian Ke. The 5th chapter is here. Swallowing Heaven's Retribution, isn't this awesome? At least I haven't seen this in other novels. The place was deathly silent and the atmosphere was oppressive. The faces of every single Golden Crow expert were covered in a gloomy expression, and they were either furious, shocked, savage, and so on and so forth. In the first battle, Wu Hengzhen, who was known as the first great saint butcher of the last 800 years, died. He was obliterated by a single finger. In the second battle, Wu Hengzhen, who was regarded as the strongest great saint of the Golden Crow bloodline, also died. He died in a strange killing thunder tribulation. This was like one heavy blow after another, causing everyone, including Wu Zhentian, to feel their hearts dripping with blood and anger. How could this be? They had thought that it would be easy to kill a peak true sage if they sent out a great sage. Who would have thought that there would be so many accidents? At this time, Lin Sun stood in the void, and his figure was flowing with the unique fluctuation that belonged to the great saint realm, which was vast and boundless. Just by looking at his appearance, it was hard to imagine that a peerless calamity was actually lying dormant within his body. This was sufficient to make any cultivator feel fearful. I thought such a battle was unfair. Who would have thought that in the end, Lin Sun would win again and again? What a terrible retribution. Xiaohao sighed, his words filled with mockery towards the Golden Crow bloodline. Initially, Wu Hingtian was afraid of the powers behind these peak true sages, so he shamelessly suggested this method of battle. But in the end, Lin Sun killed 2 old monsters in a row. One should know that great saint realm experts were not as common as cabbages. This was especially true for powerful figures like Wu Hinghai and Wu Hingzhen. Even in the ancient Desolation realm, they were a powerful and decisive deterrent. But now, all of them had died in Lin Sun's hands. For the bloodline of the Golden Crows, it was like going for wool and coming home shorn. It was a heavy blow. Ruo Wu, Mi Hingzhen, and Yi Mo couldn't help but laugh. Old man, it's time for the 3rd round. At this time, Lin Sun's indifferent voice broke the silence in the field and made Wu Hingtian's face change unpredictably. Even Wu Hingzhen, who was at the consummate great sage realm, was not a match for him. Could it be that they really had to ask for help from the old antiques at the Saint King realm? Oh no, is this old thing going to ask a saint ruler to take action? Suddenly, the old toad's expression changed. Almost at the same time, the expressions of the others changed slightly as they guessed this possibility. If that was the case, they would be in big trouble. What was a sage king? He grasped a Tao domain and condensed a nomological domain. He was a king among sages and stood above all sages. An eminent saint stage powerhouse was nothing in front of a saint king. The disparity was too great, like the difference between clouds and mud. Everyone knew that the death of Wu Hingzhen meant that almost no one in the great sage realm could be Lin Sun's opponent. In order to win the 3rd round, the Golden Crow clan only had one choice. Invite the sage king out. If that was the case, even if Lin Sun had stepped into the great sage realm, even if there was a peerless thunder retribution dormant in his body, it was impossible for him to fight against a holy king who had mastered the realm of Tao. This was common knowledge. Sure enough, in the next moment, Wu Hingtian suddenly gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Men, invite Ancestor Wu Yizi over." As soon as he finished speaking, a long sigh sounded out. I've already arrived. However, I was a step too late in the end. I wasn't able to save Hengzhen. An old man with snow-white hair, a skinny figure, and deep eyes quietly appeared out of thin air. He was dressed in a black robe and looked old, but as soon as he appeared, he had a kind of dominating power. He was like a king who controlled the universe and held the sun and moon in his mouth. Greetings, Ancestor. All the Golden Crow clan powerhouses, including Wu Hingtian, bowed their heads respectfully. Wu Yizi was one of the pillars of the Sunset Tang Valley, a sage king who had lived for countless years. In a situation where all the quasi-emperors in the world were stationed on the front line, the existence of a sage king could be called the strongest in the ancient Desolation domain. If an ancient orthodoxy had such a strong person, it wouldn't be threatened by any other forces at all. The hearts of Old Toad, Ah Lu, and the others all sank. The worst had inevitably happened. A sage king was enough to look down on any existence of the saint realm. In the sky, Lin Sun's eyes became more and more profound. He had already expected this, so he didn't panic. Moreover, when he was at the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass, he had seen many great figures in the quasi-emperor realm. As for the sage king, it was even more common. However, although he had seen them before, if he really fought them, Lin Sun still felt that it would be extremely troublesome and the pressure would be great. He had just reached the peak of the Great Saint Realm and hadn't completely stabilized his realm, so he hadn't truly mastered the power of this realm. The only thing he could rely on was perhaps the peerless thunder tribulation in his body. But for the Sage King, this kind of tribulation that only targeted the peak of the Great Saint Realm was destined to not have much of a deterrent. It's time for this farce to end. Wu Yizi sighed softly. His figure suddenly appeared high up in the sky, like a Sage King descending to the world. The heavens and earth suddenly became deathly silent, and a formless pressure suddenly spread out. Everyone present only had one feeling, a king descending to the world. Some of the weaker Golden Crow clan powerhouses had the urge to kneel down and worship, and bow their heads in submission. This was the power of a sage king, not to mention in the eyes of ordinary people, even for the cultivators of the lower five realms and life and death kings, sage kings were no different from the legendary gods. And for the old toad, Alu, Xiaohao, and the others, Wu Yizi's power was equally terrifying, causing their bodies to stiffen and their hair to stand on end. This was the absolute suppression of a cultivation realm. At this moment, Lin Sun attacked without hesitation. The phenomenon of a huge abyss appeared, and suddenly, an overwhelming thunder tribulation surged out. It flowed out in a dense manner, just like the Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens. Rumble, the thunder tribulation surged, and the aura of destruction was astonishing. Wu Yizi's expression was dull, and he stood there motionlessly, but there was a golden divine flame domain suddenly spreading out. It gave people the feeling that in this world, a small world derived from the golden divine flame had opened up, and it contained the supreme mysteries of space. Tao domain, this was a supreme technique of the great Tao that only sage kings could control. In the twinkling of an eye, the endless thunder tribulation was imprisoned in the Tao domain derived from the golden divine flame, and then collapsed and disappeared. Wu Yizi looked indifferent, and his figure remained motionless from beginning to end. But he was really like a supreme ruler, unshakable and despairing. Lin Sun's black eyes suddenly narrowed, and he finally realized that the power controlled by the sage king was beyond the scope of his understanding, and it was not something that he could shake at present. Good. Wu Hingtian and other strong practitioners of the Golden Crow branch were extremely excited. Old Toad, Alu, and the others were chilled. Wu Yizi was too powerful, and the power of his Tao domain was too terrifying. Young man, is that all you have? Wu Yizi said indifferently with a trace of disdain. But at the same time, Lin Sun suddenly smiled coldly, and the insignificant bow appeared in his hand. The bow was made of white bones, and a scarlet bowstring, as if soaked in blood, was suddenly pulled to the full. Buzz, the wind and thunder surged, and the terrible and fierce aura spread from the bow, reflecting the grand sun collapsing, golden crow crying blood, gods and demons wailing, and other terrible visions. The nearby void collapsed at this time, and the dark and dull blue arrow had been put on the insignificant bow, and the arrow emitted a frightening cold luster. Insignificant bow, blue arrow. In a flash, Wu Yizi's eyelids twitched violently. He could no longer keep calm, and his face changed greatly. As a member of the Golden Crow branch, how could he not recognize the insignificant bow? The owner of this bow was the sworn enemy of the Dark Crow Emperor, and the spirit of this bow was still suppressed in the Sunset Tang Valley. The blue arrow was one of the 9 divine arrows of the ancient Yi tribe, which had killed countless strong practitioners of the Golden Crow tribe in the past years. Go to hell. Wu Yizi was furious. Boom, he took a step forward, and the world shook. A breath of the Tao domain spread and evolved into a golden world of divine flame, covering Lin Sun in the distance. If Lin Sun was trapped in it, he was doomed to be slaughtered at will, because in the Tao domain, the King of Saints was the supreme ruler, with power over life and death. Bang! At the same time, Lin Sun shot an arrow. But this arrow seemed to be able to run through the ages and break all the fetters. The fierce and unparalleled sharpness made the world resound with an ear-piercing scream. It was too sharp, overbearing, and fierce. In the blink of an eye, it tore a hole in the golden flame domain, as if it was unstoppable. Boom! Wu Yizi was caught off guard and was pierced in the shoulder by the arrow. His blood splashed, his shoulder bone exploded, and his body was shaken and staggered back. There was silence in the field, and everyone was dumbfounded. It was just the beginning of the confrontation, but Wu Yizi, the King of Saints, was injured by an arrow? This is not your power. Above the void, Wu Yizi's face was livid, and he seemed to realize something. Lin Sun looked cold, and he drew the bow again without hesitation. Bang! The Amoli arrow whistled out, and its fierceness was even stronger, making the world chaotic, and the sound of wind and thunder like the roar of demons resounded. Wu Yizi shouted, and his Tao domain emerged, but it was penetrated like a piece of paper in an instant. His face changed dramatically, and an obscure armor appeared in front of him. Bang! In the next moment, this armor that was refined from blazed divine stone was fiercely pierced open, and it exploded into pieces that shot towards the surroundings. Wu Yizi coughed up blood, and his old face turned pale. Although he blocked the arrow, he was still injured. It turns out to be you, you evil creature. Wu Yizi's eyes almost popped out, and he roared. A young man who had just become a great sage at the peak, even if he had insignificant bow and blue sky arrow, couldn't hurt him. Unless someone was helping him in the dark, and Wu Yizi thought of a person in an instant, the evil creature who had been suppressed under the Fusang divine tree for countless years. Everyone in the field was restless because of this shocking change. Old Toad, Ah Lu, Xiaohao, and Mi Hingzhen all looked at each other. They had already guessed that Lin Sun must have come prepared since he dared to come to Sunset Tang Valley. However, when they really saw this scene, they still couldn't help but be amazed. Wu Yizi, the king of saints, had already taken part in the third battle. How terrible it was. But as soon as the confrontation began, he suffered a heavy setback, which was undoubtedly incredible. Hearing Wu Yizi's words, Wu Hingtian and other Golden Crow strongmen also seemed to realize something, and their faces changed dramatically. Damn it, could it be that the evil creature had already escaped Sunset Tang Valley? In the dark prison beneath the propping mulberry tree, a voice roared with laughter, and it revealed indescribable delight and excitement. My body is finally back. Ha ha ha, I'm going to pay back all the suffering I've suffered for thousands of years. He roared like a madman. The entire dark prison shook violently. Streams of energy formed from the restrictive laws appeared and fiercely lashed at his body. However, the figure seemed to be unaware of it and continued to laugh wildly for a long time. Bang! Outside the Sunset Tang Valley, just as the Golden Crow powerhouses were shocked, Lin Sun pulled the insignificant's bow and shot an arrow without hesitation. The void was torn like silk, and the monstrous chi was all gathered in the arrow, blasting at Wu Yizi. With a bang, blood rained down. Wu Yizi was injured again and screamed in pain. It was not that he didn't want to dodge, nor did he not resist, but he couldn't dodge at all with the power of a Saint King. He couldn't get rid of the locking power of the insignificant's bow. The most terrible thing was that even if he tried his best to resist, he couldn't. This made Wu Yizi angry. He roared, "Go and see if there's any change in the prison." Immediately, someone hurried back to the Sunset Tang Valley. Bang! The deafening sound of the bowstring was heard again. Wu Yizi was so angry that his face darkened. If it weren't for the help of that bastard, how could he let this little thing be so arrogant? But he had to face it head-on because he couldn't dodge at all. Boom! In the terrible sound of the collision, Wu Yizi staggered, and a bowl-sized bloody hole appeared in his thigh, which made him scream in pain. "Little thing, I'll torture you to death later," Wu Yizi roared. He was a mighty saint ruler, yet he had been injured repeatedly before he could even show his might. He could not even keep his face. He was so ashamed that he wanted to go crazy. Bang! Lin Sun didn't talk nonsense from beginning to end. He drew the bow again and saw Wu Yizi as his prey. However, even Lin Sun had to admit that the Saint King was terrible. If it were great saints like Wu Hinghai and Wu Hingzhen, they would have been killed in the first place. Although Wu Yizi looked embarrassed and injured, his foundation was not hurt. Rumble! In an instant, the divine arrows in the sky were like rainbows, tearing through the void. They were ferocious and overflowing. Wu Yizi was injured again, and he roared loudly. Old Toad and the others couldn't help but be flabbergasted. That was a Saint King. Yet, he was actually beaten to such a sorry state. This was simply ridiculous. As for Wu Hingtian and the rest, their faces were extremely ugly and dark. The insignificant bow was indeed terrifying, but without the help of the evil creature in secret, how could the boy achieve this with his strength? Patriarch, the two old ancestors, Wu Fengzi and Wu Lingzi, have already gone to the Fusang divine tree to personally suppress that evil beast. Someone hurriedly returned and transmitted a message to Wu Hingtian. All right. Wu Hingtian's eyes lit up. There were 3 King Sage Realm experts in the Sunset Tang Valley. They were Wu Yizi, Wu Fengzi, and Wu Lingzi. Normally, the 3 ancestors would live in seclusion, but there was no doubt that as long as they were around, the Sunset Tang Valley would be safe, just like that moment. Old ancestor, the outcome has been determined. Wu Hingtian let out a long roar and told the news to Wu Yizi. He didn't mind being heard by others present at all, and his voice was full of excitement. Wu Yizi's spirit was also refreshed, and then his eyes suddenly became extremely cold. He locked on Lin Sun, and his killing intent surged in his heart. Since he stepped into the king's sage realm, he had never suffered such a great shame and humiliation. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, he was beaten to such a sorry state by a junior. How could he establish himself in the ancient desolation domain in the future? Little bastard, you're not far from death. Wu Yazi's voice was cold. But Lin Sun suddenly smiled and said indifferently, old bastard, you're going to die. Buzz, before his voice died away, a strange and obscure wave spread out, making everything in the world suddenly fall into stillness. Innate supernatural power, forbidden death. At this moment, Wu Yazi's figure and expression seemed to be still, showing a strange posture. It was also at this moment that the blue sky arrow shot out from the insignificant bow, swept out, like a ray of light in a still picture. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. When people came to their senses from that strange moment, they saw a completely unimaginable bloody picture. A divine arrow pierced through Wu Yazi's chest and made a bloody hole in his heart. The blood splashed out like a waterfall that broke the dam. Immediately, Wu Yazi let out a furious roar, and his face was full of confusion and disbelief. It seemed that even he didn't expect that there would be an arrow piercing through his body in an instant. This was not something that could be explained by the profound meaning of space. Because the speed of teleportation couldn't be so fast that he, a king sage, didn't even notice it and react at all. But how on earth did this arrow appear? Wu Yazi couldn't figure it out. He had no time to think about it. This blow directly smashed his heart into pieces, and his divine soul suffered a destructive blow. Look, you're dead first. When Lin Sun spoke, another divine arrow had burst out. It was still so fierce and terrible. Wu Yazi's face changed greatly, but he was unable to avoid it. He only let out a dull and frightened roar from his lips, and his body directly exploded in the void. Boom, the void there was in chaos, drowned by the terrifying torrent of power. Heaven and earth shook, and the sun and moon lost their light. A king sage, a supreme old monster in the ancient desolation realm, had fallen at this moment. Everyone in the field was dumbfounded. Wu Hingtian trembled all over and cried out involuntarily, impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The other Golden Crow powerhouses were also shocked and felt a chill all over their bodies. Wu Yazi was the pillar of Sunset Tang Valley, but now he suddenly collapsed in front of them. Old Toad, Alu, and the others also felt dizzy and incredulous. Everything that had happened just now had happened too quickly, so quickly that even they were almost unable to see what method Lin Sun had used to kill a Saint King so cleanly and cleanly. The world was turbulent, the sky was stained with blood, and there was a torrential rain of blood. There were bursts of mournful Dao sounds resounding. Lin Sun put away the insignificant bow and looked down at Wu Hingtian in the distance from the void. He said, I've won all 3 battles. Isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? His voice drifted between heaven and earth. Wu Hingtian's eyes were red and his face was livid. He gritted his teeth and said, you despicable and shameless little bastard, you used the power of that bastard to kill the Golden Crow ancestor and take that bastard away? Wishful thinking. He was extremely angry. First, Wu Hinghai and Wu Hingzhen were killed, and now even Wu Yazi was dead. This was a huge blow to him. We are witnesses. This battle was proposed by you, old bastard, and now you're going back on your word. Can't you afford to lose? Old Toad shouted. If today's news gets out, how will your Golden Crow ancestor have the face to stand in the ancient desolation realm? Don't you think it's shameless? Alu also said angrily. Xiaohao, Rua Wu, Mi Hingzhen, Yi Mo, and the others also showed cold faces. Wu Hingtian was the leader of a clan, but he did such a thing. He was completely shameless. Wu Hingtian's eyes were red and his face was livid. He said word by word, don't worry, no one will spread today's news. You little bastards, all have to die. If I don't kill you, my Golden Crow ancestor will not be able to stand in the ancient desolation realm today. After suffering such a heavy blow, he had completely thrown caution to the wind. He didn't care about anything else. I knew it would be like this. Lin Sun showed a touch of mockery. His silhouette flashed as a giant abyss appeared, blotting out the sky. After that, bolts of terrifying tribulations of thunder came crashing down. Every thunder tribulations turned into different forms. There were sabers, spears, swords, halberds, cauldrons, seals, bronze bells, and even thunder spirits flashed. There's more? A golden crow ancestor cried out. This was really unbelievable. It should be known that when Lin Sun killed Wu Hengzhen, he used the peerless thunder tribulations contained in his body. He also used it when he was fighting against Wu Yazi. But when everyone thought it was over, this peerless thunder tribulations appeared again. Ordinary great saints' tribulations are divided into 4 major stages and 9 minor stages. They are called 4-9 divine tribulations. Mine is different from theirs. Lin Sun said indifferently in the sky. Rumble. Thunder tribulations poured down from the abyss, roaring in the world. Soon, some nearby golden crow ancestor who couldn't dodge in time were directly turned into ashes in the blazing lightning arcs. Even the true Saint Realm powerhouses couldn't resist or struggle and were killed on the spot. Even the great Saint Realm powerhouses like Wu Hengtian were caught off guard. His expression changed dramatically, and he dodged repeatedly. He didn't dare to touch it at all. After all, Wu Hengzhen, who was at the peak of the great Saint Realm, was easily killed, let alone them. Most importantly, with Wu Yazi's death, the only power that could suppress Lin Sun also disappeared. In short, Lin Sun was unstoppable outside the Sunset Tang Valley. Rumble, Lin Sun moved and flashed in the sky. As his figure appeared, the power of the thunder tribulation struck down. For a moment, it was as if a peerless great tribulation had reappeared in the world here. The breath of destruction was shocking and terrifying. As for the experts of the Golden Crow clan, they suffered heavy casualties in an instant. Most of them didn't even have the time to flee before their souls perished. In the distance, Old Toad, Alu, Xiaohao, and the others were speechless. They had originally planned to help. But now, they didn't even have the chance to intervene. They didn't dare to approach the battlefield. If they were touched by the power of the thunder tribulations, the consequences would be so severe that even they couldn't bear it. He could only watch helplessly as this unimaginable massacre unfolded. Let's go to the Sunset Tang Valley. Quick! Wu Hengtian roared. His voice shook the sky, and he led the remaining old monsters to flee to the Sunset Tang Valley like a madman. Rumble, Lin Sun chased after them without any hesitation. Let's go too. Old Toad, Alu, and the others also took action. Wu Hengtian had already broken his promise. At this moment, everyone knew that the operation to attack the Golden Crow clan had finally begun in its true form, fixed a bug. Tian Ke is the name of the owner of the insignificant spiritual bow. This time, the protagonist came to save the insignificant spiritual bow. Sunset Tang Valley. It seemed to be a valley, but in fact, it was like a small world. In this world, the grass and trees were all golden, the mountains and rivers were on fire, and lava was spurting out from the earth. Rows upon rows of ancient golden buildings floated in the air. Golden crows were flapping their huge wings as they soared into the sky. This was the lair of the golden crows, which had existed since ancient times and was terrifyingly powerful. But on this day, a great chaos had erupted. Rumble, wave after wave of deafening rumbling resounded out, and it caused this entire small world to tremble while numerous golden crow experts were alarmed. What happened? Let's go and have a look. Exclamations came from all directions. Countless silhouettes darted out from different areas. Most of them were gold crow children, servants, and maids. Gosh! It's a heavenly tribulation. How is that possible? Soon, many powerful golden crows saw a great tribulation pouring down from the entrance of the Sunset Tang Valley like a waterfall. Wherever it passed, the tribulation thunder was as thick as a bucket. It was as magnificent as a dragon and took all kinds of weird forms. Such a world-shocking scene caused everyone to tremble, and they stared their eyes wide open as if they were looking at the arrival of the end of the world. How could this be? Many people were frightened and confused. This was the setting sun Tang Valley, the territory of the Golden Crow tribe. Since when had such a terrifying thing ever happened in the past? Who in the entire ancient desolation realm dared to offend them? No one. Therefore, the Golden Crow cultivators who had been living in the Sunset Tang Valley for generations were in disbelief when they saw such a calamity befalling them. Where's the chief? Where are the elders? Why didn't they stop it? Someone yelled. That's right. How could those old monsters in the clan not notice the arrival of such a vast calamity? Hurry! Open the sacred formation! An expert of the older generation let out a shout. However, even more people were fleeing in panic. It was extremely chaotic because the tribulation lightning had already swept over like a storm of lightning. Rumble, this was a great sage tribulation for a peerless figure like Lin Sun. It was enough to kill Wu Hengzhen, who was in the great sage realm, let alone others. For a time, as the thunder tribulation moved, countless experts in Sunset Tang Valley were killed and their souls dispersed. All kinds of buildings, mountains, plants, paths, medicinal gardens, all of them were turned into nothingness under the surging and blazing lightning tribulation. Blood-curdling screams, wails, cries for help, panic, and other sounds rang out incessantly. The heavens and the earth shook, and the scene of great destruction and upheaval appeared, at this moment, not to mention ordinary Golden Crow experts, even old fellows that had stepped foot into the Saint Realm were horrified. Where was Wu Hengtian? He was also fleeing, leading the Golden Crow lineage's important figures towards the Forbidden Land where the propping mulberry tree was at full speed. As for anything else, he couldn't be bothered about it at all. Now that Wu Yazi was dead, it was equivalent to the Golden Crow lineage losing a pillar of support. As for the two sage kings, Wu Fengzi and Wu Lingzi, they were in front of the propping mulberry tree, suppressing the beast. Only by escaping there would they have the hope of reversing the situation. Behind them, Lin Sun controlled the thunder tribulation and chased after them. He was like the god of destruction, accompanied by the mighty thunder tribulation along the way, destroying countless Golden Crow experts and living beings. Layers of Sage Tao restrictions appeared, strict and powerful. However, in front of Lin Sun, they were as fragile as paper, directly crushed by the thunder tribulation. And annihilated in bursts of explosions. Too powerful. At this moment, Lin Sun carried the power of the heavenly tribulation, like a god fighting on behalf of the heavens. Behind him, Old Toad, Ah Lu, Xiaohao, and the others who were chasing after him couldn't help but feel their blood boil. They were inexplicably shocked. In a trance, it was as if they had returned to the time when they were fighting in the 9 regions battlefield. Kill! Ah Lu shouted and rushed out with an iron rod, his aura devouring the mountains and rivers. Boom, with a sweep of the rod, some golden crows that couldn't escape in time were smashed into meat paste, and the ground cracked and exploded. How can I, Jing Dui, be absent from such a grand event? Old Toad licked his lips. With a swoosh, he moved the void and swallowed the sun and the moon. His combat strength was extremely powerful. Ha ha ha, everyone, it's time for us to take action. We can't let Lin Sun steal the limelight alone. Xiaohao laughed and stepped forward. Then, Rua Wu, laughing at the heavens, Ye Chen, Yu Jianming, Qi Lingxiao, Yuan Fatian, Little Golden-Winged Rock, and other true saints Juxiu attacked. In the ancient Desolation realm, a true saint could be regarded as a domineering figure, let alone a group of true saints Juxiu who came from a fierce place like the 9 regions battlefield. For a moment, the setting sun valley was filled with sword qi, whistling sabers, and all kinds of amazing Taoist skills. Treasures were overflowing with light and color. The huge golden small world was filled with smoke, turbulence, and blood. Kill! 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 The killing intent that shook the universe enveloped and drowned the heavens and the earth. At this time, Lin Sun had arrived at the area where the Fusang divine tree was. The mountain was majestic, filled with chaotic qi, and a rain of fire. This was an incomparably sacred area, as if it was an eternal pure land. An ancient tree was rooted in the front of the mountain. Its trunk was strong like a horned dragon, and its whole body seemed to be made of gold, burning with raging flames. Every single leaf was like a sun that hung at the top of the tree, and they glowed brilliantly and flowed with blazing essence that flowed like a waterfall. Fusang Divine Tree, it was a divine tree that had been famous in the ancient Desolation realm since ancient times. It was born from the source of the Samadhi true fire, and was known as the 4 great divine trees along with Kanwu Parasol, Jianmu, and Kunwu tree. Rumor had it that the sun scripture comprehended by the ancestors of the Golden Crow bloodline came from the natural Taoist patterns of the Fusang divine tree. As Lin Sun arrived, the experts of the Golden Crow bloodline appeared, including Wu Hengtian and other old monsters of the Great Saint realm. Apart from them, there were also 2 king saints. One was a black-skinned man with a devilishly handsome face, and a pair of eyes that were like golden glass. The other was a middle-aged man in a green robe, with a sage-like demeanor. The former was called Wu Fengzi, and the latter was called Wulingzi. They had been in the Sunset Tang Valley for countless years, and like Wu Yazi, they were regarded as the pillars of the Golden Crow bloodline. Is this the one? Wu Fengzi opened his mouth, and his voice was as sharp as a sword. It's this little bastard. Wu Hengtian's face was livid, and his eyes were bloodshot. Far away, Lin Sun stopped in the void. At this point, the peerless power of the catastrophe that he had devoured had already been exhausted. But it didn't matter if he didn't have the power of divine punishment. It seems that the strongest in the Sunset Tang Valley today is only the King Saints. Lin Sun glanced at the crowd with a calm expression. Even in the face of the two King Saints and a group of high-level figures of the Golden Crow bloodline, he didn't show any fear. Little bastard, that evil creature has been suppressed and can no longer help you. Don't you understand the current situation? Wu Hengtian gnashed his teeth. Lin Sun did notice this. When he was outside the Sunset Tang Valley, there was a unique echo between the insignificant Bao and the spirit of the weapon. It was precisely because of this kind of cooperation that the insignificant spiritual Bao burst out with unprecedented ferocity. Wu Yazi was finally killed. However, after killing Wu Yazi, this echo disappeared. It could be inferred that the spirit of the insignificant Bao must have encountered trouble. Although Lin Sun knew it clearly, he didn't panic. Instead, he showed a touch of sarcasm. Ridiculous, do you really think that I'm here just to save that senior? After a pause, he looked cold and said, at this time, I might as well say that today, the Sunset Tang Valley will be removed from the ancient Desolation domain. How dare you? With a roar, Wu Fengzi's horrible pressure of the King Saints crushed Lin Sun like a landslide and a tsunami. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Sun stood motionless in the void. The horrible power that was enough to suppress all the great saints disappeared without a trace as soon as it approached Lin Sun. Everyone's eyes narrowed and their faces changed. At this time, with a clear sound, a sword full of strange black mist appeared in Lin Sun's hand. This sword was covered with dark light, which was strange and awe-inspiring, as if there was a gate to hell inside it, which made people shudder. It was the congenital holy weapon taken from Mingchild, a Vichy sword. At the same time, Lin Sun's aura also changed. His figure became illusory, surrounded by wisps of obscure Taoist light. An invisible power made the world fall into a terrible atmosphere. Even the King Saints like Wu Fengzi and Wu Lingzi couldn't help but change their faces slightly. What a horrible aura, how could it be possessed by a man who had just stepped into the great saint realm? At this moment, Lin Sun showed a kind of solitary and cold charm. Between his eyebrows, it seemed that he was overlooking the world. However, Lin Sun smiled bitterly in his heart. Because at this moment, he had been controlled by a force released by the mysterious woman Shi. According to Shi, this kind of scene was not worth her personal appearance at all. Then, Lin Sun found that he was controlled by this mysterious force. It was a wonderful feeling. It was as if he had become an outsider and was watching calmly. However, he could clearly sense all the miraculous changes that occurred within his body. It was as if he was possessed by a god. Do it. Sensing the strange changes in Lin Sun's aura, Wu Fengzi and Wu Lingzi looked at each other and attacked without hesitation. They all displayed the power of the Tao field. Wuxia Tao field constructed by green flames appeared, covering the sky and earth. This was the green flame Tao field from Wu Fengzi. Buzz, a golden flame-like leaf appeared in the air and suddenly became bigger. The veins on the leaf were like the law of Tao, crisscrossing like a net, constructing a huge Tao field. Fire leaf gold field, this was Wu Lingzi's supreme means. The Tao realm was also known as the Tao realm. It was the supreme power that could only be controlled by the Sage King realm. It was the embodiment of one's cultivation. It looked like a Tao realm that was like a small world. In fact, all living beings trapped in it would lose control of their lives and be taken away by the master of the Tao realm. Under normal circumstances, the Sage King realm would not use such a powerful weapon unless it was absolutely necessary. That was because there were too few opponents in the ancient Desolation realm that could threaten them. At this moment, the two Tao realms from Wu Fengzi and Wu Lingzi overlapped and targeted Lin Sun. That scene was enough to make other Sage Kings tremble in fear. It could also be seen that the change in Lin Sun's aura made the two Sage Kings of the Golden Crow branch fearful. Lin Sun did not dodge. He looked extremely calm and turned a blind eye to it. He only slashed out with the Avici sword in his hand. Boom, the thick black sword intent soared into the sky. It was extremely dazzling, like a galaxy in the eternal night. There were stars falling in it. In the process, mist spread and hell appeared. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The magnificent scene was like the beginning of chaos. It was horrifying and desperate. Oh no, Wu Fengzi and Wu Lingzi's hearts tightened. They felt that the power of this sword was unstoppable and difficult to resist. Without hesitation, they dodged. Bang! Bang! The two terrifying powers of the Green Flame Tau realm and the Fire Leaf Gold realm were crushed by the sword. It could be clearly seen that along with the descent of this sword, the sun, moon, and stars fell while all phenomena collapsed, and it revealed a state of absolute suppression. With a rumble, the place where Wu Fengzi and Wu Lingzi were standing was split into two, forming a deep ravine. Whoosh! Suddenly, the Fusang divine tree moved silently. Golden divine flames that looked like divine chains fell down. Only then did the sword chi vanquish. At this moment, Wu Fengzi and Wu Lingzi broke out in a cold sweat. What a terrifying sword! This was definitely not something that a young man who had just reached the Great Sage realm could possess. It was too supreme and unimaginable. Wu Hengtian and the other Golden Crow powerhouses widened their eyes. The aura of the Great Path contained in this sword made their Taoist hearts feel like they were about to collapse. Previously, with the help of the insignificance Bao, he had the opportunity to kill Wu Yazi. But now, that vile creature has been suppressed once more. So who is helping this kid from the shadows? This shocked them. At this time, Lin Sun raised his head slightly and said in surprise, the soul of this tree is obviously gone, but it still has such divine power. It deserves to be one of the 4 ancient divine woods. Of course, it was not Lin Sun who spoke. But it was no longer important. This kid is evil. Let's attack together. Remember, don't leave the propping mulberry tree's area of power. Kill. Wu Fengzi and Wu Lingzi spoke at the same time. Their eyes were sinister, their expressions icy cold, and their killing intent covered the heavens and the earth. They'd already realized the strangeness of Lin Sun's strength, and they didn't dare to underestimate him. In the nearby area, all kinds of divine lights danced, and a large number of treasures flew up. Everyone, including Wu Hengtian, made their move. Numerous Daoist arts and treasures were all aimed at Lin Sun. With a bang, the world seemed to explode. All kinds of attacks burst out like lava rain, vast and dense. Lin Sun didn't dodge. Only his figure glowed, and the obscure power wave evolved into a round divine halo, covering his whole body as if invincible. As he shook his wrist, the Avicii sword hummed and spread out thousands of sword shadows, flowing with the black brilliance of the eternal night, densely packed and clanging. Then, they swept out together. The void was easily pierced, riddled with holes. The sword marks were incomparably sharp and all-pervasive. On the spot, more than 10 people were pierced and screamed. No. The sword shadows were extremely sharp, penetrating those people's throats, eyebrows, skulls, hearts, and abdomens, bringing out strings of scarlet blood. When some sword chi cut down, those people's bodies were directly wiped out, and they died suddenly. This scene made people's hearts tremble and souls tremble. It was too terrible. Fire spirit covers the world. Wu Fengzi shouted, and a golden flame light screen rose in front of the Fusang divine tree, enveloping the front and turning into a huge barrier. It was like a golden moat, and there were divine chains of rules flowing on it. Bang! 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 The sword shadows were finally blocked. Just by counting the number of people, a single sword had actually killed 3 great sages and 5 true sages. They had suffered heavy losses, causing them to go crazy with anger. Rise! Purple light flowed, incomparably brilliant. Wu Fengzi took out a purple beast skin, which turned into a magnificent purple saber in the void. The saber was inscribed with dense ancient totems, and wisps of the aura of a quasi-emperor filled the air. It was extremely shocking. Without a doubt, this was a treasure left behind by a quasi-emperor. Swoosh, the purple saber suddenly slashed out, shaking the heavens and the earth, and purple chi shook the sky. But accompanied by the sound of a collision, Lin Sun casually slashed out. The Avicii sword flowed with black light, and like cutting through tofu, the purple saber that was coming at him was suddenly broken, turning into a rain of light. Wu Fengzi's expression changed greatly, and everyone else shivered in fear. What terrifying power this kid had, who exactly was helping him in secret. That purple saber was a precious treasure, left behind by a quasi-emperor Golden Crow before heading for the Great Wall of Imperial Pass. Its killing power was astonishing, and it could even kill Saint Kings. But now, it was easily shattered. Judging from this, the power Lin Sun possessed now was at least at the level of a quasi-emperor. Kill. Wu Fengzi, Wu Lingzi, and the others didn't dare to leave the vicinity of the Fusang Divine Tree. They all attacked with full force, making the world shake. At the same time, ancient restrictive power was activated one after another, uprooting from the ground. Symbols flickered, and Tao patterns swirled. They already had nowhere to retreat to. If they couldn't even protect the Fusang Divine Tree, then Sunset Tang Valley was no different from existing in name only. Therefore, they all began to fight with their lives on the line. Still too weak. Lin Sun walked up, casually holding the Avicii sword. His expression was aloof, colder than snow. As he walked, sword chi weaved, shooting out like bulls, continuously hacking down. Boom, wherever the sword chi passed, Tao techniques shattered and treasures collapsed. It was as if nothing could stop it, sweeping through everything before it. That ancient restrictive power was painstakingly laid down by the ancestors of the Golden Crow bloodline countless years ago. It was enough to stop the attacks of a quasi-emperor. But under Lin Sun's advance, they were destroyed one after another like fragile glass. Rumbling sounds shook the heavens. What? Even my clan's great restrictive power can't stop it? Who exactly is he? Could it be that an emperor is secretly helping him? Wu Fengzi and the others were overwhelmed with shock, completely panicking. Rumble, finally, the last restrictive formation was also broken. A rain of light poured down like a tide, dyeing this world in dazzling light. In front of the Fusang Divine Tree, Wu Fengzi and the others felt their vision darken. They were so furious that they almost coughed up blood. The layers of restrictive formations had protected the Golden Crow bloodline for who knew how many years, but now, they were all destroyed by someone. Swoosh, Lin Sun brandished his sword and charged straight at the Fusang Divine Tree. The great battle broke out completely at this moment. Divine splendor filled the sky. The sword of Avicii was like a gate open to hell, with the power to suppress and kill everything. Lin Sun's consumption was not great because it was all controlled by the power of Shi. But even so, Lin Sun could not help but be shocked. How strong was she? It should be known that this was only a portion of her power. She did not reveal her own strength at all. Whoosh, the Fusang Divine Tree shook violently, its leaves glowing like the sun. The power of divine flame poured down like a tide, blocking Lin Sun's attack. For a moment, the sword chi roared and destroyed countless golden divine chains and flames, causing the entire Fusang Divine Tree to shake violently, as if it could not hold on any longer. Lin Sun's disdainful and fierce posture was simply like an invincible sword master. Wu Fengzi and the others were completely panicked, their faces livid with shock and anger. Quick, summon the ancestral decree. We must not let him destroy the Fusang Divine Tree. Otherwise, our Golden Crow bloodline will be completely finished. Wu Fengzi roared, his expression grim. Wu Hingtian hesitated. The ancestral decree cannot be used unless it is a matter of life and death. Once it is used, it will consume more than half of the Fusang Divine Tree's power. I'm afraid it will allow that evil creature to escape from prison. Idiot, if we don't fight now, we will be finished when that little bastard comes. Wu Fengzi said angrily. Wu Hingtian gritted his teeth and made a decision. His expression became pious and solemn as he took out an ancient scroll and held it in his hands while chanting a complicated and obscure incantation. Following that, Wu Fengzi, Wu Lingzi, and the other Golden Crow powerhouses also started chanting, their expressions extremely solemn. Whoosh, the sealed scroll opened slowly, and a terrifying aura rushed out. It was as if an emperor had come into the world. The brilliant divine aura exploded like the scorching sun, illuminating the entire area. The scroll was imprinted with words of the emperor's path, as if it was formed by the great Tao. It shone brilliantly and could not be seen clearly. The aura was too terrifying. Wu Fengzi and the others trembled, and even their souls trembled. The pressure from the decree was too supreme, causing their bodies and minds to almost collapse. A decree written with the will of the emperor's path? That's right, an ancient clan, even if they do not have an emperor, should still have the capital to stand tall for thousands of years. This decree might be their greatest reliance. Lin Sun, who was attacking, seemed to have sensed something. He revealed a trace of surprise, but immediately calmed down. He also stopped attacking, and looked into the distance with his hands behind his back, as if it was very interesting. Finally, Wu Hingtian chanted a long and complicated secret language. A decree was completely unfolded and floated in the void. Every word was like a pearl, shining brightly, and a supreme aura of the emperor's path rushed into the sky. Almost at the same time, the billions of golden divine flames that flowed down from the Fusang divine tree were all absorbed by this decree. Following that, the aura emitted by this decree became more and more terrifying, causing the heaven and earth to fall into a kind of mourning, as if it was bowing its head to an emperor. Seeing this, Wu Fuzi suddenly looked at Lin Sun in the distance. His expression was sinister and cold, and his killing intent was dense. He said word by word, "Little bastard, no matter who is helping you, this time, all of you will die." The Sunset Valley was chaotic and turbulent, filled with blood. Old Toad, Ah Lu, Xiaohao, and Ruo Wu, these top true sages, dealt with the ordinary golden crows as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. The big black bird had long given up on killing the enemies. Like a gust of wind, it plundered the treasures in the Sunset Valley. Looking at its posture, it wanted to dig 3 feet into the ground and take all the treasures. Suddenly, the world trembled. A terrible aura burst out from the area where the Fusang divine tree was, distorting the rules of this world. What kind of power is this? It's like the arrival of the great emperor. It has the aura of destroying the rules of heaven and earth. Damn it. Has the Golden Crows released the power of the emperor? Old Toad and the others were horrified. Their souls seemed to be oppressed by an ancient divine mountain. They only felt that the world was filled with a terrible power, and their minds were showing signs of trembling. Kill. At the same time, Wu Hingtian shouted in front of the Fusang divine tree. In the void, a decree spread out, flowing with misty brilliance, like the beginning of chaos, filled with the true power of the Emperor realm. Boom, a line of Emperor ancient characters swept out from the decree. Each of them seemed to be made of divine gold, shining brightly. They turned into a golden saber and slashed down at Lin Sun. Lin Sun frowned and suddenly swung the sword of Avicii in his hand. It was simple and violent. Clang, the sword of Avicii and the golden saber collided. A rain of light splashed and shook the field. Lin Sun's arm was numb, and his body shook violently and took a few steps back. Humph, it's just a will. I'd like to see how long you can last. Lin Sun snorted. He waved the sword of Avicii without retreating or dodging. Instead, he rushed forward and slashed continuously with the sword of Avicii. Each slash was simple to the extreme. But each sword chi had the power to shake the universe and kill ghosts and gods. Even the sword of Avicii became darker and more dazzling, clanging and shaking the world. Everyone was stunned. Wu Hingtian and the others' eyes almost fell out. That was the decree left by the Dark Crow Emperor, branded with the supreme aura of the Emperor realm, which was enough to kill a quasi-emperor. But now, Lin Sun was fighting with it, colliding with the will of the great emperor. This was undoubtedly too incredible. How can an ant like you resist the will of a great emperor? Kill! Wu Hingtian roared. His mind communicated with the decree, and rows of ancient emperor characters appeared, transforming into golden spears, divine swords, great seals, ancient pagodas. All of them rushed to kill Lin Sun. In an instant, the entire area shook, and a terrifying emperor's aura surged. It would not be an exaggeration to say that any saint who dared to approach at this moment would be instantly obliterated. This level of power was too terrifying, and even the nomological energy of this world showed signs of being unable to endure it. In the face of such a bombardment, Lin Sun's reaction was simple. He swung the Avicii sword. A ruthless slash, every strike was simple to the extreme, but it was also terrifyingly sharp. Dang! 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 Deafening rumbling resounded. Every single collision shook the heads of many old fellows to the point their heads droned, and they saw stars. It was so uncomfortable that they almost coughed up blood. However, what was even more unacceptable or horrifying was that Lin Sun was not wiped out immediately at this moment. Instead, he was shining all over, holding the sword to kill with a proud and aloof posture as if he was invincible. Everyone's scalp went numb. Was he, still human, who would dare to believe that he could even resist the will of a great emperor? In this world, if a quasi-emperor were here, he would probably bow his head in shame and admit his inferiority. Because even a quasi-emperor was destined to be unable to escape the killing of a great emperor's decree. But it just so happened that a peerless great saint like Lin Sun was fighting back, and his posture was strong. He swung the divine sword and slashed violently. His means were rough, but there was another kind of shocking power. Could it be that the one secretly helping this boy is really a great emperor? No. The ancient Desolation Realm's rule of heaven and earth is simply unable to withstand the power of a great emperor. It is destined that there will not be a great emperor in this world. But what the hell is going on? At this moment, Wu Fengzi, Wu Lingzi, and other king sages all changed their expressions, revealing a look of horror and disbelief. Kill. Wu. Hengtian's eyes were about to burst out of their sockets, and they were about to bleed. Buzz, in the sky, the emperor's decree tumbled, and countless emperor's ancient characters emerged like rays of bright light, rumbling and surging, interweaving the emperor's will and law. In a trance, there seemed to be an unusually majestic figure appearing, with cold and deep eyes and a domineering aura, like a supreme ruler. Dark Crow Emperor. At this moment, Wu Fengzi, Wu Lingzi, and other old monsters were so excited that they almost cried. How many years had it been since they had seen the majesty of their ancestor? Now, even if it was only formed by a strand of willpower, it still made them excited. Boom, the shadow of the Dark Crow Emperor pressed out with his palm, and the power that could collapse the heavens and the earth spread out, crushing all of Lin Sun's attacks and slapping him away. He coughed up blood at the corner of his mouth and almost fell from the void. Good. The old golden crows shouted with excitement. This was the true power of the great emperor's decree, and it was as powerful as a ruler. This is interesting. Lin Sun spoke in the distance with indifferent eyes. He suddenly soared into the sky, and the Avicii sword in his hand suddenly produced a pitch-black prison. It was completely formed by thousands of interwoven sword chi, and it pressed down. Looking from afar, it was like opening the entrance to hell. Boom, the heavens and the earth seemed to collapse, unable to bear the supreme power reflected by this sword, and all of them struck towards the shadow of the Dark Crow Emperor. The sword rain was like a waterfall, and the sword chi was like a prison. The sound shook the heavens like stars exploding. Bang, the shadow of the Dark Crow Emperor swayed, and he was actually unable to do anything to such a purgatory of swords. He shouted coldly, and his illusory body flowed with an immortal aura, and it kept glowing. He punched out, and every punch carried the power to burn the world. Lin Sun swung his sword, and the Avicii sword developed layers of hell. It was sharp, terrifying, and ghastly, and it caused the sky to shake. For a time, the place was in complete chaos, and the scene of destruction filled it. The hearts of everyone present trembled, and their eyes hurt. They couldn't see the scene of the battle at all because the power was too supreme. Rumble, the shadow of the Dark Crow Emperor was swaying, but his emperor's power was still strong, and every strike he struck overturned the world and crushed everything. The huge Sunset Tang Valley was shaking violently. Countless ancient buildings collapsed, and countless mountains and plants turned into powder. This was originally the dwelling place of the Golden Crow clan, a famous sacred and secluded pure land in the ancient Desolation Realm. But now, everywhere was collapsing and destroyed. Lin Sun's expression became colder and colder, and he kept swinging his sword. Because the speed was too fast, the Avicii sword set off countless sword shadows, and the aura it released turned into an immortal hell sword sea. Finally, with a roar, the shadow of the Dark Crow Emperor staggered back, and his body dimmed a lot. Lin Sun didn't stop, and he slashed out continuously. It was like one hell after another appeared in the world, and he wanted to suppress everything. In the battle, the two of them were shaking violently, and they kept clashing. The divine sound that erupted was like the chanting of the gods, and it was terrifying. The shadow of the Dark Crow Emperor became more and more blurry, and its brilliance became dimmer and dimmer, and it seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The lips of Wu Fengzi and the others trembled. How terrifying was this power to be able to fight against the will of the great emperor? Boom, suddenly, Lin Sun's body emitted an immortal light that illuminated the sky, and his aura became more and more powerful. He suddenly put away the Avicii sword and raised his hand. It was a simple action, but a myriad of divine lights appeared, and it developed into an ancient platform that seemed to suppress the heavens. It was too dazzling, and people couldn't look at it directly. Break! A single word was uttered softly. Following which, an endless blazing light rose from the platform and engulfed the dark demon emperor. The sound of collision resounded, and the world seemed to be in chaos at this moment. It fell into chaos, and nothing could be seen or felt. Everyone's mind shook violently, and their vision was blank. They were stimulated by the terrifying aura to the point that their souls almost left their bodies, and they felt as if they had fallen into an abyss. When the smoke dissipated, and the surroundings were silent, the figure of the Dark Crow Emperor had disappeared, and the Great Emperor's decree had also disappeared. In the deathly silent atmosphere, Lin Sun's figure stood in the field, and he seemed eternal, cold, aloof, and had a proud demeanor. The Great Emperor's decree was broken? Someone was shocked and confused, and he couldn't help but murmur, "No." Immediately, Wu Fengzi's incomparably shrill cry sounded in the field, and he seemed to have gone mad. How could it be? How could it be? The other old monsters were also on the verge of collapse. They couldn't bear such a blow, and they were all in a mess, as if they were grieving the death of their parents. This great emperor's decree was the biggest trump card of Sunset Tang Valley, and also the strongest power possessed by the Golden Crow bloodline. But now, it was completely destroyed. It was like the sky had collapsed. "Next, it's your turn." Suddenly, Lin Sun turned his head, looked at the bottom of the Fusang divine tree, and conveyed a thought. As soon as his voice fell, the mysterious and obscure power on Lin Sun's body suddenly disappeared, and the original cold and aloof charm also dissipated. At this moment, Lin Sun finally regained control of his body, but his mind was also in a trance. Although the mysterious woman she had separated a part of her power to help him fight, Lin Sun clearly felt every detail of the battle. This wonderful experience made him feel the mystery of the battle of emperors in advance in the Great Saint Realm. It was incredible. This was also destined to be a rare and precious experience, which was enough to benefit him on the road of cultivation in the future. Wu Fengzi and others, who were grieving, angry, and panicking, immediately noticed the change in Lin Sun's aura. At first, they were stunned. The power that helped him disappeared. After that, all of them revealed terrifying and ghastly killing intent. The Great Emperor's decree was gone, but at the same time, the power that Lin Sun relied on also disappeared. This was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, before they could take action, the Fusang divine tree suddenly roared, and the ground there suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out. "Ha ha ha, after so many years, I finally see the light of day again." Amidst the wild laughter, a dreadful and monstrous ferocious aura spread out. The figure, like an ancient fierce god, looked up to the sky and laughed, and his voice shook the world, as fierce and crazy as before. "What?" Wu Fengzi and others, who originally wanted to kill Lin Sun, all changed their faces at this moment. That evil beast was out of trouble. With a buzz, their brains almost exploded. As soon as the mysterious force that helped Lin Sun left, the spirit of insignificance Bao broke free, which made Wu Fengzi and others feel like collapsing. Blessings never come in pairs, and misfortunes never come alone. The Fusang divine tree was dim, and its branches and leaves showed a kind of gray color. The previous decree of the Great Emperor had drained most of its power, so it was impossible to suppress the spirit of insignificance Bao. At this moment, that figure stood in the sky while laughing madly towards the sky, and his ferocious killing intent was simply like a surging tide that covered the heavens and the earth. Looking closely, he was obviously an extremely handsome young man, but his beard and hair showed a kind of gray color. His eyes were like black whirlpools, flowing with frightening murderous light. "Young master, please lend me your Bao." When the gray-haired young man looked at Lin Sun, he bowed with a touch of deference. This was a recognition of Lin Sun's identity. In other words, from the moment Lin Sun broke into Sunset Tang Valley and rescued him, he had already recognized this young man. "Take it." Lin Sun threw the insignificance Bao and blue arrow out and caught them in the hands of the gray-haired boy. Buzz, the gray-haired young man pulled the bowstring with his index finger, and his voice was as loud as wind and thunder. His eyes were filled with excitement, absent-mindedness, and joy as he muttered, "I have finally slaughtered my way out of this world." Old Mo Wu, wash your neck clean and wait. Very soon, I will find you for revenge. At the end of his words, he suddenly raised his head and glanced at Wu Fengzi and others. With a cold curve on his lips, he said in a violent tone, I said that when I get out of trouble, all the sufferings I have suffered since ancient times will be paid back one by one. Now is the time. He suddenly pulled the bowstring, and the blue sky arrow burst out. Boom, this arrow had the power to tear the void and crush mountains and rivers. The fierce spirit was like a substance, whistling out with this arrow. Vaguely, the sounds of slaughter resounded throughout the world. Lin Sun's hair stood on end. The power of insignificance bow in the hands of its spirit was completely different. It was unimaginably horrible. Dodge! Wu Fengzi roared. However, in the end, he was still a bit too slow. Or rather, it was impossible for him to dodge such an arrow. Bang, a figure exploded, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. It was Wu Lingzi. He was in existence at the Saint King realm, yet he'd been blasted to death by a single arrow, and a shattered body had vanished within the ferocious light of the arrow. Wu Hengtian and the rest were completely overwhelmed with shock. Their entire bodies were covered with terror, and they almost instinctively fled at the first instant. The weapon spirit of the insignificant spiritual Bao was too terrifying. When he was suppressed, they could still regard him as an evil creature, whipping and humiliating him. But when the spirit of the insignificant Bao was freed, it was completely different. The power he possessed was even beyond the imagination of any of the Gold Crow clan's elders. Trying to escape? Impossible. The gray-haired boy, like a fierce god, shot more than 10 arrows in an instant. Each arrow had the power to penetrate the sky and sink the sun and moon. Puff, 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 for a time, the gold crows were pierced through one after another. Their bodies exploded, and blood rained everywhere. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. No matter the old monster of the great sage realm or the true sage realm, all those who were targeted by the insignificant spiritual Bao could not escape death. The gray-haired boy stood in the void. He was thin and exuded a fierce aura. The ferocious Bao composed of many white bones and skeletons made him more extraordinary. Even Lin Sun couldn't help but gasp. He was too strong. An artifact spirit had been imprisoned for countless years and had suffered innumerable amounts of whipping, torture, and suffering. Now that it had escaped, it actually still possessed such monstrous ferocious might. Lin Sun couldn't imagine what kind of amazing power the weapon spirit of the insignificant spiritual Bao had at the beginning. At this moment, Wu Lingzi was a Saint King, the supreme existence in the ancient Desolation realm, but he couldn't resist the blow of the gray-haired boy. Bang! 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 The sounds of bowstrings being drawn resounded one after another. The gray-haired youth stood in the clouds with his long hair fluttering in the wind, and his handsome face was filled with an arrogant and ghastly expression. I swore that sooner or later, I would destroy this place and the gold crows. If I let you escape today, wouldn't it seem that I didn't keep my word? Ha ha ha, look at you bastards, you are still as timid as before. Where is your courage when you whipped me? Why is it gone? It's a pity that there are no more quasi-emperors in the Sunset Tang Valley. It's not satisfying to kill you useless old bastards, the voice full of hatred kept ringing, echoing throughout the Sunset Tang Valley. At this moment, the gray-haired boy was like a vengeful god, venting all the anger and hatred he had suffered over the years in his attack. He was chasing and attacking wantonly in the Sunset Tang Valley. In the Sunset Tang Valley, Old Toad, Alu, and others had just come to themselves. The collision between Lin Sun and the great emperors will made them feel uncomfortable and shocked even though they were far away. When they finally calmed down a little, they saw the ferocious scene of the gray-haired boy holding the insignificant spiritual Bao and killing people. For a moment, they couldn't help being stunned again. Oh my, who is this big shot? Isn't his combat power too fierce? Alu screamed. Who else can it be? It must be the weapon spirit of the Bao. According to my elder brother, this guy is extremely amazing. He has been suppressed here for countless years. No matter how hard the Gold Crows tried, they couldn't kill him. He's so abnormal. Old Toad was amazed. Even an artifact spirit is so terrifying. What kind of astonishing origin does that Bao have? The big black bird's eyes were shining, staring at the gray-haired boy and the insignificant spiritual Bao greedily. This was the real peerless treasure, huh? The gray-haired boy seemed to be aware of the big black bird's gaze and suddenly looked over. His fierce eyes were like whirlpools, which made the big black bird tremble and quickly withdraw his gaze. Oh, a black crow. It seems that you are not the same species as those old bastards. The gray-haired boy laughed and ignored the big black bird. His figure flashed and chased away. The big black bird looked gloomy and scolded. My origin is enough to scare the great emperor to death. How can a black crow compare with me? Everyone rolled their eyes. Scared the great emperor to death? This damn bird was really arrogant. They didn't stay idle either. They all took action to sweep the Sunset Tang Valley. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, there were no more living Golden Crow clan experts in the vast Sunset Tang Valley. There were only corpses and a mess on the ground. Come on, help me find Crow Nest Sapphire Water. By the way, plunder as many flame divine stones as you can. The big black bird's excited voice sounded between heaven and earth. The enemies had been almost wiped out, and the Sunset Tang Valley was also trampled. Now it was the time to search for treasures and loot wealth. It should be known that Gold Crow was an ancient clan. It had been living in the Sunset Tang Valley since ancient times. The wealth accumulated by it for countless years was simply unimaginable. Even Old Toad, Alu, and Xiaohao couldn't help but be surprised when they were searching. There were too many treasures, all kinds of rare treasures, magic materials, and spiritual medicines. Among them, there were some wonderful ancient treasures, powerful holy weapons, and some rare ores and books. Lin Sun didn't participate in this feast of dividing treasures. It was not that he was not interested, but that he had more important things to do. Ah, Fusang Divine Tree. God, this must not be an illusion. It's a miracle that such a tree still exists in the world. It's a miracle. A divine tree with a vigorous trunk and lush green leaves cried out in excitement, and its myriad of branches rustled as if they were dancing with joy. It was the Divine Refinement Ancestral Tree. Lin Sun had taken this tree away from the secret realm of the Blood Demon world in the 9 regions battlefield and kept it in the Tower of Endless Way. This Divine Refinement Ancestral Tree was very special. It had once followed the sky-splitting emperor to cultivate, traveled through the void, and experienced many things. Moreover, it had intelligence and a soul. The divine refinement ancestral source it produced was inconceivably beneficial to Lin Sun in refining his life saint weapon. How about it? Can you take this tree away? Lin Sun asked. The divine refinement ancestral tree said excitedly, why should I take it away? Wouldn't it be better for me to refine it and fuse it into my body? You can even devour this tree for your own use? Lin Sun couldn't help but be startled. It should be known that even though he controlled the great Tao Furnace scripture and the boundless devouring scripture, he didn't dare to say that he could devour this divine tree that had existed since ancient times. However, the divine refinement ancestral tree seemed to be staring at a fat prey. This was very shocking. Of course I can. However, it will take time. At most 1,000 years, no, within 5,000 years, I will definitely be able to refine all the power and Tao patterns contained in this tree. The divine refinement ancestral tree said with certainty. Lin Sun said, I don't have time to wait for you for 5,000 years. The divine refinement ancestral tree was anxious. It gritted its teeth and said, then cut it down. I only want its origin root. No. There was a ripple in the void, and the gray-haired youth teleported and said, the Fusang divine tree was born in the chaos and grew in the source of the Samadhi true fire. Its soul has long been taken away by the Dark Crow Emperor. If it is destroyed, there will be no second Fusang divine tree in this world. His return at this time undoubtedly proved that Wu Lingzi and the other old monsters of the Golden Crow bloodline were probably dead. You don't hate it? Lin Sun was a little surprised. The gray-haired youth had a complicated look in his eyes. This tree was raised by the heavens and has no good or evil. It has just been used and controlled by the Golden Crow bloodline. It is impossible for me to hate it. Lin Sun nodded and understood. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows, why? The gray-haired youth said, for the Chaos Origin Tree. The divine refining ancestral tree was immediately displeased, this is just an absurd rumor. The gray-haired youth glanced at the tree that had once followed the sky-splitting emperor and said, if it wasn't for the Chaos Origin Tree, why would you refine the root of the Fusang divine tree? I did it for cultivation. The divine refining ancestral tree retorted. The gray-haired youth's eyes were filled with fierceness. That piercingly cold gaze caused the divine refining ancestral tree to sway as it exclaimed, "What do you want to do?" The gray-haired youth retracted his gaze and said to Lin's son, "Young master, the four ancient divine trees, Fusang, Kangwu, Jianmu, and Kunwu, are all born from the origin of chaos. They naturally contain the Tao patterns of the origin of chaos. According to rumor, so long as the soul origin roots of these four types of divine trees are gathered and nurtured with the chaotic life soil, five-colored wondrous earth, clear muddy star soul sand, and primeval chi water, then a sapling of the chaotic quintessence tree would be born. At that time, the seedling can be nurtured in the body, and it will be of incredible help to the cultivation of the Emperor Tao. I once heard Master Tian Ke say that in the battle of the Emperor Realm, whoever can control a chaos origin tree will have the foundation to comprehend the law of chaos and control the Tao of chaos. It is far from what other Emperor Realm cultivators can compare to." When Lin Sun heard this, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a strange expression as he looked at the divine refining ancestral tree. He clearly remembered that when he took away the divine refining ancestral tree from the secret realm of the blood demon world in the 9 regions battlefield, this guy made many requests. For example, he asked for the chaotic life soil, 5-colored wondrous soil, clear turbid star soul sand, and so on. At that time, he thought that this guy was asking for an exorbitant price and clearly didn't intend to go with him. But now it seemed that this guy clearly had a plan. Being stared at by Lin's son, the divine refining ancestral tree felt uncomfortable and coughed. "Of course I've heard of the chaos origin tree. Back then, I traveled the boundless void with the sky-splitting emperor in order to find the 4 divine trees, Fusang, Kunwu, Jianmu, and Kangwu." Before he finished, Lin Sun interrupted him, "I've got it. Now, you stay here." He looked at the gray-haired youth and said, "Since the divine soul of the Fusang divine tree has been taken away by the Dark Crow Great Emperor, doesn't that mean that its origin source is useless?" The gray-haired youth shook his head. "As long as you possess its origin root, you can nurture another divine soul and turn it into a divine soul origin root." Lin Sun completely understood. When he looked at the towering Fusang divine tree again, his eyes were completely different. This divine tree was actually related to the cultivation of the Emperor Tao. It was a heavenly treasure that even emperors would painstakingly search for. Perhaps, this was the Golden Crow's most precious treasure. Compared to it, the other treasures were obviously much dimmer. "Little master, please wait a moment. I will help you collect this tree." As he spoke, the gray-haired young man soared into the sky and suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed. Boom, the fiery red propping mulberry tree towering in the sky suddenly shook violently, as if it was still resisting. However, under the pressure of the gray-haired young man's strength, its body kept shrinking, and finally turned into a palm-sized divine tree that was as clear as fire and carved out of fine jade. It was flowing with chaotic chi and emitted celestial light. It was extremely beautiful. "Little master, the power of the Fusang divine tree has been sealed by me. When you find the 5-colored wonderful soil in the future, you can cultivate it in it first." As he spoke, the gray-haired young man handed the palm-sized Fusang divine tree to Lin Sun with both hands. The divine alchemy ancestral tree was drooling at the side, revealing an incomparable desire. However, Lin Sun ignored it and carefully put away the Fusang divine tree. He said, "Many thanks." The gray-haired young man revealed a mouthful of snow-white and neat teeth and said with a bright smile, "Little master, you are the master and I am the servant. It is only right and proper for us to do these things." Generally speaking, the more powerful a creature was, the more humiliated it would be if it wanted to lower its head to someone weaker than it. However, the gray-haired young man seemed to be extremely natural and upright, without a trace of fierceness. Instead, he gave people a clear and warm aura, which was very unusual. Lin Sun thought for a moment and asked, "Wu Fengzi and others, are all dead?" The gray-haired young man nodded, and an imperceptible ominous light flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Although they are dead, the bloodline of Golden Crow is not really extinct. There are still many remnants of their bloodline on the starry ancient path." "Dark Crow Emperor?" "Exactly. By the way, there was a senior named Fei Lan who once mentioned you to me and said that you were best friends." Fei Lan, the gray-haired young man was stunned, and a little excited. "He is still alive?" In this way, he's already found the critical factor to become an emperor? Lin Sun immediately told him that the golden cicada young man took Fei Lan, Zhao Yuanji, and others to the starry ancient path. The gray-haired young man smiled brightly. That's great. Young master, you don't know that Fei Lan is the same as me. His original body is the chaos bell of the Great Way. A long time ago, we didn't get to know each other without fighting. Later, after experiencing some things, we can be said to be friends of life and death. Since Fei Lan has mentioned me to young master, he must have a lot of trust in young master. When he looked at Lin Sun, there was a touch of kindness in his eyes. Although he was respectful and submissive, he was not as aloof as before. It was reasonable to think about it. The gray-haired young man had lived for thousands of years. He looked like a strange young man, but in fact, he could be called an old monster at the level of a living fossil. It was obviously not that simple to let such a character like him recognize Lin Sun as his master from the bottom of his heart. Lin Sun could also feel it, but he could see that the attitude of the gray-haired young man towards him had obviously changed. The gray-haired young man said, "Young master, I may have to rest for a period of time to recover. Before that, I have a presumptuous request." Lin Sun said, "Go ahead." The gray-haired young man said, "I need holy treasures, the more the better. Only by absorbing the essence of these treasures can I completely restore the vitality that has been obliterated for thousands of years." Lin Sun agreed without hesitation. What he didn't lack was all kinds of holy treasures, all of which were trophies obtained after years of killing. The gray-haired young man took a deep look at Lin Sun. Without hesitation or thinking, he agreed to Lin Sun's request, which was worthy of Lin Sun's recognition as his master. He said softly, "Little master, there are some things I have to tell you. My previous master's name was Tian Ke, and he was once schemed against by the Crow Demon Emperor, resulting in a blood feud. One day, I will head to the Starry Sky Ancient Path to avenge Master Tian Quebec. This is a big cause and effect. For young master, once you are implicated, it is very likely to be a great disaster." Before he finished, Lin Sun said with a smile, "I know, but do you think that the Dark Crow Emperor will not hate me from now on?" The gray-haired young man was stunned and instantly understood. Today, the Sunset Tang Valley was destroyed, and almost all the strong practitioners of the Golden Crow clan living in it were wiped out. Even the Fusang Divine Tree was taken away. If the Dark Crow Emperor knew such a great hatred in the future, how could he let it go? Lin Sun looked calm and continued, "Since I chose to save you, I have long known the pros and cons of this matter. So, even if I encounter a great disaster in the future, you and I will fight together." The gray-haired young man was stunned. Lin Sun, as a top true saint, might be regarded as noble in the world, but in the gray-haired young man's eyes, he was not so powerful. But the spirit and demeanor Lin Sun showed at this moment moved the gray-haired young man. Only then did he realize that this young master was far from as simple as he thought. He took a deep breath and said, "Young master, I, Wu Kei, will do my best to help you conquer the Tao in the future." Lin Sun nodded with a smile. He thought that the former master was named Tian Ke and named him Wu Quebec. Obviously, he had some expectations. He was very curious. Could the spirit of a treasure also become an emperor, or was there really such an incredible thing in the world? At least, according to the words of Wu Kei, the spirit of the primordial bell, flying mist, was obviously seeking an opportunity to become an emperor. Moreover, Lin Sun had witnessed this incident in the mulberry forest. Next, Wu Kei turned into a wisp of white mist and returned to the insignificant bough. Lin Sun also gave Wu Kei all the holy treasures that he didn't need. Lin Sun was looking forward to how powerful Wu Kei would be when he regained his original fighting power, Big Brother. Before long, Old Toad, Alu and others flew over excitedly. However, the big black bird looked depressed because its wings were tightly held by Old Toad and Alu, who were worried that it would run away. Lin Sun was stunned. "What's going on?" Alu smiled and said, "This bird has plundered a lot of good treasures. We are worried that it will swallow them all, so we temporarily control it." "Damn it, am I that kind of person?" The big black bird cried out with grievance. Old Toad said with a smile, "You are not a human, but a bird. It's hard to predict a bird's mind." Lin Sun was speechless. With a snap, Alu slapped the big black bird on the forehead and said, "Come on, take out those two treasures." The big black bird was so angry that it cried out. But in the end, it couldn't resist the suppression of Old Toad and Alu. It opened its mouth and spat. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 divine arrows appeared in the air. One was snow white, emitting a vast expanse of silver light. The arrow body was about the thickness of a thumb, and it was engraved with 2 sharp and frightening Taoist runes, Lucky Light. The other was emitting illusory blue light, just like the Lucky Light arrow. But the arrow was engraved with 2 looming Taoist runes, Peace Feather. The 2 magic arrows were suspended in the air, shining brilliantly. Both of them were extremely frightening, causing violent ripples in the nearby void. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed, bursting with a strange light. Lucky Light and Peace Feather. The 9 magic arrows of the E tribe were called Blue Sky, Netherworld, Moli, Crooked Tooth, Auspicious Light, Peace Rain, Invincible, Soul, and Xianxia. Blue Sky arrow was obtained by Lin Sun in the bloodthirsty battlefield. Moli arrow was obtained from Xing Yitian, a descendant of the Thunder Wing clan, when he crossed the boundary river to Dongxing territory for the first time. Over the years, these 2 magic arrows cooperated with insignificant Bao and helped Lin Sun kill many strong enemies. Even Lin Sun didn't expect that he would get Auspicious Light and Peace Rain again in this Sunset Tang Valley. Moreover, these were a pair of magic arrows that complemented each other. Boy, these are my trophies. If you want them, you should at least take out some treasures to exchange for them, right? The big black bird shouted. Lin Sun smiled and put away the 2 magic arrows unceremoniously. He said, if it weren't for me, how could you have the chance to plunder the treasures of Golden Crow? Old Toad, Alu, if you can spit out the treasures eaten by this bird, I will give you 20% each. After that, he turned around and left. Old Toad and Alu looked at each other and laughed mischievously. They looked at the big black bird maliciously, and the latter was like a virgin girl about to be raped, its body trembling as it shrieked. Lin Sun ignored it directly and didn't look back. As he walked forward, Xiaohao, Ruo Wu, and Yu Jianming were coming from a distance. These friends of Ji Hao's had traveled from all over the world to attack the Golden Crow clan. They would rather offend the Golden Crow clan than fight alongside Ji Hao. How could Lin Sun not be moved? Thank you very much, everyone. How about having a drink in the Sunset Tang Valley tonight? Lin Sun said with a smile. Ha ha ha, I'm waiting for you to say that. Isn't it great? Everyone laughed and the atmosphere was warm. Not long after, a banquet was held in the Sunset Tang Valley. Everyone toasted and laughed, talking about the Tao and the affairs of the world, drinking and chatting merrily. It was a happy and harmonious atmosphere. Life should be enjoyed to the fullest. Don't let the wine cup be empty to the moon. That night, Lin Sun was drunk. This banquet was called the Absolute Tao Banquet by the later generations, and it was discussed enthusiastically by all. In the years to come, Sunset Tang Valley that had been reduced to ruins had become a famous historical site in the world, and it attracted countless cultivators to admire it as if it was a pilgrimage. The Golden Crow bloodline was destroyed, and Sunset Tang Valley was reduced to ruins. When the news spread out, the entire ancient desolation realm was in an uproar. Who would have thought that Lin Sun, the strongest in the 9 regions battlefield who had been silent for half a year, would once again become the focus of the world? The world was in an uproar. Heavens! Is this true? Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even the ancient forces of the ancient desolation region couldn't sit still and were shocked. The Golden Crow clan was an ancient clan that had existed for countless years. They resided in Sunset Tang Valley and could be said to be one of the most colossal beings in the world. But now, it was flattened by Lin Sun. Who would believe it? This is impossible. According to the news, he has already become a great sage. But even so, how can he be a match for an ancient clan? There must be a powerful person helping him. Damn it! Doesn't this mean that Lin Sun's current power is enough to threaten the survival of the ancient orthodoxies in the world? The major forces that originally hated Lin Sun were all in a panic. They were shocked by the news and were in a mess. Half a year ago, even though they knew that Lin Sun had become the strongest in the 9 regions battlefield, these forces that hated Lin Sun were not afraid of him. At most, they were afraid of Lin Sun's rapid growth. But now, with the destruction of the Golden Crow bloodline, they found a shocking and cruel reality. The existence of Lin Sun was enough to threaten the survival of their orthodoxies and trample them under his feet. This was terrible. Demon god Lin is really worthy of his name. After this battle, which ancient orthodoxy in the world dares to look down on him? There were also countless practitioners who sighed with emotion and expressed their respect and admiration for Lin Sun. Over the years, rumors about Lin Sun emerged every once in a while, so that the strong in the world almost watched how Lin Sun rose step by step in the ancient Desolation realm. They also knew how great the impact of the destruction of the Golden Crow bloodline would be. It was no exaggeration to say that those forces that were once enemies of Lin Sun would be restless. All the orthodoxies in the world would inevitably change their attitude towards Lin Sun. If any orthodoxy dared to disrespect Lin Sun again, they would have to weigh the consequences first. The impact of this matter was really too great. For example, the Golden Crow bloodline, which represented the most powerful forces in the ancient Desolation realm, was destroyed by Lin Sun, a young man. Who could sit still? In the future, in the ancient Desolation realm, who can suppress this young man? Who dares to offend and provoke him? The figures of the saint realm in the ancient orthodoxy were all frightened by this. Feeling the threat, their bodies trembled and their bodies turned cold. The most terrible thing is that this young man not only has a terrifying foundation and amazing combat power, but also has many life and death friends at the peak of the true sage realm. For Lin Sun, they even dared to completely fall out with the Golden Crow bloodline and directly start a war. Alas, in the future, no matter who or what force in the ancient Desolation realm, I'm afraid that they will all live under the shadow of this young man. At the beginning, he was just a humble practitioner from the lower world. He was decisive and unscrupulous, and no one paid attention to him. But now, he is like the sun in the sky, shining alone. He is incomparable and irreplaceable. Perhaps only those monsters on the starry sky ancient path can suppress Lin Sun. All kinds of comments, sighs were constantly heard in the major areas and cities of the ancient Desolation realm. The Wind-Talking clan, which was famous for its well-informed information, compiled some of Lin Sun's past deeds into a book and spread it around the world. For a time, Lin Sun's reputation was pushed to an unprecedented height. In the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival, he was the first. In the list of junior giants, he was the best. In the Absolute Summit domain, he was the first on the Tianjiao Golden List. In the Nine Regions battlefield, he was the first on the Nine Regions battlefield. In addition, some old events were also brought up, such as the grievances between Lin Sun and Yun Qingbai, the Black Sea Dog clan, the Sea Soul clan, the Beast Spiritual Mountain, the Xuandu Taoism sect, the Heavens Pivot Holy Land, the Spiritual Treasure Holy Land, and so on. For a time, wherever there were people in the world, Lin Sun's deeds were spread. Who in the world didn't know him? While the outside world was in turmoil, Lin Sun, Old Toad, Alu, and the Big Black Bird had already bid farewell to their friends and returned to the Star Chest Sea from the Sunset Tang Valley. The changes in the world, the ups and downs, seemed to have nothing to do with him. On an island reef in the Star Chest Sea, Lin Sun was meditating in a wooden house. When he went to the Sunset Tang Valley, Lin Sun had firmly grasped the opportunity to break through the realm. It was not until the battle with Wu Hengzhen that he triggered the Heaven's Retribution and broke through the realm. It seemed easy, but in fact, it was a natural thing to do after a long preparation. Others only saw him swallowing the Heaven's Retribution and controlling it, but no one knew how much effort Lin Sun had put into this breakthrough and how much preparation he had made. All strength couldn't be obtained casually. As the ancient sages said, there was no such thing as easy in the eyes of the truly strong. Behind any dazzling glory, there was an unknown effort. As soon as he returned to the Star Chest Sea, Lin Sun began to meditate in seclusion to stabilize and temper his cultivation that had just broken through the realm. The Great Saint realm was big and boundless. But it was known that the power a cultivator could control was limited. The key to how to have boundless power lay in the word space. Only when one reached the Great Saint realm could he have the qualification to comprehend the great way of space. For Lin Sun, his future path was to comprehend and control the profound meaning of space as soon as possible. The two moves of the void-breaking finger of divination, boundless world, and so near and yet worlds apart, are imprinted with the mystery of space. When I reach the Great Saint realm, I can naturally use the method of space shifting. It's just that these mysteries were known to me in the past, but I didn't know why. After all, I couldn't control the mystery of space, so it was impossible for me to pry into the essence of the mysteries. However, when I comprehend the power of space, I can start from the void-breaking finger of divination and space shifting. In this way, I might be able to comprehend the power of space as soon as possible. Lin Sun meditated as he meditated. Only by controlling the power of space could he set up the Tao field when he stepped into the King's Saint realm, and then he could go further in the search for the Great Way. It was no exaggeration to say that the Great Saint realm cultivated the power of space. Only in this way could he have a great and boundless foundation. Lin Sun's cultivation was at the early stage of the Great Saint realm, and the power of the Great Way he controlled had already transformed into the Great Saint Law when he broke through the realm. Compared with the past, it was naturally completely different. To give a simple example, from now on, even the old monsters of the true Saint realm who had lived for many years would address Lin Sun as senior, just like Lin Sun, Old Toad, Alu, and the others also began to cultivate in seclusion after they returned. The fact that Lin Sun had reached the pinnacle of the Great Saint realm gave them a great deal of stimulation, and they were afraid that they would be left far behind and would never be able to catch up to Lin Sun again. Therefore, they all mustered up all their energy to break through the realm and reach the pinnacle of the Great Saint realm before heading to the Kunlun ruins. Even Little Silver and Little Tian worked even harder. Only the big black bird was very lazy, or it could be said that it had almost never cultivated diligently. Ever since it returned to the Star Chess Sea, it was either sleeping soundly or flying away. It might not return for 3 to 5 days, acting mysteriously, and no one knew what it was busy with. Time passed in this peaceful and fulfilling atmosphere. Everything that happened in the outside world had nothing to do with them. Unknowingly, half a year had passed. Over the past half a year, the news that Lin Sun was cultivating in seclusion in the Star Chess Sea had somehow spread, and it attracted countless cultivators. It was not the height of the mountain that mattered. It was the same for the Star Chess Sea. This place was originally a dangerous place that no one dared to enter. However, as the news of Lin Sun's residence spread, this sea became a place of pilgrimage in the hearts of many cultivators. On this day, there were still many cultivators appearing on the shore of the Star Chess Sea. There were rogue cultivators carrying swords, disciples riding spiritual birds, and heirs of orthodoxies going out in groups of 3 or 5. Almost all of these people came on a pilgrimage just to see what kind of pure land it was where the legendary Great Saint Lin Sun lived. But most of them were young boys and girls following their parents and elders. The older ones were 15 or 16 years old, and the younger ones were still 5 or 6 years old. These people came here hoping that their juniors could be apprenticed to Lin Sun for cultivation. Of course, the hope was doomed to be slim. Because these days, no one knew how many disciples came with the intention of apprenticing to Lin Sun. But in the end, not to mention apprenticing, they couldn't even see Lin Sun's face. But even so, it still couldn't stop the cultivators from all walks of life who hoped that their sons and daughters could become dragons and phoenixes. Among them, there were many disciples from famous families and major sections. They were the best in talent and material quality. It could be seen how great Lin Sun's reputation in the ancient Desolation realm was now. It was no exaggeration to say that in the hearts of the cultivators below the Saint realm, Lin Sun was like a god in heaven. One person was equivalent to an ancient orthodoxy. Moreover, Lin Sun was the only great saint in the ancient Desolation realm. If they could be apprenticed to Lin Sun, they wouldn't have to worry about the Great Way in the future. Therefore, during this period of time, cultivators from all over the world could be seen bringing along their juniors in the vicinity of the Sea of Star Chess. It was a rather magnificent sight. Even if no one could see Lin Sun's face so far, who would give up because of this? There was hope after all. What if, yes, if they were lucky enough to be chosen by Lin Sun at first sight, wouldn't their juniors soar to the sky and rise rapidly? It was precisely because of this that many cultivators came to try their luck even if they knew the hope was slim. They couldn't be stopped, so the Star Chess Sea became extremely lively. The Star Chess Sea was covered with a dreamy mist, as if it was covered with a mysterious veil. Numerous cultivators were waiting at the shores of the ocean, and they raised their heads in anticipation. Sigh, we came from Fuguang City in the southern mysterious world and traveled tens of thousands of miles. We've waited here bitterly for 49 days, but we still haven't had the chance to see Senior Lin Sun. A middle-aged man in a luxurious robe sighed. At his side there was a youth who was heroic and extraordinary, outstanding among his peers. 49 days is nothing. I have been waiting here for 3 months. As long as my grandson has a glimmer of hope to become Senior Lin's disciple, it's worth it for me to wait here for 3 or 5 years. A purple-robed old man who obviously lived like a prince sneered. A group of powerful lackeys followed by his side, and a 7 or 8-year-old child stood by his side. Yes, Senior Lin is like a god in heaven. How can it be easy to be apprenticed to Senior Lin? Let us wait silently. Only then will we be able to show our sincerity. Many people nodded and agreed with the purple-robed old man's words. But this is just our wishful thinking. What if Senior Lin never wants to take us as his disciples? Someone suddenly said. His words caused everyone to look at each other in dismay and silence. But what if Senior Lin takes a fancy to us? Someone couldn't help saying. What if? This word was like a wisp of incomparably ethereal hope, but even so, it was enough to attract many people to work hard for it and refuse to give up. For a time, everyone present had different thoughts. Waiting was torturous, but no one was willing to give up just like that. There was no lack of great figures that were renowned amongst the cultivators present here. They possessed respected statuses, monstrous authority, and were all powerful. But on the shore of the Star-Chess Sea, they could only wait obediently. No one dared to act rashly, let alone force their way in. Compared to Lin's son, they were just a group of ants. The cultivators present still had this understanding. How powerful the Golden Crow clan was, but it was also destroyed by Senior Lin's son. Subai, why don't you go? In the distance, a girl looked at her companion who stopped and asked. The girl was dressed in a plain dress, and her long lavender hair was coiled into 2 buns, hanging obliquely beside her small ears. Her eyes were as clear as autumn water, and she looked pure and beautiful. As she spoke, she put her jade-like hands behind her back, and her slender waist leaned back slightly, giving her a delicate and lively feeling. The girl's companion was a young man in gray clothes and straw shoes. At first glance, it was obvious that he was from a poor family, but his clothes were very clean, and he was also very tidy, giving people a simple feeling. The young man in straw shoes looked into the distance worriedly and said, "There are so many people, and each of them seems to be much stronger than me. I'm not confident. Sister Bug, why don't we go back?" The girl patted him on the shoulder in exasperation and said, "Subai, can you be a little more ambitious?" The young man in straw shoes blushed and said, "Sister Bug, I'll listen to you." The girl smiled happily, looking beautiful and beautiful. Her purple hair fluttered, and she looked like a delicate and lively little fox. That's right. Maybe your talent isn't as good as others, but you can definitely be a clumsy bird that flies first. The young man in straw shoes took a deep breath and said firmly, "It doesn't matter whether the clumsy bird flies first or not, but I'll definitely work hard." As they talked, the two arrived at the place where the crowd had gathered. Suddenly, a young man in embroidered robes sneered and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't have talent. There's no shortage of idiots in this world who are more ambitious than the sky. Everyone thinks that hard work can make up for their lack of talent and that heaven rewards their diligence, but in the end, they're still ordinary and can't be compared with other cultivators. This is the great way, and it has always been so cruel. It's absolutely wishful thinking for those with poor aptitude to want to go against heaven and change their fate." The young man in straw shoes was taken aback. He knew that this person was mocking him, but he did not refute it. Only his eyes dimmed slightly. In the end, he was still a teenager and had come from a poor family. No matter how tough his mind was, it was impossible for him to be indifferent to sarcasm. Even more people merely glanced at the young man in straw shoes before their gazes descended onto the young woman in a simple dress, and their eyes couldn't help but be suffused with unusual expressions. What a beautiful young lady with an outstanding temperament. Many young men revealed expressions of interest, and they sized up the young woman from top to bottom in an unbridled manner. Amongst the people present, there were even a bunch of rich and noble clans that were renowned throughout the world, and they'd seen many beauties in the world. But the appearance of the young woman in a simple dress was so superb that it caused their eyes to light up. If nothing unexpected happens, she ought to be a descendant of the 9-tailed heavenly fox clan. This clan is innately charming, and every single one of them is a beauty capable of bringing calamity to a kingdom. If this young woman succeeds in her cultivation, then the charm she emits is sufficient to cause the heart of saints to sway and be difficult to control. The burning gazes of some great figures saw through the origins of the young woman in a simple dress. These words alone caused many exclamations of surprise in the surroundings, and the gazes they shot at the young woman in a simple dress became even more different, and there was no lack of greed and burning desire within them. The young woman in a simple dress had a calm expression as if she'd long since been accustomed to this sort of unusual gazes, and she only brought the young man in straw shoes closer to the bank of the Xianxia Sea. As they walked, she exhorted in a low voice. "Subai, pull yourself together. All those years ago, Big Brother Lin was just like you. He had no one to rely on, was alone, and was unknown. But now, who doesn't know his name in the ancient Desolation domain?" The young man in straw shoes said in a low voice, "Sister Bug, I can't compare to Senior Lin. At least an idiot like you knows your limitations, and you aren't extremely stupid." The young man in embroidered clothes sneered. He seemed to be rather fond of sarcasm and ridicule, and his mouth was rather crafty and vicious. However, no one dared to criticize him. Because the great figures present here had discerning eyes, and they'd long since recognized this young man in embroidered clothes. He was Shui Yong, a direct descendant of the Shui clan that was known as the Saint Path clan in Dongxing world. Even though Shui Yong was only 15 or 16 years old, he actually possessed superb natural talent and intelligence, and he was regarded as the Qilin son of the Shui clan. It was rumored that many ancient orthodoxies had taken the initiative to accept Shui Yong as their successor, but all of them had been rejected without exception. For a time, this had become a topic that people took delight in talking about. The young man in straw shoes clenched his fists, and a touch of anger emerged in his eyes, but he still restrained himself. He had long known that it was not easy for a poor and lonely child to survive, and he had no right to be angry. Otherwise, he would bring great trouble to himself. The girl in plain dress frowned and glanced at Shui Yong, the young man in embroidered clothes, and then looked at the young man in straw shoes beside her. She could not help but sigh softly in her heart. She whispered to the young man in straw shoes, "Subai, you're right to choose to endure. You're very weak, and this is a fact that can't be denied. But you have to remember that if you want to be respected by others, you have to become stronger than them. At that time, they will only envy you, revere you, and respect you." The young man in straw shoes nodded firmly, and his eyes brightened a lot. He said, "Sister Bug, I won't let you down." The girl in plain dress patted the shoulder of the young man in straw shoes and said with a smile, "Don't let the future you be disappointed with the present you." Seeing this scene, Shui Yong snorted disdainfully and said leisurely, "Girl, you're so kind to this idiot, but in my opinion, his life has long been sealed, and he is doomed to have no hope of rising on the road of the great Tao. Instead, it's better to tell him and let him give up. On the contrary, he can live a muddle-headed life in the mortal world." Although these words were harsh, everyone quite agreed with them when they heard it. It was not a bad thing for stupid and ordinary people to have ambition, but if there was no great talent to match the ambition, it was doomed to be a disaster and would only harm themselves. Countless bloody facts in the world had already proved this point. How many ambitions and bones had been buried on the road of cultivation? Crack, Shui Yong patted his forehead and suddenly seemed to think of something. With a strange expression, he said in surprise, "Girl, I suddenly remember that you don't want to bring this idiot here to be apprenticed to him, do you?" As he spoke, he couldn't help laughing, as if he felt it was ridiculous. Senior Lin is such a great figure. How could he take a fancy to such an idiot? His voice was raised, with an exaggerated tone. Many people nearby laughed with a teasing look on their faces. The young man in straw shoes lowered his head, and his cheeks turned red. Obviously, he was suppressing his inner anger. The girl in plain dress looked cold little by little. The strong looked down on the weak, which was a common thing in the world, from ancient times to the present. Especially for those in high positions or from extraordinary families, they naturally had a sense of superiority in the face of those who were inferior to them. Just like at this moment, Shui Yong seemed unscrupulous in front of the boy in straw shoes. His words were not so vicious, but they were full of sarcasm and disdain. The boy in straw shoes was angry but did not dare to be angry, so his depression could be imagined. As the saying went in the world, if the weak wanted to survive on the big road, there was no other way but forbearance. The girl in the plain dress couldn't help but sneer, "Look at how proud you are. Do you think you can be apprenticed successfully?" Shui Yong was stunned, but he was not angry. He said with a smile, no matter how unbearable I am, I'm thousands of times better than this idiot. If Senior Lin wants to accept me as an apprentice, my chance is destined to be thousands of times better than this idiot. The girl in the plain dress snorted coldly. Although she was successful in cultivation, she was not good at fighting with words. She wanted to retort, but after all, she was a little powerless, so she was quite annoyed. Shui Yang's eyes brightened. The purple-haired girl in front of him was undoubtedly extremely beautiful, pure and beautiful. Even when she was angry, she had a unique charm. For a moment, his heart swayed, and an uncontrollable desire arose in him. He had secretly made up his mind to find an opportunity to subdue this charming little beauty. Subai, don't pay attention to this person. No matter how talented he is, he won't be able to achieve anything in the future. The girl in the plain dress comforted the boy in straw shoes. Sister Bug, I understand. The boy in straw shoes showed a smile. However, in the eyes of the girl in the plain dress, that smile caused her nose to sting. Speaking of which, when she passed by a village attacked by a herd of beasts, she saw the boy in straw shoes who was fighting bravely with the fierce beasts at that time. He was so weak, but he was so brave at that time. So, she saved the boy in straw shoes. After a little conversation, she learned that the reason why the boy fought so hard was that his parents were killed by the fierce beasts. As a son, he should take revenge, so he didn't care about life and death. From then on, out of sympathy and appreciation, the girl in the plain dress decided to help the boy named Subai. Because she was going to visit Lin's son, she took the boy in straw shoes with her. She also hoped that if the boy in straw shoes could be chosen by Lin's son, it would be the best result. Even if she didn't like him, it didn't matter. As long as she was there, she would definitely help the youth in straw shoes on his path to the Tao step by step. If she really thought about it, perhaps all of this was driven by sympathy, but more importantly, the youth in straw shoes had a unique nature that she quite agreed with. It was tenacity, purity, and simplicity. Among the cultivators of the world, there were too many scheming thoughts. There were too few who were as pure as the youth in straw sandals. The rarer a thing is, the more valuable it is. The same goes for people. The girl in the plain dress felt that she had picked up a treasure, so she had to take good care of it. She did not care what other people thought of the youth in straw shoes. Along with the passage of time, Shui Yong lost the interest to ridicule and mock the idiot, and he only glanced at the young girl in a plain dress from time to time. The other cultivators in the vicinity were the same. They wouldn't even be interested in paying attention to such a young man in straw sandals if they encountered him somewhere else, and they would directly ignore him. The reason why they still glanced at the youth in straw shoes at this moment was none other than because of the young girl in a plain dress. Sister Bug, are we going to keep waiting here? Asked the youth in straw shoes. He looked at the star chassis in the distance that was suffused with mist, and he felt that once he stepped into it, he would definitely be lost in an instant. Don't worry, I'll think of a way. The young girl in a plain dress muttered to herself, and she was rather perturbed in her heart. She hadn't seen Lin Sun for many years since they parted last time, and she didn't know if he, who was famous all over the world, still remembered her, a silly girl. Thinking about it, she was really silly and ignorant at that time, like a simpleton. If it wasn't for him sending her off and taking care of her all the way, she was afraid that she would have lost her life long ago. When she came out of her closed-door cultivation this time and heard that Lin Sun was living in seclusion in the Star Chess Sea, she suddenly had an indescribable conflict and wanted to meet him. But when she really arrived here, she hesitated. At that time, Lin Sun was just a small cultivator in the sea spirit realm, and she was just a young girl who was ignorant of the affairs of the world. But now, Lin Sun was famous all over the world, a legendary figure like the sun in the sky. He was a peerless saint admired by countless practitioners. Does he still remember me? If he sees me who comes rashly, will he still smile and rub my head like he did in the past? Suddenly, a holy aura came from afar, and the air carried a strand of refreshing fragrance. Everyone present was stunned, and they looked over. In the sky, a strand of dazzling rain of light drifted down, and it swiftly transformed into a young girl in a yellow dress with a graceful figure. She had curved black brows, a sharp chin, a pair of sparkling and intelligent eyes, and a beautiful appearance like a celestial maiden. Her dress fluttered in the wind, and it vividly outlined her graceful figure. Everyone held their breath and revealed a dazed and infatuated expression. So beautiful, this woman had a unique kind of beauty, and her temperament was otherworldly, like a celestial maiden that was above the mortal world. But her figure was graceful, her waist was slender, and her brows were curved, causing her to imperceptibly emit an indescribable allure. She was like the combination of a witch and a celestial maiden, and it shocked the hearts of others. With her arrival, a holy and tranquil atmosphere appeared between heaven and earth, and wisps of refreshing fragrance filled the air, which made the hearts of those big shots sway. "Sister Bug, is she a celestial maiden?" The boy in straw shoes opened his eyes wide. He had never seen such a beautiful person, which made people feel ashamed of their inferiority and dare not have any blasphemous thoughts. "Little brother, you have a sweet mouth." Before the girl in the plain dress could speak, the girl in the yellow dress in the void couldn't help laughing. Her big eyes and red lips were so beautiful that it was suffocating. This celestial maiden, Xianxia, couldn't help but speak, with love and fanaticism in his eyes. But halfway through his words, his mouth was covered by the elder beside him, who scolded him, "Don't be rash." Xianxia was still unconvinced, but when he saw his grandfather, an old monster of the Saint realm of Shui family, who brought him here, was nervous and dignified at this moment, his heart thumped, and his face suddenly changed. He realized the problem. This beautiful woman, who was like a celestial maiden, was probably an extraordinary existence. The girl in the yellow dress just glanced at him, and then she paid no attention to him and directly disregarded him. Just like before, everyone present had disregarded the boy in straw shoes in a very casual manner, yet they gave off a feeling of supremacy. "Brother Lin, I've come to pay a visit." The girl in the yellow dress stood in the void and looked at the star-chest sea that was suffused with mist in the distance, and she spoke softly. Her voice was like the clear cry of an oriole that left the valley, pleasant and melodious like the sound of nature. The expressions of many cultivators became even more dazed, and they were completely stunned by the appearance, actions, and voice revealed by the girl in the yellow dress. But there were also many great figures whose bodies shook. These words allowed them to realize that the girl in the yellow dress was surely Lin Sun's good friend. So long as Lin Sun appeared, it would be the opportunity that they'd been waiting bitterly for these past few days. Swish, on the star-chest sea, the mist suddenly spread out. In the next moment, a tall figure appeared out of thin air. He had a handsome face, eyes that were deep like an abyss, and a plain and indifferent aura. It was Lin Sun. "Miss Hu, you've finally come." Lin Sun smiled heartily as he greeted her. The girl in the yellow dress said with a smile, "I was delayed by some trifles on my way to the ancient desolation realm. Please forgive me, Brother Lin." An old voice sounded, "Senior Lin, I'm from the Nya clan in the southern mysterious world. I've taken the liberty to come here with my son. Please forgive me." A gray-haired old man in a brocade robe saluted respectfully. As soon as he spoke, the others in the field also reacted. They were anxious and spoke one after another for fear that others would beat them to it. "Senior Lin Sun, I'm from the Zhou clan in the ancient continent of the Dongxing world." Senior Lin Sun. For a moment, all kinds of respectful and excited voices rang out in the field. Those great figures who could be regarded as overlords in the ancient desolation realm were more humble and respectful than the other at this moment. Such a scene caused the young man in straw shoes to be dazed and shocked in his heart. What was power? What was fame? That was it. Just like the divine dragon in the sky, as long as it appeared, it would make all beasts kneel down and obey it. Of course, what happened near the star-chest sea in recent days couldn't be hidden from Lin Sun's eyes. He also knew why these people came. However, he didn't have any plans to take in disciples, so he didn't pay attention to these things. Hu teased with a smile, "Brother Lin, it seems that you're very impressive in the ancient desolation realm now." Lin Sun smiled. Just as he was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Dressed in a plain dress, her purple hair was tied up in two buns. She was pure and beautiful, like an orchid blooming in a deep valley, slim and graceful, bright and lovely. Even though she stood in a remote corner of the crowd, she was still very conspicuous. Lin Sun smiled from the bottom of his heart. He laughed and said, "Haha, you little muddle-headed worm is here too. Why are you waiting there like a fool? Don't you recognize me?" He was indeed very happy. When he first entered the West Hing territory of the ancient desolation realm, the first person he saw was this ignorant and pure Xiaoxiao, an innocent girl who was always teased by him for being simple-minded. However, after not seeing her for many years, Lin Sun didn't expect this girl to appear by the star chess sea. Seeing Lin Sun's gaze and his warm and joyful smile, Xiaoxiao, who was originally nervous, exclaimed and blushed, "Big brother Lin Sun, how could I not recognize you? Also, I'm not as silly as I used to be." Lin Sun couldn't help but burst into laughter again. The straw shoes teenager was stunned. Only now did he realize that the big brother Lin Sun that Sister Xiaochong mentioned was actually Senior Lin Sun. Everyone present was dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. Especially Shui Yong, the youth in embroidered clothes. He looked as if he was struck by lightning, his expression stiff and his eyes blank. Some big shots shuddered and felt a lingering fear in their hearts. Previously, they coveted Xia Xiaochong's beauty and had indecent thoughts. They had been planning how to win over this little beauty of the Green Mountain Celestial Fox clan. But who would have thought that such a little beauty had a close relationship with Lin Sun? It was true that Lin Sun was a great sage, but at the same time, he was also a decisive and peerless ruthless man who had set off countless bloody storms. It was absolutely no different from courting death to have an idea on the people around him. As for those young boys and girls who followed their elders, when they looked at Xia Xiaochong, their mentality had changed. They no longer had the previous disdain, contempt and disregard. On the contrary, there was uncontrollable jealousy and envy surging in their hearts. Moreover, the attitudes of all the cultivators in the surroundings towards the young man in straw shoes carried a wisp of a subtle and complicated expression. Such a poor young man who was like an idiot actually had the luck to walk together with Xia Xiaochong. In this way, how could he not attract the attention of Senior Lin Sun? Today, not only Miss Hu, but also I have reunited with Xia Xiaochong after a long separation. It can be said to be double happiness. Come on, let's go in and talk. Lin Sun said with a smile. The little girl of the Green Mountain Celestial Fox clan is really beautiful. When she steps into the Saint Realm, her charm will be enough to fascinate all living beings and amaze the world. Ah Hu commented with a smile. Lin Sun sneered, this girl is a little silly girl. As he said, he waved to Xia Xiaochong, what are you doing? Come here quickly. Xia Xiaochong said in a daze. Then she thought of something and pulled the sleeves of the boy in straw shoes next to her, saying, and him, this is my friend. Can we go together? Lin Sun glanced at the boy in straw shoes. At this moment, the boy in straw shoes was both excited and perturbed. He was so nervous that he didn't know where to put his hands and felt dizzy. How could he not know Lin Sun's name? A long time ago, his favorite thing was to enter the city, find a tea house with a storyteller, and listen to all kinds of rumors and deeds about Lin Sun. In the heart of the boy in straw shoes, Lin Sun was like a god, a legend far away in the sky. However, even he had never imagined that as soon as he arrived at the Sea of Star Chess, he would actually see Lin Sun with his own two eyes, a great figure that was the most formidable, miraculous, and extraordinary in his heart. Especially when Lin Sun looked at him, the boy in straw shoes was really confused, and his emotions fluctuated like a tide hitting the shore. Then let's go together. Lin Sun smiled and withdrew his gaze. With his current experience, he could see many details at a glance, but he didn't ask much. Brother Lin, you are the best. You are the same as before. At first, I thought you would change. I was worried for nothing. With a bright smile, Xia Xiaochong came to Lin with the boy in straw shoes. Lin Sun rubbed the girl's head and said, people change, as long as their hearts don't change. Let's go. With these words, Lin Sun was about to leave with Hu, Xia Xiaochong, and the boy in straw shoes. Senior Lin. Shui Yong suddenly shouted loudly. Junior has bitterly waited here for many days, and I only wish to follow by your side to cultivate. I hope that you'll be merciful and fulfill my wish. With these words, he knelt on the ground and cowed out incessantly. This proud and conceited teenager, who was regarded as the unicorn child of the Shui family, completely disregarded his face and dignity at this moment. He cowed out on the ground with a pleading expression. This scene caused the youth in the straw sandals to be shocked once again. Xia Xiaochong showed a touch of disgust. She wanted to say something, but she held back in the end. If she told Brother Lin about such a trivial matter, wouldn't it show that she was still as incompetent as before? That wouldn't do. Did I ask you to wait here? You'd better not waste your time and go back. Lin Sun waved his sleeve and disappeared in the void with Hu and the others. From beginning to end, he didn't look at anyone else present. It wasn't that he ignored them, but he didn't bother to care or pay attention to them. Even if he wanted to take a disciple, he would never choose this way. You waited, you knelt, and you came with sincerity. But did I ask you to wait, kneel, and acknowledge me as your master? No. Above the star chassis, the mist spread like silk again. It was silent. Everyone was depressed. They sighed and shook their heads, sighed sadly, or felt bitter and lonely. But no one dared to speak rudely. This result was within their expectation. It could only be said that the disciples around them were not destined to be together. Only Shui Yong was the most embarrassed at this moment. He knelt on the ground, and his forehead was red and swollen, covered with dust. But Lin Sun didn't pay attention to him from beginning to end. He just waved his sleeve and floated away. Bitterness, annoyance, anger, and jealousy fermented in Shui Yong's heart like a tsunami. He couldn't help saying hoarsely, "This is unfair. Why can that idiot be taken away, but I can't? Just because of Xiaoxiao?" The faces of everyone present changed, and they all turned their heads as if they didn't know Shui Yong. In fact, they had secretly decided to draw a clear line with Shui's in the future. This time, Shui Yong had offended both the boy in straw shoes and Xiaoxiao. These two people might not be enough to make people afraid, but it would be different if they had some relationship with Lin Sun. If Lin Sun knew what Shui Yong had done in the future, would he also have a negative opinion of Shui's? And if the boy in straw shoes went to seek revenge from Shui's in the future, could Shui's bear it? Therefore, it was best to draw a clear line with Shui's. This was the cruelty of the world. Lin Sun didn't say anything from beginning to end, but no one present dared to ignore these things. Shut up. Next to Shui Yong, the old saint of Shui's was livid. He grabbed Shui Yong and left in a hurry. He was angry, disappointed, and worried. Shui Yong's action of kneeling down to acknowledge Lin Sun as his teacher was quite out of line. If one insisted, there would only be two results. One was that he was lucky and succeeded. The other was that he was disgusted. Shui Yong obviously belonged to the latter. If so, it was not a big deal. With Lin Sun's current status and prestige, how could he care about a child? However, what Shui Yong said after being rejected was taboo. Although he didn't slander Lin Sun, everyone could hear the dissatisfaction and resentment in his words. This made the old saint feel angry and disappointed. Especially when he noticed that the other cultivators present had changed their attitude towards Shui Yong, the old saint felt a chill in his heart. He practically didn't even have to think to guess that these words were a hurdle that the Shui clan couldn't get over. After all, the news today would definitely spread quickly. After knowing that Shui Yong was rejected by Lin Sun and spoke angrily, who would dare to associate with Shui's clan? This was Lin Sun's power, even if he didn't say a word. With his prestige in the ancient desolation realm, who in the world dared to disregard him? Thinking of this, the old saint of Shui's clan had the thought of slapping Shui Yong to death, and he felt a wave of sadness in his heart. Perhaps this was Shui Yong's punishment. If he didn't provoke Xiaoxiao and the boy in straw shoes, if he didn't act so unscrupulously, how could this happen, on the island in the star chassis? Waterfalls, flowing springs, green bamboos, and dense spiritual energy filled the air. It was like an immortal paradise. Lin Sun had long since taken this place as his residence in the ancient desolation realm. So, he'd opened up a medicinal garden, a spiritual spring, and planted many rare spiritual plants. With his current means and wealth, he could turn stone into gold with a flip of his hand, turning a deserted island into a top-notch blessed land. At this moment, Lin Sun had prepared a sumptuous banquet specially for Hu, Xiaoxiao, and the boy in straw shoes who'd come from afar. The wine was aged and was sufficient to make a saint drool. The fruits were delicacies, and all of them were rare treasures in the world. Xiaoxiao was the most carefree. His mouth was covered in grease, and coupled with his gluttony, he quickly got drunk and fell asleep at the table. The boy in straw shoes was probably the same. He was very reserved and perturbed, and he seemed to be in a trance as if he was dreaming. In particular, his cultivation was low. After drinking a cup of wine and eating a fruit, he couldn't resist the surging power all over his body, and his whole body became hot and red. Lin Sun felt ashamed. He'd forgotten that the boy in straw shoes couldn't bear the power contained in such delicious wine at all. He patted the boy in straw shoes lightly, and a stream of power passed to him, suppressing the power running wild in his body. Seeing that the boy in straw shoes also fell asleep like Xiaoxiao, Lin Sun turned his eyes to Miss Hu opposite him. Hu picked up a cup of wine with a smile and looked at Xiaoxiao with her beautiful eyes, saying, "This little girl is also a fox like me. But she's from the Green Hill Fox clan, with an extraordinary bloodline and a powerful background. As for me, I'm the most common white fox." This was the first time that Hu had talked about her origin. In Lin Sun's impression, this woman, who was as beautiful as a fairy and as charming as a demon, was an extremely mysterious figure. Who would have thought that she was the most common white fox in the world? You definitely won't believe it, but it's too complicated to explain. In a word, the reason why I can have what I have today is, well, a lucky chance. Hu didn't say anything else after that. But Lin Sun was clear that the lucky chance that enabled Hu to have today's background and power with the body of an ordinary white fox was bound to be extraordinary. As for this boy, he's interesting. Hu looked at the youth in straw sandals, and her watery eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Within his body, there is an incomplete sword bone. He should have been injured when he was young, and it damaged the origin of his body. Otherwise, such a boy with a natural sword bone would have shown his extraordinary talent long ago, and all the orthodoxies in the world would scramble to accept him as a disciple. Natural sword bone, Lin Sun suddenly stopped holding the cup, and a frightening light flashed in his dark eyes. He thought of a person. A peerless swordsman who was born in a poor family and had a natural sword bone, Yun Qingbai. Inborn sword bone is too rare. Even on the ancient way of the starry sky, such a talent is regarded as a first-class sacred talent. Anyone with such a talent is often regarded as the darling of swordsmanship. As long as he doesn't die prematurely, it's not difficult for him to become a king or a sage. Even if he becomes an emperor, he will have more advantages than other strong people. Listening to Ahu's melodious voice, Lin Sun stared blankly at the sleeping lad in straw shoes who was bent over the table, his heart filled with complicated feelings. Yun Qingbai was also a poor boy in a village, but he was targeted by Quasi-Emperor Ba Qi from the northern underworld ancient region because of his inborn sword bone. From then on, Yun Qingbai embarked on a path of no return where he could not control his own life. Lin Sun still remembered what Yun Qingbai said in a serious tone before he died. In fact, "We are the same kind of people, but you have a choice, while I have no choice." Yes, inborn sword bone was world-shocking. He was regarded as the first sword practitioner of the younger generation in the ancient Desolation territory. But Lin Sun, who knew the truth, knew that Yun Qingbai was forced to cultivate at the beginning. Now, another boy with sword bone appeared. Different from Yun Qingbai, who was targeted by Quasi-Emperor Ba Qi, the boy in straw shoes met Lin Sun. As if it was predestined, Yun Qingbai was killed by Lin Sun, and another boy like Yun Qingbai appeared in front of him many years later. "By the way, you said that his sword bone is incomplete?" Lin Sun asked suddenly. Hu nodded and sighed faintly. This youth should have suffered an injury when he was still an infant, causing his complete sword bone to have many cracks. Originally, inborn sword bone could be regarded as a sacred talent, but it is very likely to be accompanied by great hidden dangers in future cultivation, which is a disaster rather than a blessing. Lin Sun's expression was slightly strange. "What's wrong with you?" Hu keenly noticed that Lin Sun's mood was a little strange. Lin Sun drank a glass of wine and kept silent for a moment, then said, "Like him, my talent was also destroyed when I was still a baby, but my talent was taken by the enemy. Comparatively speaking, this boy is lucky." Speaking of this, Lin Sun was in a trance. This young man in straw sandals was really too interesting. He had the same background and talent as Yun Qingbai, but he also had some experiences that were quite similar to his own when he was young. Otherwise, Lin Sun's mood wouldn't be fluctuating like this at this time. Hu said with a smile, "In that case, this young man is quite fated with you. Why don't you take this opportunity to take him as your disciple?" Lin Sun was stunned and lost in thought. Perhaps the talent of the youth in straw shoes was damaged, but it was not impossible to repair. If he embarked on the path of cultivation, would he become another Yun Qingbai, a Yun Qingbai with a choice? In the end, Lin Sun decided to have a talk with the straw shoes boy after he woke up. By the way, you said that innate sword bone is a saint-grade talent. How is this categorized? Asked Lin Sun. Hu said casually, on the starry sky ancient path, the gifted powers of the heavens and earth are divided into 5 categories: earth, heaven, king, mystic, and saint. Earth-rank talent is the lowest, and saint-rank talent is the highest. Among the hundreds of millions of cultivators in the ancient desolation realm, there are many elites with earth-grade talents, and many with heaven-grade talents. But there are very few people with king-grade talents. They are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Over the years, I have learned a lot about the ancient desolation realm. I roughly know that the core descendants of those ancient orthodoxies, who are regarded as peerless talents by the world, almost all have king-grade talents. Mystic-grade talents are geniuses born with the luck of heaven and earth. They are 1 in a million and are regarded as the favored children of God. Most of the ancient freaks who have been silent for thousands of years and awakened in this world are like this. As for the saint-rank talent, it is rare even in the starry sky. Such people are few and far between ancient and modern times. It is said that on the starry sky ancient path, some ancient Taoist court have mastered the method to judge the saint-rank talent. As for whether it is true or not, no one knows. After hearing this, Lin Sun suddenly understood. Earth, heaven, king, mystic, saint, this was only for the cultivators with gifted powers. But in the whole world there were only a few cultivators with gifted powers. For example, when Lin Sun first cultivated in the bloodthirsty camp in the mortal world, he had taken a talent test, but the standard was very vague at that time. In Xiao Empire, there were only 9 grades of talent. The first grade was the highest, and the 9th grade was the lowest. It was quite rough and far less clear than what Hu said. But Lin Sun was surprised that inborn sword bone could be evaluated as a saint-rank talent. He also realized how great Yun Qingbai's talent was. In fact, having talent is only a kind of congenital advantage in the pursuit of Tao. 99% of the cultivators in the world are not born with talent. But among these people, there are also many legendary figures. Hu said, in short, talent is just a kind of talent. In the pursuit of Tao, the most important thing is the disposition. Lin Sun had experienced a lot of things in the world over the years and had rich experience. As a great sage, he naturally knew that the disposition mentioned by Hu was indeed the most important thing in cultivation. Some people had amazing talent, but their disposition was too poor, and they could not go far on the road of Tao. Lin Sun said with a smile, like you, Miss Hu, it is a good proof that even if you have no talent, you can still achieve extraordinary achievements on the Tao. Brother Lin, you flatter me. Hu smiled sweetly. Her temperament was as beautiful as a fairy and as charming as a demon, which was enough to make the world dim. She said, if Brother Lin is interested in the power of talent, you might as well pay attention to the Starry Sky talent list after you go to the Starry Sky ancient path. It lists the names and origins of the most famous 5 grades of earth, heaven, king, mystic, and saint since ancient times. Starry Sky talent list. Lin Sun was surprised. There seemed to be many lists on the Starry Sky ancient path, such as Starry Sky beauty list, Starry Sky true sage list, Starry Sky great sage list. Hu smiled lightly, revealing her red lips and pearly white teeth. It's very simple. These lists are all collected and compiled by the Black-Yellow Taoist Court, one of the 6 major Taoist courts. With the influence of the Black-Yellow Taoist Court, these lists are also popular in the Starry Sky and are regarded as the standard by all the practitioners in the world. Hearing this, Lin Sun had already made a judgment in his heart. Hu, the mysterious and beautiful woman, was very likely to have entered the Starry Sky ancient path, otherwise, how could she be so familiar with the things on the Starry Sky ancient path? Hu stopped smiling and looked solemn and ethereal. She said, Brother Lin, the entrance of Kunlun ruins will appear again in less than half a year. I came here for that. Lin Sun nodded, took out a flying immortal token and handed it to Hu. This is your token. Fortunately, I didn't fail you. Hu accepted the flying immortal token and said, back then in the bloodthirsty battlefield, I once said that as long as Brother Lin helps me with this, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, I'll give Brother Lin something. It's enough for Brother Lin to obtain an unexpected benefit after entering the Kunlun ruins. Lin Sun was speechless. I never thought about this when I helped you. Hu said, Brother Lin, don't refuse it. you can't guess it. As she said, she turned over her palm, and a strand of snow-white hair-like thing appeared, emitting a misty Taoist rhyme. It was just a strand of snow-white silk, but just a glance at it made Lin Sun feel a kind of vast, ancient and mysterious aura. Ahu's beautiful eyes carried a hint of meaningfulness as she said softly, "This is a strand of horsetail whisk silk. It's related to a forbidden area in the Kunlun ruins, and it's also related to your master, Brother Lin." Master, Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed, and he immediately thought of Mind Mountain. A strand of horsetail whisk silk not only involved a forbidden area in the Kunlun ruins, but also had a connection with his master. This was certainly unusual. However, what surprised Lin Sun even more was that Ahu seemed to have seen through his master long ago. "Don't be suspicious, Lin Sun. When we met for the first time in the Soul Oblivion Sea outside the Ultimate Ruins, I recognized the aura of Battle Saint method from you. That's why I took the initiative to meet you and gave you the Vast Universe Arc to help you leave the Soul Oblivion Sea safely." Ahu picked up a cup of wine, took a sip, and said in a clear voice, "As for why I did this, it's not convenient for me to tell you for the time being. I hope you can forgive me." Lin Sun said helplessly, "I owe you so much. I have no choice but to forgive you." Ahu couldn't help smiling charmingly. "Anyway, you and I will not be enemies. Just remember this." After saying that, she stretched and stood up, saying, "Brother Lin, you have to make good preparations before going to the Kunlun ruins. If you want to return to the ancient Desolation realm in the future, well, it will be very difficult." "What do you mean?" Lin Sun also stood up. "The exit of the Kunlun ruins leads to the Starry Sky Ancient Path," Ahu said with a smile, "you know." After saying that, she floated up and turned into a rain of light, disappearing in the void. "Brother Lin, I will come to meet you before the Kunlun ruins opens." Her voice was as clear as a gurgling spring, as beautiful as the sounds of nature. The mysterious woman in the yellow dress had long disappeared. Lin Sun stood in silence for a moment, and then returned to the table, drinking and drinking by himself. He couldn't get rid of Ahu's figure in his mind. It was not because of love, but the feeling this woman gave him was like a dense fog, mysterious and difficult to see through. In the end, Lin Sun restrained his mind, and his black eyes were clear and calm. The next morning, the young man in straw shoes woke up from his sleep and opened his eyes. He felt relaxed and happy, and his whole body was indescribably refreshed. "You're awake?" A warm and peaceful voice sounded. The young man in straw shoes looked up and saw Lin Sun sitting in front of a table, looking at him with a smile not far away. The young man in straw shoes suddenly stood up. He completely woke up from his sleep and realized that he was in the Star Chess Sea. The boy in straw shoes was very reserved, nervous, and perturbed. He was dressed in coarse clothes and a pair of straw shoes, but his whole body was quite clean and tidy. His skin was a little dark, but his eyes were bright and full of spirit. "Sit down. It's fate that we meet. Can you tell me about your previous life?" Lin Sun smiled and spoke in a warm and peaceful voice, calming the mind of the boy in straw shoes. Like a spring breeze, he sat down. After thinking for a while, he told Lin Sun about his past in a clear and organized way. The boy's name was Subai, 13 years old. He came from a remote village in Shihing Boundary, where his family had been farming for generations. Some time ago, the village was attacked by a beast tide, and Subai's parents were unfortunately killed by the fierce beasts. After understanding this, a trace of emotion appeared in Lin Sun's eyes. Subai. This name reminded him of Yun Qingbai again. The boy in straw shoes named Subai was extremely nervous at the moment. He vaguely understood, and his eyes were filled with uncontrollable anticipation. Lin Sun gazed at the boy and said, "There was a person very similar to you in the past, but he was always forced to embark on the road of cultivation, so his life was full of tragedies." Subai was startled and could not help saying, "Senior, I'm different from him." Lin Sun asked, "What's the difference?" Subai took a deep breath and said seriously, If I can follow you to cultivate, I'll only be happy, and no one can force me to do anything." Lin Sun smiled. This was a very smart boy. "Why do you want to cultivate?" Lin Sun spoke again. "I'll only give you 3 chances. If your answers satisfy me, I'll give you a chance to be my apprentice." Subai's spirit was refreshed, and his whole body trembled with joy and excitement. But soon, he took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down, and did not rush to speak. He knew that this was a test from Lin Sun. If he answered well, he could jump over the dragon gate and soar to the sky. If he answered poorly, he would still be the useless person who could only watch his parents suffer in front of the fierce beasts, and could only be angry but unable to do anything about it. Why do I want to cultivate? Subai began to think, and his eyes were in a trance as he remembered many things. He thought of his parents working hard since he was young, but they were still troubled by poverty and diseases. He recalled the extraordinary abilities of those cultivators that the storyteller spoke of. They could move mountains and fill seas, and they seemed to possess omnipotent abilities. He also thought of the beast tide that brought him immense pain. He thought of the scene where he was mocked by Shui Yong at the shore of the Sea of Stars. Shui Yong once said, "Even if you don't have talent, it doesn't matter if you work hard all the time. There is no lack of idiots with ambitions higher than the heavens in this world. Every one of them thinks that hard work can make up for their lack of talent, and that the heavenly Tao rewards the diligent. But in the end, they still fade into the crowd, and are far from being able to compare with other cultivators. This is the great Tao, and it has always been this cruel. For those with poor talent to want to go against the heavens and change their fate, it is absolutely wishful thinking." Suddenly, an incomparably strong impulse welled up in the youth's heart. He wanted to express his cultivation vision. But when he saw Lin Sun's calm and deep eyes, he suddenly sobered up and suppressed the strong impulse. In the past, there was hatred, anger, sadness, and sorrow. However, it was all in the past and could not be changed. In this case, if he wanted to cultivate in the future, he must not only be trapped in the past. Thinking of this, Subai broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that if he had impulsively said the answer just now, Senior Lin Sun would definitely be very disappointed. Then, the youth in straw shoes fell into meditation again. The more he thought about it, the more chaotic his thoughts became. In a trance, he did not know the passage of time. Lin Sun did not disturb him and quietly got up and left. "Xiaochong, why do you think of coming to see me?" Lin Sun found Xiaochong on the edge of a cliff. This pure and innocent girl, who was as pure as glass, seemed to have not grown up for long and still maintained her appearance in the past. But compared with the past, the girl's appearance was a little less immature and a little more beautiful. "Ah? It occurred to me that I haven't seen you for a long time, so I came here." Xiaochong looked confused, thinking that this question was too strange. Lin Sun was stunned and couldn't help laughing. Yes, she came as she pleased. Did she have to come here for some purpose at all costs? This was Xiaochong. She did whatever she wanted, and her mind was flawless. On the contrary, she was close to the Great Way and was in line with her heart. "If I don't come, will you come to find me?" Xiaochong asked. Lin Sun was speechless for a while. Of course, he could say yes, but in the face of such a sincere and kind girl, he did not want to be perfunctory. After thinking for a while, he sighed softly, "Yes, but not now, and I'm not sure when, probably," Xiaochong said happily in a crisp voice, "as long as you know." Lin Sun felt ashamed. He even envied this clean and beautiful girl, who was like a sunflower, giving people a beautiful atmosphere. The reason why he envied her was that he couldn't do it. He still had many things to do. Although his Taoist heart was unparalleled, it had already experienced hardships and was no longer as simple as before. Lin Sun said gently, "Since you're here, have some fun here. I'll send you back when you miss home." Xiaochong blinked her eyes, and her clear eyes were full of smiles. "Brother Lin, you're the best to me. As long as you don't mind, I'll always be good to you in the future." Lin Sun laughed. Chatting with Xiaochong made him feel extremely relaxed and happy. For 3 days, the boy in straw shoes had been thinking about the question raised by Lin Sun. He frowned, his face was pale, and he looked both mentally and physically exhausted. "Elder brother, this question is too difficult. This little guy hasn't started cultivating yet. How can he say the words of touching the heart and seeking the truth?" Alu, who had been paying attention to Subai's movements in the dark, could not help but ask. Lin Sun's eyes were full of inscrutable meaning. He said, "Once a child from a poor family encounters an opportunity to change his fate, even if it's only a glimmer of hope, he will try his best to grasp it in his hands. Some are even stubborn enough to sacrifice their lives for it. On the contrary, those from rich families won't be like this, because they don't have to worry about their future cultivation at all. Someone has already arranged everything for them. This is the gap of birth. Among millions of poor people in this world, how many can stand out in the end? Even if they can stand out, there's still a big gap between them and those from famous families in terms of future prospects and foundation. After a pause, Lin Sun continued, take this boy for example. If he wasn't born in a poor family, why would he work so hard for a chance to cultivate? Similarly, since he wants to change his fate, he has to make extraordinary efforts from the first step of seeking Tao. Otherwise, he is doomed to vanish into the crowd in the future. Lu scratched his head and said, elder brother, with your current strength, won't he have a meteoric rise in the future if you give him some pointers casually? Lin Sun sneered, if so, I'd rather not take him as an apprentice. Since I've decided to take him as an apprentice, I should be responsible for his future cultivation. I don't want my apprentice to live on my prestige in the future. Lu said with a strange look, but it's too difficult for him to be your apprentice without being influenced by your prestige. If he doesn't make thousands of times more efforts, he may live in your shadow for the rest of his life. Lin Sun said, that's why I asked him that question. Only by figuring it out and understanding it thoroughly can he not be influenced by me in the future. It seems that you've made up your mind to take this boy as your apprentice. Lu was surprised. Lin Sun nodded and said, at first, I wanted to see if he would become the second Yun Qingbai, but now, I just want him to be himself, a unique Yun Qingbai. Speaking of this, Lin Sun smiled and said, of course, now he has passed my test. Passed? Lu was stunned. Senior, do you mean I've passed? Subai was woken up by Lin Sun, but he had not come up with a satisfactory answer from beginning to end. But Lin Sun told him that it was enough. This caused him to be at a loss. Lin Sun smiled and explained, I won't be satisfied if you give me any answer. Because that's only what you think now. When you step onto the path of cultivation and your strength grows stronger and stronger, this thought will change along with it. He paused for a moment and continued. I only hope that when you encounter bewilderment, perplexity, or even tribulation in the future, ask yourself why you started cultivating in the first place. At that time, you'll have the answer in your heart. Subai's head buzzed as if he suddenly understood, but when he thought about it carefully, he still couldn't figure it out. Lin Sun patted the boy's slightly thin shoulder and said in a gentle voice, this question is one of the reasons why you seek the road of cultivation. When one day you thoroughly understand and see through it, you will understand. Subai was stunned, but he still realized that he had been recognized by Lin Sun. The problems he couldn't understand now would eventually be solved in the future. Now, you just passed my test, but it's up to you whether I will accept you as my apprentice. Lin Sun looked solemn and said calmly. Subai knelt on the ground and kowtowed, saying devoutly and firmly, Senior, please enlighten me. Lin Sun said, in the next period of time, I will teach you the most basic cultivation tips and give you the secret method of cultivation. But before you get my approval, you can't claim to be my disciple, which means that what you do in the future has nothing to do with me. If I find out that you act under my banner, I will deprive you of your cultivation and make you unable to turn over forever. Do you understand? These words, like a sound of Tao, knocked on Subai's heart, grand and majestic. Subai was silent for a long time and finally said firmly, I understand. On this day, Lin Sun, who already had the cultivation of the great saint realm, accepted Subai, a poor teenager in straw shoes, as a registered disciple. Before Subai was officially recognized by Lin Sun, this matter was destined to be unknown to everyone except a few people. Time flew by day. Subai was unaware of it. Since Lin Sun decided to accept him as a registered disciple that day, he had taught him the most basic secret method of cultivation and spent a day explaining its mysteries to him. Since then, Subai had been cultivating alone. It seemed that Lin Sun was very irresponsible, but only Lu knew that it was because his elder brother cared about Subai, a registered disciple. It was so that Subai could walk alone on the Great Way without being affected by Lin Sun. Indeed, Subai did not let Lin Sun down. The boy in straw shoes might have suffered too much in the past, but after obtaining such an opportunity to cultivate, he was extremely diligent and hardworking. He ate, slept, and walked, He was thinking and comprehending the secrets of cultivation. The most striking thing was that Subai was extremely self-disciplined and would not deliberately cultivate desperately. He would also arrange time for himself to empty his mind and rest his physical strength. This boy is really smart. He knows the truth that more haste, less speed, especially in cultivation. You can't force it, but you have to strive for it. The way to use it depends on one's heart. This boy has mastered it without a teacher and is well versed in it. Not bad, not bad. Old Toad was originally not interested in such a boy in straw shoes. He even thought that, with Lin Sun's current reputation, even if he accepted a disciple, he should accept a first-class peerless genius in the world. When he learned that Lin Sun had accepted the boy in straw shoes as a registered disciple, Old Toad could not believe it. But now, he vaguely understood. On the road of cultivation, talent might be very important, but a person's temperament was the route to determine whether he could walk on the great way for a long time. The boy in straw shoes' temperament, perseverance, and disposition were indeed very good. It's a pity that no matter how good his temperament is, his talent is still damaged. Compared with his peers in this world, he's completely inconspicuous. I really don't know if your elder brother is out of his mind to accept such a little guy as a disciple. The big black bird laughed. It was not laughing at the boy in straw shoes, but taking the opportunity to ridicule Lin Sun, thinking that he was too reckless in accepting a disciple. You thief bird, you know nothing. Alu immediately retorted and argued with the big black bird. Lin Sun was indifferent to this, as if he had completely made up his mind to let the boy in straw shoes cultivate alone and would no longer interfere in his cultivation. Soon, more than a month had passed. On this day, Xiaoxiaocheng suddenly decided to leave. Seeing how hard Subai was cultivating, she should also work hard. Otherwise, it would be too shameful if Subai caught up to her in cultivation in the future. Only Xiaoxiaocheng could think of such a refreshing and unique excuse to bid farewell. Lin Sun could not help laughing, but he did not force Xiaoxiaocheng to stay. On the same day, he took Xiaoxiaocheng away from the Star Chess Sea. With Lin Sun's current cultivation, it only took him half a day to come to the place where the Green Hills celestial fox lived, the place called Green Hills Mountain. Back then, he had brought Xiaoxiaocheng and safely brought her to this place. Brother Lin, go back quickly. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, Xiaoxiaocheng, dressed in a plain dress, stood prettily amidst the flowers on the mountain. Her small face was pure and beautiful, and she was smiling sweetly. Her slender figure was covered with a layer of magnificent sunset glow. Xiaocheng, I may leave the ancient desolation realm for a period of time soon. Take this thing with you. If you encounter any danger, just crush it. Lin Sun handed Xiaoxiaocheng a jade token that he had already prepared. The token was branded with his will. In the ancient desolation realm, it was enough to play a great deterrent role. Oh. Xiaoxiaocheng did not refuse. She happily put away the token, and her eyes were shining. She said, Brother Lin, you must take care of yourself in the future. Lin Sun smiled and said, Of course. Then I'll go back first. Xiaoxiaocheng waved her hand and turned to go up the mountain. Her steps were light and lively, and her back outlined a touch of moving brightness in the setting sun. However, when she arrived in front of the mountain gate where the Green Hills celestial fox lived, the smile on Xiaoxiaocheng's face gradually disappeared, and a touch of sadness lingered between her brows. She sighed faintly in her heart, and as if she had made a decision, she resolutely stepped into the mountain gate. Xiaocheng, you're finally back. As soon as she entered the mountain gate, an angry voice sounded, and a silver-haired old woman appeared out of thin air and stared coldly at Xiaoxiaocheng. Ninth Aunt. Xiaoxiaocheng lowered her head and said, Humph, do you still care about me, the ninth aunt? Do you think you can be lawless now that you've grown up? The silver-haired old woman snorted coldly. Xiaoxiaocheng shook her head and said, I just don't want to get married, but you have to do it anyway. So I went out to relax. The silver-haired old woman was about to say something when a group of men and women flashed over from afar. All of them were the big shots of the Green Hills celestial fox. When they saw Xiaoxiaocheng, they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. A while ago, as the elders, they had arranged a marriage for Xiaoxiaocheng and betrothed her to a core disciple of the ancient orthodoxy emergent sword sect. the Emergent Sword sect was a colossus in the Westing world. Being able to marry a core disciple of such an orthodoxy, the Green Hills Celestial Fox could be protected and benefit from it. In the eyes of anyone, this was an extremely joyous occasion. However, Xia Xiaochong had rejected it and even sneaked away. This had infuriated the entire Green Hills Celestial Fox clan. They didn't know how to explain this matter to the Emergent Sword sect. Fortunately, Xia Xiaochong had returned. Ninth Aunt, Xia Xiaochong has returned. She must have realized her mistake. Please don't blame her. Yes, the most important thing now is to prepare for Xia Xiaochong's marriage. She has made a great contribution to the Green Hills Celestial Fox clan. She must be rewarded. The big shots chimed in one after another. Some of the women were even jealous. A stupid girl like Xia Xiaochong had actually caught the eye of a core disciple of the Emergent Sword sect. Her status would no longer be the same in the future. Was this what they meant by fortune-favoring fools? Xiaochong, don't blame Ninth Aunt. I'm doing this for your own good. The silver-haired old woman's expression softened. Xia Xiaochong, who had been silent with her head lowered, suddenly raised her head. Her clear eyes were filled with tears as she said, You're not doing this for my own good. You're clearly doing this for your own good. You all think I'm stupid, but I'm not. I just don't want to quarrel with you. I've come back this time to tell you that I've thought it through. I'd rather die than get married. If you continue to force me, I'll never come back. Her words caused the faces of the big shots, including the silver-haired old woman, to darken. Xia Xiaochong, how dare you? Someone rebuked angrily. Nonsense. Do you still have any respect for us elders? We've betrothed you to a mister right out of kindness, but you actually think that we're up to no good? Someone said coldly. You're indeed the same as your mother, Lin Wenjun. When she was young, she disregarded all objections and eloped with a wild man with the surname Xia. Now, don't tell me you're also with someone else? Someone said viciously. In an instant, all kinds of reprimands and sarcastic remarks were directed at Xia Xiaochong. Xia Xiaochong's beautiful little face was already filled with tears. She was so angry that her entire body was trembling. My father is not a wild man. My mother is not as unbearable as you say. Everyone just sneered. Xia Xiaochong felt a chill run down her entire body. Are these my relatives and friends? Today is my birthday. My mother once said that my father would come back to pick me up today. Xia Xiaochong took a deep breath and forcefully endured the sense of loss and sorrow in her heart. I'll never come back in the future. Your father? Humph. If that wild man wants to pick you up, then why would he wait until now? Someone sneered. Xiaochong, I think you should stay here obediently. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the silver-haired old woman, and she raised her hand to grab Xia Xiaochong's shoulder. Xia Xiaochong was the key to the marriage alliance between the Heavenly Fox clan and the Ascension Sword sect, so how could they allow Xia Xiaochong to leave just like that? Xia Xiaochong was stunned. She seemed to have never imagined that her relatives would actually be so heartless and cruel in order to make her stay, but in the next moment, the silver-haired old woman let out a shrill cry and knelt on the ground. At the same time, a tall figure appeared before Xia Xiaochong. Surprisingly, it was Lin Sun. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you trespass? Someone was furious. But before he could finish his words, his body seemed to be oppressed by a divine mountain. He knelt on the ground with a bang and could no longer raise his head. Everyone else was covered in goosebumps and revealed a look of horror. How terrifying, who was this person? All of you kneel down too. Lin Sun's dark eyes were cold as he glanced at the crowd. As his gaze swept across, all the bigwigs of the Heavenly Fox clan present, regardless of their cultivation, knelt on the ground one by one. From the beginning to the end, they didn't even have a chance to resist. They opened their mouths to scream, but they couldn't even make a sound. As for Lin Sun, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. Looking at Xia Xiaochong, whose face was covered with tears, he couldn't help feeling sorry for her and said, Well, it's all right now. Xia Xiaochong opened her eyes wide and said in disbelief, Brother Lin Sun, didn't you already leave? Lin Sun rubbed her little head and said, Silly girl, when we were in the Star Chess Sea, I saw that you had something on your mind. Do you think you're so smart that you can hide it from others? It was because he saw that Xia Xiaochong had something on her mind that Lin Sun personally went out and escorted this girl all the way home. But even Lin Sun didn't expect that Xia Xiaochong's worry was related to a hated marriage. Xia Xiaochong bowed her head in embarrassment. I just don't want to worry you. And I thought they would let me go. Lin Sun patted Xia Xiaochong on the shoulder and said, come with me. It's not suitable for you to stay here any longer. Xia Xiaochong shook her head and said, Brother Lin Sun, my mother said that my father would come to pick me up today. I've been looking forward to my father's arrival since I was a child. I still want to see what my father looks like. Really? Lin Sun was stunned. Of course it's true. At this moment, there were two answers to Lin Sun. One was from Xia Xiaochong, and the girl answered without hesitation. The other was as warm as wine and as warm as the wind. It was a thin man with broad eyebrows, white hair at the temples, and a trace of vicissitudes in his eyes. He was dressed in cyan clothes, with a yellow-skinned gourd hanging around his waist. He looked unrestrained and unruly. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed. When the man appeared, he didn't notice it at all. So similar, so similar. As soon as he arrived, the man's eyes fell on Xia Xiaochong. His eyes were in a trance with a complicated look. Xia Xiaochong's mind went blank. Although she was pure in mind, she was not stupid. A thought came to her mind at the first moment. He was her father? Xiaochong, I'm sorry. I didn't come to see you until today. The man said with a voice full of guilt and a little hoarse. In his eyes with vicissitudes of life, tears flashed. Xia Xiaochong hesitated. Are you really my father? The man felt sad and nodded. I, Xianxia, will never mistake my own flesh and blood. Xiaochong, he seemed to be very excited, but he seemed to notice something wrong and glanced at Lin Sun. Just a glance made Lin Sun's body cold, and he instinctively had a strong sense of danger. My little friend, can you leave us alone for a while? The man's voice was mellow. The lingering sense of danger disappeared. Lin Sun glanced at Xia Xiaochong and said, I need a reason. A reason? The man was surprised, and then he said with relief, I can see that you really want to protect me. I won't force you. With a snap of his fingers, a broken crescent-shaped jade pendant appeared. Xia Xiaochong took out an identical jade pendant and said excitedly, my mother said that when my father came to pick me up, he would take out the other half of the jade pendant. She seemed to want to admit it, but she didn't dare to. The man felt a wave of guilt and bitterness in his heart. Seeing this, Lin Sun quietly retreated. Outside Xianxia mountain, the setting sun shone. Lin Sun sat lazily on a rock, drinking alone. He thought of his parents, Lin Wenjing and Luo Qingxuan. After a long time, Xianxia, dressed in cyan, with white hair on his temples, appeared beside Lin Sun. Thank you, little friend. Xianxia said softly, Little Worm has already told me some things about you. If he has offended you earlier, please forgive him. Lin Sun stood up and shook his head, it's my duty. It's a good thing for me to meet you. When he spoke up to hear, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, where are the others? You mean Little Worm's relatives? Yes. Xianxia casually said, they made a mistake, so they should be punished. Punishment? Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. Don't worry. After all, they are Little Worm's family. How could I possibly be cruel to them? I just imprisoned them all and let them reflect on their actions. Xianxia's voice was warm and mellow. Standing under the setting sun, his figure seemed to be bathed in a layer of mysterious light, making it impossible to see through him. He gazed at Lin Sun as if he'd seen through Lin Sun, and he said, young brother, the ancient desolation region isn't suitable for you to stay any longer. If you're willing, I can take you with me. Where to? The starry sky ancient path. Xianxia had thought that Lin Sun would surely reveal some surprise and happiness, but none of this happened. This young man who could only be regarded as a junior in his eyes seemed to be very calm and composed, and this calmness couldn't be faked at all. Thank you for your kindness, senior. Lin Sun refused. Xianxia was stunned. He seemed to have never expected that his kindness would actually be refused by a junior. After that, he smiled lightheartedly and said, young brother, have you heard of the 6 major Dao courts? Lin Sun nodded. Of course he had heard of them. Amongst the most famous top powers on the ancient path of the starry sky, the 6 major Tao courts and the 10 warring clans were the most prosperous and famous, and their might shook the entire universe. Xianxia said, I, Xianxia, am not being modest. If you're willing, I can introduce you to any of the Tao courts to cultivate. Lin Sun was shocked. He was even more certain that Little Worm's father was absolutely an extraordinary figure on the ancient path of the starry sky. I'm sorry. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. Lin Sun refused in the end. He never lacked inheritances. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted like that when he faced the Skirich Lord's strand of willpower. Xianxia frowned, and he couldn't help but take another glance at Lin Sun. After a short while, he couldn't help but laugh in self-ridicule and shake his head. Lin Sun cupped his hands and said, Senior, if you want to thank me on behalf of Little Worm, you don't have to. I regard Little Worm as my younger sister, and I've never coveted anything in return for doing something for her. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh, and he nodded and said, I understand. I wasn't considerate earlier. However, you must accept this token. Otherwise, Little Worm will definitely resent me as her father in the future. He flipped his palm, and a verdant token that was shaped like a bamboo slip floated up into appearance. Lin Sun thought for a moment, and then he took the token and said, then I'll respectfully accept it. Only now did Xianxia laugh heartily. He took off the yellow wine gourd at his waist and drank to his heart's content, and then he smacked his lips and said, Awesome. Today is the happiest day of my life. Young brother, let's part ways here. So long as you head to the ancient path of the starry sky, we'll definitely meet again. After that, he rose from the ground and soared into the sky. At this moment, the rules of heaven and earth suddenly became violent, as if they couldn't tolerate the figure that was about to break through the sky and leave. Boom! Xianxia burst out laughing and took a step forward. A giant hole appeared in the sky above him. Lin Sun gasped. Xiaoxiaocheng's father was too fierce, wasn't he? What did it mean to pierce through the sky? That was it. Almost at the same time, a corner of Yuhua Mountain, which was regarded as the holy land of cultivation by countless cultivators, suddenly collapsed. The Ascension Sword sect that resided on the Divine Mountain were all alarmed and shocked. A core disciple who was cultivating in the Ascension Sword sect had died on the spot without a sound. Blood flowed out of his body, gathered on the ground, and turned into a line of bloody words, death penalty, thousands of miles away. While talking and laughing, Xiaoxiaocheng had already killed someone and left a letter. Such means were undoubtedly like those of the gods in the legend. Xianxia left, ignoring the rules of the ancient desolation territory. He broke through the sky and left. Xiaoxiaocheng and the imprisoned members of the Qingqiu Heavenly Foxes also left with him. Until the order of heaven and earth returned to peace, Lin Sun's turbulent emotions gradually calmed down. He opened the green bamboo-like message talisman in his palm, and there was a Taoist rune on it that was wantonly and ostentatious. Xia, it was just a word, but it was like an emperor descending to the 9th heaven. It was faintly discernible and had the meaning of shocking the universe and looking down on all directions. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep and his expression was strange. A thought kept popping up in his mind. Xiaoxiaocheng's father should at least be a great emperor. Thinking that he had repeatedly refused the kindness of a suspected great emperor, Lin Sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who would have thought that such a pure and innocent girl as Xiaoxiaocheng's father was such a fierce existence? No wonder he said that I could choose any of the 6 Tao courts. It turns out that he was not bragging, and he was qualified to say so. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. Above the sky, within Zhou, there was a vast starry sky with billions of stars twinkling and flowing in it. Clatter Xianxia's figure appeared. He walked in the starry sky, and the aura around him began to rise steadily. Wherever he passed, the starry sky trembled and the void roared. In the end, his figure was like a supreme ruler, and the terrifying and boundless willpower covered the starry sky. Greetings, Your Excellency. Greetings, Your Excellency. In the starry sky, pious, fanatical, and respectful voices sounded one after another. There seemed to be numerous phantoms that seemed like fiend gods faintly appearing in the sky, and they were bowing their heads in submission to Xianxia. Give the order that I will hold a banquet in the 9 Heavens Palace of the Great Path 100 days later to celebrate the reunion of us father and daughter. Xiaoxinglia's voice rumbled and surged in all directions. Yes. Yes. In next to no time, numerous voices received their orders and vanished amidst the boundless universe void. Xiaoxinglia was talking to Xiaochong. Xiaochong, I've let you down in the past, but from now on, I'll make you the most dazzling star in this starry sky. Father, I don't want to be a star. Xiaochong's voice was tender and clear. Xiaoxinglia was stunned, and then he couldn't help but laugh. He nodded and said, okay. You can do whatever you want. In any case, I'll listen to you. Xiaochong said happily, Father, will you stop me if I want to play with Brother Lin in the future? Xiaoxinglia's mood suddenly became complicated. It was such a happy thing for him to meet his daughter, but his daughter was still thinking about playing with that kid. Of course not. Xiaoxinglia thought for a while and said. He started to think quickly in his heart. He must treat his daughter 1,000 times better in the future, and he must let her know that his father was the best man in the world. That's good. Xiaochong smiled happily, and her pure little face was full of a brilliant smile. She seemed to have begun to look forward to the next meeting with Lin. This made Xiaoxinglia a little jealous. That kid was just a great sage. Was he better than her father? If those old friends in the starry sky knew that Xiaoxinglia's position in his daughter's heart was actually lower than that of a little guy, he would probably die of laughter. Gradually, Xiaoxinglia's figure went further and further away, and then disappeared in the vast starry sky. Wherever he passed, many old monsters were alarmed, and they watched in awe as the extreme demon sword emperor, who shook the starry sky, walked past the gate of their homes. 1 month later. On the star chess sea, Lin, who was meditating, seemed to sense something and opened his eyes. Almost at the same time, accompanied by a magnificent rain of light, Ahu, who was dressed in a yellow dress and looked like an immortal, floated out of the void. Brother Lin, the entrance of Kunlun ruins is about to appear. The Kunlun ruins would open in 10 days, who came here to take Lin Sun with him? Lin Sun agreed immediately. It had been half a year since he had flattened the setting sun Tang Valley. In the past half a year, he had been in seclusion in the star chess sea, tempering his cultivation. His great sage initial stage power had long been tempered to an incomparably solid state. Moreover, by comprehending the void-shattering finger of Dian, Lin Sun also grasped a trace of the mystery of the great way of space. In the future, as long as he slowly pondered and comprehended it, he would be able to master this brand new power that only great sages could master. However, Old Toad, Alu, Little Silver, Little Tian, and the Big Black Bird, who originally planned to break through to the peak of the eminent sage stage before the Kunlun ruins opened, failed to achieve their wishes. It wasn't that he didn't work hard, but rather that the divine path was a quest. If he wanted to break through to the next level, apart from hard work, he also needed fated chances. Right now, what Old Toad and the others lacked was an opportunity to break through. According to Ahu, once they entered the Kunlun ruins, Old Toad and the rest would have plenty of opportunities to seize the opportunity to break through. The reason for that was because the Kunlun ruins contained many unimaginable supreme fortuitous encounters. However, before they advanced to the ultimate great sage, it was extremely easy for Old Toad and the rest to encounter unexpected dangers if they wanted to enter the Kunlun ruins. After learning this, Lin Sun didn't hesitate to make the decision to place Old Toad and the others in the Great Way Tower. This way, even if he encountered danger in the Kunlun ruins, he would be able to shoulder it alone. Senior, knowing that Lin Sun was about to leave, Subai was very reluctant. After several months of cultivation, the youth in the straw sandals had obviously undergone many transformations. He was heroic and his eyes were bright and full of expression. I've already helped you sort out some techniques and divine medicines to restore your innate power. Whether it succeeds or not will depend on you. Lin Sun handed a storage bag to Subai, thought for a while, and added, in the future, when you go out to gain experience, you should stick to your original heart. If you should fight, fight, if you should retreat, retreat. In the final analysis, you still have to rely on yourself to solve the problems you encounter on the road of cultivation. Subai nodded fiercely and kept it in mind. Lin Sun patted the boy's thin shoulder and turned away without saying anything more. On this day, Lin Sun and Ahu left the star chess sea together and headed for the Kunlun ruins. As he watched them leave, the youth in straw shoes stared blankly for a long time. Feeling frustrated, he drank the first strong drink in his life. The burning sensation was like being cut by a knife, causing the youth's face to flush red, and tears almost flowed out. He quickly took a deep breath, and a hint of determination appeared on his slightly immature face. "Senior, I won't disappoint you the next time we meet." For people in the ancient Desolation realm, Lin Sun's departure was silent, and no one knew about it. However, the shores of the Star-Chess Sea would still attract many cultivators to observe and make a pilgrimage every once in a while. In the mortal world, Xiao Empire. With the stars in his arms and the moon in his arms, the old man Du So looked at the sky and calculated for a while. Then, he suddenly laughed. Kunlun Ruins. This miraculous place, one of the 4 great divine ruins, is finally going to appear in the world again. Beside him, the old priest of the observatory had a smile in his eyes that were as clear and pure as a baby's, and he said leisurely, "Since ancient times, that place has given birth to many ancestors of one Tao, and it is also regarded as the ancestral court of the Great Way. Every time the Kunlun Ruins opens, it means that a supreme fortune is about to be born. However, this kind of fortune related to becoming an emperor or ancestor is not something that everyone can enjoy." After saying that, Lin Sun's figure appeared in the old priest's mind. "This little guy should be on his way to the Kunlun Ruins now, right?" The old man Du So revealed a complicated expression and sighed. "The ultimate ruins contains all the forces in the world, and it includes 3,900 realms. Each realm has its own cause and effect. This kind of place has buried countless emperor realm figures with evil intentions. It is also known as the last age of the Great Way. The Kunlun Ruins, the ancestral court of the Great Way, is accompanied by calamities and fortune. Every time it opens, it will attract some outstanding figures from all the heavens in the starry sky, but only 1 in 1,000 can survive. It is truly a place of great calamity and treasure. There are too many causes and effects, and it is worthy of being the secret of the ancestral court of the Great Way. The ruins of fortune can only be entered by Emperor Realm cultivators, but it has only appeared once in the primordial times. Since then, it has never appeared again. It is said that half of that place is the netherworld and the other half is the young world. Yin and yang coexist, and it is extremely mysterious. However, the most mysterious place is the ruins of profundity. There are only legends about the ruins of profundity in the starry sky, and it is extremely ethereal. Even the ancestor of one Tao doesn't dare to make a conclusion on whether it really exists or not. The 4 great divine ruins contain all the origin secrets of the heavens. Unfortunately, since ancient times, no one has been able to completely travel through the 4 great divine ruins. It is truly a pity." Du So smoked his pipe. His face was shrouded in smoke, and his mood was a little gloomy. The old priest of the observatory said, "Speaking of which, Lin Sun is quite interesting. When he was young, he had entered the Demon Saint's secret land in the ultimate. This time, he will definitely go to the Kunlun Ruins. I wonder if he will have the chance to go to the ruins of fortune and the ruins of profundity in the future." Du So sneered, "Don't think too highly of this kid. There is no lack of monstrous geniuses like him on the starry sky ancient path. I even wonder how he will fight against those monstrous geniuses when he goes to the Kunlun Ruins this time." "This is not something we can worry about," said the old priest. The old priest said, "However, this child will never disappoint." Du So did not reply and silently smoked his pipe. The vast universe arc flew in the boundless void at a speed as if it was teleporting, causing the surrounding scene to distort and blur. On the ship, Ahu was talking to Lin Sun. Since ancient times, the Kunlun Ruins has been opened every once in a while, but only the outer area can be explored by cultivators. But every time the Battle of the 9 Regions, the Kunlun Ruins will be completely opened, and its real core area will be revealed. This time is destined to be no exception. However, there's something I have to remind Brother Lin. Both of us have the Flying Immortal token. After entering the Kunlun Ruins, we can rely on the Flying Immortal token to avoid some extremely dangerous areas and obtain fortuitous encounters that others can't obtain. But because of this, when you and I appear, we will definitely be targeted by those powerful figures on the starry sky ancient path. They will try to snatch the flying token from us." Hearing this, Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and said, "Those guys on the starry sky ancient path don't have the flying token?" Ahu nodded. This is the benefit of the Battle of the Nine Regions. Even on the starry sky ancient path, there is no such blessing. After the first two battles between the nine regions came to an end, some of the Xenorace experts suffered greatly when they brought the Flying Immortal token to the Kunlun ruins. Some of their Flying Immortal tokens were directly seized, and it could be said to be a heavy lesson. Lin Sun nodded to show that he understood. Ahu continued to introduce, as far as I know, the descendants of many top forces on the Starry Sky Ancient Path will participate this time, and there are many peerless and ruthless people on the Starry Sky Great Sage list. Don't underestimate the Starry Sky Great Sage list. The forces on the Starry Sky Ancient Path are as vast as the sea, and there are so many cultivators that are as numerous as the Starry Sky. But only a small number of great sages can be ranked on this list. All of these characters are terrifying existences who have reached the peak and possess unparalleled power. Some of them are natural-born saints, goddesses, and there are also monstrous figures with extraordinary talent who were born with knowledge. Of course, Brother Lin, you don't have to belittle yourself. With your foundation and combat strength, you are already comparable to those on the Starry Sky Great Sage list. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The Starry Sky Ancient Path, exactly how vast, and divine a world is it to be able to give birth to so many extraordinary figures? Compared with it, the ancient Desolation realm was indeed a little lacking. It was no wonder that Ao Zhentian and Yin Huan invited Lin Sun to the Starry Sky Ancient Path, thinking that the ancient Desolation realm could no longer meet Lin Sun's needs for cultivation. Similarly, Xianxia, Xia Xiachong's father, had said similar words when he left not long ago. Brother Lin, if there are no accidents, we will arrive at the Fairy River within 3 days. It is located in a secret world, and it is also one of the entrances to the Kunlun ruins. Ahu said, all the experts from the Starry Sky Ancient Path who want to enter the Kunlun ruins have to pass through the Fairy River. In addition, in some special places where the broken worlds meet, with the help of the fairy token, we can also sense the path to the Kunlun ruins. However, although these paths lead to the Kunlun ruins, most of them can't enter the core area of the Kunlun ruins. To be safe, we will also go to the Kunlun ruins from the Fairy River like those experts from the Starry Sky Ancient Path. Lin Sun was tempted. In addition to himself, Ah Lu, Old Toad, Little Silver, and Zhao Jingxian, Prince Xiaohao and Ruo Wu also had the fairy token. When the time came, would they also participate? Lin Sun couldn't help asking, Miss Ahu, do you know how big the Kunlun ruins is? Ahu pursed her lips and smiled. No one in the world can answer this question because no one has been able to measure how vast the Kunlun ruins is since ancient times. I see. Lin Sun nodded. A day later. The vast universe arc fiercely rushed out of a barrier that seemed like primal chaos. Under Ahu's control, it quickly flew into a void that seemed like nothingness. 2 days later, a series of rumbling sounds rang out in the distance. Lin Sun stood at the bow of the ark and looked into the distance. At the end of the empty and boundless void, he saw a Milky Way pouring down like the Milky Way falling from the sky. The rolling white torrent fell on the void and turned into countless thin streams that spread and flowed in the void. It gave people the feeling that there was a surging river in the void. It came from the void and returned to the boundless. It was mighty and spectacular. That's the Fairy River. Rumor has it that its source comes from a divine spring in the Kunlun ruins. The clear and turbid water of the river is able to flow in the void. Brother Lin, if you want to enter the Kunlun ruins, you have to cross this Fairy River. Leaping over it is like a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. If you don't have the foundation of the Great Saint Realm, you will be washed away by the river. Ahu put away the vast universe. Arkansas vigilance and seriousness appeared between her brows. The entrance to the Kunlun ruins will open in about 2 days. During this period, many powerhouses of the Starry Sky Ancient Path will come. At that time, we must keep a low profile. As she spoke, the aura around her body suddenly changed. Her originally beautiful and fairy-like appearance became delicate and pretty, and even the temperament around her became gentle and calm. It was difficult for Lin Sun to see through this disguise. This way, we won't attract attention. Ahu blinked her watery eyes. Lin Sun pointed at Ahu's eyes. The flaw is in these eyes. No matter how ordinary your temperament and appearance are, you will be very eye-catching with such a pair of eyes full of spirit. Ahu hummed. Her eyes were as calm as still water. How about this? Lin Sun still shook his head. You have to change your voice too. Not only was Ahu not angry, but she said happily, Brother Lin, do you mean that even if I become ordinary, if my voice doesn't change, I will still attract many people's attention? Lin Sun said frankly, of course. Didn't the ancients say what a beauty is? Voice, appearance, spirit, charm, and form are all extraordinary in the world. Okay, I'll listen to you. Ahu giggled, her eyes curved into a pair of crescent moons, like a little fox in full bloom. When she spoke, her voice had already changed. It lost a sweet charm like the sound of nature, but it was still sweet and pleasant. Lin Sun did not choose to disguise himself. Ahu did this because she was a lively and natural beauty. Every frown and smile had a charm that could charm the world. Once they appeared in the crowd, they would definitely become the focus of attention. If they didn't want to attract attention, of course, they had to change slightly. After a brief discussion, the two continued to fly forward. Rumble, the fairy river fell from the sky like a waterfall falling to the ninth heaven. The sound was like thunder, and the sound of water surged, splashing thousands of snow-white waves. As they got closer, Lin Sun and Ahu realized that someone had already arrived and was waiting at the bank of the flying deity river. The area near the river was very large. There were groups of 3 to 5 people, each standing in different areas. There were hundreds of people moving about. There were men and women among these figures, and all of them exuded a shocking holy aura. Some were riding immortal birds, wearing feathered robes with large sleeves. Some sat cross-legged on the clouds and were surrounded by a host of stars, and their bearings were lazy and comfortable. Some of them stood with swords on their backs, their eyes narrowed, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. Some, no matter if it was a man or a woman, they were simply like gods in the heavens, and their auras were too extraordinary. They were like a group of dazzling stars that erupted with extraordinary splendor and vied for beauty. Lin Sun couldn't help feeling awestruck. There were several hundred people present, and half of them were great saints. A great sage was immeasurably great, even more powerful than a true sage. In the ancient Desolation territory, a great sage would be worshipped wherever he went, as if he was a god. Of course, such an existence was extraordinary. Right now, there were over 100 eminent saint stage powerhouses that were rarely seen gathered at the bank of the flying celestial river. It was a spectacular scene. Even the other half were figures who had stepped into the saint realm at a young age. The men were dignified, and the women were beautiful. They were quite dazzling. Compared with the old monsters in the ancient Desolation territory who were still in the true sage realm, it was obvious who was superior. Lin Sun even noticed that there were some powerful figures among them. They were obviously powerful figures who stood at the top. The starry sky ancient path is really extraordinary. Lin Sun sighed inwardly. However, he also knew that those who could reach the bank of the flying deity river must be extremely extraordinary in the starry sky ancient path. There might be no shortage of saints in the heavens, but there were more experts below the saint realm, including those on the starry sky ancient path. It was like birds of a feather flocking together. Not everyone in this world was qualified to enter the Kunlun ruins. For example, in the vast ancient Desolation territory, only he, Ahu, and the old toad in the Tower of Endless Way were qualified to appear here. Come, let's go. Ahu's expression did not change. She brought Lin Sun closer to the flying deity river. Their appearance attracted the attention of many people, but they quickly retracted their gaze and chatted among themselves. The people present came from different areas of the starry sky ancient path and different forces. Only a few of them knew each other, so they were not surprised by the appearance of Lin Sun and Ahu. It could not be helped. The starry sky ancient path was too vast. If there was no introduction, it would be too difficult to recognize a person's background. Of course, those peerless figures whose names shook the starry sky ancient path were the exception. Lin Sun was very famous in the ancient Desolation territory, and he could be said to be the focus of the world. However, on the bank of the flying deity river, he was just a stranger. However, this made Lin Sun quite satisfied. If he did not attract attention, he would not have to worry about any accidents and mishaps. It was best to make a fortune in silence. Let's do it here. The two of them found a sparsely populated corner and stood there. 3 days later, a door will appear on the flying deity river. At that time, we'll be able to arrive at the outskirts of the Kunlun ruins. Ahu pointed at the sky above the flying deity river that descended from the sky and said via voice transmission, "In the past, the layout and fortuitous encounters in the outskirts of the Kunlun ruins have long been clearly explored. For example, after entering the Kunlun ruins, you'll appear in an area called the Treasure Refinement Grounds. It's extremely vast, like a small world. Within the Treasure Refinement Grounds, there's a type of treasure refinement Daoqi that can't be found in the outside world. As long as you seize it and fuse it into a treasure, you'll be able to repair and improve the quality of the treasure. It's extremely miraculous. In the past, the cultivators who entered the Kunlun ruins caused many intense bloody conflicts in order to fight for the treasure refinement Daoqi. However, even though there are fortuitous encounters in the Treasure Refinement Grounds, it's also filled with many dangers. Countless strange flames will appear within it, and the most terrifying one is the Soul Annihilation Wind Flame. With a light sweep, it can destroy a peak great saint's soul. Of course, the Treasure Refinement Grounds is only the outermost area of the Kunlun ruins. Relatively speaking, it's not that dangerous. Ahu had obviously done his homework and came prepared. Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. While the two of them were talking, a voice suddenly resounded in the field, "Everyone, may I ask if you've seen anyone from the 9 regions with the flying deity token?" The voice was sonorous and rumbling throughout the field. Lin Sun and Ahu's hearts trembled as they raised their heads to look. The person who spoke was a young man in black. He sat upright on the head of a crimson flame python with his arms crossed in front of his chest. His eyes were as sharp and terrifying as swords. In front of his knees was a 3-foot-long green saber. The blade flowed with strands of Dao light and emitted a ferocious and ghastly aura. Liu Beigu from the Qiang war clan. Someone recognized the young man in black, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. There was a commotion in the field. The Qiang war clan was one of the 10 great war clans in the starry sky. They had an extremely ancient heritage, and they were regarded as the descendants of the fire god. On the other hand, Liu Beigu was one of the best in the younger generation of the Qiang war clan. He was a peerless genius who possessed a top-notch profound-grade talent, the flaming divine sun, and his name shook the world. He had only cultivated for 300 years, yet he was already a true peerless great saint. He possessed a formidable foundation to charge into the starry sky great saint rankings. Of course, there were many powerful figures present, and there was no lack of ruthless people who were fearless of Liu Beigu. When they heard Liu Beigu's words, they revealed expressions of interest. The flying deity token, rumor had it that those who possessed this token could enter some forbidden places that ordinary people didn't dare to enter after entering the Kunlun ruins to search for great fortuitous encounters. Our sect is related to the Daluo ancient region. I heard that the final victor of the 9-region battlefield was someone from the ancient desolation region called Lin Sun. I wonder if he's here. Someone spoke up. It was a man with skin suffused with a faint golden luster, a smooth forehead, and an ancient sword on his back. Sword gleams interweaved in his eyes. The successor of the Daluo Sword Mountain, Wei Zia. Many people's expressions changed when they saw Wei Zia. The Daluo Sword Mountain was one of the 9 major sword sects on the Starry Sky Ancient Path. There were 3,000 true disciples in the sect, and all of them were top-notch sword cultivators. In the Starry Sky Ancient Path, the Daluo Sword Mountain could be called a top-notch force. It had great influence, and it was regarded as one of the holy lands for sword cultivators. On the other hand, Wei Zia was the number 1 true disciple of the Daluo Sword Mountain. He was a peerless great saint sword cultivator, and he was ranked 279th on the Starry Sky Great Saint rankings. It seemed like his ranking was terrible. However, even the Starry Sky Great Saint rankings compiled by the Dark Yellow Dao Court, one of the 6 great Dao courts, only had 500 spots. The Starry Sky Ancient Path was vast. Peerless great saints might be rare, but their numbers were definitely huge. However, only the 500 strongest peerless great saints could be ranked on the rankings. It was not an exaggeration to say that Wei Zia was already a peerless figure who could shake the starry sky by being ranked 279th on the Starry Sky Great Saint rankings. Lin Sun, at this moment, because of Wei Zia's words, many people present remembered this name. Only Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly and transmitted his voice. This sword cultivator named Wei Zia seems to be hostile to me. Ahu replied, I happen to know that the founder of the Daluo Sword Mountain is Sword Emperor of Green Feather. Sword Emperor of Green Feather first proved his Dao in the Great Luo Ancient Region. In the first battle of 9 regions, he won the title of the first person on the battlefield of 9 regions. And this time on the battlefield of 9 regions, the Great Luo Ancient Region suffered a crushing defeat in your hands. As the successor of the Daluo Sword Mountain, it's hard for Xianxia not to know you. Hearing this, Lin Sun thought of Xianxia. Xianxia was the leader of the younger generation of the Great Luo Ancient Region, but he died in Lin Sun's hands on the battlefield of 9 regions. Daluo Sword Mountain, Sword Emperor of Green Feather, Xianxia, Qi Emperor Sword, Daluo Ancient Domain. This was like a clue that connected Xianxia to the whole story. Lin Sun vaguely understood that Xianxia was hostile to him because he had learned about the fiasco of the Daluo Ancient Domain. Xianxia, are you also interested in the Flying Immortal token? Lu Beigu, who was sitting cross-legged on the flaming dragon python, opened his mouth. I'm interested in Lin Sun. Xianxia looked cold. Daluo Sword Mountain once took a fancy to a young man named Xianxia, but he was killed by him. This matter even alarmed Grandmaster Greenfeather. Grandmaster Greenfeather, there was silence. Everyone realized that Xianxia was talking about Sword Emperor of Green Feather, who was famous in the starry sky a long time ago. The death of Xianxia even alarmed Sword Emperor of Green Feather. As the successor of Daluo Sword Mountain, Xianxia probably shouldered the task of killing Lin Sun in the Kunlun ruins this time. Lin Sun and Ahu looked at each other and understood. We can cooperate. Lu Beigu invited, I want the Flying Immortal token. Lin Sun is yours. Humph. Suddenly, someone snorted, ridiculous. Who do you think you are? How dare you covet the Flying Immortal token? Who? Lu Beigu's face darkened. He turned his head and his expression changed slightly. It's you, Kuan Jiolin. The crowd was restless and looked over at the same time. They saw a majestic figure standing in the void with his hands behind his back. His eyes were deep and frightening like whirlpools. Beside him, there was a group of strong people, which made him look brave and domineering. Kuan Jiolin, the successor of primitive Taoism court, one of the 6 major Taoist courts, ranked 244th on the Great Saint list of Starry Sky. His ranking was much higher than that of Xianxia. The most frightening thing was that Kuan Jiolin was a pure-blooded descendant of the Kuan family, and his sect was one of the 6 major Taoist orthodoxies. These 2 backgrounds alone were enough to deter the crowd. For a moment, all eyes were focused on Kuan Jiolin. Because so far, Kuan Jiolin was the strongest great saint present in terms of identity, status, and strength. Kuan Jiolin's deep voice boomed like thunder. I, Kuan Jiolin, have made it clear that Lin Sun is my prey. Whoever dares to snatch him will be my enemy. Everyone looked at each other. Even Lu Beigu and Xianxia were silent. They knew how powerful Kuan Jiolin was and did not want to make things difficult for him at this time. Looks like there are a lot of people who have designs on you. Ahu's voice carried a trace of strangeness, as if he was mocking and teasing. Lin Sun shrugged his shoulders and said, I can't help it. I'm not afraid of the clouds, because I'm at the highest level. Ahu almost burst out laughing. Even at a time like this, he was still in the mood to joke around. Did he think that Kuan Jiolin, Lu Beigu, Xianxia, and the others were nothing more than floating clouds? Ding dong. Ding dong, in next to no time an enormous flaming phoenix soared over. Its wings were gorgeous, and it flowed with a myriad of specks of light, pure and ethereal. 5 or 6 men and women were sitting on the flaming phoenix. All of them were extraordinary like immortals in the sky. Their leader was a graceful woman with black hair like a waterfall. She was dressed in white with a golden belt around her waist. Her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, and her skin was as smooth as jade. Her lips were red, and her teeth were white. Her eyes were as clear as the mouth of a pure spring. She gave people the feeling that she was like a fairy in the sky, ethereal and cold. For a moment, all the practitioners present couldn't help showing their amazement. The flaming phoenix fluttered, and the woman in white floated down. The group of men and women behind her were also outstanding. But beside the woman in white, they seemed to be dim. Only Lin Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. At first glance, many people would be attracted by the appearance of the woman in white, but in Lin's eyes, the aura of this woman made him instinctively feel a sense of danger. Who is this woman? Wen Qingxue. It turns out to be her. There was a commotion in the field. Many practitioners came to their senses. Wen Qingxue was the successor of Panwu Taoist court, one of the 6 Taoist courts. She was peerless and ranked 3rd on the Starry Sky Beauty list. Her combat power was superb and ranked 93rd on the Starry Sky Great Sage list. On the Starry Sky Ancient Path, countless peerless figures were fascinated by Wen Qingxue's charm and fell in love with her. There was once a romantic man who commented, "Wen Qingxue is a woman with immortal skin and divine bones. She is so beautiful that she is rarely seen in thousands of years." A group of stinky men who have never seen the world. A snort sounded in Lin's ears. He looked up and saw Hu with his hands behind his back, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, seemingly disdainful. Lin couldn't help but be speechless. He thought of Hu's real appearance. If he really showed it, he would definitely not be inferior to Wen Qingxue. Moreover, Hu had a kind of natural charm. His every frown, smile, and movement could simply bring disaster to a country and people. Even a lonely old monk couldn't bear it. However, if they really compared, they really couldn't be compared. The so-called beauties were just like plum blossoms, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. Each had its own advantages and peerless elegance. Wen Qingxue seemed to have long been used to the gazes cast on her. She ignored them and went to the field by herself. Her clothes were whiter than snow, and her hair was as black as ink. Her figure was ethereal, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Some cultivators couldn't help but feel ashamed of their inferiority. Suddenly, Kuan Jiolin spoke with a powerful voice. "Fairy Wen Qingxue, every 100 years, the Starry Sky Great Sage list will be re-ranked. Now, there are less than 5 years left until the next ranking. I am confident that I will be in the top 100 on the list by then. What does it have to do with me?" Wen Qingxue said indifferently. Her voice was clear and melodious, like the sound of a jade pendant. Kuan Jiolin stared at Wen Qingxue with burning eyes. "When I first met you, you said that if I was in the top 100, you would consider dating me." The crowd was in an uproar, and all of them were astounded. No one had expected that something like this had happened between Kuan Jiolin and Wen Qingxue. Wen Qingxue said indifferently, "I'm only considering, not agreeing. It won't be too late to say that when your ranking surpasses mine on the Starry Sky Great Sage list." Kuan Jiolin was not discouraged at all. He said with great pride, "I'm already confident that my cultivation base will improve by leaps and bounds during this trip to the Kunlun ruins. If I really surpass you in the next ranking, haha, you can't refuse me anymore." "Oh," Wen Qingxue replied. Her beautiful face was calm as if she didn't care at all. Dong. Dong. Dong, the air trembled, and a series of footsteps that sounded like muffled thunder resounded from the distance. The sound of footsteps smashed into everyone's hearts, causing many of them to almost cough blood. Their expressions could not help but change. In the distance, a slender figure in a black robe walked over. Under the brim of the hat, a pair of eyes that were bright like blades could be seen. She carried a long and narrow saber that was over 3 meters long. The blade was snow white, and it was about the same length as her slender figure. It gave off a strong visual impact. Especially when every single step she took caused the nearby space to crack open like a spiderweb, and it emanated a ferocious and piercingly cold aura. She was obviously a woman. Her fingers that held the saber were as white as jade, and her wrist was whiter than sheep fat. It was suffused with a crystal-clear luster. When they saw this woman, be it Kuan Jiolin, Wei Zia, or Lu Beigu, their pupils could not help but constrict. She actually came as well. When Qingxue also glanced sideways at the figure who was coming at them with a shocking momentum, and then looked away. As for the others present, all of them revealed fearful and even horrified expressions. They recalled the most famous saber maniac on the Starry Sky Ancient Path, Tang Su, a peerless paragon from the Berserk Blade Battle clan, a woman who was known as a genius in the saber Dao. A saber saint who had been ranked 79th on the Starry Sky Great Sage list many years ago. The entrance to the Kunlun ruins hasn't opened yet. Does anyone want to fight now? As soon as Tang Su arrived, she looked around. Her voice was low and had a unique magnetism. It was piercingly cold like a knife, as if it could cut a person's throat. Everyone was silent as they secretly cursed in their hearts. Everyone on the starry sky ancient path knew how crazy saber maniac Tang Su was. It was not an exaggeration to call her a female Rakshasa. Over the years, countless opponents had been killed by Tang Su with the heaven-slashing saber. This woman was so fierce that no one dared to treat her as a woman. Kuan Jolene, do you want to play? Tang Su looked at Kuan Jolene, who snorted, when the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. If you really want to play, it's not too late to enter the Kunlun ruins. Coward, Tang Su said bluntly. Kuan Jolene's face darkened. However, Tang Su could not be bothered with him. She looked at Wen Xianxia and said, Wen Xianxia, do you want to spar? Wen Xianxia said indifferently, you're about to break the realm. I won't be your whetstone. Tang Su seemed to be a little dispirited. With a clang, she put away the long and shiny heaven-slashing saber in her hand, took out a flagon and drank alone. That heroic, carefree, and unruly attitude made many men blush with shame. Some women's eyes lit up, and they could not help but feel a sense of admiration for Tang Su's arrogant demeanor. Interesting. Lin Sun also praised in his heart. Tang Su's breath was sharp and piercingly cold, like a free and unruly gale in the sky. It was really rare for a woman to have such momentum. Hu transmitted his voice, this woman is not simple. I have heard that when she proved her Tao and became a great saint, she once said, my saber is the Tao, and the Tao is my saber. Even an Emperor realm expert of the Frenzy Saber fighting clan was shocked, thinking that Tang Su may become a female saber emperor in the future. Lin Sun was moved. The way he looked at Tang Su also carried a hint of peculiarity. It seemed that such a peerless woman was only ranked 79th on the Starry Sky Great Sage list. In that case, what kind of peerless talents did the characters ranked above her have? There were also Wen Xianxia, Kuan Jolene, Wei Zia. All of them were extraordinary, but their rankings on the Starry Sky Great Sage list were not high. Lu Beigu, Wei Zia, Kuan Jolene, Wen Xianxia, Tang Su, Lin Sun couldn't help sighing with emotion at the sight of these famous or brilliant peerless sages. Suddenly, Lin Sun caught a glimpse of a familiar figure rushing over from afar with a group of cultivators. It was a woman with a jade-like face and clear eyes. She was dressed in a water-green dress. She was simple, beautiful, and had an outstanding appearance. Jiangheng, the successor of Xuanji Taoism sect, the Starry Sky Ancient Path. Back in the flying immortal battlefield of the Nine Region battlefield, Lin Sun had attracted Jiangheng's hostility and killing intent because he had picked the Night Jade Vine. However, even Lin Sun didn't expect to meet her again on the bank of the flying immortal river. Almost at the same time, Jiangheng also saw Lin Sun at a glance. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she seemed to be quite surprised. Then an unspeakable anger surged in her heart. How dare this thief who stole the divine medicine of the sect appear in such a swagger? He really didn't know what was good for him. The corner of Lin Sun's mouth twitched, and he quickly sent a message to Ahu, be prepared. My identity may be exposed. Ahu narrowed her eyes and nodded without a trace. But to Lin Sun's surprise, Jiangheng quickly withdrew her gaze and ignored Lin Sun, as if she had ignored him. But a cold and clear voice sounded in Lin Sun's ears, thief, are you very nervous? Very nervous? If I reveal your identity, do you believe that those strong people present will not hesitate to eat you alive? There was hatred and a touch of complacency in the voice, thinking that he had caught Lin Sun's weakness. The voice was, of course, from Jiangheng. Lin Sun said with a calm expression, I think you can't wait to eat me alive, but it doesn't matter. You can shout all you want. You won't scare me even if you shout yourself hoarse. Jiangheng raised her eyebrows and gritted her teeth in anger. Her beautiful eyes were about to spit fire. Thief, do you really think I don't dare? Go ahead. Lin Sun looked indifferent. Don't be so arrogant. Jiangheng was so angry that she wanted to strangle Lin Sun. Junior sister, don't bother with such despicable people. When we enter the Kunlun ruins, I'll personally capture and kill him. Ji Qian's voice rang in Jiangheng's ears. Senior brother, this kid is too arrogant. Jiangheng said angrily. Junior sister, don't forget what I told you before. Not only did he steal the night sky jade vine and the 9-leaf gold spirit grass, he also has a mysterious pagoda that can block the great sun thunder wheel. Ji Qian was dressed in a white robe. His long hair was gray, and he was handsome. His eyes were sharp like divine light, and his whole body emitted a vast and boundless aura. He glanced at Lin Sun and didn't look at him anymore. Back then, he had used the power of a treasure to spy on the battle in the Battle of Flying Fairies. In the end, he did not hesitate to snatch the Great Way Without End tower from Lin Sun. But in the end, it was all for naught. Jiangheng immediately calmed down. She had heard from her eldest senior brother that the mysterious pagoda had appeared in the Dao battle of the emperors a long time ago. Its might was unfathomable, and it shook the heavens. Apart from that, this kid also carries the flying fairy token that everyone covets. If we expose his identity now, we won't have the chance to kill him and seize the treasures in his possession. Ji Qian said via voice transmission. Jiangheng grunted and took a deep breath to forcefully suppress the anger in her heart. The appearance of Ji Qian, Jiangheng, and the others caused a commotion in the surroundings. Perhaps the Xuanji Dao sect wasn't as monstrous as the six great orthodoxies, but it was still a top ancient orthodoxy. Ji Qian was the number one true disciple of the Xuanji Dao sect, and he himself was a direct descendant of the emperor clan, Ji clan. He was extremely respected. His combat strength couldn't be underestimated either, and he was ranked 248th on the Starry Sky Great Saint ranking. They actually endured it. Ahu was alarmed for a moment. But she understood after a moment's thought. It seems that they are worried that your prey will be snatched away by others, so they choose to endure and don't intend to expose your identity. Lin Sun nodded and suddenly said, "Actually, I'm also very interested in Jiangheng." "Oh," Ahu said with a strange look in her eyes. Obviously, she had misunderstood. Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised and said, "This woman's surname is Jiang. I'm just curious if she has anything to do with the Emperor clan, Jiang clan." In the city of the tragic death, a wisp of Shenkong ghost kings will had once given Lin Sun a light cyan hairpin shaped like a bamboo leaf before it disappeared. He asked Lin Sun to return this thing to a person named Jiang Xianxia when he had the chance to meet the descendants of the Emperor clan, Jiang clan. Shenkong Ghost King was one of the successors of Mount Mind and had once taught Lin Sun the art of everlasting leakless. It could be said that he was Lin Sun's senior brother. Being entrusted with this task, Lin Sun was naturally duty-bound. Ahu seemed to be lost in thought as he said, "According to my knowledge, the Emperor clan, the Jiang clan, resides at the banks of the ancient path in the starry sky, the river of Jiang. 5 great figures at the Emperor realm emerged from their ancestors, and they were conferred the title of the 5 Emperor clans. Jiang River, one clan with 5 emperors." Lin Sun couldn't help but gasp. How could the Emperor clan, Jiang clan, have such a terrifying foundation? What kind of person was Jiang Xingque? In the following time, many strong practitioners on the ancient Starry Sky Road came one after another. They were either the successors of famous sects or the descendants of ancient clans. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5, making the atmosphere on the bank of the Fairy River more and more tense. During this period, Lin Sun noticed several shocking peerless great sages one after another. For example, Tao Jianxing, a pure-blooded descendant of the Taowu battle clan, one of the top 10 battle clans, was a peerless great sage with a flamboyant bearing and monstrous vigor. Similarly, Tao Jianxing was also a ruthless figure ranked on the Starry Sky Great Sage list. There was also Yan Chenjun, the successor of the Universe Dao Court, one of the 6 great Dao courts, Ling Kezi, the successor of the ancient Nanhua Temple, and so on. Every single one of them possessed a great foundation and extraordinary aura. Even among the peerless great sages, they could be considered top-notch existences. At this moment, many cultivators felt their hearts sink. After the Kunlun ruins opened, with so many peerless figures participating, one could imagine how cruel the competition would be. At this moment, even someone like Kuan Jiolin became silent and did not dare to be as flamboyant as before. There was no helping it. There were too many peerless great sages present, and there was no lack of ferocious figures that could make even him feel fearful. However, even though he was fearful, he was not afraid. No matter who it was, they had come prepared for this trip to the Kunlun ruins. Very soon, the time for the entrance to the Kunlun ruins to open was approaching. In the sky above the Fairy River that descended from the sky, an obscure and mysterious aura faintly seeped out, revealing an extremely blurry passageway of nothingness. At this moment, there were thousands of powerhouses gathered in the arena. They were densely packed, and the scene was enough to make anyone's scalp go numb. The atmosphere was very oppressive and tense as everyone waited quietly. Even Lin Sun and Ah Hu stopped talking. During this period of time, the two of them had kept a low profile and did not do anything conspicuous. They did not attract much attention, causing them to heave a sigh of relief. Of course, the successor of Xuanji Dao sect, Jiangheng, would occasionally glance at Lin Sun, as if he was afraid that Lin Sun would escape. Unfortunately, Jiangheng did not know that Lin Sun had already made up his mind. After entering the Kunlun ruins, he would find an opportunity to capture her alive. Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded, "The successors of the Devil Court are here as well." As soon as these words were spoken, the silence in the arena was broken, and it caused a commotion. In the distance, a group of figures appeared. The leader was a green-robed man with a slightly sickly expression and abnormally fair skin. His hair was as white as snow, and it hung down to his waist. His face was handsome and devilishly beautiful. Other than that, there was nothing eye-catching about him. However, when they saw the green-robed man appear, many people trembled, and their expressions changed abruptly. Hua Xingli, the successor of the Devil Court, one of the 6 great Dao courts, an extremely legendary peerless great saint, and a ruthless devil who killed without batting an eyelid, rumor had it that there were at least 8,000 opponents who had died in his hands, if not 10,000. One must know that all of these opponents were famous saint stage figures. Not long ago, a sensational event happened. Hua Xingli made a move and killed a peerless figure ranked 237th on the Starry Sky Great Saint list, causing a huge uproar on the Starry Sky Ancient Path. At this moment, who could not be shocked when they saw such a great devil whose hands were stained with blood? Hua Xingli seemed very calm in the face of this attention. He smiled slightly and did not say anything else. He brought the group of successors of the Devil Court behind him and stopped by the Flying Fairy River. Lin Sun. However, before the crowd could calm down, a cold voice suddenly rang out beside Hua Xingli. "How dare you appear here? Do you think that no one at the banks of the Flying Immortal River will recognize you?" The person who spoke was a man in a blood-red robe with long and narrow scarlet eyes. His expression was filled with undisguised hatred. Xueqingyi, Lin Sun's heart sank. He never thought that he would run into Xianxia here. Furthermore, Xianxia was with the successors of the Demon Court. Lin Sun, upon hearing this name, there was an uproar. The same thought came to the minds of many experts. The guy with the flying fairy token had long been hiding in the crowd. Following Xueqingyi's gaze, many people fixed their eyes on Lin Sun. Ji Qian and Jiangheng looked at each other with hatred in their hearts. They did not expect that there would be an idiot who exposed Lin Sun's identity at this time. This was equivalent to directly destroying their plan. For a moment, they all wanted to kill Xueqingyi. Lin Sun also sighed in his heart. The world was unpredictable. Jiangheng did not expose his identity, but Xueqingyi, the guy who had luckily escaped from Lin Sun's hands, exposed everything. However, Lin Sun was not afraid. He looked at Xueqingyi coldly and said, "Loser. If you hadn't hidden yourself, you would have died in the 9-region battlefield. How could you still stand in front of me and bark like crazy?" His words were blunt, but it also confirmed Lin Sun's identity to everyone present. For a moment, many people's eyes revealed killing intent and were ready to make a move. Lin Sun, it was a name that was unfamiliar to most of the people present. But it didn't prevent them from seeing Lin Sun as prey. The reason was that Lin Sun had the flying fairy token. This information was confirmed by Wei Zia, so there was no way it could be false. On the other hand, the flying immortal token meant to seek fortune and avoid calamity. It meant that one could surmount some places of danger that were impossible to surmount and seize the fortune within them. For a moment, Lin Sun became the focus of the whole audience from an insignificant role. Even Kuan Jiolin, Wen Xingxue, Tang Su, Wei Zia, Hua Xingli, and the other geniuses looked over. There was curiosity, murderous intent, and also a hint of interest. "Leave it to me. Just pretend you don't know me and watch the show in peace." Lin Sun remained calm and transmitted his voice to Ah Hu. Ah Hu readily agreed. Among those present, she should be the one who knew the details of Lin Sun the best. If anyone thought that Lin Sun was a vulnerable prey, it would be a big mistake. Everyone, let me introduce him to you. He is the winner of the Battle of the Nine Regions, an influential figure from the ancient Desolation realm. Xueqingyi's expression was cold as he spoke. This was not the Nine Regions battlefield, but the flying immortal river. The people gathered here were all peerless geniuses of the starry ancient path. And Lin Sun had the flying immortal token, which was enough to attract everyone present. This was undoubtedly a perfect opportunity to kill with a borrowed knife. Naturally, Xueqingyi would not miss this opportunity. Everyone had disapproving looks on their faces. Number 1 in the Nine Regions? Influential person? Compared to the starry sky ancient road, it was nothing. Oh, right. According to my knowledge, this kid has more than one flying immortal token in his possession. If I'm lying, then all of you can feel free to look for trouble with me. Xueqingyi's words stirred the crowd. They didn't care who Lin Sun was, they only cared about how many tokens of flying immortals Lin Sun had, and the answer Xueqingyi gave them made them even more tempted. Do you remember what I said? Lin Sun is my prey. Kuan Jiolin was the first to speak. His voice was sonorous and his killing intent was shocking. He stared at Lin Sun as if he was staring at a dead man. Your prey? Hee, Kuan Jiolin, how arrogant of you. An arrogant golden-robed man with a flamboyant bearing sneered. A pure-blooded descendant of the Bayan battle race, Tao Jianxing, Kuan Jiolin's face darkened. I can't be bothered to fight with you. I only want a flying immortal badge. If anyone has any objections, feel free to ask the sword in my hand. He was very conceited. There was a sword-shaped mark between his brows, and his eyes flowed with sword radiance. The successor of Qiankuan Dao Court, Yan Chenjun, many people didn't speak, but they looked at Lin Sun with determination in their eyes. When Xianxia watched quietly, her expression calm and indifferent. Hua Xingli frowned and glanced at Xueqingyi. He seemed to be displeased that Xueqingyi had made the decision on his own and caused such a tense situation. Ling Kezi from the ancient Nanhua temple was a charmingly naive monk. When he saw this scene, he quickly took out a string of beads and silently chanted scriptures. However, his eyes would occasionally glance at the battlefield, revealing a trace of quick-wittedness and craftiness. Only Tang Su's eyes lit up, as if she wished for the world to be in chaos. Her voice was hoarse and magnetic as she said, "Buddy, those guys all regard you as prey. How can you bear such a great shame? If I were you, I would kill some of the most noisy ones to warn the others, or to show that you're not easy to bully." Dressed in a black robe, her eyes were as bright as stars under the brim of her hat. She was unruly and fearless of anyone present to fan the flames. Everyone frowned and was very unhappy, but no one dared to reprimand or blame Tang Su. This was the benefit of fame. Tang Su, the knife addict, ran amok in the starry sky with her sky-cutting saber. Among her peers, who had the courage to compete with such a woman who was even fiercer than a man, as for Lin Sun, he might be famous in the ancient wasteland, but in this place, he was just an unknown person. Originally, Lin Sun was also angry at being treated as prey by everyone. But after hearing Tang Su's words, he couldn't help but feel happy. This woman was really interesting. Fanning the flames and sowing discord was also a kind of ability. Lin Sun had no choice but to be convinced. Lin Sun turned over his palm, and a flying fairy token appeared. Without any nonsense, he said directly, "Whoever wants it can come and get it." His voice was indifferent, but it had its own disdainful demeanor. Tang Su's eyes became brighter and she raised her thumb, "A real man." Many practitioners were also secretly awed by Lin Sun's momentum. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Lin Sun dared to take out the flying immortal token so directly with a fearless attitude. This was not what an ordinary person could do. "Tell me about this man," said Hua Xingli. As Hua Xingli spoke, a look of interest appeared on his sickly pale and demonic face. Xueqingyi didn't dare to refuse. He immediately began to talk about Lin Sun's deeds in the Nine Regions battlefield. At the same time, someone couldn't help but stand out. It was Liu Beigu of the Qiyang battle clan. He jumped down from the head of the flaming dragon python and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, let me test this man's strength, okay? If I win, the flying fairy token will belong to me. If I lose, I can only blame myself for not being skilled enough." Everyone's eyes flickered, and they hesitated. The entrance of Kunlun ruins was about to open. At this time, no one was willing to fight to the death for a prey. But at the same time, no one was willing to give up such a chance to snatch the flying fairy token. You can't. Before anyone could respond, Lin Sun had already spoken first. His voice was indifferent, and he didn't even look at Lu Beigu. Everyone was stunned. This guy from the ancient Desolation realm was very arrogant. Lu Beigu was a descendant of the Qiang battle clan, one of the top 10 battle clans. He was a natural genius in cultivation. He had only cultivated for less than 300 years, and now he was a real peerless great sage. This kind of cultivation speed was enough to make some old monsters feel so ashamed that they couldn't even lift their heads, but Lin Sun actually said he couldn't. All of a sudden, Lu Beigu's face darkened. He didn't expect that a prey would dare to boast so shamelessly. Let's change one. Lin Sun still didn't look at Lu Beigu. He just glanced at Tao Jianxing, Kuan Jiolin, and the others. Just now, they were the ones who clamored the most. Let's change one. Many people were a little stunned. Lin Sun's light words were equivalent to the extreme contempt for Lu Beigu, which was simply too insulting. Lu Beigu's face darkened. Originally, he just wanted to seize the initiative and snatch food from the tiger's mouth, but he never thought that he would be looked down upon. Ha ha ha. Tang Su laughed gloatingly. She felt that it was so interesting. Lin Sun's performance also made her look at him with new eyes. Regardless of his strength, his boldness was worthy of her appreciation. Tang Su's laughter was unbridled, and Lu Beigu couldn't hold back at all. I'll kill you, bastard. Boom, his figure broke through the air, and he pressed out his palm. Like the sky falling, it enveloped Lin Sun in all directions. The terrible profound way spread, and the void collapsed under the pressure. The angry blow of a peerless great sage was naturally extraordinary. Lin Sun didn't even look at it. He also pressed out his palm. Boom, Lu Beigu's palm suddenly collapsed, as if it was swallowed up by a great abyss, leaving nothing behind. Lin Sun's palm, like a mountain lifted by an ancient god, smashed hard on Lu Beigu. Bang, Lu Beigu flew backward and smashed through the void. Blood spurted from his mouth and nose, and he fell down like a kite with a broken string, almost falling into the fairy river. An ant trying to shake a tree. Lin Sun said indifferently. The whole audience was silent. Many people's eyelids twitched and they gasped. They were shocked by Lin Sun's overbearing palm. No one could have imagined that a ruthless man like Lu Beigu would be swatted away like a fly. The scene was simply too shocking. Tang Su exclaimed and praised, "It's interesting to be unexpected." Dude, you're not simple. Kuan Jiolin, Wei Zia, Tao Jianxing, Yan Chenjun, and others couldn't help but frown. Even they were surprised that Lu Beigu was defeated in the first confrontation. You don't have the strength to match, but you still want to fight against Lin Sun. It's really, the ignorant are fearless. Ahu muttered to herself. In her opinion, Lu Beigu didn't even enter the Starry Sky Great Sage list, and he dared to jump like this. He was simply looking for trouble. Again. Lu Beigu roared and rushed up violently. His figure was immeasurable, emitting blazing light. He was completely enraged. He rushed across the void like a god of fire, and his power was so great that it made the universe tremble. Boom, he punched out, and it was faintly visible that an endless sea of molten lava and fire swept across the sky, mighty and terrifying. This was undoubtedly Lu Beigu's real ability. He vividly displayed the power of a peerless great sage, which made many people in the field nod secretly. But the next moment, Lu Beigu's body was swatted away again. He came fast and left even faster. This time, he was slapped by Lin Sun across the air, which cracked his skin and broke his bones. He couldn't help but scream in pain. Plop, he was directly smashed into the fairy river, looking extremely miserable. If he hadn't rushed out in time, the river water gathered by the clear and turbid air could have directly swept him away and made him disappear in this void. There was dead silence in the field. If the first time was an accident, then the second time was a real battle. Unfortunately, Lu Beigu was still crushed, even when Xianxia, Hua Xingli, and others couldn't help but take another look at Lin Sun. Only now did they realize that this young man in the ancient Desolation realm, whom they regarded as unknown, was far from ordinary people. It was impossible for ordinary peerless great sages to defeat Lu Beigu so easily. Was it because Liu Beigu wasn't strong enough? No. It was because this guy named Lin Sun was far more powerful than Liu Beigu. For a moment, many people looked at Lin Sun with a subtle expression. You can't do it more than 3 times. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll send you to hell. Seeing that Liu Beigu, who was so ashamed and angry that he wanted to die, was about to rush over again, Lin Sun couldn't help frowning, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his cold black eyes. Jiang Heng was stunned. It had only been less than 2 years since the Battle of the Nine Realms ended, but the thief who stole the Night Sky Jade Vine from the Flying Immortal battlefield had already stepped into the peerless Great Saint stage. Moreover, even Liu Beigu was no match for him. This new change made Jiang Heng completely dazed. How was this possible? Ji Qian frowned. Originally, he had absolute confidence that he could capture and kill Lin Sun, but after witnessing Liu Beigu being completely crushed, he also realized that it was a little tricky. Xueqingyi's mouth was filled with bitterness. He originally thought that the presence of these peerless geniuses on the starry ancient path would be enough to give Lin Sun a fatal blow. Who would have thought that Lin Sun, who was still in the same realm as him back then, had already stepped into the peerless Great Saint stage? The ancient Desolation realm has produced an extraordinary figure. Hua Xingli commented with a hint of emotion. This made Xueqingyi feel even more upset. Previously, he had endlessly told Hua Xingli about all of Lin Sun's evil deeds and exaggerated them. However, who would have thought that what awaited him was not Hua Xingli's solidarity against a common enemy, but a slightly surprised praise. This benefactor's killing intent is very strong. He must have killed many people in the past. It's better for me to not provoke him. Ling Kezi of the ancient Nanhua temple muttered to himself. Ling Kezi of the ancient Southern Flower Temple thought to himself. Although he looked innocent and harmless, he actually had a rare talent that allowed him to see things that others couldn't with just a glance. For example, when Lin Sun fought Liu Beigu, he saw the terrifying scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and the sky collapsing and the earth collapsing. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The atmosphere was deathly silent, and everyone's mood was undergoing a subtle change. After witnessing Lin Sun's methods, many people had already given up on the idea of snatching the Flying Immortal token. However, there were still many people who were determined and eager to make a move. There's not much time left. The entrance of the Kunlun ruins is about to open. If any of you are unconvinced, hurry up and make a move. I haven't had enough of the battle just now. Tang Su's unique magnetic voice resounded through the area. He was fanning the flames again, and he was doing it openly. Clang! With a clear and melodious sword cry, Wei Zia stepped forward. An iron sword floated above his head, and layers upon layers of sword shadows appeared, displaying a myriad of phenomena. Almost at the same time, the void shook as Kuan Jiolin stepped out. His aura was like an erupting volcano, intimidating and intimidating. Obviously, both of them wanted to attack at this moment. Let me. Wei Zia's expression was cold, and his killing intent surged into the heavens. You can leave. Kuan Jiolin frowned. He did not expect Wei Zia to fight with him. Why go through so much trouble? Why don't all of you come at me together? To tell you the truth, none of you can do it if we fight one by one. But at this moment, Lin Sun stepped forward and said calmly. His words made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Liu Beigu's defeat had proved Lin's strength, but it didn't mean that he could look down upon others so unscrupulously. Especially since his targets were Wei Zia and Kuan Jiolin. The former was the #1 true disciple of the Daluo Sword Mountain, a powerful sword cultivator who killed without fear. His battle prowess was ranked 279th on the Starry Sky Great Sage list. The latter was the successor of the primitive Taoism court and a pure-blooded descendant of the Kuan family. He was famous and ranked 244th on the Starry Sky Great Sage list. Even in the whole Starry Sky Ancient Way, who dared to look down upon him? This guy is too arrogant. After all, he is from the ancient Desolation realm. It's ridiculous that he doesn't know his place. Haha, interesting. I haven't seen such an arrogant person for a long time. I hope his battle prowess can be as strong as his tone. Otherwise, he will lose his life. There was a burst of sneer in the field. Lin Sun's attitude at the moment showed that he looked down on everything and no one, which made them a little uncomfortable. But only Ah Hu felt wronged for Lin Sun. Because she thought that what Lin Sun said was a very normal thing. Why was it regarded as arrogant? In the final analysis, it was because these guys didn't know how powerful Lin Sun was. That was why the prejudice was born. Whoosh, in response to all this, Lin Sun threw his hand, and the flying fairy token floated in the void. At the same time, his clothes fluttered, and his black eyes glanced at the audience. This token is here. If you think I'm arrogant, come at me. He said word by word, and the momentum around him suddenly changed, as if he had turned into a boundless abyss that could swallow the sky and the earth. At this moment, Lin Sun seemed to have changed into a different person. His black hair fluttered, and he stood on the bank of the fairy river, looking around like a god. Many people held their breath, and their faces changed dramatically. What a terrible momentum! Some strong people who were sneering and clamoring also shut their mouths, feeling creeped out. In their eyes, Lin Sun seemed to have turned into a boundless towering figure, giving them a kind of absolute oppression. He made me feel like fighting. Doesn't it mean that this guy has enough strength to compete with me? Interesting. At this moment, when Xianxia, Hua Xingli, Tao Jianxing, Ling Kezi, Yan Chenjun, and other people also felt a wave of power coming towards them, which made them run their qi. For a moment, the way they looked at Lin Sun changed again. It was as if they had seen their own kind, which made them feel extremely surprised and even unbelievable. When did such a person appear in a place like the ancient Desolation Realm? Clang, Tang Su was the most straightforward. He turned his hand and took out the long and shiny sky-cutting saber. His eyes were bright under the brim of his hat, and he was eager to have a try. He said, "Buddy, you've successfully aroused my interest. Want to fight?" Lin Sun asked with a smile. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm, as if the people present were nothing. He was not arrogant, nor did he not know how to endure. He had already realized that if he didn't establish his power, there would be countless flies staring at him when he entered the Kunlun ruins. He had to take this opportunity to hurt them first. Only when they were afraid of him would they become honest and obedient. Yes. Tang Su nodded and answered naturally. Line up first. Lin Sun pointed to Wei Zia and Kuan Jiolin in the distance, just line up behind them. Of course, it's okay if you want to fight with them. Tang Su rolled his eyes, who wants to fight with them? Until now, when he saw Lin Sun's real power, Lu Beigu, who was in the distance, woke up from his shame and anger. He deeply realized that he had not lost unjustly. This guy might not be famous, but he was actually a tough nut to crack. Wei Zia and Kuan Jiolin's faces were already gloomy. The change of Lin Sun's aura also made them feel a kind of pressure. But it didn't mean that they could let Lin Sun trample on their dignity at will. Line up again. Lin Sun clearly thought that they would lose. He was going too far. A battle was about to break out. At this moment, a strange roar suddenly came from the sky above the fairy river, and a mysterious gate emerged like a void. The entrance to the Kunlun ruins was opened at this moment. Suddenly, all the people present were shocked. They didn't care about anything else and started to act without hesitation. Let's go. There's no time to lose. The treasure refining place is limited. First come, first served. Hurry up. Accompanied by all kinds of shouts, the powerhouses scattered in different areas of the fairy river moved away one by one. It just happened to be like a dense divine rainbow that shot into the sky. It was dazzling and spectacular. Humph. Don't let me see you in the Kunlun ruins. Wei Zia snorted angrily. He stomped his feet and soared into the sky. In the current situation, if they continued to fight, the disadvantages would outweigh the advantages. I heard that you killed my useless brother, Kuan Xiaoyu. You can't escape. Kuan Jiolin's voice was cold. After saying that, he soared into the sky. In the end, Lin Sun held back and did not stop him. He was just establishing his might. He did not want to miss the opportunity to enter the Kunlun ruins because of this. However, it's enough. Ordinary people probably won't dare to bother me anymore. Lin Sun's black eyes surged. If he could see Wei Zia and Kuan Jiolin in the Kunlun ruins, he wouldn't mind killing them. Let's go. Ah Hu walked over. The two of them immediately took action. Bro, you have to be careful. Those guys you've seen might not be enough to make you afraid, but there are many real ruthless people in the dark who have already seen your performance. Suddenly, Tang Su's voice sounded in Lin Sun's ears. With the Flying Immortal token, you can resolve many great dangers. You've already been targeted by many people. Well, good luck. Lin Sun looked up and saw Tang Su's figure rushing into the entrance of the Kunlun ruins like lightning. Does she mean that there are people more powerful than Wen Qingxue and Hua Xingli in the dark? Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed. If that's the case, will those people be on the top of the Starry Sky Saint list? While he was thinking, Lin Sun and Ah Hu had already entered the entrance of the Kunlun ruins together. Whoosh, accompanied by a strange fluctuation, the two figures also disappeared. Not long after, a figure bathed in grey mist floated over from afar. It was a skinny young man with sunken eye sockets and a pair of strange brown eyes. When he walked, the fog filled the air, like a ghost walking out of hell. He looked up at the place where Lin Sun disappeared and murmured in his heart, the plan of Quasi-Emperor Ba Qi was destroyed by this guy. Let me solve this karma. Whoosh, the next moment, he turned into a wisp of grey mist and rushed into the entrance of the Kunlun ruins. Sha Luqing of the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect. He's here too. Suddenly, the void wriggled, and a monk in black appeared. On his smooth forehead, there was a black lotus mark. He watched the grey figure disappear. After thinking for a while, he also stepped into the air. Every time he took a step, a black lotus appeared under his feet. It was just like a lotus peanut. Not long after, more and more figures appeared one after another. Kunlun Ruins was one of the 4 ancient divine ruins. It was regarded as the ancestral court of the Great Way, which involved all kinds of supreme creation and attracted the attention of the entire Starry Sky Ancient Path. Kunlun Ruins. The world was vast, and the void was filled with thick chaotic qi. Between the mountains, rivers, grass, and trees, there was abundant and powerful vitality. This place seemed to have been silent for thousands of years. It was uninhabited, and it exuded a primitive and desolate aura. Standing there was as if he had returned to the beginning of chaos. The sky here was ethereal and high, suffused with a dark green color. There were stars moving in it, and streams of chaotic qi fell. On the ground, the mountains rose and fell. It was vast and boundless. Standing there, one felt especially small. Whoosh, the vast wind surged between heaven and earth like a horn from ancient times. With a wave of void fluctuations, Lin Sun and Ah Hu appeared out of thin air. In an instant, Lin Sun's body suddenly sank, and he almost fell from the void. He circulated the power in his body to stabilize his figure. What an astonishing power of the law of order! It was also at this moment that he noticed the difference in this world. This place was like the residence of ancient gods. The power of the law of heaven and earth was exceptionally strong and firm, and there was a kind of oppressive force of the great Tao. According to Lin Sun's estimation, if an expert below the saint realm was here, his Tao heart would instantly collapse, and his body and soul would explode. No wonder most of the people who came to the Kunlun ruins are at the great saint stage. Ordinary saints will inevitably feel like they're carrying a heavy burden and their hands and feet are bound. Their combat strength will be greatly restricted. As Lin Sun pondered, he looked around and saw that the place where he stood was a vast wasteland filled with sand and gravel. Whoosh, suddenly, a wisp of blue flame shot out from the ground like lightning. Wherever it passed, the void would be incinerated and torn apart. The terrifying aura made Lin Sun's eyes narrow. He suddenly ran the endless devouring scripture, and a big abyss floated around him, swallowing the wisp of blue flame. Hiss, however, in just an instant, Lin Sun gasped. The blue flame was extremely domineering, and it contained an obscure power of law. It was like a fierce blade that rampaged around, emitting a destructive and incinerating aura, causing Lin Sun's body to feel a burning pain. But soon, under his suppression, the wisp of blue flame was crushed into powder and obliterated. Lin Sun's expression was much more solemn. It was just a wisp of flame, but its dangerous power was enough to easily kill a true saint. How could Lin Sun not be vigilant? This is the treasure refining place. It's like a small world. The most dangerous thing is the various strange flames distributed in it. They're called Kunlun divine flames, and they can only be seen in Kunlun ruins. Beside him, Ah Hu explained, the Kunlun divine flame you dissolved just now is just the most ordinary one. It's not that dangerous. The truly powerful Kunlun divine flame will show two colors, gold and purple. The divine flames will evolve into various treasures, such as swords, spears, swords, and halberds. The purple divine flame can transform into plants, rivers, clouds, birds, ferocious beasts, and even all kinds of rare spiritual bodies. This kind of divine flame is undoubtedly the most terrifying. If you encounter it, it's best to escape immediately. These two divine flames, one gold and one purple, are known as the soul-extinguishing wind flames by the world. When they appear, it is like a hurricane passing through, and their destructive auras are astonishing. In addition, it's said that this treasure refining place also has a mysterious flame of pure and turbid, yin and yang, and black and white. Anyone in the saint realm will die if he touches it. After a pause, Ahu reminded, it's not the origin of Tao. It can't be subdued, absorbed, or imprisoned. Linsun nodded and said, is there anything special about the treasure refining qi? Ahu said, of course, the higher the quality of the treasure refining qi, the more useful it is in repairing and upgrading treasures. She flew forward and said, let's go, let's start moving as well. Once we find the treasure refinement Dao Qi, you'll understand. Lin Sun's figure flickered and followed her. Along the way, there were vast mountains and rivers, ancient and primitive. Strong vitality flowed in the chaotic air and filled the void, making Lin Sun's qi become lively. This was undoubtedly an extremely suitable place for peerless saint to cultivate. In the ancient desolation realm, Lin Sun couldn't cultivate at all with his current realm without the support of the best blessed land and divine medicine. The reason was very simple. The aura of heaven and earth in the ancient desolation realm was far from enough to satisfy Lin Sun's cultivation. Moreover, the aura of Tao in the treasure refining place was so vigorous that ordinary sages might be suppressed. But for Lin Sun, it was a blessed land to comprehend the mysteries of Tao. He'd gathered some plants, and all of them were very ordinary. However, they contained surging vitality that was dense to the point it seemed material. If he brought them to the outside world, then they could be called rare spirit materials. But in the treasure refining place, they spread like weeds and could be seen everywhere. Why don't I see any living things? Lin Sun suddenly asked. Along the way, there were vast mountains and rivers, lush and full of vitality, but there was no sign of birds or animals at all. Not even a single living ant could be seen, Ahu said quickly, this is the treasure refining place. It has been like this since ancient times. In the past, there were cultivators who intended to stay here and cultivate, and they didn't intend to leave. But in the end, what happened later? Without exception, they all died. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. After 10 minutes, Ahu suddenly stopped moving, and a wisp of a smile arose on the corners of his mouth as he said, look. This was a rugged and steep mountain without any grass. But on the cliff on one side of the mountainside, there was a rainbow-like airflow fluttering and a rain of light. It was like a fountain, but what emerged was a colorful and magnificent airflow of Tao. Lin Sun's eyes lit up, treasure refining qi? Yes, it's not bad. As Ahu said, she floated to the void near the cliff of the mountain, but she didn't get close. She pointed out, Brother Lin, as long as you integrate the treasure refining qi into the treasure, it will repair and improve the treasure. It's extremely magical. Lin Sun also approached and saw that on the cliff, the treasure refining qi was like a rainbow-like airflow, exuding a holy and mysterious aura. But before you collect it, be careful. As she said, Ahu stretched out her hand and an invisible force spread. But before she could get close to the treasure refining qi, a group of dazzling flames suddenly swept out of the cliff. There were more than 10 flames, each of which was light green. Like a group of sharks smelling blood, they smashed Ahu's attack with a bang. Ahu was not in a hurry. A verdant palm leaf fan appeared in her palm and she waved it casually. Whoosh! Violent gales whistled and swept space to the point of collapsing, and the group of flames was instantly destroyed and transformed into strands of a rain of flames that vanished into nothingness. Ahu put away the palm leaf fan and said, if you encounter the treasure refining qi in the future, you must be vigilant first. Every place where the treasure refining qi is born must be accompanied by Kunlun divine flame. She stretched out her hand and grabbed the rainbow-like treasure refining qi, and then threw it to Lin Sun. Have a try. Lin Sun didn't refuse and took out the broken blade. Buzz as the treasure refining chi surged into it, the broken blade suddenly trembled slightly. It seemed to be cheering, and obscure Dao patterns appeared. However, the treasure refining chi was quickly exhausted, causing the changes in the broken blade to fall silent once more. Even so, Lin Sun could clearly sense that the quality of the broken blade had improved slightly. Even if it was just a trace, it could be said to be shocking. One must know that the broken blade was Lin Sun's life saint weapon, and it was nurtured in his body at almost all times. However, it would take at least 3 to 5 months for it to undergo such a transformation. Now that he possessed the treasure refining chi, such a transformation only took a few breaths of time. The comparison between the two was naturally shocking. No wonder everyone is fighting to enter the Kunlun ruins. In the outside world, there's no such miraculous Dao Qi. Lin Sun praised. Ahu pursed his lips and smiled. This is just the ordinary treasure refining chi. In the past, someone once seized a treasure refining chi that was shaped like a black tortoise and had the power of a dragon. He raised a saint weapon in his hand to the level of a quasi-emperor weapon in one fell swoop. This matter caused a great sensation at that time. Lin Sun was excited. He remembered that among the treasures he had, the broken blade, the insignificant bow, and even the Tower of Endless Tao were all incomplete. If he could collect enough treasure refining chi, could he repair them one by one? Next, the two continued to move forward. The treasure refining place was like a small world, extremely vast. Since they entered, Lin Sun and the others had not met anyone else, so they were quite lucky. Walala, not long after, a mighty river appeared in their sight. The waves rolled and rolled up 1,000 layers of snow. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Lin Sun sensed something unusual under the coverage of his divine sense. He immediately stopped by the bank of the river. The river was rolling and the mist was rising. In the middle of the river, there was a snow-white lotus flower looming in the waves. If one didn't observe it carefully, it would be difficult to be found. This is a treasure refining chi. Lin Sun's black eyes brightened. He recognized it. Ahu couldn't help but be surprised. Yes, it looks unusual. It has evolved into an ice lotus. Immediately, she showed a cautious look. Brother Lin, be careful when you take this thing later. This thing is so extraordinary, and the accompanying Kunlun divine flame is bound to be unusual. Lin Sun nodded. However, just when he was about to take action, a sword suddenly rang. Whoosh, a silver sword chi came from the distant sky. It was 3,000 meters long, thick and dazzling. Its target was not Lin Sun and Ahu. It was the treasure refining chi in the middle of the river. Boom! Before the sword chi got close, the river surface seemed to explode, and a dense divine flame rushed out. Each divine flame was the size of a fist, as clear as ice and snow, shining with frightening light. How powerful the sword chi was! But in an instant, it was frozen by the overwhelming ice and snow divine flame, and then it exploded inch by inch. Retreat! Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and dodged with Ahu, because the group of ice divine flames rushed towards them aggressively after smashing the sword chi. Obviously, they were regarded as the culprits. However, as soon as Lin Sun and Ahu dodged, a sharp sword chi whistled from behind. Whoosh, the sword chi was silver, tearing a straight crack thousands of meters long in the void. It should be known that the law of heaven and earth in the treasure refining place was extremely solid. Except for peerless great sage, it was impossible for anyone else to release such power with a sword. In front of them, there was an overwhelming ice and snow flame. Behind them, there was a rainbow of sword chi, sweeping over. Lin Sun and Ahu could not advance or retreat. I'll deal with these flames. You kill the enemy. When Lin Sun transmitted his voice, he had already let out a long roar. His body suddenly stretched out and evolved into a big abyss, rumbling and crushing the void. In an instant, the sky full of ice and snow flames roared and collided with the big abyss. Bang, bang. Bang! How could Lin Sun, who attacked with all his strength, be ordinary? In an instant, more than a dozen ice and snow flames exploded and were crushed and swallowed by the big abyss. But Lin Sun also felt a chill in his body. The biting chill was so fierce that his face could not help but change slightly. This kind of ice and snow flame was obviously not ordinary. Without thinking too much, Lin Sun's body glowed with divine bravery and bravery. At the same time, with a deafening roar, the silver sword chi from behind was smashed by Ahu's palm. Her body was flowing with holy lavender divine light, and her eyes were full of killing intent. In her palm, wisps of light condensed and turned into a purple Taoist sword. In her spiritual awareness, she had already locked on the target, who was far away. The man was dressed in black, with a smooth forehead and pale golden skin. There was an ancient silver sword floating above his head. It was Xianxia, the successor of Daluo Sword Mountain, a peerless great sage who ranked 279th on the Starry Sky Great Sage list. Xianxia, you really don't want to live. At this moment, Ahu was also irritated. Boom, her figure broke through the air, her yellow dress fluttering, and the purple Taoist sword in her palm clanged and rushed out. Go back. Xianxia's face was cold. With a stroke of his fingers, the ancient silver sword above his head whistled out. The sword swept out like the Milky Way. Rumble, the purple Dao sword collided with the silver ancient sword, and sword chi overflowed in all directions, causing the space within a radius of 3,000 meters to shatter and a rain of light to scatter. Xianxia's expression changed drastically, unable to remain calm. His powerful and heavy sword that contained his entire body's cultivation was actually blocked. On the other hand, Ahu was like a flowing ray of light as she teleported over from the sky, and her pair of limpid eyes were filled with disdain and coldness. She flicked her fingers. Clang, violet chi seethed and transformed into a Dao sword that was covered in dense and strange markings. It was a meter long and completely simple, yet its sword insight was powerful like the violet sky of the ages. Xianxia's scalp was numb. How could he have imagined that the woman following Lin Sun was such a terrifying figure? Whoosh, without any hesitation, Xianxia did not even try to block the attack. He retreated with astonishing speed. But even then, his body was still struck by the powerful and simple sword. Puff, he staggered and coughed up blood. There was a terrifying sword wound on his back. The void where he had been standing was completely submerged in the terrifying purple sword chi, which was chaotic and turbulent, and seemed to be able to destroy the world. Xianxia was horrified. He fled faster and faster, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ahu was about to chase after him, but she heard a burst of complacent laughter. Lin Sun, thank you very much. I'll take this treasure refining Taoist chi away. The next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. Ahu suddenly turned around and saw Kuan Jiolin, who was majestic and overbearing, flying away while laughing loudly over the river in the distance. Lin Sun, who was fighting fiercely with the group of snow divine flames, had no time to divert his attention to stop him. Looking at the center of the river, the treasure refining Taoist chi that had evolved into an ice lotus had long disappeared. Obviously, it had been taken away by Kuan Jiolin. A touch of coldness appeared between Ahu's eyebrows. Thinking of what had happened just now, she instantly concluded that this was a well-prepared action. First, they used the power of snow divine flames to deal with her and Lin Sun. Then, with Xianxia's help, she and Lin Sun were in a dilemma, and they were firmly pinned down. In the end, Kuan Jiolin took the opportunity to enter and easily took away the treasure refining Taoist chi. In the process, if Ahu couldn't stop Xianxia, Lin Sun would be attacked by Xianxia and Kuan Jiolin while being attacked by snow divine flames. Similarly, if Lin Sun couldn't stop those snow divine flames, Kuan Jiolin wouldn't mind taking advantage of the situation to attack and add fuel to the fire. These thoughts flashed through Ahu's mind, and she couldn't help but feel a strong desire to kill them. These two figures on the Starry Sky Great Sage list colluded with each other. Did they really think that she and Lin Sun were easy to bully? Next time they met, she would definitely cut off their heads. Don't come over. When Ahu wanted to help, she was stopped by Lin Sun. Boom, at this moment, a fire suddenly appeared above Lin Sun's head and turned into a flame cauldron. For a moment, Ahu's mind trembled, and she seemed to see a strange scene in a trance. Between heaven and earth everything was silent, except for a fire cauldron that was burning fiercely. The sky, the earth, the latitude, the sun, the moon, and the stars were all incinerated. And that fire cauldron became the only constant and immortal thing between heaven and earth. When Ahu woke up, she saw that the fire cauldron was glowing and swallowed up all the snow divine flames around Lin Sun. Ahu's eyes widened and she felt incredible. A fire turned into an eternal fire cauldron, which appeared in the air and suppressed all the snow divine flames, this was undoubtedly shocking. The power of the snow divine flames caught Lin Sun, a great sage, off guard, and he couldn't resolve it immediately. However, when Ahu wanted to observe carefully, the fire disappeared into Lin Sun's body again. In the field, Lin Sun was also stunned. After a while, he suppressed his inner surprise and looked at Ahu, saying, "I didn't expect it either." Ahu said, "Is that the original Tao fire you absorbed when you were in the Peerless King realm?" Lin Sun nodded and said, "In the past, there was a divine underworld ancient well in the apex domain. In the tomb world under the ancient well, I found this ball of Taoist fire. This was, of course, the wonderful Tao fire. All those years ago, before this ball of profundity Tao flame was subdued, it was surrounded by a total of 5 connate Tao flames, and they were stationed near the profundity Tao flame-like subjects. These 5 congenital Tao fire were the eternal silence Tao fire that had turned into a black jade ruler, the dustless Tao fire that had turned into a white jade book, the 5 inclusive Tao fire that had turned into a 5-colored deer, the golden scorching Tao fire that had turned into a golden lamp, the purple glory Tao fire that had turned into a purple painting." However, in the end, Lin Sun only kept the wonderful Tao fire and gave the other 5 congenital Tao fire to Old Toad, Alu, Zhao Jingxian, Little Silver, and the Big Black Bird. At that time, Lin Sun had subdued the wonderful Tao fire for the sake of tempering his natal weapon. After he broke through to the Saint Realm, he had never used this mysterious Tao fire again. Who would have thought that in this place of refining treasures, the wonderful Tao fire that had been silent for a long time seemed to have been awakened in the fierce battle just now and surged out? This caught Lin Sun off guard and he was surprised. He still clearly remembered that when he subdued the wonderful Tao fire, there was another layer of invisible restrictive force that turned into a line of bird-sealed Taoist characters. "If you want to obtain this fire, you must be stained with karma. If you want to solve karma, you must understand the wonders of the world. No matter who you are, may I ask if you are willing to follow this fire to the Ruins of Wonders?" The Ruins of Wonders was the most mysterious of the 4 great ancient ruins of gods. This also made Lin Sun understand that the moment he subdued this fire, he had already formed karma with this fire. In the future, sooner or later, he would have to go to the Ruins of Wonders. Moreover, besides the wonderful Tao fire, Lin Sun still had a treasure related to the Ruins of Wonders, the painting of a Taoist riding an ox. It was a rusty and mottled piece of copper with a painting inscribed on it. An old man in a Taoist robe rode on the back of a green ox in a leisurely manner while looking up at the sky. This mysterious piece of copper was obtained by Lin Sun in the West Sea world all those years ago. At that time, he was pursued by the Black Demon Dog clan, and he fled deep into the mountains to save a blood leopard. In order to repay Lin Sun's kindness, the blood leopard gave this piece of copper to Lin Sun. It was also through this clue that Lin Sun saw the corpse of a cultivator that had passed away in meditation. Thus, he found out that this cultivator intended to rely on this piece of copper to search for the Ruins of Wonders all those years ago, but he didn't find it in the end after searching bitterly for 48,000 years. On the other hand, this piece of copper that was inscribed with the painting of a Taoist riding an ox had always been kept by Lin Sun until now. In short, the 2 treasures in Lin Sun's possession, the wonderful Tao fire and the painting of a Taoist riding an ox, were related to the most mysterious Ruins of Wonders. "It looks like you have far more secrets than I imagined." There was a trace of strangeness in Ahu's beautiful eyes. If the news that a ball of original Tao fire could actually subdue the Kunlun divine flame that was feared by others was spread out, it would definitely cause a great uproar. "Aren't you the same?" Lin Sun smiled. When it came to the number of secrets, Ahu was bound to be no less than him. Ahu smiled sweetly and said, "Let's not talk about this. Just now, Weizia and Kuan Jiolin worked together and snatched away a strand of treasure refining Taoist qi that originally belonged to us. I won't be able to swallow my anger if I don't take revenge for this." Lin Sun said resolutely, "The next time we meet, I will definitely kill these 2 people." How could Lin Sun be happy when Ahu was unhappy in her heart? "Weizia was injured by my sword, and his aura has been captured by me. Why don't we kill this guy first to vent our anger?" said Ahu. "That would be best." Lin Sun agreed without hesitation. Immediately, the 2 changed their route and started to act. At the same time, Weizia and Kuan Jiolin had already gathered together and were flying in the void. We all underestimated the woman beside Lin Sun. Her combat strength is so strong that even I feel threatened. Wei Zifu's expression was gloomy. Thinking of the sword that was as powerful as the eternal purple clouds, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. It seems that we have to change our strategy. Kuan Jiulin's eyes flickered. After a moment of silence, he said, "Let's go, I will take you to see someone." "Who?" Wei Zia frowned. "Yan Chenjun of the Universe Taoism Court." Kuan Jiulin said quickly, "This guy is determined to get the Flying Immortal token. I believe he will be happy to cooperate with us." Yan Chenjun, Wei Zia's eyes flickered, and he said, "Well, there's no harm in giving it a try." It was absolutely not difficult for him and Kuan Jiulin to deal with Lin Sun alone. But with the addition of Ah Hu, both of them began to feel that it was difficult. If they could bring Yan Chenjun with them, they would have a much better chance of winning. "Let's go, I know where Yan Chenjun is." After making the decision, Kuan Jiulin took action without hesitation. Boom, the glow of the Tao rumbled near the crater of an enormous volcano while divine radiance swept through the surroundings, and an intense battle was erupting there. "How dare you snatch the thing that I want? You don't know how to write the word death." Yan Chenjun sneered. He was dressed in linen, with long light golden hair, a strong body, and a waterfall-like sword chi flowing all over his body, blazing and dazzling. His opponents were a group of young men and women, who were extraordinary in appearance and extremely powerful, led by two peerless great sages. However, under such a situation where they had the advantage in numbers, it was Yan Chenjun who occupied the advantage instead. He executed an enormous golden sword that pointed towards the heavens and the earth, and he swung it in an imposing manner while suppressing everyone present with an extremely terrifying might. Those men and women were completely suppressed, and all of them looked extremely serious. "Let's go." In the end, these men and women fled with unwillingness. Yan Chenjun stared at the disappearing figures of these opponents with a cold look, and then said with a murderous look, "A bunch of trash." He turned his head and looked under the volcano. There, lava erupted like a dancing fire dragon, full of the aura of burning the sky and the earth. But if you looked carefully, you could find that in the depths of the lava, there was a fire bird combing its feathers in the sea of fire. Its figure was ethereal and looming. This fire bird was manifested by a kind of treasure refining Tao Qi. Because of this, Yan Chenjun didn't chase after those opponents just now. Otherwise, with his cold temperament, he would never let it go. "Who?" When Yan Chenjun was about to take action and absorb the treasure refining Tao Qi, he suddenly frowned, and a strong evil spirit flashed in his eyes. "Brother Yan." Kuan Jiulin appeared. He had a domineering temperament, but when he faced Yan Chenjun, his expression was one of respect, and he retracted his aura. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Yan." At the same time, Wei Zia also arrived and cupped his hands in greeting. However, Yan Chenjun directly disregarded him and seemed to be extremely rude, and he didn't conceal his contempt at all. This caused Wei Zia's expression to stiffen. His heart was filled with rage, and he felt as if he had been slapped in the face. But in the end, Wei Zia managed to restrain himself. Because his opponent was Yan Chenjun, he was ranked 83rd on the Starry Sky Great Sage ranking, a core successor of the Qian Kuan Dao Court, and a ruthless great sage. The most astonishing thing was that Yan Chenjun had only been cultivating for less than 200 years. Among all the peerless great saints in the heavens, Yan Chenjun was undoubtedly an extremely young and monstrous existence. No matter who it was, no one dared to underestimate him. Just the name Yan Chenjun alone was enough to cause the expressions of most people in the same generation to change. "What, you also want to steal my treasure crafting chi?" Yan Chenjun's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared at Kuan Jiulin, looking like he would start a fight at any moment. "Brother Yan, you've misunderstood. We're here to discuss something with Brother Yan." Kuan Jiulin said and told Yan Chenjun his plan. "It's just to kill a little thing from the ancient desolation region. Is it worth mobilizing so many people? You, Kuan Jiulin, are the successor of the ancient Desolation Dao Court, a pure-blooded descendant of the imperial Kuan clan. Don't you think you're overestimating that little thing by doing this?" Yan Chenjun's expression was one of disapproval. "Brother Yan, there's something you don't know. Perhaps there's nothing to be afraid of, but he has a woman with extremely terrifying combat strength by his side," Kuan Jiulin told Yan Chenjun about how Hu injured Wei Zia with one strike. Yan Chuanjuan's expression turned serious. Although he looked down on Wei Zia, he had to admit that the latter was an extremely powerful and ruthless person. Being able to be ranked on the Starry Sky Great Sage ranking was enough to prove how extraordinary Wei Zia was. Yan Chenjun thought that if he wanted to injure Wei Zia with one strike, he would have to use his full strength. "Brother Kuan, can you tell who that woman is?" Yan Chenjun asked. Kuan Jiulin shook his head. "So, this woman is probably from the ancient Desolation region, just like Lin Sun. Do you think she also has the Flying Fairy token?" Yan Chuanjuan's eyes were filled with obscure light. "It should be so." Kuan Jiulin and Wei Zia both nodded. "Well, I promise to cooperate with you. After I absorb the treasure refining qi, I'll go with you to kill Lin Sun." Yan Chenjun agreed. He needed the Flying Fairy token, and Kuan Jiulin and Wei Zia needed Lin Sun's life. What a wondrous treasure refining Dao Qi! Kuan Jiulin looked at the bottom of the volcano and exclaimed. The treasure refining qi that could manifest the vision of birds was definitely a treasure. It's really extraordinary. Wei Zia's eyes were also filled with surprise. Not long ago, he and Kuan Jiulin worked together to snatch food from the tiger's mouth and snatch the treasure refining Taoist qi in the form of ice and snow lotus, which was originally targeted by Lin Sun. But compared with the treasure refining qi in front of him, it was slightly inferior. Yan Chenjun smiled slightly and said, "The more extraordinary the treasure refining qi is, the more terrifying the Kunlun divine flame will be nearby. Please step back to avoid being affected." Kuan Jiulin and Wei Zia looked at each other and retreated far away in silence. Yan Chenjun was completely relieved. He was really worried that these two guys would have some evil thoughts after seeing such a treasure. Yan Chenjun didn't hesitate and directly took action. He waved his sleeve, and the dense sword qi turned into a bright and blazing sword qi net, covering the firebird under the volcano. What an exquisite swordsmanship! Wei Zia's eyes lit up. Although he was annoyed by Yan Chuanjuan's rude behavior just now, he had to admit that Yan Chuanjuan's attainments in swordsmanship were indeed amazing and superb. Boom! Under the volcano, there was a sudden roar, and the earth shook. A group of magnificent divine flames suddenly rushed out of the sea of lava, scarlet like blood, exuding a terrible destructive aura that made people's scalp numb. The sword qi net that Yan Chenjun had enveloped was instantly melted. Yan Chenjun sneered, and a cryptic Dao sound came from his lips. He formed a seal with his 5 fingers and suddenly pressed down. Boom! This was a strange and simple sword seal. The front was Qian, and the back was Kuan. As soon as it descended, it was as if the power of heaven and earth was drawn in, and its power was vast and boundless. Instantly, the group of scarlet divine flames that rushed out were suppressed and collapsed inch by inch. Kuan Jiulin and Wei Zia couldn't help but gasp. What a powerful swordsmanship technique! Previously, they had heard of Yan Chuanjuan's strength, but that was just hearsay. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they realized that Yan Chenjun, who was ranked 83rd on the Starry Sky True Sage board, was far stronger than they had imagined. Whoosh! But at the same time that Yan Chenjun suppressed the group of scarlet divine flames, a figure suddenly appeared, teleported in the air, and reached out to grab the firebird. "You're courting death." Divine light shot out of Yan Chuanjuan's eyes. He waved his sleeve, and a patch of golden lightning intertwined and transformed into a lightning spear that was thrown out. Boom! This attack was undoubtedly powerful, but as soon as it got close to the figure, it was obliterated inch by inch, and a rain of light splashed. One could vaguely see a large abyss floating around that figure. Yan Chuanjuan's face darkened. "It's you, bastard." At the same time, Kuan Jiulin and Wei Zia both reacted and recognized the identity of the figure. It was Lin Sun. "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Lin Sun said slowly. He was not slow, and had already taken the opportunity to collect the treasure refining Tao Qi that had evolved into the vision of the firebird. "Kill!" Yan Chenjun attacked without hesitation, extremely furious. Previously, he had planned to kill Lin Sun with Kuan Jiulin and Wei Zia after collecting the treasure refining Tao Qi. But he had never thought that Lin Sun would take the initiative to appear, and even snatch the treasure refining Tao Qi that he had long regarded as his exclusive property. Boom! A giant golden sword appeared in Yan Xuanjuan's palm. As he waved it, the sky trembled violently, and the void burst like silk. The power was amazing. The sword qi contained the momentum of the universe, and it seemed to be able to destroy mountains and rivers and cleanse the world. This was the universal Haoran sword, one of the most important inheritances of the universe Taoism court. It regarded the world as its own sword, and commanded the general trend of the universe like the ruler of the universe. At the same time, Lin Sun did not retreat but rushed forward, appearing extremely powerful. Clang, in his palm, the Avicii sword, as black as hell, swept out, making the world suddenly dark, as if it had fallen into the eternal night. Boom! In an instant, the two of them fought fiercely. The sword qi intertwined, and the sword intent competed, causing the world to tremble and the sun and moon to lose their light. Attack! Kill! Kuan Jiolin and Wei Zia also attacked. The prey actually took the initiative to provoke them, which surprised and angered them. Swish! What was even swifter than them was a strand of sword qi that was powerful like the violet heavens of the ages, and it slashed horizontally through space. Ahu came, her yellow dress fluttering, and a pair of eyes like autumn water were full of cold killing intent. It was her. Wei Zia's expression changed abruptly. Kuan Jiolin let out a loud roar, and a whirlpool-like blade buzzed madly as it collided with the murderous sword qi. Bang! In the next moment, Kuan Jiolin's figure staggered, and his skin was shaken to the point his eyes couldn't help but narrow. "You two are mine," Ahu said coldly. Ahu said coldly. Her body was flowing with a vigorous and blazing purple sword will, and she waved her hand. Buzz! A strand of violet sword qi condensed in the void and whistled out. Kuan Jiolin and Wei Zia's expressions were gloomy, and they couldn't help but be furious to be looked down upon by a woman. Kill! Both of them exerted their true strength and charged forward. For a time, the world was shaking, and the ground was trembling. The surging Taoist light, the rumbling sword qi, and the treasure light caused this area to be in complete chaos. The huge golden sword swept across the sky. The sword qi was thick and dazzling, and it was entwined with the terrible power of the law of thunder, which disturbed the world. Yan Chenjun was very strong. He was like a dominator, and his sword was like the universe. His attainments in swordsmanship were exquisite and vigorous. He deserved to be a peerless swordsman of the great saint realm who was famous on the starry sky ancient path. But under his violent killing, Lin Sun could always disintegrate his attacks one by one. He couldn't help but be surprised. Even if a young man from the ancient Desolation domain became the first in the Nai region battlefield, he was not taken seriously by Yan Chenjun at all. It was not because of arrogance and conceit. It was because of the absolute confidence and foundation of being in the top 100 of the Starry Sky Great Saint list from the 6 orthodoxies. But after fighting with Lin Sun, Yan Chenjun found that Lin Sun was an exception. Even if Lin Sun was not from the top forces of the Starry Sky Ancient Path, his combat strength was amazing. In Yan Chenjun's view, Lin Sun could easily be ranked on the Starry Sky Great Saint list with his current combat strength. This was undoubtedly incredible. Since when could such an extraordinary figure come out from the territory under the starry sky? It was rare. It could be described as a once-in-a-million-years encounter. Gradually, Yan Chenjun had no time to think about it. His expression gradually became dignified because the strength Lin Sun showed had made him feel a kind of pressure. Boom! Lin Sun's expression was calm, neither sad nor happy. His tall figure was rolling with the dazzling light of Tao, which illuminated the sky. He was barehanded, and his every move was simple and natural, without any smoke or fire. But every blow he made had the power to devour the sky and crush the earth. Looking from a distance, his whole body was like a great abyss, moving horizontally in the void, sweeping all the way with overwhelming power. Clang! Not long after, with Lin Sun's punch, the golden sword buzzed violently and almost got out of Yan Chenjun's control. The surging and powerful fist force was like a raging and crushing abyss converging into one fist, which made Yan Chenjun's body shake violently, his blood and qi surging all over his body, and his face couldn't help changing. What a terrifying combat strength of the Great Way! The contempt and surprise in Yan Chenjun's heart disappeared at this moment, and his face was full of seriousness. This was a great enemy. Although his cultivation base was only at the peak of the early eminent saint stage, it was obvious that he had already created his own technique and possessed an incredibly strong foundation. Clang clang clang, sword howls surged like the tide as Yan Chenjun shouted loudly and utilized his trump card. The enormous golden sword swiftly transformed into 99 golden flying swords, and they were like a group of golden WYRMs that were imposing and fierce as they blotted out the sky. The dazzling golden sword intent exuded the seemingly corporeal power of the great sage laws, causing mountains, rivers, and all living things to be dyed golden. 99 Swords of the Way, I am immortal within and without the universe, Book of the Nine Swords. This was a technique that Yan Chenjun had created. It used the inheritance of the Universe Tao Quartz Universe Righteous Sword as the core and fused everything Yan Chenjun had learned to create a technique. The 99 flying swords represented 99 core profundities of the Sword Tao, and they formed boundless and eternally grand sword moves. For a time, sword cries surged through the heavens and the earth, and the surroundings trembled. Yan Chenjun's expression was cold, and his eyes were dazzling like the sun. Bang, 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 Lin Sun's attack was instantly smashed by the flying swords. The monster sword intent released by the 99 flying swords actually blocked the swallowing and crushing of the abyss. I only want the flying immortal token. As long as you hand it over, I can spare your life. Otherwise, you will die next. Yan Chenjun's voice was rumbling, and his murderous spirit was monstrous. He was like a decisive peerless sword immortal. As he spoke, he didn't stop attacking. The 99 flying swords whistled through the air, derived endless mysteries of the Great Way, which were fierce, and tore the void into pieces. Lin Sun raised the corner of his mouth with a playful smile. You are just a whetstone. How dare you be so arrogant? It's better to be a stepping stone. The purpose of a whetstone was to temper one's technique. In the previous battle with Yan Chenjun, it should be the first time that Lin Sun met an opponent who could fight with him since he stepped into the great sage realm. Therefore, he regarded Yan Chenjun as a whetstone in the battle. As for Liu Beigu, who had fought with Lin Sun at the beginning, although he was also a great sage, his combat strength was so weak that he was not even qualified to be a whetstone. Yan Chenjun's face darkened. A whetstone? A stepping stone, what did this guy think he was? At this moment, Yan Chenjun only felt that his dignity was being provoked and trampled on like never before. He was so angry that he laughed and said, "Little thing, I will send you to hell now." Clatter dense golden flying swords shot out like a tide, just like a divine rainbow piercing through the sky and the earth, with unparalleled sharpness. Boom, at the same time, Lin Sun's momentum suddenly changed, and his whole person had a kind of deep and boundless charm. In his hand, the sword of Avicii gently stabbed out. In the void, the sword of Avicii seemed to open the gate of hell, and the light of the eternal night turned into a sword intent that could swallow everything. Wherever it passed, mountains and rivers were buried, and the void fell into oblivion. Crack, a golden flying sword suddenly burst into pieces, and the flying rain of light was annihilated. Yan Chenjun's pupil suddenly shrank. But before he could react, with a burst of cracking, the golden flying swords all over the sky burst into pieces like paper paste. Yan Chenjun seemed to be struck by lightning. His body shook violently, blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and his face turned pale in an instant. However, it was not over yet. The sword strike that stabbed out like the darkness of hell didn't lose momentum in the slightest, and it rumbled as it arrived. It was obviously a sword chi, but it could swallow everything. The strange and terrible scene made Wei Zia and Kuan Jiolin, who were fighting fiercely next to him, shudder. What a terrible sword, who couldn't help showing a strange expression. Bang, Yan Chenjun dodged without hesitation. The void where he stood collapsed, and the light, dust, and haze were all annihilated. Yan Chenjun gasped. This guy was only at the early stage of Great Saint, but why was his combat power so powerful? Up. Yan Chenjun took out a shining purple awl, on which 2 ancient Taoist runes of destruction were engraved, and it was filled with wisps of the aura of Emperor Realm. Purple light awl of destruction. It was a holy treasure enhanced with the aura of Emperor Realm. It was also one of Yan Chenjun's trump cards. Almost all the experts who came to Kunlun ruins this time had prepared all kinds of life-saving means. Yan Chenjun, a core descendant from the 6 Tao Quartz, naturally had no lack of similar treasures. Buzz, the small purple awl soared into the air and slashed down lightly. A ray of light shot out like a bolt of lightning. It was as though it had teleported, its speed was inconceivably fast. Ahu's heart suddenly tightened. But to her surprise, the small purple all was suppressed by a sacred golden light before it could get close to Lin Sun. It stopped in the void and couldn't move forward. Looking at Lin Sun again, a pagoda that seemed to be made of glazed gold had appeared above his head, releasing a vast and mysterious aura. This, Yan Chuanjuan's face changed completely. It was a holy treasure that contained the aura of Emperor Realm. He was a little reluctant to use it to kill Lin Sun. Unexpectedly, the treasure was fixed in place in an instant, like a fly stuck in a big net, unable to break free. Bang, without giving Yan Chunjun a chance to react, the small purple all directly exploded, and a rain of light overflowed like a waterfall, sweeping through the void. Lin Sun had already rushed over. His black hair fluttered, and his eyes were cold like lightning. Carrying the Avicii sword, he seemed to be dragging a hell forward, wanting to bury everything in the world. Yan Chunjun was a little flustered and was about to say something. Lin Sun had already slashed out with his sword without hesitation. It was a simple move of slashing to the extreme. It was as if all the gods and Buddhas, the universe, and the mountains and rivers in front of it would be flattened by the sword. This was a kind of sword momentum, an unparalleled sword momentum. Yan Chunjun was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. He almost used all his strength to resist, and layers of treasure light burst out around his body. It was the power of defensive treasures and defensive Taoism. Even his divine soul was protected by the magical armor. But under this sword, his attack was instantly crushed. Rumble, the divine light burst out like muffled thunder. As Lin Sun's sword slashed down, the defensive treasures and defensive Taoism on Yan Chuanjuan's body were split layer by layer, producing a deafening roar. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that the power of this sword would be so terrible. It should be known that Yan Chunjun was not an ordinary person. He was one of the core successors of the Universe Taoism court. He was also a powerful and cold swordsman who was ranked in the top 100 of the Starry Sky Great Saints. But under Lin Sun's sword, he was completely crushed. In the end, even though Yan Chunjun was able to resist this sword strike in the end, his entire body was blasted flying. The terrifying sword chi even tore open a horrifying injury on his chest, causing blood to flow while his bones were faintly visible. Blood spurted from his mouth and nose, and he screamed. His body was broken, and he was seriously injured and dying. This peerlessly shocking and bloody scene caused Kuan Jiolin and Wei Ziya's bodies to feel cold, and their faces turned pale with astonishment. How could this be possible? That was Yan Chunjun. How could he not be a match for Lin Sun? Without any hesitation, Lin Sun moved and suddenly appeared over Yan Chunjun. Then, he stepped on Yan Chuanjuan's head. How dare you? Yan Chunjun roared with his eyes wide open. This step was undoubtedly to trample on his self-esteem and body, with an undisguised sense of humiliation. But at this time, he was seriously injured and dying, and resistance was futile. Lin Sun's figure was swift and fierce. Like an overlord descending, he stepped on Yan Chuanjuan's whole body, making him fall from the void and hit the ground. Boom, the ground cracked, unable to bear the power of Lin Sun's step. His moon-white clothes fluttered in the wind. He looked calm, but his aura was like that of a devil, with the intention of looking down on the world. Under Lin Sun's feet, Yan Chuanjuan's skin was cracked. He lay on the ground on all fours, and his head was stepped on the ground by Lin Sun. He was extremely miserable and embarrassed. Lin Sun put his hands behind his back and said softly, "Well, whether you like it or not, in front of me, you are really just a stepping stone." As he spoke, he looked at Kuan Jiolin and Wei Ziya who were fighting fiercely with Ahu in the distance. His eyes were full of coldness. Stepping stone, Yan Chunjun was furious when Lin Sun said these 3 words before. He thought it was a provocation to his dignity. Kuan Jiolin and Wei Ziya both sneered, thinking that Lin Sun was too arrogant and boastful. Obviously, he was tired of living. But now, it had come true. Even Ahu was slightly stunned. Of course, she believed that Lin Sun was not boasting. However, she did not expect Yan Chunjun, who was ranked in the top 100 of the Starry Sky Great Saint ranking, to be defeated so quickly. "How dare you?" Kuan Jiolin bellowed. "Release Yan Chunjun. If anything happens to him, the entire Chankuan Dao court will not forgive you." Wei Ziya was also anxious. He spoke sternly and threatened. Lin Sun nodded. Crack, Yan Chuanjuan's head was forcefully crushed beneath his feet, and both his body and spirit were destroyed. Yu, Kuan Jiolin and Wei Zia were so shocked that their heads almost exploded. Who was Yan Chenjun? On the ancient starry sky path, even saint kings and quasi-emperors of the older generation did not dare to try and kill Yan Chenjun. This was because the consequences were too severe. They would be targeted by one of the 6 great Dao courts, the Heaven and Earth Dao Court. At that time, even a sub-emperor would not be enough. The more one was born and raised on the starry sky ancient path, the more they knew how great the influence of the 6 major Dao courts was. Its resources and reserves were terrifying, and its might was so formidable that it was sufficient to affect the course of the entire ancient path in the starry sky, but now, Lin Sun didn't even bother to think about it. He crushed Yan Chuanjuan's head with one foot casually, as if he were crushing a watermelon. Who would have thought of this? You're finished. No matter who you are, no matter which force you have behind you, you will definitely suffer the wrath of the Heaven and Earth Dao Court in the future. Kuan Jiolin shouted. He still didn't dare to believe it, because Yan Chuanjuan's death was too great of a shock to him. The same went for Wei Zia. Could it be that you think you can leave this place alive? Hu was displeased, and her eyes were frighteningly cold. These 2 scoundrels were fighting him, yet they were still concerned about Yan Chuanjuan's life and death. They were clearly not taking him seriously at all. Boom, her attacks became increasingly fierce. At the same time, Lin Sun also broke through the air and arrived. However, right when he was about to attack, he suddenly frowned, stopped moving, and turned around to look into the distance. A seemingly material aura silently locked onto him, and it was piercingly cold like snow and emitted a terrifying aura. This made Lin Sun instinctively feel threatened. In the distant sky, a pure and holy white rain of light scattered down, and it formed the outline of a beautiful figure. She wore white clothes, had a golden belt around her waist, and her black hair flowed down like a waterfall. Her features were picturesque, her skin like ice and bones like jade, and her eyes were clear like a pure spring. She was like a celestial maiden that had descended from the heavens to the mortal world, misty and chilly. When Xianxia, she was the successor of the Panwu Dao court, a peerless beauty ranked 3rd on the starry sky beauties list. She was regarded as a peerless beauty that was hard to come by even in 10,000 years. A group of men and women clustered around her, and they caused her to seem even more extraordinary. Her appearance was beautiful, and her graceful bearing caused the heavens and the earth to dim in comparison. Be careful of that chick. She might seem to be ranked lower than Yan Chenjun on the starry sky great saint board, but I can sense that she's even more dangerous than him. Hu quickly transmitted a message to Lin Sun. Lin Sun remembered that when Xianxia was ranked 93rd on the starry sky great saint board, which was indeed a lot lower than Yan Chenjun. But this ranking was made more than 90 years ago. This also meant that in the past 90 years, when Xianxia had obviously made rapid progress in the cultivation of the Great Tao, and she had left Yan Chenjun far behind. In less than 5 years, the Starry Sky Great Saint Board will be re-ranked. At that time, when Xianxia's ranking will also rise, these thoughts flashed through Lin Sun's mind, and he said with a trace of coldness, "Are you also here for the fairy token?" This was very rude and straightforward. This caused the disciples of the Panwu Dao court to be unable to help but frown. In the past, which cultivator didn't address when Xianxia respectfully as Fairy Xianxia, but this guy seemed to be very rude. Sure enough, he came from a small place like the ancient Desolation territory. He has no manners at all. No matter how strong he is, he's still a rude and boorish man. Someone couldn't help sneering. This was a young man in a luxurious robe. He was handsome, elegant, and extraordinary, and carried an innate sense of pride. Well said, senior brother Nye Tian, those men and women nodded secretly. The young man in a splendid robe was called Nye Tian, and he was also an outstanding talent from an extraordinary family with extremely strong combat power. In this group, his status and strength were only a little lower than when Xianxia's. Lin Sun glanced at Nye Tian and spat out 2 words from his lips, "Do you want to die?" Nye Tian was stunned, and then his eyes burst with cold light, and he said, "You." Before he finished his words, he stopped abruptly. It was because a vigorous finger force moved through the void, crushing the heavens as it arrived. Great divination void-breaking finger, boundless world, even if we are separated by a vast distance, I will kill you with one finger. Nie Tian didn't expect that Lin Sun would be so overbearing that he directly attacked without any nonsense. The other successors of the Panwu Dao court were also dumbfounded. In the past, anyone who knew their identity was either afraid of them or respectful. Who would be so rude like Lin Sun, rumbled a vast finger force stretched across, and the grain on it was like the traces of the Great Way, intertwining with the law. It was like the finger of the god of outer heaven, as big as a mountain, with infinite power. The most terrible thing was that because it contained the mystery of the infinite devouring scripture, it gave people a feeling that all the spirits in the world would be crushed and devoured under this finger. Nie Tian's heart twitched fiercely, and his face changed dramatically. He sensed a fatal threat. He suddenly let out a loud shout and pressed out his palm. The palm force was like a coiling dragon and snake, majestic and dignified, with the intention of swallowing mountains and rivers. Panwu Dragon and Snake Force, one of the sect-guarding legacies of the Panwu Dao court. With a palm strike, the dragon and snake rose, overturned rivers and seas, and reversed yin and yang, accompanied by the roar, the void shook, and the world was collapsing. Clang, suddenly, when Xianxia frowned, and an illusory sword chi swept up and slashed at the place where the finger force and the palm force collided. It was just a single sword strike, yet it erased this collision into nothingness. At the same time, Nie Tian's figure shook violently as if he was drunk. His cheeks turned red, and the blood in his body churned. He was so upset that he almost coughed up blood. Looking at Lin Sun again, he stood in the void, his clothes fluttering, and his bearing calm. One blow, it was obvious who was superior. The faces of the descendants of the Panwu Dao court were already gloomy. How could they not see that if when Xianxia hadn't intervened in time, even if Nie Tian could have blocked this blow, he would have been in a very difficult situation, and might even have been injured? Despicable. Nie Tian was embarrassed and shouted. He was very dissatisfied, thinking that he was caught off guard by Lin Sun's sneak attack. Lin Sun smiled, and his eyes were full of undisguised contempt. If it wasn't for someone helping you, are you sure you could have blocked it? Nie Tian wanted to say something more, but he was stopped by Wen Xianxia. Let Kuan Jiulin go, and I will let you leave. She spoke, looking at Lin Sun with her clear eyes. Her voice was clear and melodious, like the sound of nature. Lin Sun was stunned. He didn't expect that when Xianxia intervened not for the flying immortal token, but to save Kuan Jiulin. In the distance, Kuan Jiulin, who was fighting with Hu, was also stunned. Immediately, he thought of something, and a look of jealousy flashed between his eyebrows. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Is it because of my elder brother that you want to save me? If so, you'd better leave as soon as possible." When Xianxia frowned slightly, raised her hand, and drew a finger. Swish, an illusory and agile sword chi appeared and slashed at Hu. Lin Sun's figure moved in the air, and he grabbed out with his palm. With a bang, the sword chi was annihilated and swallowed. It seemed easy, but he was shocked in his heart. What a strong sword intent! This sword was ethereal and indifferent, but it contained the power of the Great Way, which was extremely pure and sharp. It made his skin feel tingling, and he had to use all his strength to resolve it. At this time, the descendants of the Panwu Dao court looked like they had seen a ghost. This guy blocked the great freedom Panwu sword intent of senior sister Wen Xianxia so casually. Nie Tian's face changed. Great freedom Panwu Dao, this was the supreme secret scripture of the Panwu Dao court, and only a small group of people in the entire sect possessed the qualifications to comprehend and grasp this inheritance. In the entire starry sky ancient path, it could be considered to be a supreme scripture that was at the top. Anyone who cultivated this scripture would be able to exert combat strength that far surpassed their peers and possess inconceivable abilities. Wen Xianxia's sword just now seemed to be understated, but its power was enough to easily kill a peerless great saint, but Lin Sun blocked it. And he was not injured. For a moment, the way they looked at Lin Sun changed. How could this rude man from the ancient desolation realm be so powerful? Only Wen Xianxia looked calm. Her black hair was like ink, her white clothes were whiter than snow, and her figure was ethereal like a fairy. She said in a cold voice, "If we fight now, you will be seriously injured even if you don't die. Moreover, the movement here has already attracted many covetous eyes. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave later." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and suddenly smiled. Ahu, let's go. After saying that, he turned to look at Ahu. His change of attitude was so fast that many people were stunned. But Ahu seemed to have understood, and without any hesitation, he immediately withdrew himself. However, before Wei Zia could breathe a sigh of relief, a dazzling light suddenly appeared above his head. It was an extremely delicate flying dagger. Puff, the flying dagger flashed, and a bloody head was thrown into the air. Wei Zia's eyes widened in disbelief and confusion. How could there be such a horrible flying dagger in this world? Bang, the next moment, his body fell to the ground. His vitality was exhausted, and his soul was obliterated. He died completely. At the same time, Ahu's pretty face turned pale, and she said in her heart, "Treasure, come back." In the void, the delicate flying dagger turned into a wisp of white light and suddenly swept into her palm. Vaguely, there seemed to be a gourd totem in Ahu's jade-like palm, which was looming and mysterious. All this happened almost in an instant. When they saw the bloody scene of Wei Zia suddenly being killed, everyone present was shocked. The flying dagger flashed, and his head fell to the ground. Wei Zia, a true sword cultivator of the Daluo Sword Mountain and a peerless great saint on the Starry Sky Great Saint list, was killed so easily. That bloody and clean scene seemed to be exceptionally shocking. The most frightening thing was that from the beginning, no one had noticed how the flying dagger had swept out and how it had disappeared, when Xianxia's clothes fluttered in the wind, and her usually calm face revealed a rare look of shock. Kuan Jiolin shuddered, and his hair stood on end. An unprecedented fear spread throughout his body, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. If that slash had landed on him, would he still be alive? Even Lin Sun felt a chill in his heart. There was no doubt that this mysterious and terrifying flying dagger was Ahu's trump card. As for the others present, they were so shocked that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. A peerless sword cultivator whose name shook the Starry Sky ancient path was killed just like that. The impact was so great that it could shock even ghosts and gods. "Let's go," Lin Sun said and left with Ahu. Whoosh, the void tumbled, and the two figures soon disappeared. "Senior Sister Xianxia, are we just going to let them go?" Nie Tian was unwilling to give up, and he broke the silence. "The danger is unpredictable. This place is only the periphery of the Kunlun ruins after all. It's not worth it to fight now." When Xianxia had regained her usual calmness, she glanced around with her clear eyes. Moreover, whether it's Lin Sun or the woman beside him, they're all tough bones. Everyone was silent. Earlier, they had witnessed how Lin Sun had killed Yan Chunjun as a stepping stone, and how Lin Sun had easily blocked Wen Xingshua's attack. The bloody scene of Ahu chopping Wei Zia with a flying dagger still left a lingering fear in their hearts. If they really fought with Lin Sun and the others at this time, it would be hard to say who would win. How could a young man from the ancient Desolation realm be so powerful? Someone's voice was filled with a trace of surprise and disappointment. "Humph. No matter how powerful they are, they're destined to suffer. Many people have their eyes on the flying immortal token in their hands." Nie Tian's face turned cold. "It's impossible for you to defeat Lin Sun by yourself. Do you want to join us?" When Xianxia looked at Kuan Jiolin in the distance, Kuan Jiolin gritted his teeth and said, "There's no need." With that, he turned around and left. When his back was facing Wen Xingshui and the others, Kuan Jiolin's expression was filled with hatred and viciousness. In his mind, he couldn't help but imagine the figure of a man whose back seemed to be able to support the heavens and the earth. He stood with his hands behind his back like the ruler of the world. Kuan Star River, he was the #1 core descendant of the Kuan clan, a terrifying existence who had long since stepped into the Saint King realm. His name had long since spread throughout the universe. He was also Kuan Jiolin's elder brother. However, in Kuan Jiolin's heart, his famous elder brother was like a shadow that made him feel respect, fear, and even hatred. Kuan Jiolin knew that Wen Qingshui only helped because he was Kuan Xing, his little brother. She didn't really care about him. Wen Qingshui. Sooner or later, I will get you. I will let you know that I, Kuan Jiolin, am not inferior to Kuan Star River. Kuan Jiolin roared in his heart. Senior Sister Qingshui, our Pongwu Taoist court and primitive Taoist court have no friendship. Why did you save him before? Looking at Kuan Jiolin's departing figure, Nye Tian couldn't help but ask. His elder brother, Kuan Star River, has helped me. Wen Xianxia said concisely. Kuan Star River, it was just a name, but it made everyone's heart tremble. That was definitely a terrible man, like a peerless demon. A man who had killed an old monster in the Quasi-Emperor realm when he was in the Saint King realm. Kuan Star River had helped Wen Xianxia before. This was something that no one had thought of. Let's go, it's time for us to act. I heard that in the depths of the treasure refining place, Hua Xingli, Tao Jianxing, and others found an amazing treasure refining Taoist qi with amazing heaven and earth vision. If we can subdue it, it will be a great fortune. Wen Xianxia said, and her figure floated away. In the void, Lin Sun and Ah Hu moved side by side. You look a little bad. Is it because you used that treasure? Lin Sun asked. Well, it's an incomplete ancient treasure called God-Slaying Gourd. Its origin is unknown, but its power is extremely great. Once the God-Slaying Flying Dagger is used, it can kill an opponent one realm higher than me. Ah Hu didn't hide it and quickly transmitted the message. However, the power of this treasure is too taboo. With my current strength, I can only use it twice at most. The next time I want to use it, I have to wait until 49 days later. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but gasp. A flying dagger killed an opponent one realm higher than him. This kind of treasure was indeed a taboo existence, beyond imagination. The pagoda in your hand is not inferior at all, and even more amazing than my God-Slaying Gourd. Ah Hu seemed to see something, and there was a trace of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Lin Sun smiled. At this moment, he suddenly stopped, and the Taishan sword qi, which had been accumulated for a long time in the acupoints of his body, swept out like a storm. The dense peerless sword tips all pointed to the void 3,000 meters away. Clatter, a black-colored painting suddenly floated up into appearance in that expanse of space, and it unfurled to reveal a bloody mountain. Boom! The dense Taishan sword qi, which was as dense as a tide, was so terrible that the aura it derived was enough to kill ordinary peerless great saints. But as soon as it touched the black picture scroll, it was dissolved inch by inch. It was like blood dissolving in water. However, under such impact, the picture scroll suddenly rolled violently, and obviously it was quite strenuous. Condense. A figure bathed in grey mist appeared, and an obscure sound came from his lips, and the black picture scroll of the Blood Mountain was put away. Then, he looked at Lin Sun in the distance with a trace of surprise. You can find my existence? This was a skinny young man with sunken eye sockets and a pair of strange brown eyes. The place where he stood was filled with fog, like a ghost coming out of hell. Clang! Lin Sun looked cold and rushed over with the sword of Avicii. When he confronted Wen Xianxia before, he was keenly aware that there was a looming dangerous aura nearby. If not, he would never let Kuan Jiolin go so easily at that time. Oh, do you want to play with me? A cruel smile appeared on the corners of the skinny young man's mouth. Whoosh, his figure disappeared out of thin air, and Lin Sun's attack failed. This time is not the right time. Next time we meet, I will play with you. The skinny young man's body suddenly turned into wisps of grey mist and disappeared. Lin Sun spread his spiritual awareness, and there was a touch of seriousness on his face. This was an extremely dangerous opponent, who came and went without a trace. Lin Sun could not firmly lock this person with his spiritual awareness. Who was he? Was he also here for the flying immortal token? Lin Sun was a little vigilant. Compared with Kuan Jiolin and Wei Zia, the skinny young man with a strange figure just now was undoubtedly more dangerous and terrible. This made Lin Sun also realize that there were still many strong people who could not be underestimated among the strong people who entered the Kunlun ruins this time. This person is very strong and his aura is extremely mysterious. I had locked onto his chi just now, but he was one step ahead of me and escaped. Ah Hu came over with a trace of seriousness on his face. Lin Sun nodded and said, the reason why I gave up killing Kuan Jiolin before was that I noticed that this person's aura was very unusual. If I fought with him, Wen Xianxia would take advantage of it. He paused and continued, the most important thing is, boom, he suddenly pressed out his palm, and a palm print like an abyss slapped the void thousands of meters away. Clang, a mottled bronze bell appeared and blocked the palm. The deep sound of the bell made the world explode and fall into turbulence. Behind the bronze bell, a black-robed monk appeared with a solemn look and a black lotus mark on his smooth forehead. He seemed to be a little surprised. It seemed that he didn't expect Lin Sun to be able to detect his hiding place. The Great Earth Temple? Lin Sun's black eyes became colder and more frightening. The black-robed monk smiled slightly. I see. You can capture my aura at the first time because you have cultivated the Dharma scripture of silence left by Du Ji. It's a pity that Sha Luqing has left. He probably saw through my whereabouts. He's right. The opportunity has been lost. He seemed to be talking to himself. Finally, he sighed softly, took a deep look at Lin Sun, and turned away. Every time he took a step, a black lotus would condense in the void. Every step he took was like a lotus flower. Lin Sun didn't chase after him. From the beginning to the end, the black-robed monk's aura was as flawless as the black lotus, impeccable. If they really fought, Lin Sun felt that if he didn't try his best, it was very likely that he couldn't kill this person. Another tricky character. Ahu furrowed his brows. There seemed to be more variables than he had expected. I'm sure that the skinny young man who appeared just now is called Sha Luqing, and the black-robed monk has something to do with the Great Earth Temple. Lin Sun looked calm. If there was only Sha Luqing before, I wouldn't mind fighting with all my strength. At that time, even if when Xianxia intervened, I was confident to kill Kuan Jiolin. But with this bald ass, there are more variables. I feel that they don't seem to be here purely for the flying immortal token, but more for you. Ahu said thoughtfully. Lin Sun nodded and said, I also feel it. But it doesn't matter. Next time we meet, we can capture them one by one and ask them. Ahu couldn't help laughing. She appreciated Lin Sun's indifference and confidence the most. He had a unique style. Let's go. We can't let those bastards take advantage of the treasure refining place. Let's go. Ahu nodded in response. In the treasure refining place. During the flight, a stream of treasure refining Taoist qi in the shape of a firebird turned into a handful of light rain and integrated into the snow-white broken blade. Buzz, the broken blade emitted a strange buzzing sound, like a cheerful and passionate song. In the blink of an eye, the broken blade improved a lot under Lin Sun's gaze. Wisps of illusory and dreamlike light rain flowed between the sharp edges, emitting an aura that was extremely fierce and fierce. Undoubtedly, this stream of treasure refining Taoist qi was very unusual, and it had an amazing effect on improving the appearance of the broken blade. Lin Sun noticed that there was a looming golden Taoist pattern on the surface of the broken blade, like a dormant golden dragon, emitting a terrible aura of law. Natal treasure pattern. Ahu was shocked, and he was extremely moved. According to legend, only by subduing a natural treasure and refining it into a sacred artifact would one have the chance to develop an innate treasure marking. This means that this treasure already possesses the potential to give birth to an artifact spirit. I see. Lin Sun showed a look of enlightenment. He had also heard of the natal treasure pattern. The holy treasures in the world could be roughly divided into two categories. One was the ordinary holy treasure, and the other was the natal holy weapon. Ordinary holy treasures were common, and ordinary true saints would more or less own such holy treasures. The power of the holy treasures was related to the appearance of the holy treasures. Some special sacred treasures possessed miraculous powers that were unimaginably powerful. For example, the sword of Avicii and the sword of Yuan Killer in Lin Sun's hands belonged to the primordial holy treasures with incredible power. But the natal holy weapon was very particular. It was not only rare, but also extremely difficult to refine. It needed opportunities and opportunities. Generally speaking, the power of the natal holy weapon was far more powerful than that of the ordinary holy treasures of the same grade. Moreover, it could perfectly release all the potential of the practitioner. This was far beyond the reach of other holy treasures. The most important thing was that as long as it was constantly tempered and nurtured, the power and appearance of the natal holy weapon would be improved little by little. When a life-treasured mark was condensed, its might would undergo a qualitative transformation, and its might would undergo a tremendous change. When a life inscription was condensed and used in battle with a life saint weapon, a cultivator's battle prowess would increase by around 1%. Even though it was only 1%, but there was a limit to the combat strength of cultivators. Even if it was increased by just a little bit, it was very Likely to turn this situation around, after condensing 10 inscriptions, the sacred weapon's battle prowess would undergo another transformation, allowing the cultivator's battle prowess to increase by a tenth. When 108 treasured markings were condensed, the combat strength of the divine armament would transform to a completely new height, and it would start to develop an artifact spirit embryo, allowing a cultivator's combat strength to double. This was actually very similar to cultivators breaking through to the next realm. However, the advancement of a sacred weapon was based on the grade of the innate treasured mark, and the final objective was to condense an artifact spirit. An artifact spirit possessed intelligence, mental state, cultivation, and combat strength, and it was practically no different from a true cultivator. However, artifact spirits were just too rare. It was extremely difficult to nurture a single artifact spirit out of thousands of natal sacred weapons. But as long as there was an artifact spirit, the power released in battle was absolutely beyond imagination. For example, the artifact spirit of the insignificant Bao was named Wu Quebec. When he was in the Sunset Tang Valley, he killed the king of sages as easily as killing a chicken. According to Wu Kei, Phylon, which was transformed by the blood-colored moth, was also an artifact spirit called the Chaos Bell of the Great Way. And Phylon was looking for an opportunity to prove itself and become an emperor. This was the horror of the artifact spirit. "Brother Lin, where did you get this broken blade?" Ahu couldn't help asking. Lin Sun's heart skipped a beat. When he was in Ziyao Empire and entered the 9 tests of Green Cloud Path in the Heaven Accessing Place, he was moved to a place called the Ancient Spirit World for training. The broken blade in his hand, the spirit refining gourd with a drop of purple blood sealed in it, the spirit-eating bug little silver, the Luoho horn and other treasures were all obtained from the Ancient Spirit World. With the improvement of experience over the years, Lin Sun was sure that the Ancient Spirit World was definitely not in the Ancient Desolation domain. However, even Lin Sun himself couldn't determine where the Ancient Spirit World was. This was because the Heaven Accessing Place was left behind by the Master of Tong Tian, Luo Tong Tian, and Luo Tong Tian was a supreme existence from the other side of the starry sky. Back then, Luo Tong Tian had also entered the ultimate. However, whether the Ancient Spirit World was on the other side of the starry sky or somewhere in the world of the Ancient Way of the starry sky, even Lin Sun didn't dare to speculate. "Ahu, what do you see?" Lin Sun asked. "This treasure is incomplete, and only a blade remains." The tip of the blade was originally the core part of the treasure, but it has disappeared. Even so, it still possesses such an inconceivable and wondrous aura. One can well imagine how extraordinary this treasure would be if it was complete. A thoughtful look appeared in Ahu's beautiful eyes. "Moreover, the strangest thing is that this treasure is clearly incomplete, but it gives me a feeling of perfection, especially this natal treasure mark." As she spoke, she pointed at the surface of the broken blade. "I've seen many innate treasured markings, but there are very few that emit the aura of its light is like the Tao, its spirit is like a dragon, like this treasure." Finally, she looked at Lin Sun and made an inference. "I suspect that this treasure has long since transformed into an artifact spirit, but for some reason, this treasure's destiny treasured mark has always been sealed. Only by absorbing the power of the treasure refining Dao Qi can those sealed destiny treasured marks be unsealed one by one." Lin Sun's eyes flashed, and he was lost in thought. Of course, the broken blade was very unusual. It was branded with the imprints of Yuan, Ji, and Zhu, so its power was extremely great. In the past, he had always thought that the broken blade was incomplete, but now it seemed that he had been thinking wrongly. If the life treasure mark was sealed, then the broken part of the blade wasn't truly lost, but was also sealed? When Lin Sun thought of this, when he looked at the broken blade again, there was a hint of subtlety in his eyes. For example, the successors of those great orthodoxies who entered the treasure refining place this time also came to improve the power of their natal divine weapons. "You might as well take this opportunity to have a try," Ahu suggested. Lin Sun nodded. In the following time, the two wandered in the treasure refining place, looking for treasure refining qi. It was calm along the way, and there was no accident. At the same time, the news that Lin Sun killed Yan Chenjun, the successor of the Heaven and Earth Taoism court, began to spread in the treasure refining place. For a time, there was an uproar and a sensation. How can this boy's combat power be so terrifying? Be careful. If you meet this guy, avoid him as much as possible and try to avoid conflict with him. And the woman named Ah who beside him killed Wei Zia, the successor of the Daluo Sword Mountain, with a light strike. She is extremely terrible and can't be underestimated. Similar discussions began to sound among the strong people from different forces on the Starry Sky Ancient Path. Yan Chunjun and Wei Zia are both dead, and even when Xianxia failed to kill him, when he heard the news, Ji Qian, the successor of the Xuanji Taoism sect, was directly stunned, and there was an uncontrollable chill in his heart. Eldest senior brother, is this true? Jiang Heng also opened her watery eyes wide, feeling shocked and surprised. The news was spread by the disciples of the Panwu Taoism court, so it can't be false. Ji Qian frowned, this is troublesome. With my combat power, I can only be equal to Yan Chunjun at most. Even if I use my trump card, I'm afraid it won't work. Yan Chunjun must have some terrible trump cards in his hands, but he died in the end. He was a little depressed. For a long time, he regarded Lin Sun as a prey. He not only wanted to avenge Jiang Heng, but also wanted the Tower of Endless Tao and the Flying Immortal token in Lin Sun's hands. But now, he felt it was tricky. Jiang Heng was very unhappy. She gritted her teeth and said, damn it, how can a thief from the ancient Desolation realm be so powerful? A figure silently floated up into appearance. He had slanted brows, starry eyes, a refined and handsome appearance, and a bamboo ruler hung obliquely on his waist, causing him to seem like a young scholar that was reading the books of sages. Brother Meng. Ji Qian was stunned and immediately saluted. At the same time, he quickly transmitted his voice to Jiang Heng, junior sister, this is Meng Yi, a pure-blooded descendant of the Xianxia battle clan. Jiang Heng's clear eyes narrowed. The Xianxia battle clan was one of the top 10 battle clans in the Starry Sky. This clan was famous for its ferocity, bloodthirst, and belligerence. Its foundation was extremely ancient and strong. Meng Yi, on the other hand, was different from this clan. He was gentle, elegant, and like a gentleman. On the Starry Ancient Path, very few people had seen Meng Yi fight, and no one knew how powerful his combat power was. However, his name had always occupied the 66th place on the Starry Sky Sage list, which was extremely dazzling. Because of this ranking, many experts on the Starry Ancient Path had questioned him. In this regard, a big shot of the dark yellow celestial court only responded with one sentence, Meng Yi is like a sword hidden in a sheath. When the blade is unsheathed, it will definitely shake the starry sky. At this point, no one dared to question it anymore. Because the words of the dark yellow celestial court represented a kind of supreme authority. Knowing that the person in front of her was the different Meng Yi of the Xianxia battle clan, Jiang Heng's heart also fluctuated. She did not expect that such a mysterious character would also come to the Kunlun ruins. Brother Ji, long time no see. Meng Yi said with a smile, and then nodded slightly to Jiang Heng as a form of greeting. After a pause, he continued, I came uninvited. I just want to know more about the fellow Taoist named Lin Sun. Brother Meng, are you also here for the Flying Immortal token? Ji Gan asked in surprise. Meng Yi nodded and said, I came to the Kunlun ruins this time to go to a forbidden place, but it's too dangerous there. I need a Flying Immortal token to turn misfortune into blessing. I see. Ji Gan nodded. He pondered for a moment and said, we happen to have our eyes on this boy. Why don't you join us? Meng Yi said happily, it couldn't be better if we could. Beside him, Jiang Heng still felt like she was dreaming when she saw the scene. Was such an elegant and gentle man really a descendant of the Xianxia battle clan known for being bloodthirsty, belligerent, and ferocious? Too different. A few days passed in a hurry. In the depths of a barren desert, Lin Sun and Ah Hu flew in the void and went deeper. Why do I feel that the deeper I go, the less treasure refining chi I encounter? Lin Sun frowned. In the past few days, he and Ah Hu moved together and obtained some treasure refining Dao Qi, but they were all ordinary goods and had little effect on improving the broken blade. Moreover, there wasn't a single treasure refining Dao Qi that could form the snow lotus or the fire bird. Lin Sun was speechless as he watched time go by. The treasure refining place was only the periphery of Kunlun ruins. According to Ah Hu, they had to leave in half a month at most. Otherwise, they would miss the opportunity to enter the depths of Kunlun ruins. That's normal. This treasure refining place is like a small world. It looks vast, but the number of powerhouses who came this time is quite large, and the amount of treasure refining qi is limited. In this way, there are too many monks and not enough gruel. It's naturally difficult to obtain the treasure refining qi that we like. Ahu explained. Lin Sun nodded. In these past few days, they'd encountered the figures of many experts all along the way, but most of them avoided far away when they saw their figures appear as they were deeply afraid of being unable to avoid them. It was impossible for them to provoke them. However, through this matter, they understood that with the death of Wei Zia and Yen Chenjun, the powerhouses who entered the Kunlun ruins this time had realized how powerful they were. Under normal circumstances, those who were not strong enough would not dare to take the initiative to offend them. Eh? Suddenly, Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed. In his divine sense, there was a huge ravine that was like an abyss in the depths of the desert. In the ravine, black mist surged, and from time to time, dazzling flames would flash. There were red, blue, cyan, black, silver, gold. It was extremely beautiful. At the same time, Ahu was also stunned, and a strange light burst out of her beautiful eyes. Let's go take a look. Lin Sun rushed over first. The ravine was filled with black mist, emitting a strange and cold aura. It was bottomless and isolated the detection of divine sense. As soon as he arrived near this area, Lin Sun's body suddenly stagnated with goosebumps all over his body. He sensed an unknown danger. He immediately stopped and stood in the air, looking down at the ravine. So much treasure refining Dao Qi. Ahu also came and exclaimed in surprise. Within the black mist of the ravine, streams of treasure refinement Dao Qi were faintly discernible like colorful meteors, emitting alluring divine light. Moreover, there were even some miraculous phenomena. There were small green trees swaying gracefully in the black mist. Their leaves were translucent, as if they were alive. There were golden birds flapping their wings and letting out clear cries, their voices gentle and melodious. Crimson lightning turned into strands of rune-like shapes that flickered repeatedly. When he witnessed this scene, Ahu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Shockingly, these phenomena were the manifestation of numerous strands of treasure refinement Dao energy of extremely extraordinary quality. Looks like the heavens are looking out for us. Ahu smiled sweetly. Although her appearance had changed, there was still a natural charm and amorous feeling in her every frown and smile. Lin Sun also smiled and said with burning eyes, "You protect me, and I'll take these treasures." As he said, he reached out his hand and grabbed. Boom, a cauldron-like abyss was condensed with intertwining laws and shining brilliantly. It shrouded a strand of treasure refinement Dao Qi in the black mist of the ravine. A strange scene appeared. The black mist rolled violently, and ghost-like figures rushed out. Their bodies were all condensed by the black mist, emitting a terrible evil spirit. Bang, bang. Bang, a deafening explosion sounded. The power of those black foggy figures was so terrible that it directly shattered Lin Sun's grasping force. Lin Sun's black pupil shrank, and he took action again without hesitation. Boom, this time, he ran all his strength, and a substantial shadow of the abyss emerged, producing a domineering power that could swallow the world. In an instant, those black mist figures exploded one by one. Lin Sun's palm was about to absorb a strand of treasure refinement Dao Qi in the shape of a green small tree. A wisp of pure divine flame swept out, and Lin Sun's attack was instantly incinerated like a piece of paper. Be careful. This wisp of Kunlun divine flame has a trace of light golden color, and it already possesses a trace of the terrifying lethality of soul-destroying wind flame. A trace of seriousness appeared between Ahu's eyebrows. In the treasure refinement place, there were two kinds of Kunlun divine flames that were the most terrifying. One was golden, and the other was purple. They were called soul-destroying wind flame. The power of this kind of divine flame was enough to easily kill the great sage of peerless heaven. The wisp of pure cyan divine flame with a touch of golden color in front of him undoubtedly showed that its lethality was far beyond ordinary. There was no need for Ahu to remind him. Lin Sun also realized the danger of the situation. He looked calm, waiting for the wisp of pure cyan divine flame to rush out and kill him. Above his head, a cauldron-like myriad wonderful flames appeared out of thin air. Immediately, the pure green divine flame let out a cry that sounded like a human shriek, and it fled in panic while it was still halfway there. Unfortunately, it was a step too late. The myriad wonderful flames were simply like the supreme master of flames, and it gently swept through the void. A wisp of light rain swept out, drawing a long line in the void, and then it suddenly restrained the pure cyan divine flame and took it back. Bang! The pure cyan divine flame was like a delicacy, and it was swallowed up by the myriad wonderful flames. At the same time, Lin Sun also made a move at the first possible moment, and he grasped the treasure refining chi that had evolved into a small green tree in his hand. He succeeded, a smile appeared on the corners of Lin Sun's mouth. But the next moment, he was stunned. In the huge ravine, the black mist rolled, and the wisps of treasure refining chi that were flying in it dissipated in the depths of the black mist like frightened fish. Lin Sun and Ahu looked at each other. "Let me try again." Lin Sun took a deep breath and made a move again. Boom, the black mist was rolling. Lin Sun's palm power was so terrible, but as soon as it fell into the ravine, it was silently dissolved and dispersed. Lin Sun's pupils shrank. He thought for a moment, and then he took out a blue shuttle and suddenly rushed into the black mist of the ravine. A terrible scene appeared. As soon as the blue shuttle entered the ravine, it was covered by an invisible strange force and melted away inch by inch. It should be known that this was a holy treasure, but it was erased in the blink of an eye. Lin Sun was shocked. This ravine is full of a strange force, which can not only offset all external attacks, but also can kill us if we get close to it. Ahu also saw it and said, "The treasure refining chi should be lurking in the depths of the ravine, like frightened fish. We can't enter it, either. It seems that we can only wait." Lin Sun nodded. As time went by, the black mist in the ravine was rolling. Lin Sun refined the treasure refining chi he had obtained before and integrated it into the broken blade. Visible to the naked eye, a life treasure tattoo appeared on the surface of the broken blade again. But it was extremely vague and did not condense. When a life treasure tattoo is condensed, it can increase the combat power of a practitioner by about 1%. But the next transformation of the broken blade needs 10 life treasure tattoo, Lin Sun deduced. At this speed, at least more than 10 treasure refining chi should be obtained, and the quality should not be weaker than that of the treasure refining chi that derived the vision of the green tree. After half an hour, a red lightning appeared in the depths of the black mist. When it flashed, wisps of electric light turned into obscure symbols, which were quite mysterious. Lin Sun's eyes lit up. He didn't rush to take action, but waited patiently. Gradually, the scarlet bolt of lightning danced in the ravine like a happily swimming fish. Whoosh, finding the right time, Lin Sun took action without hesitation. It was incredibly fast. Familiar scenes appeared in the black mist of the ravine. Ghost-like phantoms emerged with monstrous killing intent. But they were all defeated by Lin Sun soon. Whoosh, a red flame sprang out to block Lin Sun's attack. It was glowing with a touch of gold, and its power was also extremely terrifying. But as the wonderful flames of Wei swept out, this flame, which was enough to make any peerless sage tremble with fear, was swallowed up like a preyed insect. And Lin Sun took the opportunity to absorb the treasure refining chi. Catch! Lin Sun threw the treasure refining chi to Ahu. Ahu was a little surprised and couldn't help saying, "You need it more than I do. Since we act together, the opportunities we get should be divided equally." Lin Sun smiled. Ahu no longer refused. The two continued to wait. In the depths of the black mist of the ravine, there were countless treasure refining chi, just like a school of fish. Lin Sun and Ahu were like anglers, waiting for the fish to take the bait with patience. Another 2 hours passed. Whoosh, a stream of treasure refining chi appeared in the black mist, and Lin Sun repeated the same trick. Unfortunately, the quality of this treasure refining chi was only ordinary, and it could barely condense the second life treasure tattoo of the broken blade. Lin Sun was not discouraged and continued to wait. 2 hours later, Lin Sun had another harvest. He subdued a stream of treasure refining chi and gave it to Ahu. 10 hours later. 2 days later, Lin Sun subdued a total of 12 streams of treasure refining chi, half of which were given to Ahu, and the other half were used on the broken blade. Today, the broken blade had condensed 4 life treasure tattoos, each of which was golden, like a dormant golden dragon. As Ahu said, "Its light is like Tao, and its spirit is like a dragon. It was extremely rare, and Lin Sun was also keenly aware that the quality and power of the broken blade were rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, Lin Sun once again locked on the target. This was a stream of treasure refining chi that had evolved the vision of a golden battle axe. Its quality was excellent, absolutely top-notch, and it was obviously more extraordinary than the previous ones. However, when Lin Sun repeated the same trick and was about to take action, suddenly, Ahu, who was not far away, suddenly turned her head, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of coldness. "Sneaky, get out!" Ahu shouted. With her voice, a stream of sword chi, as vigorous as purple clouds, broke through the air and slashed thousands of meters away. I got up in the morning and hurried to get home at 6 o'clock. I didn't eat anything and just wrote a chapter in a hurry. I'm really tired and hungry. I'll update one more chapter tonight. I'll update normally tomorrow. The sword chi was vigorous like the purple clouds. A figure suddenly appeared in the void in the distance and clapped his palm. Bang, the sword chi exploded inch by inch. But the figure didn't feel good either. He stepped back a few steps in the void, and his expression changed. It was a young man in a gray robe, with a pair of white eyebrows and sharp eyes. What a ruthless witch. Do you know who I am? The young man in a gray robe said in a deep voice. Whoosh, before his voice died away, Ahu had already attacked again. Her figure was ethereal, and she took out a crystal purple flying sword and attacked violently. The voice of the young man in a gray robe stopped abruptly. A blood-colored spear appeared in his palm, and he swept and killed. His combat power was also extremely strong. In a flash, he had fought with Ahu dozens of times. It should be known that Ahu was not an ordinary person. She could restrain Wei Zia and Kuan Jiolin, the two great sages. But now, she couldn't defeat the young man in a gray robe. There was no doubt that this was also a ruthless character who was far more powerful than his peers. At least he was ranked on the great sage list. Clang, the snow-white broken blade flashed in the void and suddenly swept over. Its sharpness made the world dim. It was Lin Sun who attacked. Puff, caught off guard, the young man in a gray robe was scratched by the edge of the broken blade. His shoulder blade was cut, and his arm was almost cut off. The young man in a gray robe let out a muffled groan. Finally, he gritted his teeth, and a blood-colored jade talisman appeared in his palm. He suddenly crushed it, and his figure disappeared out of thin air at an incredible speed. Infinite Blood Escape Talisman. This is the unique ancient treasure of the Heavenly Ghost Fighting Clan, one of the top 10 fighting clans. It's mysterious and priceless. Ahu recognized it, and her clear eyes flashed. In this way, the guy just now must be a pure-blood descendant of the Heavenly Ghost Fighting Clan. As she said, she frowned, Brother Lin, there may be a lot of trouble in the next period of time. There is a lot of treasure refining Tao hidden in this ravine. It's like a coveted treasure land. After that guy escaped just now, the news is bound to spread. Lin Sun's eyes were like a dark abyss with a frightening luster. Let's see if they have the ability to seize the opportunity here. Following that, the two of them continued to guard this strange ravine, concentrating on absorbing the treasure refining Dao Qi. However, both of them knew that it wouldn't be long before this place became a place of turmoil. Damn it. I actually wasted a blood escape talisman. Far away, the gray-robed youth's face was ashen and hideous. His heart was bleeding. The infinite blood escape talisman was extremely precious and rare. It was regarded as a life-saving technique by him, but he did not expect that he would waste it just at the outskirts of the Kunlun ruins. Xianxia, you're actually injured? There were several other people in this area, and all of them had terrifying auras that far surpassed ordinary cultivators. The one who spoke was a green-haired woman with scarlet lips and a coquettish and charming face. She looked at the gray-robed youth with blood dripping from his shoulder and was somewhat surprised. Xianxia's strength was obvious to all of them. On the starry sky ancient path, he could be considered a ferocious and iron-blooded figure. He was from the Heaven Ghoul Fighting Clan and controlled a special innate power. He had already been ranked in the top 100 of the Starry Sky Great Saints many years ago. The gray-robed youth called Xianxia took a deep breath and said with a gloomy expression, "It's that Lin Sun. The rumors are true. His combat strength is indeed very strong. In a one-on-one battle, unless I use my trump card, even I'm not confident in defeating him. The coquettish green-haired woman and the others were shocked. However, I already know what they're doing. I believe you'll definitely be very interested. Suddenly, Xianxia's tone changed, and a strange light appeared in his eyes. He told them about the strange ravine that he'd seen. What? There's actually such a thing? There's a lot of treasure refining Daoqi hidden there? Then Lin Sun's luck is too good. For a moment, everyone was tempted. They knew the magical effects of treasure refining Daoqi very well. A ravine with a lot of treasure refining Daoqi was like a natural treasure house, and it was enough to make anyone covet it. The coquettish green-haired woman said, "Let's kill that shameless couple together. As long as we can control that ravine, the treasure refining Daoqi will also be ours." "No, even if we can kill Lin Sun and that woman, we'll have to pay a great price." Xianxia shook his head and refused the proposal. He had fought with Lin Sun and Hu. Although the time was short, it made him feel horrified and terrified. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have decisively used a priceless blood escape talisman to escape without a trace. "Xianxia, what do you think we should do?" someone asked. The people present were all experts who had allied with Xianxia. They came from different forces, and each of them had roughly the same combat strength as Xianxia. "Drive the tiger to swallow the wolf." Xianxia gently spat out these words. Everyone's eyes flickered, and they immediately understood. As long as the news about that mysterious ravine spread, it would definitely attract many experts who were not afraid of death. What? There's a ravine in the depths of the desert that contains a lot of treasure refining Daoqi? Quick, let's go take a look. The news is true. Someone has seen it with his own eyes. Let's go quickly. In the treasure refining ground, along with Xianxia and the others adding fuel to the fire, the news about the Black Mist ravine spread quickly. For a time, it attracted the attention of countless experts, and they all rushed over. Among them, there was no lack of direct descendants from ancient orthodoxies, as well as some famous geniuses and fairies. It should be known that the treasure refining ground seemed to be extremely vast, but the amount of treasure refining Daoqi was limited. There were too many wolves and not enough meat. Who wouldn't be tempted when they heard that such a treasure land had appeared? Thus, a storm was formed. As the manipulators behind the scenes, Xianxia and the others had been secretly paying attention to the situation. When they noticed this scene, they couldn't help but laugh. The plan to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf was about to succeed. Next, it would depend on who could pull the chestnut out of the fire and pluck the peach. At the side of the Black Mist ravine, accompanied by a wave of cheerful and excited clear howls, the surface of the broken blade condensed once more into a natal mark that was like a golden dragon. This was the 7th natal mark that the broken blade had condensed. At this moment, 2 days had passed since he defeated Xianxia. Unfortunately, this ravine is filled with terrifying energy. Otherwise, if we were able to sneak into it, then relying on Brother Lin's profound Dao flames would be sufficient to obtain even greater benefits. Hu sighed with emotion. Lin Sun smiled, and he was just about to say something when a wisp of killing intent suddenly flashed in his eyes. "Quickly! We've found it. It's right here." At practically the exact same moment, a loud shout that was filled with excitement resounded from extremely far away. A group of cultivators had appeared. There were both men and women, and there were over 10 of them. They were riding gorgeous streaks of light as they approached menacingly. "They really have come." A wisp of coldness flashed in Hu's beautiful eyes. Isn't that Lin Sun? They've actually arrived in advance. Looks like they've already obtained a great deal of benefits. At the same time, those cultivators noticed Lin Sun and Hu as well, and a wisp of vigilance and hostility couldn't help but suffuse their expressions. "I'll give all of you a chance. Leave now and you can live. Otherwise, you'll probably be unable to leave again." Lin Sun's voice was indifferent, yet it revealed a wisp of bone-piercing coldness. Just these words alone caused all those cultivators to frown and feel extremely displeased. Fortuitous encounters have no owner, and only the fated obtain them. Who do you think you are to actually intend to occupy such a precious place? Aren't you a little too arrogant? Do you really think you can run wild just because you killed Yan Chenjun? Everyone, this bastard has gone mad. Let's attack together and kill him. Numerous shouts resounded while these cultivators surged with killing intent. If they were alone, then they naturally wouldn't have the courage to confront Lin Sun. But now, they had the advantage in numbers, and there was no lack of formidable and ruthless figures amongst them. So, how could they be willing to give up just like that? That depends on whether all of you have the life to fight for this fortuitous encounter. Amidst his low and deep voice, Lin Sun attacked without the slightest hesitation. His figure moved while a clear howl resounded, and then the broken blade whistled out. Pooh! A cold light flashed as a cultivator's head was chopped off, and his body and soul were annihilated. The sudden and bloody scene of death caused the expressions of all those cultivators to turn pale, and they attacked instinctively. Rumble! The glow of treasures interweaved in the sky while Taoist techniques poured down, and the heavens and the earth shook. Lin Sun's expression was cold while his body flowed with a brilliant glow of the Tao, causing him to seem ethereal like an immortal and mighty like a fiend god. He controlled the broken blade to attack the surroundings. Pooh! 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 If these cultivators were in the outside world, then perhaps they could be considered as extraordinary figures, and every single one of them possessed extraordinary combat strength. But before Lin Sun's slaughter, they were utterly insufficient. They were like pieces of paper that were slaughtered one after another, causing a rain of blood to spray while shrill cries resounded. A strange expression couldn't help but appear in Lin Sun's eyes. Since the transformation of the broken blade until now, it had merely condensed 7 natal treasures, yet its might was completely different from before. Ordinary divine treasures were easily slashed, crushed, and blasted apart by it. Even Lin Sun was surprised by its unparalleled ferocious sharpness. He was unable to imagine how formidable the broken blade's might would be once it condensed 10 innate treasured markings and its appearance underwent a complete transformation. Men die for wealth just like birds die for food. How stupid! Hu sighed softly and launched an attack as well. A bright purple crystalline flying sword flashed up, whistled through the sky, and slaughtered the cultivators. Its sword chi was like the mighty violet sky that destroyed the universe. In almost a short period of over 10 breaths, this group of cultivators was annihilated without a single survivor. A rain of blood sprayed all over the sky, and they didn't even have the time to flee. Clang! Lin Sun put away the broken blade, and his clothes were neat and undamaged. This is what it means to bring disaster upon oneself. Hu commented. Lin Sun sighed softly and said, "This is just the first batch. I'm afraid there will be more and more reckless moths rushing over." In fact, it was indeed so. In less than an hour, another group of cultivators rushed over. It was a group of descendants from famous sects, and each of them had an extraordinary bearing. As soon as they arrived, they shouted at Lin Sun and Hu to leave as soon as possible, or they would bear the consequences. On the starry sky ancient path, just the identity of this group of heirs from the great sects was even sufficient to make some old freaks feel fearful and refrain from attacking for fear of harming the innocent. As the saying went, if you beat a dog, look at its master. Offending the descendants of these big sects would even draw out the old monsters in the sects, which was the most frightening thing. Therefore, when they recognized Lin Sun's identity, the second group of practitioners showed no fear and behaved very tough. Seeing this, Lin Sun just replied lightly, "Yan Chenjun was as arrogant as you, but he died. Do you want to repeat the same mistake?" It was also this sentence that made these practitioners change their expressions and become uncertain. Only then did they realize that on the starry sky ancient path, perhaps they could rely on their identity to oppress some tough people. But obviously, Lin Sun, who had killed Yan Chenjun, was not among them. Then, they decided to take a step back, saying that it was okay for Lin Sun not to leave, but they would not retreat. The implication was that they would share the opportunities in the Black Mist Gully together. Yes, this was their concession. They thought it was sincere enough. But Lin Sun answered them with a concise word, "Get lost." It was merely a single word, yet coupled with Lin Sun's expressionless expression, it caused all these cultivators to explode with rage. Lin Sun is simply too arrogant. He actually asked us to fuck off. What made these practitioners even more dumbfounded was that Lin Sun directly took action. This was no longer a matter of politeness. It was obvious that Lin Sun was overbearing to the point of being unscrupulous. He didn't take them and the sects behind them seriously at all, Without hesitation, they also took action together. Boom, the battle broke out, but the result was no suspense. These descendants from the big sects on the starry sky ancient path were suppressed and killed by Lin Sun without mercy. When Lin Sun entered the ancient desolation for the first time, when had he ever bowed to any big sect or sect? It was like this in the past, today, and in the future. They are not stupid. They are just blinded by greed, and they never know your past and real combat strength. Otherwise, they would never dare to provoke you like this. Ahu said, in fact, there are too few people like you in this world. Who in the Kunlun ruins doesn't know that Yan Chenjun is the successor of the Universe Dao Court? Anyone who wishes to deal with him would have to consider the consequences. In the end, most would choose to retreat in the face of difficulties, but you don't care at all. It's not that I don't care. It's just that this is how I've been cultivating till now. Lin Sun said casually, if one day, I have to endure, bow my head, and choose fear and retreat just because of the origin, background, and identity of the opponent, I will no longer be me. If I can't beat him, I can run, I can hide, and I won't be afraid of losing face. But if I can beat him, I will never let myself down. Of course, I also know that beating up the young will definitely provoke the old. But it doesn't matter, sooner or later, I will also step on that bunch of old people. Ahu's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She knew that Lin Sun was not just saying it, he was also doing it. Just like in the ancient desolation realm, Lin Sun was unbridled and had enemies everywhere. Many orthodoxies regarded him as a thorn in their flesh. But now, in the vast ancient desolation realm, who dared to look down on Lin Sun? Even those old monsters had to bow their heads. Why? Because Lin Sun now stood at the peak of the saint realm in the ancient desolation realm. The power and foundation he possessed were enough to make any orthodoxy fear him. How powerful the Golden Crow bloodline was. But in the end, it was defeated by Lin Sun. Ahu said with a smile, that's why I said that you are the only one in the world who is not afraid of anything. That's why the descendants of some famous sects are so stupid. Because in their subconsciousness, the strength of identity and background is also a kind of deterrent, which is enough to deter some opponents whose background and identity are not as good as theirs. But unfortunately, they met you, who doesn't play according to common sense. They can only blame their bad luck. Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. Are you praising me or insulting me? Ahu chuckled and said, I'm just explaining why those cultivators look so stupid. In the following period of time, groups of cultivators appeared one after another. There were 5 or 6 at least, and more than 10 at most. Among them, there were many smart ones. When they saw Lin Sun and Ahu, they were all afraid and didn't approach them rashly. But they didn't really leave either. There were also some strong practitioners who didn't believe it and thought they were from extraordinary backgrounds. But without exception, they were all killed by Lin Sun. Something is wrong. In less than a day, there are too many people here. Could it be that the guy from the Heavenly Ghost Fighting Clan is behind this? Ahu frowned. At this time, how could she not understand that the news not only leaked, but also spread very fast, which attracted so many strong practitioners? Driving the tiger to swallow the wolf? Lin Sun's black eyes flickered. I'm afraid so. That guy can't beat us, but he refuses to give up the opportunity here. Of course, he has to take some strategies. Ahu said, if some difficult people appear and they take the lead, we will inevitably become the public enemy in everyone's eyes. That will be troublesome. Then we will give up this place. Lin Sun said without hesitation. Give up? Ahu was stunned. Of course I'm not really giving it to you. Lin Sun smiled, but the meaning was hard to understand. In an area far away from the Black Mist Ravine, Xianxia, the enchanting green-haired woman and others were hiding in the dark. They watched as group after group of cultivators appeared, and they surged towards the Black Mist Gorge like tidewater. They also saw some practitioners return in frustration. How can that shameless couple be so powerful? So many strong practitioners go there, but still can't bite them? Someone was surprised and doubtful. They can kill Yan Chenjun and force me to retreat. Of course, they are not ordinary people. Xianxia was very calm, but now, there are many strong practitioners gathered near that ravine. The situation has begun to become more and more unfavorable for Lin Sun. Everyone's eyes lit up. Under the situation of being surrounded by wolves, how could Lin Sun not feel the pressure no matter how strong he was? Hey! Suddenly, Xianxia exclaimed. In the distant void, a golden sword rainbow flashed across the sky, and a group of figures stood on the golden sword rainbow. The leader was a black-clothed young man with a cold and resolute expression. His palm was placed on the sword sheath at his waist, and his bearing was as dignified as a mountain. Swish, the black-clothed young man seemed to have noticed it and glanced at the place where Xianxia was hiding. It was just a pair of eyes, but it was like the sharpest sword edge in the world, fierce, terrifying, and extremely frightening. Xianxia's companions felt a chill in their hearts. Even Xianxia's body tightened slightly. Fortunately, the black-clothed young man quickly withdrew his gaze and disappeared into the horizon with the group of people around him. Xianxia. This guy actually came. Xianxia's heart was stirred. He recognized this person. He came from the Heaven and Earth Taoism court, and he was a peerless sword practitioner who was famous in the starry sky as early as 500 years ago. Every 100 years, the starry sky sage list would be re-ranked. However, Xianxia's ranking would always be in the top 100 in every ranking. Especially the last ranking, Xianxia was ranked 53rd. This was enough to shock the world. It should be known that the higher the ranking was, the more fierce and cruel the competition would be. The slightest difference in strength could lead to a completely different ranking. Xianxia reached the peak of the Great Sage Realm 500 years ago, and after 500 years, his ranking could be improved every time, which was very terrifying. It's him. The others also came to a sudden realization, all of them fearful. Xianxia may be able to easily suppress Lin Sun and that woman. But with Xianxia here, who dares to compete with him for the opportunity? Someone was worried. Although Xianxia is strong, Lin Sun is not weak either. Don't forget that this guy is a ruthless person who killed Yan Chenjun. I hope that he can fight with Xianxia and both of them will be injured, so that we can benefit from it. Xianxia's eyes were filled with coldness. Later, let's act together, get close and wait for the right opportunity. Beside the black mist gully, Lin Sun sensed something and suddenly looked into the distance. A golden sword rainbow pierced through the sky and spread out in this direction. Xianxia and the others stood on it like a group of immortals descending to the mortal world. Countless powerhouses had already gathered in the nearby area. When they saw Xianxia, all of their expressions changed and they were extremely restless. Black-robed sword Saint Xianxia. He actually came to Kunlun ruins? Why haven't I heard anything about him before? Many exclamations sounded nearby. A man's reputation was like a tree's shadow. When Xianxia and his group arrived, they immediately became the focus of attention. No one expected that a sword genius like him, who had long since shaken the ancient path of the starry sky and was regarded as the black-robed sword saint, would actually come as well. Moreover, he had brought a group of successors of the Universe Tao Court with him. At the same time, Lin Sun also found out about Xianxia's identity from Hu. He could not help but raise his brows, and then he muttered to himself. It's been 500 years, yet he's still at the peak of the Great Sage stage. Is he trying to stay on the Great Sage leaderboard? Or perhaps he's long since lost the chance to advance to the Saint King stage. However, no matter which it was, in Lin Sun's opinion, the reputation and battle prowess that he had spent 500 years to build could not be considered truly amazing. One had to know that Lin Sun had cultivated for far less than 100 years. With such a comparison, he would naturally subconsciously think that Xianxia's cultivation time was insufficient. However, what Lin Sun did not know was that to be able to firmly occupy the top 100 of the Great Sage leaderboard in 500 years, he could already be considered an unparalleled genius among the powerhouses on the ancient path of the starry sky. After all, this was the cultivation of the peak of the Great Sage stage. Most of the older generation in the world could not even touch the threshold of this realm in their entire lives. It could only be said that Lin Sun did not understand the matters of the ancient path of the starry sky, and he was using himself as a comparison, so it was normal for him to understand it this way. Xianxia, dressed in a black robe, stood in the void with a cold and hard face, and put his palm on the hilt of the sword at his waist. His power was as great as a mountain. Did you kill Yan Chenjun? Xianxia's voice was as hard and cold as a rock. His words shocked all the people present. Only then did they realize that Gu Zongxin and his companions might also be attracted by the Black Gully, but more importantly, their purpose was to avenge Yan Chenjun. Yes. Lin Sun nodded casually and calmly. Gu Zongxin gave him a feeling similar to when Xianxia, the successor of Panwu Taoist court, who was far stronger than Wei Zia and Kuan Jiolin. Clang, above Gu Zongxin's heart, a huge sword appeared. It was as black as ink, simple and blunt, and was engraved with two simple Taoist characters, reappear. The nearby void collapsed silently, as if it could not bear the weight of this sword. In this area, a terrifying and boundless killing qi also spread from Gu Zongxin's body. Many people held their breath and changed their faces in horror. What a terrible power! At this moment, Gu Zongfeng was like the master of the sword, controlling the world. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed slightly, his clothes fluttered, and his qi roared. For a time, the world was filled with two completely different horrible powers, confronting each other. The void was rolling violently like a surging river, the hearts of many people constricted, and they retreated in unison as they were deeply afraid of being affected by the battle that was about to unfold. Those who kill the core descendants of Universe Taoist court should be killed. Gu Zongxin said coldly. Whoosh, as his voice fell, the sword qi in the sky crisscrossed, whistling and steaming. All of them were wrapped in the huge sword named Reappear and chopped out. Wind and snow were moving in all directions, and I was the king of the universe. This sword was vast and immeasurable. But to everyone's surprise, at this moment, Lin Sun withdrew and moved away with Ahu. Their speed was so fast that it was beyond the reaction of all the people present. Whoosh, the huge sword stopped in the air, and the sword qi all over the sky condensed. However, Gu Zongxin was stunned. He hadn't expected that such an opponent would actually flee so decisively and decisively. He didn't even say a word before leaving. Beside him, the descendants of the Qiankuan Dao court were also stunned. As far as they knew, Lin Sun was a reckless and daring character who didn't even take Yan Chenjun seriously. Who would have thought that before the battle even began, the other party would flee? All the people present were also dumbfounded. What was going on? Wasn't Lin Sun very unscrupulous and lawless before? How did he escape just like that? Even Yan Xiao and the others, who were secretly watching this scene, were dumbfounded. This guy is admitting defeat just like that. Originally, they planned to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight and reap the benefits. But Lin's action made them confused. Previously, it was a situation of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. But now, the wolf had fled, and the tiger had stayed. Bah! Shameless! I thought Lin Sun was a great man, but it turns out that he is just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. A descendant of the Qiankuan Dao court spoke in disdain. Many people silently criticized him in disdain. He didn't even have the courage to fight. Lin Sun wasn't shockingly courageous, he was clearly as timid as a mouse. Senior brother Gu, should we chase after him? Someone asked. Gu Zongxin's eyes were steaming with divine light. In the end, he shook his head. The opportunity has passed. Right now. It's more important to collect the treasure refinement Daoqi in this ravine. As long as that brat is still in the Kunlun ruins, we'll have a chance to kill him sooner or later. Everyone nodded. Seeing this scene, many people wailed in their hearts. Lin Sun's strength was already a headache for them. Now, with Gu Zongxin's arrival, this treasure land was directly occupied. Who would dare to challenge their Qiankuan Dao court? The faces of Yan Xiao and the others in the dark darkened as well. They were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. A meticulously prepared plan had gone down the drain just like that. Yan Xiao, what should we do? The bewitching green-haired woman was anxious and asked via voice transmission. What else can we do? Of course we have to wait for an opportunity. Yan Xiao took a deep breath and said with a gloomy expression, the higher the quality of the treasure refinement Dao Qi, the more difficult it is to subdue. When Gu Zongxin is flustered, it'll be the moment we take the risk. But at that moment, Gu Zongxian coldly said, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If anyone wants to take advantage of the situation, first ask yourself if you can block my sword. It was both a warning and a thinly veiled threat. Many people were already terrified and wanted to retreat, but there were also people whose eyes flickered and remained unmoved. For example, Xianxia and the others, they naturally wouldn't be scared off by a single sentence. Guzongxin didn't say anything else and looked at the ravine filled with black mist. As time passed, a strand of treasure refinement Daoqi emerged from the depths of the black mist and transformed into a golden bird. It soared in the depths of the ravine with a clear cry, and it was a dazzling divine steed. Many people's eyes lit up. Yanxiu and the others felt their mouths go dry. This treasure refinement Daoqi was too precious, and its value was immeasurable. It was extremely tempting. On the other hand, the descendants of the universe Taoist court became nervous. Countless gazes were staring at them from all directions, and it made them feel like there was a sword on their backs. Only Guzongxin's expression was as cold as before, and he remained unmoved. Lin Sun could control this place before, and so could he. If anyone dared to interfere, he wouldn't mind killing them with the sword in his hand. Before long, Guzongxin found an opportunity and attacked without hesitation. He stretched out his palm and grabbed towards the golden bird in the depths of the ravine. Boom! Numerous ghostly figures charged out from the black mist, and their killing intent surged into the sky. It was exactly the same as what Lin Sun had encountered before. Guzong remained calm in the face of such changes. His giant sword swept out horizontally and crushed the ghostly figures like crushing dry weeds. After that, a faint golden divine flame flashed out, and with a bang, it actually destroyed the power of Guzongxin's palm and incinerated it into nothingness. Guzongxin grunted coldly and let out a long howl. His palm and fingers glowed, and an expanse of light instantly surged into appearance and enveloped the faint golden divine flame. Bang! 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 However, unexpectedly, the faint golden divine flame was actually extremely strong, and it destroyed his attack once more. Suppress! A wisp of a serious expression appeared between Guzongxin's brows, and he withdrew a green bottle. A ray of green light shot out from the opening of the bottle and swept out. He attacked once more, and he grabbed towards the golden bird. However, right at this moment, along with a rumbling sound, a bright silver net suddenly descended from the sky, and it enveloped the golden bird before Guzongxin could. The green-haired woman seized this opportunity to attack. Guzongxin was restrained by the faint golden divine flame, and this was undoubtedly a superb opportunity to seize the treasure refinement Daoqi. Guzongxin revealed a wisp of ridicule when facing this unexpected event, and he seemed to have expected this. He lightly flicked his finger. Clang! A deep sword howl resounded as the enormous sword descended once more, and it suddenly crushed through space as it whistled through the air. It was so swift and ferocious that it was like a torrent or a bolt of lightning flashing through the sky. Swish! The bright silver net instantly exploded into pieces, and it transformed inch by inch into powder. The green-haired woman's expression changed, and she didn't hesitate to dodge. However, while the enormous sword seemed to be boundlessly heavy, it was even swifter than a bolt of lightning. It flashed lightly, and then a bang resounded as the green-haired woman's body was pierced through, causing her flesh to explode. This scene had occurred so quickly that Yanxiu wasn't even able to assist her in time, and he couldn't help but feel terrified when he saw the green-haired woman being killed. Guzongxin wasn't seizing the treasure refinement Daoqi at all. He'd clearly been accumulating strength since a long time ago, and he'd dug a trap, and anyone who couldn't restrain themselves from charging out would suffer a thunderous strike from him. Being unable to control the greed in one's heart from the slightest temptation is no different than courting death. Guzongxin spoke coldly. The surroundings were deathly silent, and everyone was shocked by this. This was a show of strength to warn the others. Guzongxin felt at ease when he saw this, and he started to concentrate on seizing the treasure refinement Daoqi. Whoosh! But at this moment, something strange happened. A broken blade that was as white as snow burst forth. In an instant, Guzongxin's body suddenly stiffened, and he sensed the danger. Without hesitation, he controlled the giant sword to confront the incoming attack with all his strength. Boom! An earth-shattering collision sounded. Guzongxin's body shook slightly, and a terrifying light burst out of his eyes. It's you. It turns out that your escape was just a bluff. His cold voice resounded through the sky. Only then did the people present notice that Lin Sun's figure had appeared in the void in the distance again. Lin Sun smiled slightly. It's not a good feeling to be the target of public criticism. I just changed the situation with you. Yes, now Gu Zongxin was the focus of everyone's attention. This time, let's see if you can escape alive. Gu Zongxin's killing intent was revealed. He stepped into the air, abandoned the treasure refinement Dao Qi, and rushed to Lin Sun. However, Lin Sun escaped again, and he didn't want to confront him at all. Gu Zongxin originally intended to chase Lin Sun, but soon his face changed, and he turned back. But it was a step too late. In the black mist of the ravine, a wisp of colorful ribbon swept away the golden bird at an incredible speed. The other end of the colorful ribbon was in the palm of who had appeared in the field at some time. Luring the tiger away from the mountain, and taking chestnuts from the fire, seeing this, Gu Zongxin's face suddenly became extremely cold, and he rushed to Hu without hesitation. But Hu just smiled and didn't want to entangle with him at all. Her figure fluttered, and she disappeared in the void. This series of actions happened in a flash. From Lin Sun's attack to Hu seizing the opportunity to seize the treasure refinement Dao Qi, it was almost done in one go. Many practitioners were dazzled by the scene before they could react. On the other hand, Xianxia and the others were surprised and bewildered as well. They'd similarly never imagined that Lin Sun who'd fled would actually turn back. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. But the enchanting green-haired woman, who acted as the oriole, was killed on the spot by Gu Zongxin. But who would have thought that after the oriole, there would be two cunning foxes? They toyed with the mantis that was supposed to win and took away the treasure refinement Dao Qi, the cicada. The change in this situation caused everyone present to be flabbergasted. Damn it! Gu Zongxin's face was as gloomy as water, and he felt a little embarrassed. It was the first time that he had been played like this since he started cultivating. There was dead silence. Many people sighed inwardly. Lin Sun was not a coward at all. Obviously, he was extremely bold. The reason why he retreated before was actually to set Gu Zongxin up and roast him on the fire, making him the target of public criticism. Lin Sun, on the other hand, had been lurking in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to act. In the end, he had successfully obtained the excellent treasure refining Taoist Qi from Gu Zongxin. Xianxia and the others looked extremely gloomy. The enchanting green-haired woman had been killed by Gu Zongxin, but she had also been used by Lin Sun. Lin Sun had taken advantage of Gu Zongxin and taken away a peach. This made them grit their teeth in hatred. They felt that all their previous efforts had been for Lin Sun. It was too hateful. A bunch of trash. Gu Zongxin was also filled with hatred. It was not only because he had been led by the nose by Lin Sun, but also because of the incompetence of his companions. Seeing Lin Sun and the woman appear, none of his companions had reacted. How stupid and incompetent were they? The descendants of the universe court could not help but feel ashamed and angry. They lowered their heads and did not dare to face Gu Zongxin's murderous eyes. In fact, they were also full of grievances. Who would have thought that Lin Sun would come back and attack them? Who would have thought that they would be so daring? At the beginning, they had despised Lin Sun for being a coward and thought that he did not live up to his name. The descendants of the universe court felt a burning pain on their faces. It felt like they had been slapped hard in the face. This Lin Sun had gone too far. Next, all of you keep a close eye on him. Kill whoever dares to come close. Gu Zongxin's expression was cold. Yes. The descendants of the universe court all nodded in agreement. It's over. Gu Zongxin is completely enraged. It will be very difficult to pull the chestnut out of the fire. Xianxia felt bitter in his heart. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. Ha, Gu Zongxin, you are so arrogant and overbearing. Do you really think that this treasure refining place is the territory of the universe court? The temperature between heaven and earth dropped abruptly, and a bone-piercing chill filled the air, causing everyone present to shiver. Then, the crowd saw a sickly-looking man with unusually fair skin walking over from afar. His hair was as white as snow, and it hung down to his waist. His face was as handsome as a demon, and when he walked, it was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in his own courtyard. Hua Xingli, he was a core descendant of the demon court, an extremely legendary peerless great sage, a ruthless demon who killed without batting an eye, and whose hands were stained with blood. The opponents who died in his hands were all famous and dazzling figures. Hua Xingli, it's you. Gu Zongxian's pupils constricted and he said coldly, I heard that you entered the Tao through love and hatred and created the flower burial scripture, which earned you the recognition of a demon emperor in the demon court. He said that you would be able to become a great emperor within 1,000 years. I really want to see if you really have such a foundation and ability. He didn't conceal his killing intent and battle intent in the slightest. He was like a towering mountain, and his might was like a sword that could pierce through the heavens, causing the winds and clouds in this world to be thrown into disorder. Get ready, your chance is here. Witnessing this scene, Xianxia, who was originally feeling bitter, instantly became excited. He once again saw the hope of reaping the benefits. I didn't think that you would know so much about me. Hua Xingli had a look of surprise on his face. Then, he smiled and said, unfortunately, I'm not interested in knowing about you at all. He scanned the surroundings and said, are you sure you want to fight here? Guzong Xian's expression was cold, then let's see if you will back off. A smile appeared on Hua Xingli's pale and handsome face as he said, I've never lacked the awareness to retreat in the face of danger, but you alone are not enough to make me shrink back. As he spoke, he took a step forward. The world suddenly became hot and dark. The surrounding air and light seemed to have been sucked out, and with Hua Xingli at the center, a strange black light screen collapsed. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and there was a smile on his lips. However, in the eyes of the people around him, he was like an ancient demon lord standing in the darkness, with great majesty that controlled life and death. Many people's blood almost froze. Their bodies trembled as they retreated in shock. They didn't dare to approach this area at all. They couldn't hold on any longer. Even Xianxia and the others felt a chill in their hearts. This Hua Xingli from the demon court had only risen to prominence less than 100 years ago, yet he was already this terrifying. Guzong Xian's eyes flickered, and the aura around him rumbled like a tidal wave. He also felt the pressure and realized that Hua Xingli was not ordinary. He took a deep breath, and his eyes were resolute as he said, then with my sword, I will stop you. Clang, the giant sword called Heavy Descent slashed out from the void with the power to crush mountains and rivers. The condensed sword intent caused the world to change color. Hua Xingli responded with an "oh" and waved his sleeve. Pink petals filled the sky, and every petal was soft and crystal clear, beautiful and dreamy. Chi-chi, a flower petal stuck onto the enormous sword that was slashing towards him. The flower petal seemed to be delicate, yet it transformed into strands of strange laws that caused the attack of the enormous sword to suddenly slow down. When the sky full of petals swept over, Guzong Xian's eyes narrowed, and he didn't hesitate to use his full strength. The giant sword was like a dragon coming out of the abyss, twisting fiercely. Rumble, the sky full of petals rained down. Sword light and sword intent intertwined, causing the world to shake violently. Hua Xingli stepped forward again with a leisurely expression. But as he stepped forward, countless pink petals turned into a storm that covered the sky and covered the earth. They were clearly soft and crystal clear petals, but they were imprinted with mysterious and unfathomable laws. They were filled with destructive power that could make even ghosts and gods tremble. Guzong Xian's brows narrowed, and he slashed with his sword with great power. His sword intent was majestic, and it was as if he was dragging an ancient divine mountain. For a moment, the world shook, and the terrifying light of the Tao drowned the area. Xianxia and the others stiffened, and their faces were filled with shock. Too strong, whether it was Guzong Xian or Hua Xingli, the means they displayed were all shocking. The confrontation between the two was like the sun competing for glory. No, it's too dangerous to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Xiao's heart was in turmoil. He judged that if he intervened at this time, not only would he have little chance to snatch the treasure refining Dao Qi, but he would also be targeted by both Guzong Xian and Hua Xingli. I can only wait for them to fight until both sides are injured. Xiao made a judgment. He was very confident that in such a situation, let alone them, even the others present would not dare to approach rashly. Swish, but at this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air and appeared near the black fog abyss. Like a ghost, he grabbed towards the black fog abyss. Xiao was dumbfounded. Was this a slap to his face? Just as he made a judgment, someone who was not afraid of death rushed out. Lin Sun, it's you again. Guzong Xian shouted angrily. The descendants of Qiankuan Taoist court were also angry. Was this guy addicted to taking advantage of the situation? It's not good to be distracted when fighting with me, Hua Xingli said with a smile, and his offensive suddenly became much faster. Stupid, you and I fight, Lin Sun benefits, don't you understand? Guzong Xian shouted with a gloomy face. He wanted to split up to deal with Lin Sun, but he was entangled by Hua Xingli and could not get away at all, which made him angry. Well, it's not my thing, what does it have to do with me? Hua Xingli said casually. He just glanced at Lin Sun and ignored him. Guzong Xian was so angry that he laughed. Why do I feel that you are on the same side as this guy? Hua Xingli said disapprovingly, that only proves that you are blind and don't know my style of doing things. While talking, the two were still fighting fiercely. Kill. In the field, the descendants of Qiankuan Taoist court had already taken action and rushed up to surround Lin Sun. They were scolded by Guzong Xian because Lin Sun snatched food from the tiger's mouth. How dare they neglect him now? Boom. At this time, Lin Sun had already successfully grabbed a strand of treasure refining Taoist qi. Then his body suddenly stretched out, like a big abyss moving the sky. He pushed back the surrounding descendants of Qiankuan Taoist court. In a flash, he escaped into the distance and said with a smile, "You two continue, I won't disturb you anymore." Guzong Xian's face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth. Hua Xingli laughed, "When we meet next time, I really want to play with you. At that time, I won't let you go like this again." In the distance, Lin Sun's figure had already disappeared. No one knew if he heard it or not. Hua Xingli, you deserve to die. Guzong Xian had nowhere to vent his anger, so he pointed the spearhead at Hua Xingli. Boom, he attacked with all his strength, like an angry sword god. Hua Xingli smiled. From the beginning to the end, he looked calm and collected, but his attacks did not lose out in the slightest. The heroes in the field looked at each other. Lin Sun snatched food from the tiger's mouth twice and left safely twice. It was shocking, but also made people jealous and unhappy. Especially Xianxia and others, they were so depressed that they were about to vomit blood. Originally, they should have been the ones to pick the peaches, but now, they became bystanders. They could only watch Lin Sun take advantage of the situation and snatch the opportunity. This feeling was too depressing. It's so lively. Suddenly, a hoarse voice with a trace of unique magnetism sounded. Then, there was the dull sound of thunderous footsteps between heaven and earth. Tang Su, dressed in a black robe, with a slender figure, carrying a huge and amazing saber, broke through the air. Boom, as soon as she arrived, she suddenly jumped up, picked up the bright and narrow saber, and slashed at Hua Xingli and Guzong Xian who were fighting fiercely. Come on, let's fight to our heart's content. Tang Su's eyes were bright and she laughed out loud. Guzong Xian was so angry that he almost cursed out loud. This crazy woman came at all times. She was like a scourge. Hua Xingli, who had been calm from beginning to end, couldn't help twitching his lips. He also seemed to have a headache about Tang Su. You have fun, I'll go first. Hua Xingli was about to retreat, but he was slashed by Tang Su's saber. It was so overbearing that he had to fight back. Tang Su was aggressive and her fighting spirit was burning. Whoever doesn't fight is my grandson. Her domineering words resounded through the whole field, making all the spectators stunned. Boom, Tang Su didn't care what the others thought. As soon as she joined the battle, she seemed extremely arrogant. She held her saber and attacked with all her might, forcing Gu Zongxin and Hua Xingli to be unable to extricate themselves. The two of them couldn't help but feel annoyed. Do you think I'm afraid of you, crazy woman? Kill. An extremely intense and peerless battle erupted just like that because of Tang Su's arrival. In the distance, Lin Sun, who hadn't really left, couldn't help but laugh. This woman was really ferocious. The commotion here is too great. I'm afraid more powerhouses will rush over in the next few days. Do you still want to stay? Ahu asked. Let's go. Lin Sun pondered for a moment before making a decision. Previously, he was able to snatch food from the tiger's mouth because he caught it off guard and had an opportunity to take advantage of. However, it was different now. Not only was Gu Zongxin present, but there were also Hua Xingli and Tang Su. It was undoubtedly unwise to snatch the fortuitous encounter at this time. Whoosh! Whoosh, without hesitation, the two of them turned around and left. As for the battles around the ravine, neither Lin Sun nor Ah Hu could be bothered with them. Along the way, Lin Sun refined the treasure refinement Dao Qi he had seized and fused it into the broken blade, condensing another natal treasure pattern. In other words, the broken blade already had 8 natal treasure patterns, and it was only 2 short of another transformation. In less than 7 days, we'll have to leave this place and head to the depths of Kunlun ruins. At that time, the true danger will descend, Ah Hu said. Since ancient times, no one has been able to discover all the secrets of Kunlun ruins. We only know that the deeper we go, the more terrifying and strange it will be. It's filled with many taboo powers. I came here this time because I heard that there's an immortality peach tree in Kunlun ruins. The fruits on it are called the wonders of heaven and earth, the miraculous fruits of Tao. Consuming one is equivalent to 100 years of bitter cultivation. It's extremely miraculous. Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. There's really an immortality peach tree in this world? Ah Hu said, of course it's true. In the past, someone obtained one by chance. Legend has it that this immortality peach tree grows in the 5-colored wondrous soil and absorbs the energy of the heavens as nourishment. It's regarded as a true treasure tree of Tao. 5-colored wondrous soil, Lin Sun thought of something. He remembered what Wu Kei, the device spirit of the insignificant spiritual Bao, had said. There were 4 sacred trees in the world, namely Kunwu, Fusong, Jianmu, and Songwu. All of them were born from the origin of chaos and naturally contained the Taoist patterns belonging to the origin of chaos. According to rumor, so long as the soul origin roots of these 4 types of divine trees were gathered and nurtured with the chaotic life soil, 5-colored wondrous earth, clear muddy star soul sand, and primeval chi water, then a sapling of the chaotic quintessence tree would be born. At that time, nurturing the chaos origin tree sapling into his body would be immeasurably beneficial to his emperor's Tao cultivation. During the battles between the emperor realms, whoever was able to control a chaotic origin tree was equivalent to possessing the ability to comprehend the laws of chaos, and it was something that other emperor realms couldn't compare to. Although the emperor realm was still far away for Lin Sun, it would be better if he could collect some treasures he would need in the future. For example, Lin Sun now had the root of the Fusong tree. Wu Kei had once said that when he obtained the 5-colored wondrous earth, he could nurture the root of the Fusong tree in it. Sooner or later, a new soul origin root would be born. However, Lin Sun did not expect that there would be a treasure like the 5-colored wondrous earth in the Kunlun ruins that could even tempt an emperor realm cultivator. When the time comes, I'll go with you. Lin Sun made a decision. Ah Hu smiled and said, that couldn't be better. In the following time, the two of them continued to patrol the treasure refinement area, searching for the treasure refinement Dao Qi. 4 hours later. In the sky above a vast and majestic mountain and river, Lin Sun and Ah Hu, who were flying, suddenly stopped. At the same time, a cry of alarm sounded from afar. It's too terrifying. What kind of treasure refinement Dao Qi is that? Why would it be accompanied by such terrifying Kunlun divine flames? The purple divine flames are like an ocean, transforming into thousands of ferocious birds that cover the sky and earth. Even the great saint of absolute land is no match for them. Up until now, at least 7 or 8 peak great saints have fallen. All of them have been incinerated into ashes, and their bodies and souls have been destroyed. Accompanied by clamorous voices, a group of figures teleported over from afar. All of them had panicked expressions, and they seemed to be extremely shocked. What happened? Lin Sun stopped one of them and asked. In next to no time, he found out the reason. There was an inverted mountain extremely far away from here, and there were numerous treasure refinement Dao Qi scattered on the inverted mountain. Amongst them, one of the treasure refinement Dao Qi was the most miraculous, and it had transformed into the phenomenon of the great Dao chapter. It was grand, divine, and could be said to be world-shocking. In the past few days, countless cultivators had headed over with the intention of subduing this treasure refinement Dao Qi, but all of them had failed without exception. Yet today, the treasure refinement Dao Qi that was like the great Dao chapter seemed to have been infuriated, and it gave rise to surging Kunlun divine flames that spread out from the inverted mountain. Those divine flames were magnificent purple in color, and they transformed into ferocious birds that filled the sky, causing all the nearby cultivators to flee in panic. Some unlucky fellows were incinerated on the spot, After they understood all of this, Lin Sun and Hu glanced at each other, and then they discussed briefly before deciding to continue forward. How miraculous would a strand of treasure refinement Dao Qi that could transform into the great Dao chapter be, after a short moment. The two of them finally saw the inverted mountain. Beneath the sky, a lofty mountain hung upside down with its bottom facing the sky, and its peak hung upside down. Its entire body was covered in dazzling and resplendent divine flames, and it illuminated the heavens and the earth to the point it seemed as if it was burning. At this moment, near the inverted mountain, a group of ferocious birds that were over 100 m in size were flapping their wings and charging madly. All of these ferocious birds were formed from violet divine flames. As they flapped their wings, divine flames surged out like a waterfall, and they incinerated the sky with a shocking impetus. Many cultivators covered their heads and fled in all directions, and there were even furious roars, sharp cries, and shrill cries resounding out incessantly. The scene was extremely chaotic. However, Lin Sun and Hu noticed that there were over 10 figures that weren't afraid at all, and they were fighting and approaching the inverted mountain with all their might. Look, isn't that one Xianxia from the Panwu Dao court? Hu suddenly pointed to the distance. There was a figure that was as beautiful as a fairy. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and she held a silver jade scepter that flowed with a mysterious Dao diagram. As she moved forward, the mysterious Dao diagram glowed and resolved the attacks of the ferocious birds one by one. It seemed extremely miraculous. There's also Tao Jianqing from the Taowu battle clan. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun also noticed that Tao Jianqing, who had an arrogant and ferocious bearing, was moving forward with a blood-red flag in his hand. The blood-red flag was dazzling and scarlet, and it was branded with the diagram of Taowu trampling on the gods. The fluctuation it emitted caused those ferocious birds to be completely suppressed. Besides Wen Qingxue and Tao Jianqing, there were some other experts in the field who were also approaching the inverted mountain. For example, Ling Kezi from the ancient Nanhua temple held a wooden fish and recited Buddhist scriptures. There were also some who held seals, bronze mirrors, or paintings on their heads. Those treasures were clearly extraordinary. They possessed miraculous effects that allowed them to withstand the impact of the purple divine flames. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Wen Qingxue and the others to resist the purple divine flame, which was powerful enough to kill the emptiness saint. Look, they are all here for the treasure refining qi. Whose beautiful eyes lit up with a touch of amazement. Lin Sun also noticed that on the inverted mountain, there was a great way chapter shining brightly, and its light was like the way, illuminating the sky. Looking from a distance, it was particularly shocking. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe that a treasure refining qi could evolve such an incredible and grand vision? Lin Sun had also obtained a lot of precious treasure refining qi before, but compared with the Great Way chapter, they were completely like fireflies, unable to compete with the sun and the moon. At this moment, Lin Sun was also tempted. How can I give such an opportunity to others? Hu, you stay here first. I'll be back soon. Lin Sun said quickly. He was not reckless, but he had many wonderful Dao flames, so he was not afraid of those Kunlun divine flames at all. Okay. Hu nodded in response. She also saw that this was a great opportunity. Whoosh, Lin Sun moved away without hiding his figure and rushed to the inverted mountain. Hey, it's Lin Sun from the ancient Desolation realm. Is this guy tired of living? Is he still going to compete with Wen Qingxue for the opportunity? Soon, in the nearby area, many strong people noticed Lin Sun and recognized his identity, and they couldn't help but be surprised. At the same time, Wen Qingxue, Tao Jianqing, and others also noticed Lin Sun. It was difficult not to attract attention with one more competitor. But soon, they withdrew their eyes and rushed forward with full concentration. Although they all had their own treasures to rely on, the purple divine flame was so overbearing and terrible that they suffered great interference when they moved forward. Now, there was still a long way to go before they could get close to the inverted mountain. Moreover, the further they went, the more terrible the impact they suffered, so they had no time to care about anything else but to rush forward with all their strength. Clatter, the void shook, and the flames poured down. A fierce bird transformed from purple divine flame fell from the sky and pounced on Lin Sun. The terrible torrent of flames raged, with the power to burn the sky and destroy the earth. Buzz, above Lin Sun's head, many wonderful Dao flames in the shape of a big cauldron emerged. It rotated and swallowed up all the attacks. The purple ferocious bird screamed, seeming to be aware of the danger. But before it could react, many wonderful Tao flames swept up like a big cauldron covering the sky, suppressing it in one fell swoop and taking it into the cauldron. This series of actions happened in the blink of an eye. From beginning to end, it was extremely easy. This, in the nearby area, the strong people who had planned to watch Lin Sun's show all widened their eyes in astonishment. When Xianxia, Tao Jianqing and others also noticed this scene, and their faces changed slightly. They were keenly aware that the cauldron-like Tao flames floating above Lin Sun's head was extraordinary. Lin Sun turned a blind eye to the uproar in the field, the surprised discussion, and the strange eyes cast on him. He continued to move forward. The inverted mountain was just 3 kilometers ahead, where the flames were steaming and the divine glow was flowing. It was extremely sacred. Among them, the Tao Qi that transformed into the chapter of Tao was the most conspicuous. But at the same time, the power of the purple flame that accompanied the Tao Qi was the most terrible and ferocious. This kind of flame was regarded as the soul-destroying wind flame, which was unique to the treasure refining place. Even a peerless great saint dared not fight against it without a life-saving secret treasure. Boom, another purple bird broke through the air and rushed at Lin Sun aggressively. This time, when Xianxia, Tao Jianqing and others paid attention to it consciously. The flames were so fierce that even the void was melted. But before the purple bird approached Lin Sun, it was once again suppressed and swallowed by the Tao fire. It was as easy as crushing a moth to the fire, when Xianxia, Tao Jianqing and others changed their expressions. They dared to approach the inverted mountain at great risk with the secret treasures in their hands. Even so, they still suffered from the impact as they moved forward. They had to resist and resolve it with all their strength, which made their speed slow down. But Lin Sun didn't have such a situation at all. All the obstacles were wiped out easily, which was extremely eye-catching. Damn it! Someone cursed in his heart. He felt very unbalanced, and his eyes flashed with a fierce light. It's not good, someone looked solemn. And someone directly took action. He couldn't bear to be surpassed by Lin Sun. Boom, a blazing sword qi, which was hundreds of meters long, swept up, smashed the void, and chopped at Lin Sun. There was a burst of exclamation in the field. Lin Sun waved his sleeves, and a big abyss appeared and rotated violently. With a deafening roar, the sword qi collapsed inch by inch and was obliterated and swallowed. Lin Sun looked up and saw the appearance of the person who attacked. It was a blue-robed man with a thin body, silver skin, and a horn on his forehead. His eyes were cold and deep. When he saw Lin Sun easily resolve his sword qi, the horned man couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Many strong people watching in the distance couldn't help talking about it. This Luong of the blood-scale battle race is too domineering, didn't you see? Luong is right in front of Lin Sun. How could he be willing to be caught up by Lin Sun? There's a good show to watch. From their conversation, Lin Sun learned the identity of the man with the unicorn horn. Luong was a descendant of the Blood Kailan battle clan, one of the 10 great battle clans. He was a peerless great saint ranked 77th on the Starry Sky Great Saint list. If you back out now, I can spare your life. Luong said coldly. A blood-colored beast bone floated above his head, emitting a blinding blood-red light. It was fighting against a purple ferocious bird nearby. His words were extremely rude and threatened Lin Sun. When Xianxia, Tao Jianqing, and the others who were scattered in other directions were watching coldly from the sidelines. Of course, their movements were not slow, and they were still struggling to move forward. Clang, the broken blade swept out like a snow-white stream of light, piercing through the void. This was Lin's answer. Lu Eng's face darkened. With a move of his mind, a sword seal rushed out and evolved into a towering mountain. The mountain was covered with dense sword qi, and thousands of them swept out. Each of the dense and vast sword qi had the power to kill a saint. Boom, an earth-shattering collision sounded, and the thousands of sword qi torrents burst into pieces as soon as they touched the broken blade. Looking from a distance, the broken blade was so sharp that it was completely unstoppable. It cut a straight crack in the dense sword qi torrents. Finally, with a bang, the sword seal that evolved into a towering mountain was split by the broken blade, and a rain of light splashed like an avalanche, the terrifying and boundless impact made Lu Ang's body tremble, and his blood and qi surged all over. So strong, Lu Ang's face changed. But he didn't have a chance to react at all. Under the control of Lin Sun, the broken blade chopped again. The terrible and fierce edge flowed with the obscure Taoist light that made people's hearts palpitate. Lu Ang's hair stood on end, and he tried his best to resist it. The next moment, he was hit and flew out, with blood dripping from his lips. He was seriously injured. The most embarrassing thing was that a purple ferocious bird nearby took advantage of the situation to kill him. Luong deserved to be a top figure on the Starry Sky Great Sage list. At this critical moment, he tried his best to teleport and escape from that area. His figure appeared thousands of meters away, and his face was extremely gloomy. Because after this blow, the advantage he had gained before was gone. If he wanted to get close to the inverted mountain, he had to act again. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Ridiculous. Lin Sun showed a sneer. When Xianxia, Tao Jianxing and others couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this. Luong went for wool and came home shorn. No one had expected that he would be expelled. Similarly, the strength of Lin Sun's combat power also made them vigilant. And the strong people watching the battle in the distance were also trembling. Lin Sun was so strong that he deserved to be a peerless man who could kill Yan Chenjun. Little bastard, if I can't get the treasure refining qi, you can't either. Luong gritted his teeth and roared. Boom, he attacked again. He took out a snow-white copper ring, which was shining brightly, and suddenly whistled towards Lin Sun in the distance. Lunar treasure ring, it was an extremely famous ancient treasure. It was said that this treasure ring weighed 108,000 kilograms, and a light blow could smash mountains and rivers, and break the universe. Clang, the broken blade flew up, and with just one blow, the lunar treasure ring was slashed away. A crack appeared on its surface, and it wailed endlessly. Luong was shocked and angry, and he couldn't believe his eyes. The lunar treasure ring was an ancient treasure with a great origin, but now it was damaged in one blow. Don't force me to kill you, Lin Sun said coldly. As he spoke, he moved forward quickly. It was only a distance of thousands of meters. With the help of the wonderful fire of Tao, he moved forward easily and soon approached the inverted mountain. Lu Ang's face was gloomy, and he seemed to be about to attack again. Suddenly, a cold killing intent enveloped his figure. He was shocked. Not far away, he saw a woman in a yellow dress staring at him coldly, with killing intent between her eyebrows. Looking at the nearby area, he didn't know how many strong people were distributed, and how many of them were planning to see him make a fool of himself. This made Luong calm down completely, and he forced himself to restrain his inner unwillingness. At the same time, when Xianxia, who was struggling to move forward, suddenly stopped. Her clear eyes were flickering, and she sighed in her heart. There was no chance. The gap was too big. Soon, Tao Jianxing and others also stopped, and their faces were gloomy. At this moment, Lin Sun was like a horse in the dust, leaving them far behind. It was impossible for them to catch up with him. No matter how hard they tried, it was doomed to be in vain. Humph. There are so many strong people here. What's the big deal if you can get the treasure refining qi? I'd like to see if you can keep this treasure. Tao Jianxing snorted coldly, and his voice resounded through the field. His words made many people's hearts tremble. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Lin Sun could get the chapter of Tao, but under the watchful eyes of the public, who would watch him leave with the treasure, for a time, not only when Xianxia and others, but also many strong people who had been watching in the nearby area had different thoughts. Oh no, these guys have the idea of killing and seizing the treasure. Ahu's heart thumped. Whoosh, in the distance, Lin Sun easily climbed up the inverted mountain. Nearby, the divine flame was surging, and the light was flowing, producing a terrible and boundless destructive aura, but it was suppressed and dissolved by the wonderful Tao fire one by one. The chapter of Tao was glowing, and it was filled with sacred and immortal aura. Lin Sun took a deep breath. When he was about to collect the mysterious treasure refining qi, he suddenly noticed that there was a broken piece of copper in front of a rock next to him, which was shrouded in the raging fire. It was difficult to notice its existence without looking carefully. The copper piece was only the size of a fist, black and very inconspicuous. But when Lin Sun looked at it, he was attracted at once and felt a vast and ancient aura coming to his face. He reached out to grab it and held it in his hand to observe it. Who would have thought that this black and inconspicuous piece of copper was extremely heavy? Lin Sun took a deep breath and ran all his strength to hold the copper piece in his hand, but it was quite difficult. This caused Lin Sun's heart to tremble, and he revealed a look of disbelief. It was as if he was holding up an ancient divine mountain, and it was unimaginably heavy. What was this? Lin Sun separated a strand of his spiritual awareness to sense it. Boom! In an instant, a shocking picture emerged in his mind. A fiercely burning furnace stood between heaven and earth. In the furnace, the purple-golden divine flame was burning fiercely, and the power of the law of Emperor Tao was derived like a tide. The sky seemed to be incinerated, and the void was full of terrible scorching torrents. Today, I forged 9 Emperor weapons with this furnace to protect Kunlun. An ethereal voice sounded, but no one knew where it came from. Then, a sword suddenly rushed out of the furnace. The sword intent was so strong that it shocked the 9 heavens and 10 earths. As soon as it appeared, it led the momentum of the whole world and sounded like the sonorous voice of the great way sung by the gods. Subsequently, a battle spear, a copper lamp, a battle flag, a Dao seal, a jade bottle, a set of armor, a jade plate, a divine blade. All of them flashed out from the furnace one by one. Each treasure emitted a monstrous vision, with the power to shock the ages, oppressing the whole world to collapse and sink. Following that, a calamity descended to destroy these 9 treasures that could be considered peerless in the world. Lin Sun held his breath and was scared out of his wits. Regardless of whether it was that sword or the descending calamity, both were too supreme and terrifying. They were unimaginably terrifying. Lin Sun only felt a buzzing sound in his mind and saw stars. All the scenes in Xiao Chen's mind disappeared, and some profound comprehension appeared in his heart, allowing him to understand some things. Lin Sun was soaked in cold sweat. When he looked at the black copper piece in his hand again, his eyes had completely changed. A treasure refining furnace had once refined 9 sovereign weapons in one go. This itself seemed to be inconceivable and world-shocking to the extreme, and it caused others to not dare imagine exactly what sort of miraculous might such a furnace possess to be able to accomplish this. And now, the black piece of copper in his palm was a fragment of the cauldron. It was incomparably heavy. At the same time, Lin Sun finally understood that this place of refining treasures that was like a small world was actually transformed from that treasure refining furnace. The various Kunlun divine flames that were distributed here were actually the remnants left by that treasure refining furnace, and they were extremely weak. The treasure refining Taoist Qi here was also a strand of treasure Qi left by that treasure refining furnace, and it could refine and improve the quality of various treasures. When he figured this out, Lin Sun was even more shocked. There was no doubt that a long, long time ago, that treasure refining furnace must have suffered some kind of damage and turned into such a place of refining treasures, and it became a blessed place in the eyes of countless cultivators. What about the 9 sovereign weapons that were once refined by the treasure refining furnace in one go? After suffering that catastrophe, did they survive? If they survived, where did these 9 sovereign weapons go? Lin Sun took a deep breath and suppressed the doubts in his heart. This was the Kunlun ruins, and there were many unknown secrets and taboos. It was only by coincidence that he was able to peep into a corner of the truth of refining treasures. He put away the black copper piece in his hand and put it into the Great Way Without End tower. This thing was left by that treasure refining furnace, and it was extremely mysterious. Perhaps it would have other magical uses in the future. Without any hesitation, Lin Sun looked at the Great Way chapter. At this moment, the eyes of everyone in the distance converged on Lin Sun. Everyone had different expressions and thoughts. Lin Sun made a move. He stretched out his hand and absorbed the treasure refining Taoist Qi that had transformed into the Great Way chapter. Boom! Almost at the same time, the huge inverted mountain suddenly collapsed. The rocks exploded, the flames dispersed, and the divine flames that had transformed into purple ferocious birds also vanished. Here's the chance. Many people's eyes lit up. Kill. While peerless figures like Tao Jianxing and Luang attacked without hesitation and rushed towards Lin Sun in the distance. Rumble. For a time, this place was in turmoil. Heaven and earth were in chaos, covered by a terrifying and harsh aura. The battle came so fast that it was obvious that Lin Sun did not intend to give Lin any chance to escape at all. Lin Sun, hand over the treasure refining Taoist Qi and I promise I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Tao Jianqing was the first to rush over. This pure-blooded descendant of the Xianxia war race had blood energy that overflowed into the heavens. He was surging with killing intent, and his bearing was wild and arrogant. As he spoke, he'd already withdrawn a halberd a long time ago. The edge of the halberd soared through the sky, and it swept up a myriad of waves of the laws of the Grand Tao as it smashed towards Xianxia. Dang, Lin Sun took out his broken sword and clashed with it. The collision between the two was like two volcanoes erupting, producing terrible waves. You don't have the ability to fight for the treasure, yet you still want to steal it? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. So what if I bully you? Tao Jianqing's face was emotionless as he swung the halberd with peerless divine valor, and his methods were extremely overbearing and ferocious. The void here was in chaos, clouds collapsing in all directions. Hee hee. Lin Sun smiled, but his smile was cold. I haven't tasted the meat of the Xianxia war yet, and I don't know what it tastes like. He ran the endless devouring scripture, and his whole body shone. A vision of the great abyss appeared, and his power suddenly rose to the extreme. The broken sword swept across like a galaxy. First cut of heaven, with a roar, Tao Jianqing's body was shaken off, and the halberd almost flew out of his hand. Blood spurted out from his mouth and nose, and he couldn't help but be shocked that this guy had such a terrible power. It should be known that he had always been very proud of his own cultivation. He was a famous genius among his peers on the Starry Sky Ancient Road. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to be ranked 77th on the Starry Sky Great Saints list. But now, in a head-on collision, he was shaken off by one blow, just like Luong before. How dare you bully me like this? Do the Xianxia clan like to brag like this? Lin Sun laughed, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He had an invincible momentum. Kill. Luong and several other ruthless people came, and they attacked Lin Sun from different directions. For a time, the light of treasures crisscrossed, and Taoism was like a tide, covering the sky and the earth. All of these characters were powerful enough to stand alone among the great saints. They not only came from extraordinary backgrounds, but also had a strong foundation. Each of them was more powerful than the other. The momentum of a pincer attack was enough to frighten any peer. Lin Sun's expression also became dignified. He didn't dare to neglect and went all out. The essence, qi, and spirit in his body were boiling like a furnace, and the blood and qi were like real dragons galloping. In a trance, everyone felt that Lin Sun at this moment was like a big abyss, with a boundless figure that could swallow the sky and the earth. Boom, the world here seemed to explode, the sun and the moon dimmed, and the world turned upside down. Lin Sun moved horizontally and vertically, and the broken sword flashed and chopped. In his hands, holding the Avicii sword and the Yuan killer sword respectively, he fought the enemies in all directions alone. The most terrible thing was that no one could suppress his power for a while. This made many people's faces change. Before, they only heard that Lin Sun killed Yan Chenjun, and they also witnessed how he repelled Luong and Tao Jianqing. But no one expected that Lin Sun could still show such a tyrannical posture under such a situation of heavy siege. This was completely beyond people's expectation. On the other hand, some of the spectators in the distance were extremely astounded, and they were flabbergasted. Lin Sun is too strong, isn't he? Did he really come from the ancient desolation realm? It's too unreal. It's not that fierce dragons don't cross the river. How can someone who has the guts to kill Yan Chenjun be an ordinary person? Discussions broke out everywhere. Some strong people who originally planned to fish in troubled waters couldn't help but hesitate. It was no different from courting death to intervene in such a battle at this time. But there were still some people who were ready to make a move. They thought that Lin Sun had been heavily besieged. It seemed that he could still act fiercely now, but in fact, he was not a threat. Ahu was anxious. When she was about to help, she heard Lin Sun's voice, asking her to watch indifferently. If there was any danger, it wouldn't be too late to take action. Ahu thought about it for a while and agreed. She also knew that if she rushed up at this time, she might be able to share some of the pressure for Lin Sun. But at the same time, if she was besieged and fell into a dangerous situation, she would become a burden to Lin Sun. It was better to assess the situation and wait for the right time to take action. Boom, the battle became more and more fierce. The world there had been submerged by blazing and turbulent Taoist light. All kinds of horrible power of law spread, showing countless horrible visions. Finally, Lin Sun felt great pressure. Each of his opponents this time was extraordinary. If it was one-on-one, he had absolute confidence to defeat them one by one. But when they swarmed up, the situation was different. Kill. Luong and Tao Jianqing attacked with all their strength without reservation. They regarded Lin Sun as prey and wanted to kill him and seize his treasures. They all knew that Lin Sun not only had the Tao Qi of refining treasures that had evolved into the chapter of Tao, but also had the flying immortal token. Bang, it didn't take long for Lin Sun to be injured. His shoulder was torn by a sword qi. His flesh and blood splashed and his bones were visible. Even though his injuries were healed in the blink of an eye, it could be seen just how intense this one versus many battle was. This was also the first time that Lin Sun had encountered a great danger since he stepped into the Great Saint Realm. It was also the first time that he had been injured. Seeing this, Tao Jianqing and Luong were like sharks who smelled blood. Their attacks became more and more fierce and terrifying. Moreover, as time went by, the number of strong people who joined the battle was increasing, causing more and more pressure to Lin Sun. But even in such a situation, Lin Sun was not afraid at all. His black eyes were as deep as the abyss, burning with the fighting desire like boiling lava. All the power in his body was operated and pushed to an unprecedented level. With the development of infinite devouring scripture, there were also fighting saint method, anger of Yazi, leakless and other secret methods to stimulate the power in his body. Boom, in the end, Lin Sun's every breath was like the raging of wind and thunder, leading the momentum of Zhou Su. His whole body was flowing with blazing brilliance, like a great abyss that covered the sky and the earth, moving horizontally in the void. His figure was immeasurable and domineering. This made the besiegers feel shocked and tremble. What a heaven-defying genius this was. He was only at the early stage of the Great Saint Realm, but he was already so powerful. How powerful would he be when he grew up in the future? Even if he was ranked in the top 50 of the Great Saint list of starry sky, it was impossible to have such a foundation. Whoosh, an illusory sword intent came from a distance out of thin air. The sword momentum was like a dragon rising from the land, and it had the power to crush the sky. Panwu free sword intent, when Xianxia, the successor of Panwu Taoist court, who had been watching from a distance, also took action at this moment. She was as beautiful as a fairy, and her figure was ethereal. As soon as she took action, it was a thunderous blow, crack. Although Lin Sun blocked the sword, he was swept by the sword qi. A bloody wound was torn on his chest, and his face became pale. Lin Sun's eyes were cold. He glanced at Wen Xianxia without any emotion on his face. Kill. Luong, Tao Jianqing and others took this opportunity to attack more fiercely and terrifyingly. All the spectators in the distance could see that Lin Sun was in a precarious situation and had lost his momentum, whose heart couldn't help but tighten. She was ready to rescue Lin Sun. In her palm, there was a vague gourd pattern looming. Puff, in the field, Lin Sun's back was hit by a big seal. He staggered and coughed up blood. Go to hell. Luong, who seized the opportunity, showed a ferocious look and waved his sword to kill Lin Sun. But at this moment, Lin Sun showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of playfulness, as if he was staring at a prey that took the initiative to come to him. Luong felt an inexplicable palpitation in his heart. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly jumped up. In his palm, a mutton-fat jade bottle appeared, and 33 heavy swords suddenly spurted out in the air. Every heavy sword was formed by 18,000 strands of sword qi. As soon as the 33 heavy swords came out, it was like an overwhelming sea of sword qi. In an instant, Lu Eng's figure was submerged by the torrent of sword qi. Puff. Puff, his flesh and blood were cut into pieces by the dense sword qi. Even his spirit had no time to escape and was destroyed by the brilliant sword qi. As the sword qi surged and spread out, the expressions of some of the nearby experts changed, and they utilized all their abilities to block and dodge. Only then were they able to avoid being affected. Boom, a scene of great destruction appeared in this void. This was the 33 strikes. After being blessed by the great Tao immeasurable bottle, its power had doubled. Its killing power was terrifying. Not to mention Luong, any other peak great sage present would die without a doubt. There was a dead silence in the field. At this moment, the strong people who besieged Lin were all shocked. Luong, a pure-blood descendant of the Blood Kylan battle clan, was killed in a flash. Who wouldn't be shocked by such a bloody scene? The spectators in the distance gasped and gulped down a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty. It was terrible, they thought that Lin was bound to be defeated. But in a twinkling of an eye, Lin turned the sky upside down and killed the enemy. Ahu breathed a sigh of relief and said to himself, I forgot that this guy has a lot of trump cards in his hands. As soon as Luong died, the original situation seemed to be torn apart. Lin Sun seized the opportunity and was about to jump out of the battle. Whoosh, but a sword chi suddenly flashed and blocked Lin Sun's way. The sword chi was like a rainbow piercing the sky, illusory and magnificent. It was still one Xianxia. This beautiful woman, who was as beautiful as a fairy, had extremely terrible intuition and a calm mind. Her reaction was also far faster than that of ordinary people. With a bang, Lin Sun broke the sword chi head-on. But this time, he lost the opportunity to jump out of the battle and was besieged by others again. Lin Sun's eyes became colder and colder. Last time when he fought with Wei Zia and Kuan Jiolin, it was this woman who intervened and saved Kuan Jiolin's life. This time, she blocked him again and again, which made Lin Sun's heart surge with strong killing intent. Perhaps, in the eyes of others, this woman was a celestial maiden that was like the bright moon in the sky, stunning the starry sky, and countless geniuses flocked to flatter her. But for Lin, this woman was already an enemy. Since they were enemies, there was no distinction between man and woman, only life and death. Rumble. In the following time, the battle became more and more intense. Witnessing the death of Luong, the others present dared not to be careless. They all looked solemn and regarded Lin Sun as an unprecedented enemy. Regardless of victory or defeat, Lin Sun's power in this battle was bound to cause an uproar if it was transmitted back to the Starry Sky Ancient Road. After all, being able to fight numerous peerless figures that were ranked on the Starry Sky Great Saint rankings until now under the circumstances that he was fighting many by himself could already be said to be unprecedented and extremely rare. Even though this boundless devouring scripture is strong, I've cultivated it too shallow in the end, and I'm unable to completely merge it with my own cultivation. Lin Sun was enlightened. After fighting for so long and releasing all of his power, he realized that other people's techniques were still other people's techniques. No matter how suitable it was for him, it was still not as good as the techniques he created himself, which could allow him to unleash all of his potential. Boom! Thinking of this, Lin Sun's momentum suddenly changed. Before, he was like a big abyss moving across the world, swallowing everything and being boundlessly domineering. But at this moment, he was like the only great furnace in the world, with eternal charm, containing ancient Tao, and the power to deduce the laws of the world. This was the Great Way Furnace scripture. This was the self-cultivation method created by Lin Sun, which contained all of Lin Sun's cultivation and cultivation. He's changed. Tao Jianxing, when Xianxia and others were a little shocked. Was this the real foundation of Lin Sun? This was simply too inconceivable. At this time, Lin Sun's mind was clear. He finally felt the mystery of qi refining, body refining, and spirit refining. Even his talent, the devouring abyss, was fully integrated into his own cultivation method, so that his combat power could be truly released. Boom! When he attacked, he was like an immortal performing martial arts. Great divination void-breaking finger, first cut of Tian Yuan, first punch of shaking sky, Taishan sword scripture, 9 changes of calamity dragon. All kinds of mysteries were at his fingertips, and were released unprecedentedly in the Great Way Furnace scripture. Puff! Before long, someone couldn't bear it and was hit by Lin Sun's finger. The armor covering his body collapsed and a hole was formed. The shock made him spew blood from his mouth and nose, and he let out a muffled groan. This made many people feel bitterly disappointed. Who could believe that Lin Sun, who was besieged, not only failed to suppress his arrogance, but also began to reverse the situation? All the people watching the battle in the distance were shocked as if they had seen a god. Perhaps it was because they had never heard of Lin Sun's name before, so they were particularly shocked at this moment. Ahu's beautiful eyes were bright. She finally dared to confirm that the combat power Lin Sun showed now was his real strength. Bang! Soon, the broken blade swept out and smashed a spear. The one holding the spear was an extremely powerful and majestic man in a golden robe. Suffering such an impact, his wrist was broken, and he screamed. If he hadn't dodged in time, this blow would have been enough to kill him. If you don't use your trump cards, this guy will turn the tables. Tao Jianqing shouted with a livid face. Before his voice died away, he took the lead to take out a cyan bronze bell and gently shook it in the void. Clang, a majestic bell rang and turned into a solid cyan sound wave, rushing to Lin Sun. Most miraculous of it all was that rows of ancient markings of the Tao that seemed like earthworms actually floated up into appearance within the green sound wave. They glowed brilliantly, and their auras were terrifying to the point it was horrifying. Sapphire Warlord Bell, it was an ancient treasure of the Taowu war clan. An emperor once held this treasure and shook it gently. Wherever the bell rang, all the mountains, rivers, and all the creatures in the world would be destroyed. In an instant, Lin Sun's soul was also impacted, and he could see stars. He couldn't help but show a dignified expression and took out the endless Tao Tower without hesitation. But the body of the tower, which seemed to be made of divine golden glaze, scattered rays of black golden Taoist light, which collided with the cyan sound wave. In the earth-shattering roar, the Sapphire Warlord Bell suddenly trembled and wailed. Tao Jianqing suffered a backfire and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and full of disbelief. The power of the Sapphire Warlord Bell was so horrible, but it was completely suppressed. The other people present also changed their expressions. It's that tower. In the far distance, Ji Qian and Jiang Heng, who had just arrived, immediately recognized the endless Tao Tower in Lin Sun's hand. Is it really that tower? Beside them, the elegant and handsome Meng Yi, a descendant of the Xianxia war clan, showed a strange look in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. On the battlefield, Lin Sun wanted to kill Tao Jianqing in one fell swoop. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Swish, almost out of instinct, he moved back violently. At the same time, in the void where he stood, a thin figure covered with gray mist emerged, holding a silver saber with a strange luster in his hand. Sha Luqing, Lin Sun recognized the skinny young man in an instant. You've surprised me again. Sha Luqing was a little surprised. His aura was obscure and strange as he silently appeared here, and it caused the hearts of Tao Jianqing and the others to jerk fiercely while they felt an extremely dangerous feeling. I'm also surprised by your despicable behavior. Lin Sun snorted. Really? It's a pity that you can't escape this time. Sha Luqing licked his lips and smiled coldly. While talking, his figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of Lin Sun, and the silver saber in his hand stabbed Lin Sun's throat. His speed and movement were beyond everyone's expectation. Lin Sun resisted with the sword of Avicii in his hand. But strangely, Sha Luqing's figure flashed and disappeared again. His aura could not be locked at all. Lin Sun suddenly leaned sideways. Swish, a silver light suddenly appeared and tore the void where Lin Sun stood. That was to say, if Lin Sun hadn't dodged in time, this blow could have torn him into two, and Sha Luqing's figure disappeared again. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw the secret battle technique that came and went without a trace. Boom! Lin Sun exerted all his strength and turned his body into a furnace of the Great Way, spreading his power in all directions. Oh, you can't stop it. Sha Luqing's cold voice sounded, drifting. And his figure silently appeared behind Lin Sun again, and the silver saber in his hand stabbed out. It was very strange. It should be known that Lin Sun's power covered the whole place, but Sha Luqing didn't seem to be affected at all. Anyone who met such an opponent would be terrified. It was completely impossible to guard against him. Swish, with years of experience and instinct, Lin Sun dodged again and narrowly avoided this blow, but his face had become gloomy. It was the first time that he had encountered such a strange fighting method. Why don't you take action? Sha Luqing's voice sounded in the field. Kill. Tao Jianqing and others' eyes flashed, and they took action without hesitation. No matter who Sha Luqing was, at least his goal was to kill Lin Sun like them. This boy is in danger. In the distance, the elegant Meng Yi said. Shouldn't we make our move as well? Ji Qian couldn't help it. He couldn't tolerate Lin Sun's treasures being divided by others. Mengyi was about to say something, but suddenly looked up. Swish, a divine rainbow suddenly rose into the sky and rushed into the battle, turning into a woman in a yellow dress. It was Ahu. She came to Lin Sun and transmitted her voice, "Let's go." Boom, almost at the same time, she waved her hand, and a black talisman exploded in the void, rushing out a black fog all over the sky, drowning the whole world. Not to mention the sight, even the spiritual awareness was blocked, and nothing could be seen. In the black fog, when Xianxia, Tao Jianxing and others also fell into darkness, as if isolated from the world, and their spiritual awareness and perception completely lost their function. This made them all change their faces, and they became extremely vigilant. When the black fog all over the sky dissipated, there was no trace of Lin Sun and Ahu in the field, as if they had evaporated into thin air. For a moment, there was no sound in the field. Everyone looked at each other, and their faces were extremely gloomy. Lin Sun had escaped. No one had expected that Lin Sun still had a chance to escape in such a situation, which was unacceptable. Damn it! Tao Jianxing's face contorted, and his eyes turned red. With their pride and dignity, it was embarrassing for them to join forces to deal with Lin Sun alone. If word got out, it would affect their reputation. Now, even if they joined forces, they still couldn't take Lin Sun down. It was a great humiliation. The others' faces were ugly as well. In this battle, Lin Sun seemed to have escaped, but in fact, he was the biggest winner. First, he obtained a treasure refining Dao Qi that had evolved into a great Dao chapter. Then, he killed Luong, a pure-blooded descendant of the blood-scale battle clan. If it wasn't for the mysterious and terrifying Xiaoqing's intervention at the critical moment, the previous siege would have almost been reversed by him. If we let such a ruthless person escape, he'll definitely become a huge threat in the future, someone sighed, feeling suffocated. If it was a ruthless person on the starry ancient path, they might be fearful and apprehensive when fighting and killing. However, Lin Sun was not one of them. Yan Chunjun of the Universe Dao Court, Luong of the Blood-Scale Battle Clan. Each of them had an extremely terrifying background and origin. Who would dare to offend them on the starry ancient path? However, they were all killed by Lin Sun. This was enough to make anyone tremble and fearful. Do you think he can walk out of Kunlun ruins alive? After saying that, Xiaoqing's figure turned into wisps of obscure mist and disappeared from the scene. Many people were stunned, but they immediately reacted. Indeed, the power Lin Sun displayed might be enough to make anyone afraid, but at the same time, he had already been targeted by countless powerhouses. Some people wanted to snatch treasures, while others wanted revenge. In this dangerous Kunlun ruins, it would be difficult for Lin Sun to survive. When Xianxia remained silent for a moment before turning around and leaving. Her figure was ethereal and her appearance was like a fairy. She seemed very calm from beginning to end, but deep down, she knew that she had completely become enemies with Lin Sun. However, she did not care too much. Lin Sun had a trump card, but so did she. Gradually, many powerhouses left one after another. He actually escaped. Ji Qian felt a sense of loss. As long as we're in the Kunlun ruins, there'll be plenty of opportunities in the future. At the side, the elegant and handsome Mengyi smiled with a calm expression. I'm even more curious. The successor of the Divine Mirror Ancient Sect, who hasn't appeared for a long time, has actually appeared in the Kunlun ruins and has his eyes on Lin Sun. Divine Illumination Ancient Sect. Ji Qian and Jiangheng were both shocked. The 6 Dao courts and the 10 war clans were naturally the ones that attracted the most attention on the starry ancient path. But in the darkness that the world couldn't see, there were some extremely terrifying and mysterious forces. The Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect was one of them. This was an ancient power that moved in the darkness, and it was an organization of assassins that could strike terror in the hearts of countless cultivators. Perhaps very few people knew the name of the Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect. But as long as the name of the Oracle Apostle was mentioned, everyone would know. Those who were ordered by the gods to kill were known as the Oracle Apostles. In the archaic era 100,000 years ago, the name of the Oracle Apostle could be said to have shaken the starry skies, intimidated the heavens, and was extremely terrifying. No matter who was targeted by them, no matter what identity or cultivation level, no one could escape their assassination. It was rumored that there was once an Oracle Apostle who killed a real Emperor realm existence, These mysterious and terrifying oracle apostles came from the Divine Illuminating Ancient sect in the Dark World. Didn't they say that the Divine Illuminating Ancient sect was destroyed after the end of the Battle of Emperors? Jiangheng couldn't help asking. That's just a rumor. A mysterious force like the Divine Illuminating Ancient sect that is distributed in the dark is like the dark side of the light. It's impossible to eradicate it so easily. Meng Yi's eyes were clear as he spoke slowly. He came from the Xianxia war clan and had read many ancient books and learned many secrets about the Divine Illuminating Ancient sect and the Oracle Apostles. This sect was known as one of the three giants in the dark world of the starry sky. In this sect, there was a divine punishment list, and the names listed on it were all targets that this sect must kill. Meng Yi was very curious about whether Lin Sun's name had also been listed on the divine punishment list. So, that guy with strange movements just now is an oracle emissary? Ji Qian asked in surprise. He came from the Ji clan, an imperial family, and of course, he was well aware of the terror of the oracle apostles. It must be so. Meng Yi thought for a moment and said, however, no matter how powerful the oracle emissaries are, they wouldn't take the initiative to provoke the 6 major Dao courts or the 10 war clans. Obviously, Lin Sun isn't one of them. Jiangheng couldn't help asking, how could a guy from the ancient Desolation realm offend the Divine Illuminating Ancient sect? Meng Yi said, the oracle apostles kill people on the orders of the gods. They never care about the reason. As for who issued the orders, I'm afraid even Lin Sun doesn't know. This was normal. In the past, many strong men who were assassinated by the oracle apostles didn't even know why they were targeted. No matter who kills Lin Sun, I don't care. But I must get the flying immortal token in his hand. Meng Yi said calmly. His words were full of determination. On this day, the news about Lin Sun's battle with a group of heroes spread like wildfire in the treasure refining place. For a time, it caused a great uproar. Not long ago, when Lin Sun killed Yan Chenjun, he caused a great disturbance. Now, even Luong died in his hands. This was undoubtedly too shocking. The most incredible thing was that even a group of peerless great sages on the Starry Sky Great Sage list couldn't kill Lin Sun. Instead, Lin Sun escaped. What was a ruthless man, that was it. At the same time, some news about the Divine Illuminating Ancient sect and the Oracle Apostles began to spread. Sha Liuqing's appearance began to make many strong men fearful and vigilant. Some people gloated, thinking that Lin Sun was targeted by the Oracle Apostles and would definitely die. At this time, Lin Sun and Ah Hu were hiding in the depths of a deep cave. Wush Lin Sun swallowed the divine medicine and meditated while saying, Ah Hu, thank you so much this time. We are in the same group, so we should go in and out together. Ah Hu said and stood up. He stood up. Just relax and rest. I'll stand guard for you. Lin Sun nodded. Although he finally escaped from the battle, he also consumed a lot of energy and his physical strength was on the verge of exhaustion. The cultivation of the early stage of the Great Saint Realm is still not enough. After this battle, Lin Sun thoroughly realized that he must improve his combat power as soon as possible. In the case of one-on-one, he would certainly not be afraid of anyone, but when it came to one against many, it was obvious that he began to struggle. If he couldn't break through, he might not be able to suppress all his opponents the next time he encountered such a siege. I can be invincible in the true Saint Realm, and the same goes for the Great Saint Realm. Lin Sun took a deep breath and began to concentrate on cultivation. His whole body was flowing with Taoist light, and he looked solemn. Not far away, Ah Hu stared at Lin Sun silently. He knew that after this battle, Lin Sun also felt suffocated. However, this was also a good thing. The real strong never feared that the enemy was too strong, but that there was no opponent. Ah Hu was very sure that after this battle, Lin Sun was destined to become stronger in the future with his strong foundation that was not inferior to any peers in the world. 2 days later, Lin Sun woke up from meditation. He sensed silently and found that his cultivation had obviously improved a lot, but there was still a big gap to enter the middle stage of the Great Saint Realm. I have roughly speculated that Sha Liuqing should have mastered an extremely mysterious body movement, so that he can ignore all defenses and move in the void at will. Seeing Lin Sun wake up, Ah Hu immediately said. She had been thinking about this problem in the past 2 days. The most important thing is that his body movement can avoid all perception and locking of spiritual awareness, so that he will appear erratic and unpredictable. Lin Sun nodded. He carefully recalled the details of the battle at that time and said, yes, his strength may not be the strongest, but his body movement is the most mysterious and erratic. Ahu's beautiful eyes glowed with wisdom. Such a body movement must involve the wonderful use of the Great Way of Space, which also means that Sha Liuqing's control of the Great Way of Space has obviously reached an extremely terrible level. After a pause, she looked at Lin Sun. If you want to deal with him, there are two ways. One is to improve your cultivation, and the other is to further improve the power of the Great Way of Space. Lin Sun agreed. He was also thinking about this problem and had decided to take action. The power of the Great Way in the Kunlun ruins is incomparably strong and solid. It can also make it easier for cultivators to comprehend the profundities of the Great Way of Space, Lin Sun said. Currently, I've only comprehended a little bit of the Great Way of Space, and there's still a long way to go before I reach the next level. I plan to focus on improving my cultivation. Ahu smiled and said, do you still remember the immortal peach tree I mentioned? If you can pluck an immortal peach, it'll be enough to withstand 100 years of hard cultivation. Lin Sun's eyes lit up. Ahu said, in 2 days, the treasure refining ground will fall into a silent and sealed state. At that time, we'll leave in advance and enter the depths of the Kunlun ruins to look for this immortal peach tree first. Lin Sun nodded in agreement. The treasure refining ground was only the periphery of the Kunlun ruins. The real supreme fortune and opportunities were distributed in the depths of the Kunlun ruins. Ahu thought of something, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a trace of anticipation. Brother Lin, take advantage of this time to see how magical that Great Way chapter is. Lin Sun was stunned, and then he immediately understood and agreed happily. Buzz with a wave of his sleeve, a strand of treasure refining Daoqi emerged and transformed into a Great Way chapter. It emitted a sacred and immortal aura, and it lit up the dark cave. Vaguely, there were strands of Dao sound that sounded like the sounds of nature resounding, and it was extremely magical. There was no doubt that this treasure refining Daoqi was too extraordinary. At the same time, Lin Sun took out the broken blade. End of chapter 1725. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.